Synopsis: a mysterious bounty hunter with a legendary power arrives in the East Blue, shattering the reign of terror imposed by the Arlong Pirates. His journey quickly escalates as he recruits talented companions: a navigator, a phantom thief, a princess, and a scholar, forming an unlikely crew. Together, they sail into the Grand Line, challenging warlords, uncovering ancient secrets, and carving a new legend on the high seas with his unique wood-style abilities. Chapter 1: The Cat Burglar. January 3rd, 1520 of the Sea Circle Calendar. East Blue, Kakasi Village. Arlong, I've finished the first set of sea charts. I'm going out to sea. Nami walked out of the tall tower in Arlong Park, looking at Arlong sitting on a beach chair, her tone cold. Of course, do as you please. Arlong held a glass of juice, revealing a smile that he thought was gentle, but in Nami's eyes was nothing but ferocious and evil. I look forward to the day you gather 100 million buri. Nami didn't catch the playful tone in Arlong's voice and snorted coldly. Remember what you promised me back then. After speaking, Nami walked out of Arlong Park. She didn't return to the village, because she had a falling out with the villagers when she was 8. For 10 years, whenever she appeared on the streets, the villagers would invariably avoid her. This attitude of disregard, without cold stares or curses, made Nami terrified to appear before them. She planned to buy back the village from Arlong after collecting 100 million buri, and only then confess to the villagers why she had joined the Arlong Pirates. But Nami didn't know that the villagers had long known the truth. The reason they avoided her was to play along. Otherwise, they feared their own weakness would show, that they wouldn't be able to stop their tears from flowing as they tried to comfort the 10-year-old girl who had set out to sea alone. After leaving Arlong Park, Nami first went to the tangerine grove to pick a few tangerines, then went to a slope by the sea. Sitting before Belmir's grave, Nami recounted her recent experiences to her adoptive mother and told her she was about to set sail again. As she spoke, Nami once again couldn't help but shed tears. The strong young woman would only open her heart and vent her grievances at this time. After expelling all her negative emotions, Nami stood up, placed her hands on her hips, and grinned just as she did in her childhood, revealing a cute smile as she gazed at the vast sea in the distance. 20 million buri left. On this next trip, I must gather the full 20 million before I return. After psyching herself up, Nami was about to leave. Huh, what's that? Just then, Nami seemed to spot something on the sea and couldn't help but take out a retractable telescope from her pouch. When she looked through the telescope, her face filled with disbelief. An outsider, how is that possible? Ever since Arlong occupied the 20 villages and established the Arlong Empire, the sea area centered around Kakasi Village had become one of the East Blue's hidden forbidden zones. Any vessel that entered or strayed into this sea, from a warship to a small boat, would be sunk by the sea cow Momo, who patrolled the area. The only ones who could enter and exit this sea were Nami, a member of the Arlong Pirates, and the warship of Captain Nezumi, who was in collusion with Arlong. This very sea beast from the Grand Line had completely extinguished Nami's hopes of finding outside help. And now, someone had actually appeared not far from Kakasi Village. Was it just luck? No, I have to make him leave quickly. Snapping back to her senses, Nami ran towards the seashore with a worried expression. Although the reputation of the Arlong Empire had spread throughout the East Blue, its location was well hidden, and few knew that the Arlong Pirates' base was in Kakasi Village. If this outsider came to Kakasi Village and was discovered by the fishmen, he would be killed on the spot if he was lucky. If he was unlucky, he might be tortured to death or become food for Momo. The kind-hearted Nami didn't want to see such a scene. So, while keeping the small boat locked in her telescope's view, she made her way to where it would land. She prepared to persuade the person on the boat to leave after they came ashore. At the same time, Nami was sizing up the person on the boat, checking if he had any weapons or if his face looked like that of a bad person. If he had a weapon or a face she couldn't trust, she wouldn't warn him and might even go report him to Arlong. But soon, Nami dismissed that idea. Because the person on the boat was too handsome. The person on the boat was a young man, appearing to be around 20 years old. He had long, black and shiny hair. His skin was fair, not a sickly white, nor a delicate pinkish white, but a very healthy kind of fairness. Just by looking at his skin, one would think this person was of noble birth and had never suffered hardship. But if someone with good eyesight or some medical knowledge were here, they would discover that this kind of fairness was due to a powerful constitution. It was a fairness that even the sun could not affect. He looked to be about 1.9 meters tall, wore a long black robe, and had exquisite, handsome features. With a sword hanging at his waist, he looked just like a young nobleman on an adventure. After a careful look, Nami suddenly felt that this handsome young man was a bit familiar. But she could guarantee that she had never met him, so where did that sense of familiarity come from? Before Nami could search her memories, the small boat reached the shore. The next second, a magical scene occurred. The young man on the boat suddenly vanished into thin air. Immediately after, a black shadow flashed before Nami's eyes, and the young man had already appeared in front of her. Although Nami wasn't far from the boat, there was still a distance of 20 to 30 meters. In other words, the young man had crossed a distance of 20 to 30 meters in an instant. This teleportation-like speed scared Nami so much that she stumbled back a few steps and fell to the ground. Before she could beg for mercy, she saw the young man ask, "Is this Aussie village?" Yes." Startled, Nami nodded blankly. "Then I'm in the right place. I've finally found it." After speaking, the young man walked towards Arlong Park, as if he already knew its location. Only after the young man walked past her did Nami react. She quickly got up and chased after him, saying, "This is the headquarters of the Arlong Pirates. Arlong is a great pirate with a bounty of 20 million buri, the overlord of the East Blue's pirates. There are fishmen patrolling everywhere, and they remember the face of every villager. If you're discovered by the fishmen, they will definitely kill you." Hearing this, the young man glanced at Nami and smiled. "I know. Thanks for the warning, little cat burglar." "Eh?" Nami was slightly stunned, looking at the young man in astonishment. "You know me." "A thief who's made a small name for herself in the underworld. Of course I know you." The young man introduced himself as he walked. "My name is Link. You could say we're in a similar line of work." "Link, that name is so familiar." Nami first frowned slightly, then her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Link, exclaiming in shock, "You're the impaler, Link." Link nodded, then glanced at the Arlong Pirate symbol on Nami's arm, feigning surprise. "I didn't expect the cat burglar, who has betrayed so many pirate crews and stolen their treasure, to actually be a member of the Arlong Pirates." Hearing this, Nami's delicate body trembled, and she clarified in an anxious tone, Don't misunderstand. I didn't join the Arlong Pirates willingly, and I don't have a bounty. Please don't kill me." "Is that so?" "It's true, I swear I'm not lying." Seeing Link's disbelieving face, Nami quickly explained, "The Arlong Pirates are all fishmen. They look down on humans. The only reason I joined is because my talent for navigation is extremely high, and they threatened me with the lives of the villagers, forcing me to draw sea charts for them." "So that's how it is." Link feigned a look of realization, then smiled. "In that case, please trouble yourself to lead me to the Arlong Pirates." "No problem." Nami immediately agreed, her face full of excitement. If it were anyone else, Nami would never have agreed. Because leading him would be tantamount to tearing off all pretenses with Arlong. If they failed, not only would she die, but the villagers would also be implicated. But if this person was Link, then Nami was willing to take the gamble. No, it wasn't a gamble. Did a game that was a guaranteed win even need to be gambled on? The person before her was a new star who had emerged in the East Blue in the latter half of last year. At the same time, this new star had used only half a year to become the strongest in the East Blue. He was a bounty hunter who, in just 6 months, had surpassed the man known as the Demon Beast, pirate hunter Rorinoa Zoro. This was not only because the bounties of the pirates Link hunted were extremely high, but also because he moonlighted as a mercenary. In half a year, he had influenced the outcome of over a dozen kingdom wars, a walking strategic-level weapon. Whichever side he was on would achieve victory, an overwhelming victory. It was said that a certain kingdom, in gratitude, had even granted him a noble title. Rumor had it that the Marines had tried to recruit him multiple times, but he had refused them all. The Impaler was the title the newspapers and the world had given Link. Because anyone killed by Link would die a very gruesome death. A single glance at a photo of his work was enough to give a large number of wanted pirates nightmares for a long time. Chapter 2, Almost Catching Up to Me. The Arlong Pirates have a total of 46 members. Most of them are in Arlong Park, while a small number are scattered around the villages on patrol. There is only one officer stationed by the sea, responsible for raising the sea beast brought from the Grand Line. Nami explained the distribution of the Arlong Pirates personnel as she led the way. A sea beast? Nami suddenly turned and asked, "By the way, did you encounter an attack from a sea cow?" Link nodded. "I did, I killed it." Nami was slightly stunned, then she clasped her hands together, looking like an adoring fangirl. "So amazing, as expected of Lord Link." "Your acting is too exaggerated. Don't let me see it again," Link said, a dark line on his forehead. Hee, it's a habit." Nami couldn't help but stick out her tongue, subconsciously treating Link like one of those foolish pirates. Knowing how many there are and where they are is enough. Link suddenly stopped, then formed a hand seal and whispered, "Wood style, wood clone jutsu." The next second, 3 branches extended from his back. The branches rapidly inflated, like balloons, taking on a human form at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the branches detached from Link's body, they transformed to look exactly like him. What was even more magical was that the several Links could move. They weren't puppets, but real people. Seeing this scene, Nami's jaw dropped, completely speechless. Link said to the 3 wood clones, "Go, I'll leave it to you." The wood clones nodded, then, just as Link had when he left the small boat, they vanished into thin air. Seeing the wood clones disappear, Nami finally came back to her senses. Recalling the photo she had once seen in the newspaper, she couldn't help but ask, "Is that your ability?" "Yes." Link nodded. A bloodline limit was indeed his ability. As he and Nami walked towards Arlong Park, a series of system prompts continuously sounded in Link's mind. Ding, an enemy has been killed, 0.09% experience gained. Ding, an enemy has been killed, 0.18% experience gained. Ding, an enemy has been killed, 0.12% experience gained. Ding, an enemy has been killed, 0.29% experience gained. As the prompts bombarded him, Link summoned a virtual panel that only he could see. Host, Link. Inheritance template, Senju Hashirama. Unlocking progress, 20.85% plus. Experience, 1.75%. Watching the rapidly increasing experience, the corners of Link's mouth curled up slightly. He thought to himself, as expected of fishmen, whose strength is 10 times that of humans, the experience they give is high. Link was a transmigrator, 21 years old this year. Waking up to find he had transmigrated to the world of One Piece in the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar. And as a body transmigrator at that, Link was initially bewildered and desperate. After all, this world had numerous races, and even humans included mutated individuals several or even dozens of meters tall. A sub-healthy person like him couldn't even beat a common thug in this world. Without eating a top-tier devil fruit, and unless it was a mythical Zoan fruit, his physical fitness would be a critical weakness. Even if he were lucky enough to eat a mythical Zoan and develop it to its peak, without haki, he still couldn't become a super strong individual like one of the 4 emperors. A person from another world might not be able to awaken haki. If he truly couldn't awaken haki, his upper limit would be completely sealed. Such a hellish start couldn't help but make Link feel desperate. Fortunately, Link activated a system. This system couldn't speak and naturally had no name. But based on its function, Link called it the template system, or it could also be called the inheritance system. As the name implied, Link would obtain the template of a certain powerful individual and gain experience by defeating enemies to unlock the template's progress. Each time the template was unlocked to a certain degree, it would pass on a portion of that powerhouse's abilities to Link. Link's luck was good. His template was the god of shinobi from the world of Naruto, Senju Hashirama, the number 1 person below the 6 paths level powerhouses. A super cage level powerhouse corresponded to a 4 emperor level powerhouse in the world of One Piece. As the ultimate representative of the super cage level, Senju Hashirama was also a ceiling level existence in the world of One Piece. As long as no 6 paths level, other dimensional powerhouses appeared in the world of One Piece, Link only needed to unlock the Senju Hashirama template to 100% to be able to walk sideways through this world. Thus, Link began to frantically grind monsters to level up. He first experimented with animals to see if he could gain experience. After discovering he couldn't, he started with drunken thugs. When the progress reached 1%, Link received his first feedback, obtaining Senju Hashirama's, or rather, Otsutsuki Ashura's inherited from the Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, true sage body. After obtaining the sage body, Link immediately transformed from a sub-healthy weakling into a monster. When the progress reached 2%, Link obtained immense spiritual and physical energy, which fused to form his own chakra. At that time, Link discovered that he would receive feedback for every 1% of progress. This feedback not only included Senju Hashirama's constitution, but also his chakra. However, the chakra would be broken down by the system into pure spiritual and physical energy, leaving behind none of Senju Hashirama's, Otsutsuki Ashura's, or even Otsutsuki Hagoromo's will, thereby accelerating the growth of Link's sage body. With only 2% of the progress unlocked, Link had already cleared the East Blue. Even with only 2% of the god of Shinobi's chakra reserves, and even with an undeveloped sage body, Link was an invincible existence in the 4 seas. After all, in the final battle of the Naruto world, Naruto, with the addition of half of the Ninetales chakra, only earned this evaluation from Senju Hashirama. He's almost catching up to me. That's right, almost catching up to me, not surpassing me. This meant that Senju Hashirama's chakra reserves were greater than Naruto's, who also possessed a true sage body that was not fully developed and had half of the Ninetales. Such a quantity of chakra, even at only 2%, was measured in Kakashis. Relying on his astonishing chakra reserves, even though Link didn't know the monster strength fist, by simply releasing his chakra crudely, every punch and kick was like a monster strength fist and a heaven-splitting kick. With such strength, Link was fully capable of entering the Grand Line. But he didn't do so, continuing to lay low in the East Blue, hunting weaker opponents to develop. He received feedback for every 1% of progress. Before reaching 10%, besides several explosive increases in his spiritual and physical energy, Link obtained the 3 basic jutsu and the advanced versions, several elemental ninjutsu, as well as water and earth-style nature transformations. When the progress reached 10%, Link finally obtained Senju Hashirama's world-pacifying wood-style bloodline limit. What is powerful is not the wood style, but Senju Hashirama. But the reason Senju Hashirama was so strong was because he possessed a true sage body. When Link also had the sage body and wood style, the strongest foundation was already laid. At the same time, Link also discovered that, after unlocking 10% progress, the experience provided by weaker opponents had decreased, and some guys didn't give any experience at all. Thus, Link began to participate in wars, using numbers to push his progress. After influencing the outcome of a dozen or so kingdom wars and killing an unknown number of soldiers, the template progress finally reached 20%. At this level of progress, Link's chakra reserves were an unknown number of Kakashis. Link didn't lack for chakra, he only lacked powerful ninjutsu and wood-style techniques. Unfortunately, the system only provided feedback on Senju Hashirama's abilities, not his combat experience or memories of developing ninjutsu. With Link's own abilities and comprehension, he couldn't develop ninjutsu on his own. After the progress reached 20%, those kingdom soldiers could no longer provide Link with experience. It was then that Link decided to leave the East Blue. But before leaving, Link thought of the fishmen, whose strength was 10 times that of humans. These fishmen could definitely provide him with experience. If possible, Link wanted to recruit a navigator, so that after entering the Grand Line, he wouldn't have to constantly stare at the log pose and man the helm. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the East Blue, there was no better candidate for a navigator than Nami. Although Link didn't know the location of Kokasi village, he knew that Captain Nezumi was colluding with Arlong. Captain Nezumi wasn't hard to find. The 16th branch of the Marines could be found on a map of the East Blue. Thus, Link first went to the 16th branch of the Marines, interrogated Captain Nezumi to learn the location of Kokasi village, looted his private treasury, and killed him on the side. And that was the reason Link appeared here. Chapter 3, The Art of Cuttings, an Assistant and a Cook. Long after the system prompt faded, Link and Nami finally entered Arlong Park. The moment she stepped through the gate, Nami couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. She then subconsciously covered her mouth, her pupils trembling as she stared ahead. Inside Arlong Park, the scene was truly spectacular. Every single fishman was covered in long, wooden thorns, their bodies impaled on a massive wooden spike and suspended in the air. From the ordinary fishman to Arlong and his 2 officers, all met the same fate. Their manner of death was identical to the other enemies Link had killed. A scene like this was the origin of the epithet, the impaler. This one move was the wood style, thorn skewering technique. It involved growing wooden thorns from the arm. Once they hit an enemy, the thorns could be controlled to branch out and grow inside the enemy's body, piercing them from within. Alternatively, a large number of wooden thorns could be produced from the arm and shot into the sky, becoming a rain of arrows to overwhelm the enemy. Or, similar to deep forest emergence, it could create a multitude of wooden spikes from the ground, directly skewering the enemy. This move was extremely useful and highly lethal. In the world of Naruto, Hyuga Neji died amidst an AoE rain of wooden spikes. In this world without chakra, the thorn skewering technique was a god-tier skill for clearing out mobs, even better than deep forest emergence. Thank you, Lord Link. Nami snapped back to her senses from the shock, her beautiful eyes already misty. The mist quickly condensed into tears that fell as she spoke. She gave Link a deep bow, her voice choked with emotion. No need, they were my target to begin with. Link disliked sentimental scenes, so he didn't comfort the young woman. He walked into Arlong Park and brought down the bodies of Arlong, Chu, and Kurubai. All 3 had bounties on their heads. Arlong's bounty was 20 million buri, Kurubai's was 9 million buri, and Chu's was 5.5 million buri. With half a year of hunting pirate bounties and commissions earned from participating in wars, Link's savings in the bank had already reached an astronomical figure. But no matter how small, every bit counts. Link had no intention of letting the bounties of these 3 go. Incidentally, the world of One Piece does have hospitals and banks. In the original story, during the Dressrosa arc 2 years later, Trafalgar Law's flashback showed Corazon taking him to various hospitals in the North Blue. A Don Quixote family officer, Senor Pink, who ate the paramecia-type swim fruit, once deceived his wife by telling her he worked at a bank. After twisting off the heads of Arlong and the other 2 and placing them in a box created with wood style, Link walked towards the tower, preparing to plunder the Arlong Pirates' treasure. Seeing this, Nami, who had just calmed down, instantly guessed Link's intentions. She trotted over and pleaded, "Lord Link, could you please not take the treasure here?" "Why?" Link looked at Nami with interest. "Since you're a member of the underworld, you should know that it's perfectly normal for the victor to collect the spoils of war." "I know," Nami nodded, then began to tell her sob story. "But the Arlong Pirates' treasure is the life money from the villagers of 20 towns. 100,000 buri per adult and 50,000 buri per child every month. To survive, they've been working themselves to the bone for years just to make money. Because they couldn't pay the life money, countless villagers were killed by the Arlong Pirates. The villages are in ruins without even the money to buy materials for repairs. So, could you please not take the treasure? Or maybe just take a portion and leave the rest for the villagers to rebuild their homes?" After speaking, Nami seemed to realize that asking her savior to forgo the treasure was too much. Fearing she might anger the strongest man in the East Blue, Nami quickly added, "As compensation, I'm willing to give all the treasure I've saved over the years to you, Lord Link. Of course, it would be even better if you could do me a small favor, Lord Link," Nami said with a cute smile, pinching her thumb and index finger together. "This little cat burglar is quite kind-hearted." Link feigned ignorance and smiled. "How much money do you have, and what do you need my help with?" "I started stealing from pirates when I was 10. In 8 years, I've saved up 80 million buri." Nami, who was used to lying, didn't hide anything this time. With a face full of hatred, she said, "I hope you can help me kill someone, Lord Link. A corrupt marine captain." A corrupt marine? No wonder Arlong's empire was so hard to find, so he had a marine covering for him. Link had a moment of realization and asked, "What's this marine's name?" "I don't know his real name." Nami shook her head. "But he's the captain of the 16th Marine Branch. Everyone calls him Captain Nezumi." "The 16th Marine Branch?" Link put on a deliberately surprised expression, then looked at Nami with a smile. "Do you know how to steer a ship?" "Steer a ship?" Nami was taken aback for a moment, then patted her sizable chest and said with a confident smile, "Of course, I'm an excellent navigator." "Can you cook?" "Of course." Hearing this, Nami had a vague idea of what was coming. As expected, Link smiled with satisfaction. "I can leave the Arlong Pirates' treasure, I don't need your 80 million buri, and I can even help you get rid of that Captain Nezumi. But in return, you have to sell yourself to me." That? Nami timidly raised her hand. "Do you mean, sell myself as a slave?" "If I wanted a slave, do you think I'd have any trouble finding one?" Link rolled his eyes at Nami. "I need a smart and capable assistant, a cook who can also do my laundry." "It's a deal." Nami excitedly grabbed Link's hand. "It's a pleasure to be working with you, Captain." Just like that, Nami agreed without the slightest hesitation. She wasn't that valuable. Just by becoming Link's assistant and cook, she could save over 100 million buri and help the villagers remove the cancer that was Captain Nezumi. Even better, by staying by Link's side, she could achieve her dream. It seemed like she was becoming Link's assistant and cook, but in reality, she was getting a super bodyguard, which would definitely help her draw a map of the world. Nami, who had been lost about what to do after the Arlong Pirates were defeated and whether she should continue her life of thievery, had now found her path forward. Of course, it was also because Link was handsome and had acted gently throughout their journey. Despite being the strongest man in the East Blue, he didn't throw his weight around and acted more like a friendly big brother from next door. If he had been a vicious-looking brute, Nami would have given up the treasure and would never have agreed to go with him. In any world, looks are justice. Link was caught off guard by Nami's enthusiasm. He had thought that recruiting Nami would take a lot of time and promises of great benefits. But in the end, without him even mentioning the benefits of being his assistant and cook, Nami had agreed to go with him. Seeing how readily Nami agreed, Link decided to sweeten the deal. Link squeezed Nami's small hand and smiled. "Go back and tell the villagers the good news. Find me after you've taken care of things here." After speaking, Link formed a hand seal with one hand. Thick branches burst from the ground, extending towards the pool connected to the sea and forming a small boat in midair. Seeing Link walk towards the boat, Nami quickly asked, "Captain, are you leaving already?" "Yes, I hate sentimental scenes." Link, carrying the box with the 3 heads, jumped onto the small boat and smiled at Nami. "I'll be on the island of the 16th Marine Branch. I'll wait for you for 3 days." The implication was clear. He was going to take care of Captain Nezumi first and was giving her 3 days to say goodbye to the villagers. "You don't have to be in such a hurry." Nami tried to persuade him to stay. "I only need half a day to handle everything, then I can leave with you, Captain. After defeating the Arlong Pirates, everyone will want to thank you." "That's what I hate the most," Link grumbled, a dark expression on his face. He then created an oar and began to row. "Don't rush to find me. Say a proper goodbye to your family and the villagers." Watching the cool and composed Link leave in such a cool and composed manner, Nami discovered another one of his traits, shyness. At this, Nami couldn't help but let out a giggle and teased. To think that the impaler, who strikes fear into the hearts of countless pirates, is actually such an adorable person. But it was only a person like this that was worthy of her following. And so, Nami skipped happily towards her village. Along the way, Nami wondered how she should break the news to the villagers, and whether she should find Nijiko first to help explain things. But when Nami returned to the village, she found that none of it was necessary. A wood clone of Link had already taken care of the fishmen patrolling the village, gathered the villagers, and prepared them to face Arlong. When they saw Nami return, they immediately surrounded her and confessed everything. And then came the sentimental scene that Link hated the most. Chapter 4, Special Talent. Just like the Marine Branch in Shell's town, the 16th Marine Branch base was also built within a small town. The Marines of this world act as the enforcers for the world government and bodyguards for its member nations. To avoid having a military presence directly in the capital cities, Marine branches are not permitted there. However, fearing pirate raids and pillaging, a Marine branch is always established on a nearby island for each member nation. It's quite a contradiction. Kakasi village was also part of the kingdom's territory, protected by the 16th Marine Branch. This kingdom was called the Lightsai Kingdom. After Link left Kakasi village, he didn't go to the town where the 16th Marine Branch was located to foolishly wait for Nami for 3 days. Instead, he went to tour the kingdom. He also took the opportunity to decorate his new ship. Link's small boat disappeared, replaced by a single-masted small sailboat. This small sailboat was also created by Link using his wood style. Just as Yamato could use wood style to create a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house, Link's wood style could not only build houses, but also ships. Moreover, as Link's strength grew and the life force of his wood style became more vigorous, the ships he created would become impervious to blades and cannons, and even fire could not burn them, making them comparable to the treasure tree atom of this world. When Link was alone, it didn't matter whether he had a small boat or a large ship. He could walk on the sea with his own feet, and his sage body was immune to heat and cold. When hungry, he would hunt in the sea, create a platform with wood style, and grill his catch on the spot with fire style. When thirsty, he used water style to turn the moisture in the air into fresh water. His life was very carefree. But now that he was about to have an assistant, he wouldn't have to cook anymore. Link felt it was time to have a proper ship. Therefore, he specifically went to the Lightsai Kingdom to purchase furniture, decorations, and other daily necessities that wood style couldn't create. Not only that, but Link also hired experts to decorate and paint the new ship, making it very beautiful and luxurious. After getting all this done, Link finally sailed the ship back to the island where the 16th Marine Branch was located. In a flash, the agreed-upon 3 days had passed. Carrying a piece of luggage and also rowing a small boat, Nami had arrived early. Just as she reached the shore, Nami saw Link. It was hard not to. The newly painted ship was simply too eye-catching. Link happened to be sitting on the ship's rail, fishing. His incredibly handsome figure had attracted many local girls who were watching him secretly from the shore. Link seemed to have noticed Nami as well and waved to her. Just as Nami rowed her small boat closer and was about to ask Link to throw down the ship's ladder, 2 branches, one large and one small, suddenly extended from the ship's hull. The large one wrapped around Nami, and the small one coiled around her luggage, delivering them both onto the deck. Watching the branches retract after setting her down, Nami couldn't help but exclaim, "What a convenient ability! This ship is yours from now on, navigator." Link reeled in his fishing rod and smiled at Nami. "No problem." Nami rolled up her sleeves and began to prove her worth. She skillfully weighed anchor and raised the sails, steering the sailboat away from the island. After securing the helm, Nami took out a map and asked Link, "Captain, where are we going next?" "To Logtown." Having put away his fishing rod, Link sat down on a deck chair and said with a smile, "Also, you don't have to call me Captain from now on. Just call me Link." Hey. Seeing how easygoing Link was, Nami's natural personality was unleashed. She said with a grin, "No problem. Then you don't have to call me Cat Burglar anymore, just call me Nami. Link made an okay gesture. It's a pleasure, Nami. The pleasure is all mine. Nami picked up her backpack from the floor and asked, Link, where is my room? Picking up a book he had bought in the Lightside Kingdom, Link casually replied while reading, It's on the top floor, the room next to the one with the sign. Okay. Nami replied and ran up the stairs. A moment later, a cry of surprise came from inside the cabin. Evidently, Nami was very satisfied with her room. When decorating the sailboat, Link had also asked the decorators to furnish Nami's room, filling it with a girly style. When Nami came out, her face was indeed wreathed in smiles. Link's thoughtfulness made the young woman's favorable impression of him soar once again. To repay Link, Nami showed none of her original feistiness from the source material, instead being incredibly gentle and considerate. Seeing Link reading, she, having already explored the cabin, immediately squeezed a glass of juice and brought some snacks to him. When it was noon, Nami even asked about Link's tastes and specially prepared a sumptuous lunch. After lunch, Link had Nami play cards with him. He had to admit, having someone to serve him was indeed much more comfortable than sailing alone. Not only did he not have to cook, but when he was bored, he no longer had to pass the time by fishing. During the card game, Link didn't hide anything when Nami asked him all sorts of questions. You're not a devil fruit user. Nami, who had thought Link was a devil fruit user, couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Besides devil fruits, are there other supernatural abilities in this world? Of course, this world is vast. Link began to educate Nami, broadening the young woman's horizons. Besides humans, there are all sorts of races in this world. Many of them have special talents, and these talents are just as magical as devil fruits. For example, there's an island in the Grand Line called Zoo. On it live animals that can stand, walk, and talk just like humans, called the mink tribe. During a full moon, they can transform into their Sulong form by looking at the moon, and their bodies can generate static electricity. For example, there's a race that is nearly extinct and has become the stuff of legends, called the Lunarian race. They can generate fire from their bodies and can survive in all kinds of natural environments. And then there are humans like us. Some people are born with talents like being impervious to blades and having immense strength, or even the ability to read minds and hear the voice of all things. Nami's face was full of amazement. Incredible, is this the world of the strong? After saying that, Nami looked at Link with curiosity and asked, Then, what about your ability to create wood, Link? It's a type of Kekkei Genkai called wood style. Link didn't explain in detail, telling a white lie. I have a special energy inside my body. Like wood style, it's an innate ability with all sorts of uses. You'll find out in the future. I see. The intelligent Nami immediately understood and didn't ask any more questions. At the same time, Nami realized something. It was possible that she was also a human with a special talent. Because her body only needed to feel the sea breeze to know the climate changes hundreds of nautical miles away. Relying on this ability, Nami could successfully steal every time. She only needed to ride a lifeboat to easily escape the pursuit of pirates and rarely encountered bad weather at sea. In her 8 years at sea, Nami had only failed once, when she was 13, and was captured along with her companions. They weren't caught at sea, but were followed to the island where she hid her treasure. In those 8 years, Nami could be said to have never been defeated at sea. Chapter 5. Who is superior, who is inferior? The mere smoke fruit. 5 days later, the sailboat arrived at Logtown. As the place where the Pirate King was born and died, Logtown was one of the most famous places not only in the East Blue, but in the entire world. Pirates from the East Blue, whether they were heading to the Grand Line or not, would come here to see the execution platform of the Pirate King. Due to the large number of pirates coming to check in, Logtown was extremely chaotic. Therefore, Logtown was once one of the most disorderly islands in the East Blue. But after Marine Headquarters dispatched Smoker, Logtown became one of the most peaceful and safest islands in the East Blue. A Logia-type user, especially in the weakest of seas, was an almost unbeatable existence. even in the first half of the Grand Line. When Link brought Nami ashore in Logtown and headed straight for the Marine base, Smoker personally received this strongest man in the East Blue. In the eyes of Smoker, who had been paying attention to Link, this impaler duke was also a Logia user, a user of the top-tier forest fruit, which was much rarer than the Logia smoke fruit. Once Aramaki made his appearance, it was believed that both Link and Aramaki would become the focus of the world. After all, two forest fruit users were simply too incredible. At that time, people would surely speculate about who between Link and Aramaki was the true user of the Logia forest fruit, and who was the user of a subordinate fruit. If Link's performance was superior to Aramaki's, an absolutely hilarious event would occur. Aramaki would be questioned as not being the forest fruit user, and perhaps even Aramaki himself would begin to self-doubt, wondering if the fruit he ate was truly the forest fruit. I didn't expect even the Arlong Empire to be taken down by you. Looking at the three well-preserved heads, Smoker, chewing on 2 cigars, lamented, I've been looking for his whereabouts, but you found him first. Are you sure you weren't the one who didn't look, for fear of retaliation from the 7 warlords? Link teased, if I remember correctly, Arlong was once a member of the Sun Pirates. The reason he was released from Impel Down was because the Knight of the Sea Jinb joined the 7 warlords. Hearing this, the expressions of both Smoker and Nami, who was standing behind Link, changed slightly. Smoker's face filled with anger as he glared at Link and said, a mere warlord, what right does he have to challenge justice? Nami, on the other hand, began to hate the warlord named Knight of the Sea Jinb. So Arlong had been captured by the Marines long ago. If he hadn't been released, there would be no so-called Arlong Pirates, Belmere wouldn't have died, and she wouldn't have had to suffer for 8 years. All right, I'll believe you for now. Facing Smoker's glare, Link said nonchalantly, hurry up and help me exchange the bounty. I need to enter the Grand Line. HMPH, with a personality like yours, no wonder you're unwilling to join the Marines. Smoker snorted coldly and issued a threat, I hope you don't become one of the sea's trash. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I won't be polite. Link couldn't help but laugh mockingly. That threat might have some weight against Fire Fist, Portga's D-Ace, but a mere smoke fruit user. Don't make me laugh. You bastard want to fight. Believe it or not, I can turn this place into a forest with a single move. Believe it or not, I can make you a wanted pirate with a single phone call. You try it. Watching the two of them trade boasts, looking like they were about to fight any second but never actually starting, Nami, who had been frightened by Link's arrogance and provocation of the Marines, was suddenly speechless. She understood now, these two were old acquaintances. Indeed, Link and Smoker were old acquaintances. As a transmigrator, Link was well aware that the Marines in the Four Blues were extremely corrupt. The more peaceful the sea, the more corrupt the Marines. The East Blue was the weakest sea and also the most peaceful, so corrupt Marines could be seen everywhere. But Link, who was not a wanted man, would always take the pirates he hunted to Logtown to exchange for bounties. Over time, Link and Smoker got to know each other. Smoker, who mistakenly believed Link to be a user of the Logia forest fruit, regarded him with great importance. He had even passed on intelligence about him to Marine headquarters and had invited Link to join the Marines on their behalf multiple times. Unfortunately, each invitation was rejected by Link. Although he was rejected, the Marines did not issue a warrant for Link's arrest. After all, on the surface, he was a bounty hunter cooperating with the Marines, and his work as a war mercenary was legally commissioned by kingdoms. As long as he didn't commit a crime or infringe upon the interests of the world government, neither the Marines nor the world government would want to offend this top-tier Logia user. If the positions of the Royal 7 Warlords of the Sea weren't full, the world government would have already invited Link to join. This verbal sparring match only ended when another person entered. Captain Smoker, the bounty money is here. The person who entered was Tashigi. Yo Tashigi, wanna come with me to the Grand Line? I'll take you to reclaim all those famous swords from the pirates. Looking at the serious-faced Tashigi, Link couldn't help but tease her. "Thank you for your invitation, Lord Link, but I will not leave the Marines," Tashigi said earnestly. Smoker glared at Link again. "You bastard, stop trying to poach my people. It's truly a waste for Tashigi to be with a guy like you." Link shook his head, picked up the case full of bounty money, and waved goodbye. "I'm leaving, no need to see me out." "Who wants to see you out?" After walking out of the Marine base, Link handed the case to Nami and said, "I'll leave the money in your care. Go buy whatever you want." "Really?" Nami's eyes instantly lit up, and she hugged the case tightly. She never expected Link to be so generous, giving her over 30 million to spend as she pleased. Link nodded and asked, "Is there anything you need? If there's nothing to buy, I'll go stock up on some food and fresh water, and then we'll enter the Grand Line." Nami thought for a moment and said, "I want to buy some clothes and medicine, and I need to go to the nautical tool shop here." "All right, let's go." Thus, Link and Nami went to the clothing store and the pharmacy, as well as the nautical tool shop. At the nautical tool shop, Nami also learned about the device known as a log pose and bought several spares. Finally, after stocking up on some food, fresh water, and fruit, Nami steered the sailboat towards the entrance of the Grand Line. Chapter 6: The Baptism of the Grand Line. Is that the entrance to the Grand Line? How magnificent! Gazing at the red line, which looked like the end of the world, Nami said with a look of shock. Link was beside Nami, eating an apple as he spoke. "The entrance to the Grand Line is an upward-flowing channel of seawater. After getting close to that channel, we'll enter a special current. I'll furl the sails in a bit, you just need to steer. Don't be afraid, this ship was made with my ability. Even if it's damaged, it can be easily repaired." Hearing Link's comforting words, Nami nodded forcefully. Quickly, Nami found the upward-flowing channel and steered the sailboat towards it. After a short while, the sailboat entered the special current, and an irresistible force pulled the sailboat along. At this time, if the sailboat's sails were open, the force of the wind might cause it to lose balance, not only failing to enter the channel, but also crashing into the wall. So when the sailboat entered the special current, Link instantly appeared at the base of the mast, grabbed a rope, and with a strong pull, furled the sails. Nami, relying on her rich experience and powerful talent, steadily steered the sailboat into the channel. As soon as it entered, the sailboat shot towards the summit like an arrow. The speed was so great that the sea breeze turned into a gale, almost blowing away the unprepared Nami. Luckily, at that moment, a hand suddenly rested on Nami's shoulder, dispelling the fear that was forming in her heart. With Link there as a safe harbor, Nami instantly calmed her emotions and gripped the helm tightly. In less than 3 minutes, the sailboat reached the summit, and Nami saw the other 4 channels. 3 of them were also flowing upwards, obviously connecting to the other 3 seas. The other channel flowed downwards, which had to be the entrance to the Grand Line. So, Nami turned the helm with the current, letting the sailboat enter the downward-flowing channel. In just over 2 minutes, the sailboat rushed out of the channel and slammed heavily onto the sea surface, successfully arriving in the first half of the Grand Line. Link and Nami's luck was good. They didn't encounter Laboon while he was ramming the red line. Is this the Grand Line, known as the Pirate Graveyard? Nami looked around and complained, "It doesn't look any different." Hearing this, Link glanced at Nami, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. He knew that Nami was about to be proven wrong. Taking out the log pose, Nami steered the sailboat away from the Twin Capes. After sailing for some distance, the log pose, likely attracted by the magnetic field of a certain first island, finally stopped spinning wildly and pointed in a certain direction, trembling slightly. So, Nami fixed the helm in that direction and went to cook. Seeing this, Link didn't remind Nami that the Grand Line's weather is unpredictable. If you don't keep an eye on the log pose, you might end up going in circles or even heading back the way you came. This was something Nami had to experience once to be able to grow quickly. In the original story, Nami went through all of this, and only after being in the Grand Line for a while did she dare to go to a sky island. The key thing is, she didn't fail. In order for Nami to grow quickly, Link didn't mind wasting a little time and enduring hardship with her. This hardship came quickly. Nami had only made 2 dishes when she noticed the light suddenly dimmed. Looking out the window, Nami's expression changed instantly. She saw that the once clear sky had become overcast with dark clouds. The cool sea breeze had also suddenly become violent. Nami quickly turned off the gas, then went to bring in the clothes and close the windows. After doing this, Nami glanced at the log pose on her wrist, and her expression changed again. She ran out into the rainstorm, furled part of the sails, and then quickly turned the helm to get the off-course sailboat back on track. However, the rainstorm didn't last long, stopping after only about 10 minutes. Seeing the weather become clear again, Nami hesitated on whether to take the clothes out to dry. Before she could make a decision, she saw the sky turn white, and then a gale struck again. Countless goose-feather-like snowflakes fell, quickly turning the sailboat white. In just over 10 minutes, the blizzard had piled a thick layer of snow on the deck. Having no other choice, Nami could only turn off the gas again, first go to her room to change into winter clothes, and then call Link to go out and shovel snow. It's only been half an hour, and we've had a rainstorm and a blizzard in succession. What is this crazy weather? Nami shouted in frustration while shoveling snow. This is the Grand Line. The weather is unpredictable. Link said with a smile, if our luck is bad, we might continuously encounter the cycle of the 4 seasons. Good thing I bought clothes for all 4 seasons and various medicines. I'm not afraid of catching a cold. Nami tightened her scarf, looked at Link who was wearing a long robe, and couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Link, you're only wearing 1 layer of clothing, don't you feel cold? No, my constitution is rather special. It makes me immune to heat and cold, Link shook his head. Nami immediately said with an envious look, no wonder your skin is so good. For the next few hours, Link and Nami were constantly busy. After the blizzard ended, it started hailing. After the hail, the temperature suddenly rose by 40 degrees, and it was so hot that Nami didn't dare to cook. After that, there was a bone-chilling cold wind, a thunderstorm, and another rainstorm, finally tormenting Nami to the point of giving up. When the Grand Line's baptism finally ended, Nami collapsed on the sofa, not moving at all. To reward Nami, Link took over the cooking, turning their lunch into a sumptuous dinner to celebrate entering the Grand Line. At night, after several hours of sailing, the sailboat finally reached the first island of the Grand Line. The first half of the Grand Line has a total of 7 routes, and the first island on each route is also known as a first island. Without knowing the exact direction and without an eternal pose, choosing Whiskey Peak among the 7 routes requires a certain amount of luck. The first island that Link and Nami arrived at was not Whiskey Peak, but a relatively prosperous island, second only to Logtown. Because they were still far away, Link and Nami could see a brightly lit town with a large number of sailboats moored in the harbor. To be able to stand firm as the first stop for pirates from the 4 Blues, it was clear that this town either had considerable strength or a powerful background, making the unruly pirates from the 4 Blues not dare to act recklessly. Chapter 7, The Thief and an Acquaintance. When the sailboat docked, Link finally understood where this town's confidence came from. On a flagpole in the harbor, a flag was hanging. Link recognized the flag. It depicted a smiling skull with a slash through it. This symbol was extremely famous in both the pirate world and the underworld, because it was the symbol of the Don Quixote family. The head of this family was one of the royal 7 warlords of the sea, Heavenly Yaksha, the underworld broker joker, a man whose influence spread across the world and who had connections in both the light and dark on this great sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Of course, the vast majority of people only knew Doflamingo as a warlord and one of the kings of the underworld, but few knew that he was a former celestial dragon. Even though he was stripped of his status as a world noble, he could still leverage the world government's network. Even if he committed a heinous crime, he was an existence that could not be executed. Furthermore, he had a very close cooperative relationship with one of the 4 emperors, Beast Kaido. With such a network of connections, aside from a few superpowers, no one was willing to provoke the Don Quixote family. The Don Quixote family was a very famous arms dealer in the underworld. They not only sold arms to war-torn countries, but also to the world government. When pirates and marines ran out of munitions at sea, they also needed to purchase from the nearest black market. Therefore, the Don Quixote family was a very famous existence in both the first and second halves of the Grand Line, as well as in the Four Blues. Pirates from the Four Blues, unless they were targeted by the Don Quixote family, which at best meant a sharp increase in the cost of buying weapons on the black market, and at worst meant being hunted by the Don Quixote family's assassin group, were completely unwilling to offend the Don Quixote family. Therefore, these pirates naturally did not dare to cause trouble on this island. After furling the sails and dropping anchor, Link and Nami disembarked from the ship. As soon as they set foot on shore, the two of them attracted a lot of attention. After all, it was common knowledge on the sea that the captain of a specially painted sailboat was either a person of status or wealthy. So, the people on the docks subconsciously sized up Link, wanting to see if he was a familiar face from their memory. And indeed, quite a few people recognized Link, and their expressions changed slightly. Some pirates and informants, who were specifically left behind to watch the ships and gather intelligence, immediately and quietly left to report this discovery to their superiors. Besides these people, there was a cloaked person who also recognized Link. But the cloaked person's gaze did not linger on Link for long, shifting instead to Nami beside him. If Link had mastered observation haki, or if his perception technique had reached a level where he could sense emotional changes, he would have discovered that this cloaked person's gaze held a hint of surprise and joy. When Link and Nami left the docks and walked into the town streets, this cloaked person also quietly tailed them from behind. Link quickly discovered the mouse behind them, but he didn't pay it any mind. This kind of petty thief was a common sight even in the East Blue. As long as the other party didn't make a move, Link couldn't be bothered to act. But clearly, this mouse was not honest, and also very unlucky. The mouse suddenly accelerated, running towards Link and Nami. Just as Link was forming a one-handed seal, preparing to create a wooden spike to pierce the person, his perception technique seemed to discover something, and Link suddenly stopped his actions. The cloaked person quickly ran past Nami, accidentally bumping her shoulder in the process. "Stop, give me back my wallet." Having lost her balance, Nami did not panic. She reacted extremely quickly, grabbing the cloaked person and shouting angrily. Nami was also an expert in this kind of brush-by theft. In the original story, when she said goodbye to the villagers, Nami had simply run past them and stolen their wallets. When the cloaked person bumped into her just now, Nami clearly felt the wallet in her pocket disappear. "Ashishi, it's been a few years, you've grown up quite a bit, little cat burglar." The captured cloaked person did not struggle desperately, but let out a unique laugh in a pleasant, girlish voice. Hearing this strange yet familiar unique laugh, Nami's delicate body trembled. Memories uncontrollably flashed through her mind, and she stammered, You are." The cloaked person turned around, took off the hood to reveal a head of beautiful, long purple hair and a beautiful face with delicate features, and grinned at Nami. "Ashishi. Long time no see, Nami." Looking at the fully matured face, Nami's beautiful eyes widened. "Karina, it's really you." After speaking, Nami, like a different person, had the look of surprise on her face instantly replaced by anger. She pounced on Karina in front of her, her hands forcefully pinching the other's cheeks as she shouted, "You traitor, I've finally found you." "Hi." Karina looked at Nami in disbelief, then also angrily pinched Nami's cheeks back, shouting with a muffled voice, Who are you calling a traitor?" "Who else but you?" Nami's voice was equally muffled. "Back then, you clearly promised me you would come back, but you never did, and you stole my share of the treasure." "Nonsense. If I had gone back, we both would have died. If I hadn't stolen your treasure and left a taunting note, making Mad Treasure think you were even more miserable, you wouldn't have had a sliver of hope to live," Karina said. "That was the only way we could both possibly survive." Hearing this, Nami's movements paused slightly, and the grudge in her heart was instantly resolved. It was just as she had thought, this vixen hadn't abandoned her. Seeing Nami stunned, Karina couldn't help but break free from her hands, rubbing her reddened cheeks and rolling her eyes. "Besides, I was chased by Mad Treasure for a long time. I was almost caught once, so I had no choice but to flee to the Grand Line. Serves you right, Nami also rolled her eyes at Karina. This action also allowed the former thief duo to bury the hatchet and become friends again. Nami, is this your friend? Link finally interjected. Sizing up the purple-haired, blue-eyed, beautiful girl in front of him, Link recognized her from the conversation the two girls just had. Karina, a character who did not appear in the original story, was a songstress and phantom thief who appeared in film, Gold, and was Nami's partner when she was just starting out. Through the plot of the movie and the performance in the flashbacks, Karina should have been Nami's Carrie back in the day. Chapter 8, A New Member. Nami nodded and introduced her to Link. This is my partner, known as Karina the Cat Burglar. Karina greeted Link as well. A pleasure to meet you, Lord Impaler. Evidently, Karina had also recognized Link. Likewise. Link smiled, nodded, and asked, Are you part of an organization? No, I'm not. Karina shook her head. I've been scouting targets here for a while, preparing to find a way into the New World. Nami asked, The New World, what's that? Knowing how isolated the East Blue is, Karina didn't mock Nami this time. She explained, The New World is what people call the second half of the Grand Line. Because of the Red Line, the Grand Line is divided into two halves. The first half is considered a pirate graveyard by those of us from the Four Blues, but to people from the New World, it's considered a paradise. The New World, that's the true pirate graveyard. It's the strongest sea, ruled by the four pirate emperors. Although she understood, Nami didn't have a full grasp of it, only remarking with a slight dawning of realization, Oh, I see. Seeing her expression, Karina knew Nami was a complete novice who would need a significant amount of time to adapt, or perhaps some first-hand experience, to truly integrate into this great sea. Link, for his part, was very impressed with the young woman. Despite being in the first half of the Grand Line, she seemed very knowledgeable about the New World and even had plans for it. Link extended his hand to Karina and made an offer. Since you don't have an organization, how about you join me? Join you? Karina was slightly taken aback, then her heart fluttered with temptation. Since entering the Grand Line, Karina had relied on her extremely sharp mind and excellent information-gathering skills to quickly adapt to its rhythm, and she had yet to suffer any losses. But by the same token, she hadn't achieved anything significant either. When she was broke, she would steal from some pirates' wallets. To get to other islands, she would either go alone or use her outstanding social skills or her cat burglar techniques to hitch a ride on other ships. For years, Karina had felt more like a tourist in the first half of the Grand Line. It was only recently that Karina had finally found a goal. She had learned that in the world's largest entertainment city in the second half of the Grand Line, there was the Tesoro treasure, containing 300 billion buri in cash. Whoever could obtain that treasure would be the world's #1 thief. This treasure gave Karina a goal to strive for. Her original plan was to find a way into the New World, then join the world's largest entertainment city and slowly gather intelligence. There were only two ways to enter the New World. One was to code a ship and enter Fishman Island like the pirates do, then proceed from Fishman Island into the New World. The journey was extremely dangerous, a near-certain death for those who weren't strong enough. The second was to abandon your ship and cross over the Red Line at Mary Geoise, but that required paying an astronomical fee. Karina had chosen the latter, but she couldn't afford it. Through the intelligence she had gathered, Karina learned that factions flying the flag of the Donquixote family had to pay a tribute to the family at regular intervals. These tributes would be collected by a Donquixote family representative in the first half of the Grand Line, and then transferred to the person in charge in the New World via the Mary Geoise platform. Karina's plan was to infiltrate that representative's team, allowing her to cross at Mary Geoise without paying. But the appearance of her former partner, along with Link's invitation, gave Karina a new idea. Although she was in the first half of the Grand Line, Karina still kept up with the news from the East Blue. She knew a great deal about Link, the impaler who had emerged last year and quickly made a name for himself. Especially after being caught years ago by Mad Treasure, user of the paramecia-type clank-clank fruit, Karina had spent years studying devil fruits. She knew Link was the user of the Logia-type forest fruit and understood the standing of Logia-type devil fruits. With his strength, he was an invincible presence not just in the weakest sea, the East Blue, but also in the other 3 seas and even the first half of the Grand Line. If she joined him, she wouldn't have to rack her brains just to survive anymore. She could just cling to this powerhouse's leg like Nami. Safe sailing, no longer alone, while still pursuing the thrill of stealing the Tesoro treasure. As Karina hesitated, Nami's eyes lit up. "That's right, Karina. If you don't have a team, come with me." Having resolved their past issues, Nami placed great trust in her former partner, Karina. If she hadn't met Karina early in her career, Nami might not have survived until now. The exceptionally talented Karina had taught her the art of thievery, leading her to steal wallets and treasures from one thug and pirate after another. Without Karina's help, Nami could never have saved 80 million Buri in 8 years. Without Karina, she might have died long ago. Therefore, Nami was extremely grateful to and trusted her partner. Now that she had found a new powerhouse to rely on, Nami wanted to share him with her former one. Looking at Nami's sincere face, Karina made her decision in an instant. She grasped Link's hand and said with a grin, "Ashishi. Then I'll be in your care, Captain. Just call me Link like Nami does." Link smiled and released her hand, then asked, "How long have you been here? Have you been at the docks the whole time?" The extremely sharp-witted Karina seemed to instantly guess Link's purpose and couldn't help but smile. "I've been here for over half a month. In that time, I've learned about every pirate who hasn't left." Hearing this, Link's gaze toward Karina grew even more appreciative. He also smiled meaningfully. "Then, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way, Karina." "No problem." Karina immediately took off her cloak, revealing a practical athletic top and shorts underneath, perfect for a quick getaway. Her figure and the generous size of her assets were more developed than Nami's at present. Her assets, in particular, were a full size larger than Nami's. Evidently, Karina, who had never suffered thanks to her intellect, hadn't mistreated her body by saving every penny like Nami, so she had developed better. Seeing Karina, who was the same age and had once been just as unremarkable as her, now so well endowed, Nami couldn't help but grit her teeth. As if noticing Nami's gaze, Karina proudly puffed out her chest before taking a notebook from her waist pouch. Flipping to the most recent entries, Karina walked on Link's other side and reported in a low voice, "The magnetic field of this island takes a week to set. This exact timing has filled the island with business opportunities. Every week, a new batch of pirates comes through here. Some of these pirates buy an eternal pose to leave early, while others stay here to gather information on the Grand Line and make thorough preparations. Right now, there are 4 pirate crews on this island with bounties in the tens of millions, all of them vicious criminals from the 4 Blues." Hearing this, Link asked, "Which pirate crew has the highest bounty?" "The one with the highest bounty is the Sawblade Pirates from the North Blue. Their captain is a mutated human nearly 5 meters tall who wields an incredibly exaggerated sawblade. Before even entering the Grand Line, he had a bounty of 57 million Buri in the North Blue, Sawblade Arnold." Karina flipped to a specific page, on which a card-sized wanted poster was pasted. It was for Sawblade Arnold. Then Karina continued, "This pirate crew is extremely brutal. Besides the captain, there are 3 other officers who are also pirates with bounties in the tens of millions and millions." Chapter 9. Instant Annihilation of the 100-Man Squad. "Then that's the one." Link nodded and asked, "Do you know their location?" "I do." Karina looked at the image in the newspaper and suddenly suggested, "Link, with your ability, could you do it without killing them?" Link looked at Karina with great interest. "Why do you ask?" Nami, standing on Link's other side, also turned to look at Karina. A few years apart, and this vixen is now pleading for pirates. However, Karina's next words made Nami realize that her former partner had left her far behind. Karina's beautiful eyes sparkled as she said, "If you can subdue them without killing them, I suggest we get 2 birds with 1 stone. Although most pirates have a dead or alive bounty, A living pirate is a walking achievement for some people. So there's a channel in the black market where you can sell living pirates for a price far higher than their bounty. We can capture those pirates with bounties, plunder their treasure, and then sell them to the black market for a high price. Hearing Karina's plan, Nami's jaw dropped. You can even sell pirates. Of course, and they're very valuable. Karina continued. Besides weapons, the Don Quixote family also deals in the slave trade, so there's a channel for that here. That's a good idea, but it's unnecessary. Link first affirmed Karina's idea, but then shook his head in the next second. I won't let those blood-soaked pirates live, and I don't care about that little bit of money. This was a lie. Link truly didn't care about that little bit of money, but that wasn't the reason he had to kill the pirates. The reason Link mercilessly killed pirates and enemies was simply because only by finishing off a target could he gain experience. Link had once tried to see if he could gain experience just by defeating an enemy, but the system prompt never sounded. Only by finishing off the enemy could Link gain experience. This was the reason Link was so ruthless, impaling all his enemies. I understand. Karina nodded slightly, not feeling any regret. Link's answer made her understand why Nami followed him. If she remembered correctly, Nami also hated pirates intensely. For this captain to hate pirates so much, he must have gone through something. Led by Karina, Link arrived in front of a tavern. The Sawblade pirates are inside. They've booked the whole tavern and have been drinking in there for days, Karina said. Stay behind me. Link pushed the door open directly. As soon as he entered, the boisterous and noisy shouts reached Link's ears. Nearly 100 pirates were drinking and making merry throughout the tavern, some gambling, others dancing with women in their arms. Whether man or woman, everyone's demeanor suggested they were not good people. Hey, kid, this place has been booked by us, the Sawblade Pirates. Get lost. What pretty girls, they can stay, the man can scram. The moment Link's group of 3 entered, someone immediately tried to drive them away. It was a trio of drunks, arms slung over each other's shoulders, holding wine bottles. One of them, upon seeing Karina and Nami, was immediately overcome with lust and wanted to provoke them. However, he didn't notice the pitying looks in Nami's and Karina's eyes. Link only glanced at the trio of drunks, his eyes scanning the tavern, and quickly found the nearly 5-meter-tall mutated human, Sawblade Arnold. Thus, Link formed hand seals, aimed his palm in Arnold's direction, and said softly, "Wood-style, cutting technique." Black dots appeared on Link's palm, and then dozens of toothpick-sized wooden splinters emerged from these dots, flying towards the targeted crowd. The moment they left Link's palm, the toothpick-sized wooden splinters immediately swelled up like inflating balloons, becoming the size of arrows in the blink of an eye. In an instant, a rain of arrows engulfed the tavern. Pachakaikai. The arrow rain came very suddenly, and most of the Sawblade pirates were drunk. Many didn't even notice the arrow rain before they were hit by the arrow-sized wooden splinters. As the wooden splinters entered their bodies, horrific screams immediately echoed throughout the place. Thick wooden splinters burst out from the bodies of the impaled pirates, killing them instantly. Among them was Sawblade Arnold, with a bounty of 57 million buri. Evidently, he had only been given such a high bounty by the Marines due to his mutated human strength, his custom-made Sawblade, and his brutal methods. However, no matter how strong a mutated human was, there were only 2 possibilities. Either they were close to the strength of a fishman, or stronger than one. Ding, killed an enemy, gained 0.2% experience. The system's prompt gave the answer. This pirate with a bounty of 57 million buri was weaker than Arlong. Thinking about it, it made sense. Because Arlong was in the weakest sea, the East Blue, and hadn't made any big moves in years, plus his collusion with the Marines, his bounty was only 20 million buri. If he went to the other 3 seas, his bounty would definitely be far above 20 million. But regardless of which pirate, Arlong or any other, in front of Link, they were all cannon fodder that could be taken out in one move. Just after the first wave of arrows flew out, Link shot out another wave. In just a few seconds, of the nearly 100 members of the Sawblade Pirates, only the trio of drunks who had been scared sober and were now paralyzed on the ground remained. Puchakaikai. Link shot out 3 more wooden splinters, finishing off the trio of drunks. The entire tavern was now left with the tavern owner, who was wiping a glass with a stunned expression, and Link's group of 3. Too weak. Link, who had just wiped out the Sawblade Pirates, had a very ugly expression on his face. Because after finishing off nearly 100 people, the system prompt had only sounded 4 times. This meant that out of nearly 100 people, only 4 had provided Link with experience. Besides Sawblade Arnold, the other 3 were likely the officers of the Sawblade Pirates, and the experience they provided was not even 0.1%. The experience provided by all 4 people combined was only 0.38%. The rest of the pirates, like those kingdom soldiers, could no longer provide Link with experience. At this point, Link thought to himself, it seems only pirates with bounties or guys with bounty-level strength can provide experience now. While Link was feeling unsatisfied, Karina and Nami behind him had their mouths wide open, looking completely dumbfounded. Chapter 10, Sudden Wealth 1.2 Billion Berries. Although Nami and Karina knew Link was strong, having gone from a newcomer to the strongest in the East Blue in just half a year with a ridiculously impressive track record, this was the first time they had seen him in action. Having witnessed him instantly kill the Sawblade Pirates, the 2 women were stunned. Nami finally understood how the Arlong Pirates had been killed. Karina, on the other hand, understood why Logiotypes were widely recognized as the strongest of the 3 devil fruit classes. An ability that, upon impact, would first destroy an enemy's internal organs before branching out to pierce through their body was practically an instant kill power. Without powerful defenses, even being hit by a single small wooden splinter meant certain death. Karina, which ones are the officers of the Sawblade Pirates? Link's voice pulled Karina back to her senses. She quickly took out her notebook and flipped to the page on the Sawblade Pirates. Found them, these 3. Pointing to the wanted posters pasted on the page, Karina quickly identified the 3 officers. The next second, her face turned slightly pale. She watched as Link, right in front of her, used his wood style to create vines that wrapped around the heads of Arnold and the other 3, and then twisted. In this chaotic era, Karina had often seen dead people, but it had been a long time since she had witnessed such a gruesome scene. If she didn't know Link was a bounty hunter, seeing him do this just for the convenience of cashing in bounties, she would probably regret joining. After all, with such a ruthless captain, who knew if he might twist her head off when he got angry. Hold these. Link had no idea he had frightened Karina. After packing the 4 heads into 2 wooden boxes, Link handed the boxes directly to Karina and Nami. He then placed a stack of cash on a table and said to the trembling tavern owner, I'm not paying their tab. You can search their bodies. Take this money as compensation. With that, Link walked towards the door. Nami and Karina followed closely behind. Gazing at Link's back, Karina, who had been startled and should have been terrified of him, suddenly felt a surge of goodwill and a sense of security. Link had absolutely no need to give the man money, but he did. This kind of small, benevolent gesture often reveals a person's character. The person that the cat burglar chose to follow truly had his own principles and bottom line, just like her. The 3 of them were kindred spirits. At that moment, Karina let go of her reservations and decided to actively get closer to Link, to understand the captain she would be following for a long time. Link was still unaware that his small gesture had won the girl's favor. With Karina leading the way and identifying the targets, Link reaped the lives of 3 other pirate crews, a process of absolute domination. The pirate crew with the highest bounty on this island was the Sawblade Pirates. If even they were instantly killed by Link, the other crews stood no chance. In just over 10 minutes, Link had wiped out the 4 strongest pirate crews on the island, gaining a total of 0.83% experience, not even a full 1%. Aside from the captains and officers, the small fries from those pirate crews provided no experience for Link. This was normal. After all, they were just a bunch of well-fed sea trash. their strength not even comparable to that of systematically trained kingdom soldiers. If even kingdom soldiers couldn't provide him with experience, these pirate grunts certainly couldn't. It seemed he would have to hunt the major players from the original story to gain substantial experience. At this thought, Link immediately had a plan. After packing up the heads of the 4 pirate captains and their officers, Link had no intention of going to a marine branch to exchange them for bounties. He had Karina lead him to a channel that bought pirate heads, selling all of them at a reduced price. That's right, at a reduced price. A living pirate is a great achievement, like how Morgan rose through the ranks by arresting Kuro. But a dead pirate isn't worth as much. Taking these heads to be exchanged for bounties would be a waste of time. So Link had to sacrifice a little profit for others to be willing to buy so many heads. Even so, by selling the heads of the 4 pirate captains and their officers, Link still got over 200 million berries. The bounties were just a small part. The real prize was the weapons and treasure on the 4 pirate ships. After selling all the weapons to the local black market and converting the gold and jewels into berries, Link's total haul from this hunt was 1.2 billion berries. That's right, a full 1.2 billion berries. The reason for such an astonishing harvest was that this was the starting island. Those 4 pirate crews had just entered the Grand Line and had made ample preparations in their home seas. Now, all those preparations had become Link's spoils of war. We're rich, we're rich. Carrying 3 money chests bound by vines in each hand, Karina and Nami walked with a comical, uncoordinated gait down a deserted street, their beautiful eyes having turned into signs, sparkling with a brilliant golden light. Having been thieves since they were 10, Karina and Nami, now 18, realized for the first time that making money could be so easy. If Link hadn't gone on a killing spree and scared off the other pirates, turning this once bustling town into a ghost town, Nami and Karina would have urged him to continue hunting. If they had wiped out all the pirates on the island and collected all their treasure, what a terrifying income that would be. Link didn't care about the prey that had escaped. He had bigger plans and couldn't be bothered with these small fry. Looking at the local map in his hand, Link followed the arrow's direction and led Karina and Nami to a local navigation tool shop. Inside the shop, Link found several eternal poses he needed. After buying them, Link took Nami and Karina and left the island that very night. Not only did they leave the island, but they also left that sea route. As Link changed course, photos of his overwhelming display of power on the island that night were faxed to the World Economic Journal as news material. With no other major events happening recently, this news quickly became the headline for the next day's paper. The title was full of sensationalism. Logiotype users' dimensionality reduction strike, the East Blue's strongest hunters showcase. 4 great pirate crews from the 4 seas annihilated in 15 minutes. Chapter 11, Rising Fame Madman. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's Office. That kid who ate a top-tier Logia fruit has finally left the weakest of the seas. Sengoku looked at today's World Economic Journal and sighed, to kill hundreds of people in just over 10 minutes. Just how much must that kid hate pirates? Hate? Is it possible he just has a penchant for slaughter? Vice Admiral Tsuru's words, however, made Sengoku's expression turn grim. He asked, "Tsuru, why do you say that?" Vice Admiral Tsuru was also looking at today's newspaper. She said slowly, "When he was stirring up the situation in the affiliated nations of the East Blue, I sent people to investigate. According to the reports from my subordinates, since that kid's debut, not a single one of his targets has survived. Men, women, old, young, as long as they were pirates or his enemies, he showed no mercy. If it were only that, I would just think of him as another Douglas Bullet, who has an immense killing drive but can control it without falling into darkness. But when I reviewed Douglas Bullet's file, I suddenly discovered something terrifying." Sengoku asked curiously, "What is it?" "Anyone who has killed a lot, even if they haven't awakened Haki, will accumulate an astonishing amount of killing intent, which can even begin to transform into a demonic aura," Vice Admiral Tsuru said with a grave expression. "But that kid doesn't have a single trace of killing intent on him." Hearing this, Sengoku's expression changed drastically. He looked down at Link's photo printed in the newspaper, his eyes now filled with a grave solemnity. As the strategist, he naturally understood what Vice Admiral Tsuru meant. Even Douglas Bullet, who went on a crazed rampage and completely lost control after the Pirate King's death, awakened a demonic aura from his excessive slaughter, and his conqueror's haki was as terrifying as a demon's. But Link, who had hunted countless pirates, killing them regardless of whether they had a bounty, and had swayed the outcome of wars in a dozen kingdoms, killing an unknown number of people, had not only not lost control, but didn't even have a trace of killing intent. What did that mean? It meant that he didn't feel like he was killing at all. He thought he was playing a game. It was just like how the celestial dragons could kill so many slaves without having any killing intent themselves. Link didn't see people as people at all. How was a person like that not a kind of madman in his own right? In that moment, Link's threat level in Sengoku's eyes skyrocketed. I hope he can keep himself in check and never lose control, Sengoku said coldly. If even the highest echelons of the Marines were discussing Link, it went without saying for the rest of the world. After all, the Logia-type woodwood fruit was a top-tier Logia. Before Aramaki emerged, everyone would assume Link was the user of the woodwood fruit. In any era, the appearance of a Logia user would cause a considerable stir around the world. The more top-tier the element, the greater the commotion. For example, the current 3 admirals once caused a worldwide sensation, making people see how powerful the next generation of the Marines would be. After all, light, magma, and ice were all top-tier Logia. Even if a nobody ate one, their strength would be at least at the vice admiral level, and they would be a top officer in an emperor's crew. Another example was Portga's D-Ace 3 years ago, who made the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar his own, in a league of his own. Before even entering the New World, he received an invitation from the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Shortly after joining the Whitebeard Pirates, he became the 2nd Division commander. Now, another top-tier Logia user had appeared. This Logia user, a bounty hunter, had annihilated 4 pirate crews in just over 10 minutes, killing several hundred people. With such a status and such a track record, the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line who knew the power of Logia types all memorized Link's face. If they ever saw him, they knew to run as far away as possible. As for the pirates of the New World, they were unconcerned with Link's identity. Allegiances can change. As long as they could defeat Link, in a choice between death and submission, only a fool wouldn't know which to choose. That day, the great pirates took note of Link, deciding to recruit this top-tier Logia user full of potential once he entered the New World. On their way to the new sea route, Link and the 2 girls also saw today's news. The headline of the World Economic Journal, "Link, you're famous." Looking at Link's photo on the front page, Nami shouted excitedly. Karina, however, was very calm. The flashing lights last night, I knew someone was secretly taking my picture. Fame is just a matter of time. You too will have your day as well, Link said with a meaningful smile. Nami and Karina thought Link meant that as long as they stayed by his side, they would sooner or later be reported in the papers as a gimmick. They didn't know that Link's reason for changing sea routes was not only for rapid growth, but also to quickly gain enough strength to help them find suitable devil fruits to change their destinies. Neither Nami nor Karina were just eye candy. If they both had combat abilities, they would become even more outstanding, and at the very least, Link wouldn't have to be distracted or use a wood clone to protect them. A few days later, after changing sea routes, the 3 of them finally arrived at their destination. This island looks like a cactus. Gazing at the island ahead, Nami remarked with a sigh. This island looks familiar. Karina's brows furrowed slightly. Then, as if a thought struck her, she suddenly took out her notebook, flipped through it, and said to Link, "Link, this island is called Whiskey Peak. There's a town on it where bounty hunters gather." Link nodded. "I know, I came here for them." "Link, are you going to join them?" Nami asked subconsciously. After spending these few days together, Nami and Karina had come to understand Link to a certain extent. Link was, in a way, like them, a person with a certain bottom line and principles, yet ruthless towards pirates. His bottom line was not to harm ordinary people. So, Nami subconsciously thought Link wouldn't attack his peers, since he was also a bounty hunter. Hearing this, Link said nothing, but Karina couldn't help but roll her eyes at Nami. After all these years, this little cat burglar was still so naive. Bounty hunting was one of the professions of the underworld. Though it was a profession that cooperated with the Marines, why was it listed as an underworld profession? The reason was simple. Most bounty hunters were weak and could only huddle together for warmth. Even when many of them teamed up, they couldn't make enough money and had to take on side jobs like stealing ships and human trafficking. People called such bounty hunters hyenas. Link was also a bit speechless. He could only explain, "I came here to take someone away. The princess of a superpower." Chapter 12, Wood Style, Nativity of a World of Trees. A superpower. A princess. Karina and Nami were both slightly stunned. The former said in disbelief, "Such a small place is actually hiding a princess from one of the 50 strong nations." The so-called 50 strong nations referred to the 50 representative countries selected from over 170 member nations that could participate in the World Conference held every 4 years. Not all 50 countries were superpowers, but a superpower was definitely one of the 50 strong nations. The status of the 50 strong nations was very special. They could modify laws through voting and even abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system. Superpowers, in particular, had astonishing territory and national strength, existences that even great pirates dared not provoke lightly. As a princess of a superpower, she should be escorted by a fleet when she travels. How could she be in a hyena's den? Here, Karina, without waiting for Link to answer, asked again, "Link, how do you know there's a princess of a superpower hiding here?" Compared to why a superpower's princess was here, Karina was now more curious about where Link, who had just entered the Grand Line a few days ago, got this information. After all, these past few days, neither she nor Nami had left Link's side. Whether he had gathered this intelligence in the East Blue or only after entering the Grand Line, it demonstrated that Link's intelligence-gathering capabilities were astonishing, an existence that even Karina, who also specialized in gathering intelligence, couldn't hope to match. Link seemed to have expected Karina's question and asked with a smile, "You should have learned about my ability from Nami, right?" Karina nodded repeatedly. When she had just learned from Nami that Link's ability to create wood was not the Logia-type woods fruit, but a bloodline ability, Karina's worldview had been refreshed, and her horizons broadened. Link asked again, "Then do you know the reason Nami joined me?" Karina nodded again. These past few days, she and Nami had got to know each other, learning about each other's experiences over the years. So Link explained, "My ability can create wood clones. As long as the energy within these clones isn't depleted, they won't disappear. These wood clones can transmit what they see to me in real time. Although I've been in the East Blue, I actually sent a large number of wood clones into the Grand Line long ago to help me gather intelligence. So that's how it is." Karina and Nami had a sudden realization. Immediately, Karina said with a face full of envy, "Wood clones. Using such an ability for intelligence gathering is simply more perfect than the clear fruit that thieves dream of." No wonder Link is so knowledgeable about the Grand Line's climate. So he sent a large number of clones in advance, Nami also said. "Yes." Link nodded. Link deliberately told a white lie. As a transmigrator, Link knew things others didn't, even some of the world's truths. But Link didn't want to constantly put on an act in front of Karina and Nami, so he directly credited the wood clones. Knowing about the wood clone ability, no matter how much more information Link revealed in the future, Karina and Nami wouldn't find it strange, nor would they question him like they were now. Amidst their casual chat, the sailboat arrived at Whiskey Peak. At the same time, the lookouts on the shore had already spotted the sailboat. When the 3 of them disembarked, they immediately saw a group of townspeople with wide, enthusiastic smiles swarming towards them. These guys must be bounty hunters. They're probably trying to lull us into a false sense of security first. After whispering, Karina couldn't help but complain, This trick can only fool greenhorns who just came from the four seas. After all, who would believe there's such a peaceful and enthusiastic place on the first island? So what do we do next? Nami asked, looking at Link's profile. Should we play along with their act? No need for that trouble, it'll be over soon. Link took a few steps forward, then formed hand seals. A substantial blue aura of chakra emanated from his body as he shouted softly, "Wood style, deep forest emergence." The next second, a scene that shattered the worldview of Karina, Nami, and even the bounty hunters in front of them, immediately unfolded. With a rumble, a strong earthquake immediately swept across half of Whiskey Peak. The sudden tremor stole Karina and Nami's balance, nearly making them fall to the ground. A large number of the swarming bounty hunters in front of them fell over directly. Before they could get up, the ground was suddenly torn apart by the tremors, creating cracks of various sizes. Tree branches of varying sizes extended from the fissures. Just after emerging from the ground, these branches grew at an extremely fast rate, becoming like giant, sea king-sized pythons. They grew various branches and leaves, transforming into a sea of trees that instantly submerged the group of bounty hunters. Also submerged was the town, which was some distance away from Link and the others. After more than 3 minutes, the earthquake finally stopped. When the sound of the advancing sea of trees also disappeared, the island before Karina and Nami's eyes had completely changed. The entire area, from the docks to the cactus-like mountains, had turned into a sea of green. Countless towering trees stood on the ground, forming a forest of astonishing size. On some of the trees, Karina and Nami saw giant cocoons hanging from the branches. Gulped! Karina was the first to come to her senses. She swallowed hard and said with a trembling voice, those enemy countries would never believe that the impaler was holding back so much. Is this Link's true power? Nami also said, her voice trembling. Whether it was Nami, Karina, or those who read the newspapers, they all only knew that the impaler could create a startling area of wooden spikes to skewer all enemies in front of him. Those hit by the wooden spikes would have branching spikes grow from their bodies. Being hit meant certain death. So everyone thought Link's power was only at that level. Only Smoker and those who understood the Logia-type woods, Fruit knew that Link had never revealed his true strength from beginning to end. The people of the weakest sea could never force a top-tier Logia user to use their full power. When Link finally got serious, it was a normal thing for Karina and Nami to have such a reaction. In fact, this was also the first time Link had used wood style, deep forest emergence at full power, and the first time he had used it against humans. After turning half of Whiskey Peak into a forest and hanging everyone on the island from branches like cocoons, Link seemed to confirm something. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he thought to himself, the life-draining ability of wood style, it really does work on people without chakra. Chapter 13, Almighty Jutsu, Princess Vivi. In the world of Naruto, the wood-style Kekkei Genkai is a legendary Kekkei Genkai. This is not only because this Kekkei Genkai is extremely rare. Besides Hashirama Senju and a few individuals implanted with his cells, no one else in the entire vast Senju clan awakened the wood-style Kekkei Genkai for decades. At the same time, it is also because this Kekkei Genkai is ridiculously powerful. In the hands of Hashirama Senju, wood style was an all-powerful jutsu that integrated offense, defense, support, sealing, terrain manipulation, and sensing. It was the Kekkei Genkai that pacified a war-torn era. Before obtaining the Rinnegan, no matter how Madara Uchiha upgraded his Sharingan, or even captured the Nine Tails to assist him, he was still completely dominated by Hashirama Senju. So why couldn't Madara Uchiha win? Simple, because wood style has a passive ability that is an extremely effective counter. This passive ability is that wood style can absorb chakra. As long as one is entangled by wood style, their chakra will be drained. For the weak, being caught by wood style basically means defeat. Even the strong will have their chakra continuously drained by wood style. Not only will their stamina decrease, but the absorbed chakra will also enhance the power of the wood style. The opponent gets weaker as they fight, while their enemy gets stronger. How could they possibly be a match? In the world of One Piece, Link had initially thought the absorption ability of wood style would be ineffective. Now it seemed he was wrong. Soon, Link also understood the reason. Chakra in the Naruto world is a product of fusing spiritual and physical energy. Although it's a new form of energy, its essence is still spiritual and physical energy. These two types of energy are present in all human beings. Therefore, when wood style binds someone, it still absorbs these two types of energy, which is also known as stamina. When their stamina is drained, they will likewise lose the ability to resist. This meant that the wood style, cutting technique was no longer the most useful divine skill for clearing out minions. The wood style, advent of a world of trees, had reclaimed the top spot. Because the advent of a world of trees is an all-powerful ninjutsu. All the descriptions of wood style's versatility apply to the advent of a world of trees. Within the forest created by the advent of a world of trees, Link not only possessed a godlike perception, but could also control all the trees, even using them to perform other wood-style ninjutsu. Even if the enemy could fly or burrow underground, Link could still control the roots beneath the earth or form wooden dragons from the trees to attack them. With the ability to drain stamina, Link no longer had to worry about enemies breaking free after being bound. He could now choose whether to kill them or not. At this thought, Link's mood instantly became incredibly cheerful. He began to walk towards the town. With his godlike perception within the sea of trees, Link quickly arrived in front of a large tree. With a slight flick of his finger, the large rice dumpling hanging from a branch immediately descended slowly to the ground, as if spun from a spider's silk. With another slight gesture of his finger, the rice dumpling automatically unwrapped like a bandage, releasing the girl inside who had lost her ability to resist and had even fallen unconscious. The girl had long blue hair tied in a high ponytail, delicate features, and fair skin, and was wearing a long-sleeved shirt and shorts. This girl was the only descendant of the celestial dragons who did not move to the Holy Land, and also a member of the D clan, Nefertari D. Vivi. A princess from a superpower, she's dressed so plainly, with no royal aura at all. To be able to blend in with a group of bounty hunters, it seems her acting skills are top-notch. She's so beautiful, and she looks to be about the same age as me. Karina and Nami sized up Vivi, who was similar to them in both age and beauty, and commented as such. "Wake up." Link crouched down and patted Vivi's cheek, showing no hint of tenderness. Soon, Link's slaps woke Vivi up. Opening her hazy eyes, Vivi, who appeared extremely fatigued from having her stamina drained, spoke in a weak tone. Looking at the dazed princess, Link immediately gave her a shot of adrenaline and grinned. "Congratulations on being captured, Princess Vivi." Having not heard her name in 2 years, Vivi was instantly startled awake. Looking at Link's ferocious smile, she said with a terrified expression, "A high-ranking agent of Baroque Works." Karina realized, so those bounty hunters were from Baroque Works. Eh? Hearing this, Vivi was stunned. She then carefully examined Link, Karina, and Nami, and the terror on her face turned to confusion. "You're not high-ranking agents. Who are you?" A good reaction, as expected of the princess who dared to venture into the wolf's den. Link looked at Vivi with appreciation and didn't hide the truth. "I'm not one of Crocodile's men. I'm just using you to attract his attention." "You even know the identity of Mr. Zero. Who on earth are you?" Vivi was even more surprised. She had only recently found out that the boss behind Baroque Works was the national hero, Crocodile. If she hadn't lacked evidence of Crocodile's crimes, she and Igaram would have left Whiskey Peak long ago. "You don't need to worry about that, just come with me." With a flick of his finger, Link turned the tree bark on the ground into vines, binding Vivi. Immediately, Link lifted Vivi with one hand and hoisted her onto his shoulder, heading back the way he came. Karina and Nami followed closely behind, having no intention of looting the place. Firstly, the town had been transformed into a sea of trees, and any treasure was likely hidden somewhere unknown. Secondly, bounty hunters and thieves were both professions of the underworld. They knew that these hyenas, who needed to huddle together for warmth, were extremely poor. If they weren't so poor they couldn't afford to eat, there wouldn't be bounty hunters who needed to moonlight as thieves and human traffickers. Carried on Link's shoulder, Vivi, whose stamina had not yet recovered, couldn't resist, nor did she scream. She secretly looked around, her face filled with shock. If she remembered correctly, before she lost consciousness, this was a dilapidated town. But now, the town had become a sea of trees. Recalling the scene of being bound by vines, Vivi was already certain that this sea of trees was the work of this person. An ability user, a very powerful ability user. Not only was he strong, but he also knew about Crocodile and had even captured her to attract Crocodile's attention. At this thought, Vivi struggled even less. If this person was an enemy of Crocodile, perhaps she wouldn't need to collect evidence of Crocodile using dance powder and usurping the country. He might be able to help her nation resolve its crisis. Link didn't know Vivi's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have admired the princess even more. Chapter 14. The Three Great Powers Digging a Trap. Back on the ship, Link put Vivi down and then removed the vines from her body, not at all afraid that she would jump into the sea to escape. Karina and Nami worked together, weighing anchor and raising the sails. The sailboat quickly left Whiskey Peak, choosing a random direction to proceed. To Vlad the Impaler, Link. Taking this opportunity, Vivi once again secretly sized up Link and his two companions. Especially Link, the more she looked, the more familiar he seemed. The ability to create a sea of trees also felt very familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere recently. With a flash of inspiration, Vivi finally knew where this sense of familiarity came from. This person, wasn't he the one who had made the headlines of the World Economic Journal just a few days ago, becoming the most famous, Vlad the Impaler Link in the bounty hunter world? You finally figured it out. Karina leaned in, smiling. Nefertari, I remember that surname belongs to the royal family of the Alabasta Kingdom. As a princess of a superpower, why would you join a secret criminal organization like Baroque Works? Nami also leaned in and asked. Just now, Link even knew the true identity of Mr. Zero. Is this crocodile person famous? Vivi didn't answer. Karina couldn't help but cover her face, saying with embarrassment, "Little cat burglar, don't ask such ignorant questions to strangers. It's easy to be laughed at." Nami was slightly taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening. Could it be that this crocodile is famous? This time, even Vivi looked at Nami in disbelief. Is this person serious? Sigh. Karina sighed helplessly. It seems I must educate this little cat burglar on the common knowledge of the strong on the high seas. Otherwise, being her partner is just too embarrassing. As everyone knows, the true rulers of the Four Blues are the member nations and the Navy. The first and second halves of the Grand Line have three major powers maintaining the balance of the sea. These three powers are the Marine Headquarters, the 7 Warlords of the Sea, and the 4 Emperors who rule the New World. The Navy has 3 top combatants, the 3 Admirals, Akinu Sakazuki, Kizaru Borsellino, and Aokiji Kyuzan. The 4 pirate emperors who reign over the seas are Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Beast, Kaido, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, and red-haired Shanks. The 7 members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea are Hawkeye, Dracul Mihawk, Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Shadow Master Gecko Moriah, Knight of the Sea Jinb, Heavenly Yaksha Donquixote Doflamingo, and Sand Crocodile Crocodile. Hearing the last name, Nami had a moment of realization. So he's one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Nami knew a little about the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, the Marine Admirals, and the 7 Warlords of the Sea. But she really didn't know much about the 3 major powers. After all, the East Blue was too isolated. No matter how powerful these great figures were, they had nothing to do with Nami, who was only trying to gather 100 million berries at the time. Now that she had left the weakest sea and entered the world of the strong, Nami was indeed too much of a novice. Hearing Crocodile's name, Vivi's face also turned grim. That's right. The boss behind the secret criminal organization Baroque Works is one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Crocodile. On the surface, he's a hero of the Alabasta Kingdom, but in secret, he's using dance powder to create a drought, causing rebellions all over the kingdom. A national hero. This time, it was Karina's turn to be stunned. She said in disbelief, "They actually allow a pirate to become a hero in a country." Vivi smiled wryly. "He's a legal pirate. At first, he only developed his business in the kingdom cities. When the rebellion broke out, he became a national hero and a legitimate merchant. Before I could find evidence of his crimes, my father, whose reputation was already declining, had no reason to and could not expel Crocodile." Karina pinched her chin and nodded in agreement. Expelling a national hero from the Alabasta Kingdom at this time would indeed damage the king's reputation again. He might even be labeled a tyrant, and Crocodile would have a reason to personally support the rebel army. Nami said, with a fearful expression, "Is Link going to be an enemy of such an insidious person?" "Don't worry, he's no match for me." Link walked out of the cabin, holding a green coconut, and smiled confidently. "Crocodile is a Logia-type sand fruit user. This Logia is very powerful, but its weakness is water. He's unlucky to have met me." After speaking, as if to reassure Karina and Nami, or perhaps deliberately for Vivi to see, he formed a hand seal with one hand and spat a huge stream of water into the sky. Water style. Great waterfall technique. The stream of water shot into the sky, turning into a giant waterfall that crashed heavily onto the sea, creating a huge wave. Watching this scene, all three girls' mouths were agape, looking completely dumbfounded. SB spitting water. Vivi was the first to come back to her senses, her voice stuttering. "Does the Logia-type woodwood fruit have such an ability?" Karina and Nami didn't say anything. Of course, they wouldn't tell Vivi that Link wasn't a woodwood fruit user at all, but that it was his bloodline power. At the same time, the two girls became even more curious about the special energy inside Link. Not only could it create wood, but it could also create water. Link's power had all sorts of uses. Would they find out the reason in the future? It seemed that Link would give them more surprises in the future. Link also didn't answer Vivi. After performing the water-style jutsu, he continued to drink his green coconut. Vivi, as if she had found her savior, with her body having recovered a little stamina, quickly performed a doja in front of Link and pleaded, "Lord Link, please help me defeat Crocodile." "I can help you, but I have one condition." Link used his wood style to create a chair and sat in front of Vivi, smiling. "Since you know who I am, you should know that besides being a bounty hunter, I'm also a mercenary. I took you away this time, mainly to attract the high-ranking agents of Baroque works. I won't necessarily make a move against Crocodile. If you want me to help you deal with Crocodile, you need to hire me, and you have to pay a price." Hearing this, Vivi looked troubled. "The kingdom has been at war for 2 years, and we have to pay a large amount of heavenly tribute every year. There isn't much money left in the treasury. I wonder what Lord Link's commission is." "I don't need a commission, as long as you agree to one condition of mine." Link began to set a trap. "I won't tell you the condition for now, but I can guarantee that I'm not interested in the country's political power." This time, Vivi nodded without any hesitation. "Okay, I agree." As long as Link could defeat Crocodile and help the country quell the rebellion, no matter how outrageous his condition was, she believed her father would also agree. With no other choice, Vivi decided to bet everything. "A pleasure to work with you." Seeing Vivi successfully fall into the trap, Link immediately smiled and extended his hand. Seeing Link's smile, Karina and Nami suddenly cast a look of pity at the princess. For Link to change course and travel thousands of miles to this godforsaken place, and even make an enemy of a warlord of the sea for it, this condition was definitely not simple. But as Link's right and left hands, neither Karina nor Nami planned to tell Vivi. Vivi didn't know this. Seeing Link agree to help her deal with Crocodile, and her situation instantly turning from dangerous to safe, a bright smile also appeared on her face. She shook Link's hand and said, "A pleasure to work with you, Lord Link." Chapter 15, Devil Fruit Advantage, The Confident Crocodile. "Just call me Link. Princess Vivi, you've been through a lot during this time." Link smiled as he introduced Karina and Nami to Vivi. "These two are my assistants. Please get along well from now on." "Yufufufo." Karina let out her unique laugh and introduced herself. My name is Karina. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. I'm Nami. Vivi stood up and said politely, Hello, I am Nefertari Vivi. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Karina was slightly taken aback. Nefertari Vivi, not Nefertari di Vivi. After speaking, Karina looked meaningfully at Link. There's no D in my name. Vivi also looked at Link and couldn't help but ask, Link, why did she call me that? Well, that relates to certain secrets of the world. Link pinched his chin, lying without batting an eye. According to my investigation, the Nefertari family was one of the 20 royal families that founded the world government. But for some unknown reason, they refused to relocate to the Holy Land, Mary Geoise. Their surname once contained the initial D, but it's unknown since when it disappeared. One of the 20 kings. Karina and Nami's eyes widened as they looked at Vivi. The latter said with a trembling voice, Then, aren't they celestial dragons? They thought Vivi was just the princess of a super kingdom, but it turned out she was actually a world noble. Link, are you sure it's okay that we've kidnapped a descendant of the celestial dragons? Nami asked hurriedly. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Before Link could speak, Karina shook her head and analyzed. If the Nefertari family enjoyed the privileges of the celestial dragons, the kingdom of Alabasta would never be in a state of war, and Crocodile would never dare to make a move against the country. And look at Princess Vivi's reaction. She probably doesn't know about her own lineage either. Vivi nodded with a similarly confused expression. Yes, I had no idea my royal family had such a history. Although she was a princess, she had not yet inherited the throne and knew nothing of the royal family's secrets. At this point, Vivi couldn't help but ask Link, how do you know all this? This is erased history, carved onto a certain type of stone slab. Link continued to lie. My wood clones, scattered across the world, read about it in a certain ancient text. I see, Karina and Nami said, a look of understanding on their faces. Vivi also understood, so that's the history. No royal history would be carved on just any stone. Vivi became even more curious about her own family's secrets. After the war is over, she must ask her father about it. With this conversation, Vivi had a preliminary acquaintance with Link and the others. After establishing an employment relationship with Link, Vivi also let down her guard. Immediately, she asked with her usual anxious expression, Link, what about the bounty hunters who were tied up like me? What will happen to them? Don't worry, they're fine, Link smiled reassuringly. Although I didn't know which ones were your guards, I sense they meant you no harm, so to avoid accidentally killing your protectors, I didn't attack those bounty hunters. When the ship left Whiskey Peak, I undid their bindings. They'll wake up naturally once they recover their strength. And that's good. Learning that Igaram and Karoo were safe, Vivi let out a sigh of relief and looked at Link gratefully. Thank you, Link. If the system were to quantify affection levels, a favorability up notification would surely be popping up over Vivi's head right now. Kingdom of Alabasta. Rainbase, the City of Dreams. A stunningly beautiful, curvaceous, and mature woman walked into Crocodile's office. Looking at Crocodile, who was sitting in the boss's chair and wearing a fur coat despite being in a desert kingdom, Nico Robin chuckled lightly. Boss, I've found the little mouse you were investigating. Who? Crocodile, biting his cigar, immediately shifted his gaze. Robin stated plainly, Her Highness, Princess Nefertari Vivi. Hattie. Crocodile let out a cold laugh. No wonder there's been no news of the princess for 2 years, so she went undercover. How daring and willing to sacrifice. It seems she knows you are the secret boss of Baroque Works, Robin said with a smile. In fact, the reason Vivi was able to find out that Crocodile was the boss of Baroque Works was all thanks to Robin's step-by-step guidance. Even Vivi's promotion was approved by Robin. If not for Robin's guidance and tacit approval, Vivi might have been brought before Crocodile the moment she joined Baroque Works. Now the time was ripe. Robin felt it was time for this coup plot to come to an end. Hearing Robin's words, Crocodile said dismissively, It doesn't matter. As long as they have no proof that I purchased and used dance powder, the world government can't touch me even if they intervene. But to avoid any accidents, this danger must be eliminated. After speaking, Crocodile looked at Robin and said in a deep voice, "I'm giving this mission to you, Miss All Sunday. Please allow me to refuse, boss." Robin shook her head, ignoring the darkening of Crocodile's face, and delivered her prepared lines. "Her Highness the Princess seems to know she's been discovered. She somehow contacted the Impaler and hired the bounty hunter and mercenary to escort her home." The Impaler. Crocodile was momentarily stunned by the both familiar and unfamiliar name, then his expression turned grim. "Is that the kid who ate the Logia-type forest fruit?" "Yes." Robin nodded and smiled. According to the photos faxed back by Mr. 13 and Miss Friday, the Impaler Link turned half of Whiskey Peak into a forest with a single move. "With his strength, aside from you, boss, I believe none of us are his match." Crocodile nodded in agreement. A top-tier Logia user is indeed not someone to be taken lightly. "This Impaler might affect my plans." "No matter." Crocodile gave a cold smile, saying the same thing Link had. "If it were another top-tier Logia, I might be wary. But a forest fruit user is out of luck meeting me. All devil fruits have counters, and this is most obvious among Logia types. Although the flare fruit has the infamous meme of being a fruit no dog would eat, it doesn't diminish Fire's top-tier status among Logia types. However, the flare fruit is indeed in an awkward position. If the user hasn't developed it to the point of being fearless against magma, then they can't beat the magma fruit from above and will be evenly matched with the smoke fruit from below. The sand fruit is also one of the top-tier Logia types because it has a very powerful characteristic: dehydration. As long as something contains moisture, whether organic or inorganic, dehydration can turn it into sand. This ability is a strong counter to Logia-type devil fruits like the forest fruit. A fight between the forest fruit and the sand fruit is like a fight between the magma fruit and the ice fruit. It's a competition of stamina and fruit development. Crocodile, currently in his prime, doesn't believe that a newcomer like Link can win in terms of stamina and fruit development. Especially here in the Desert Kingdom, his home turf. As long as Link sets foot on this island, Crocodile will ensure he meets his end here. Chapter 16. The Ideal Utopia Plan, a Flaw in the System. "Should we wait for him to bring Princess Vivi back?" Robin asked. "Yes, this is my home turf. As long as we fight in the desert, I cannot be defeated." Crocodile nodded and said in a deep voice, "Go and inform all the senior agents. Tell them to drop their current missions and come to Alabasta at once. It's time to initiate Operation Utopia." The so-called Operation Utopia involved continuously using dance powder in the royal capital to cause a drought and incite public anger. Then, Mr. 2 would use his Paramecia-type clone fruit to impersonate the king or other members of the royal family and attack civilians, pushing the public's fury to its peak. This would give the rebel army a sufficient reason to overthrow the Nefertari family's regime, ensuring they wouldn't be purged by the world government afterward. Baroque works would secretly aid the rebel army, allowing them to successfully overthrow the Nefertari family and secretly take control of the superpower that was the Kingdom of Alabasta. Of course, the senior agents only knew this much. In reality, the true purpose of Operation Utopia was to seize the poneglyph that the Nefertari family had guarded for generations, which might record the location of one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton. The people's anger had already reached its limit for this stage. Yuba, the city of oases, had long since become a dried-up city. Once the public outrage reached a new level, the rebel army would launch its final offensive. To implement this plan, Mr. 2's fruit ability was essential. Seeing that Crocodile was, as she had predicted, preparing to bring his plan to usurp the country to its finale, Robin smiled and nodded. "I understand, boss." After walking out of the office, Robin's expression instantly turned serious. Just as she thought, the appearance of the Impaler, Link, posed no fundamental threat to Crocodile. If they were to fight elsewhere, the Logia-type forest fruit might be able to fight the Logia-type sand fruit to a standstill. But to start a war in the Kingdom of Alabasta, The moment the impaler, Link, set foot on this island, he would be at an absolute disadvantage. At this, Robin couldn't help but think to herself, "It seems I'll have to take the initiative to contact him and tell him about Crocodile's weakness to water." Although she was the vice president of Baroque Works and one of the main culprits in the plot to usurp the country, Robin was still, in essence, a good person. If it weren't for the fact that she would be killed if she didn't join, and that she did need to get to the Poneglyph guarded by the Nefertari family, Robin would never have cooperated with Crocodile. Even after joining Crocodile, Robin had her own secret plans and a bottom line. She would absolutely not let Crocodile usurp the throne of the Alabasta Kingdom, nor would she let him obtain one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton. Therefore, for the past few years, Robin had preserved the evidence of Crocodile purchasing dance powder and plotting to take over the country. Once she finished reading the Poneglyph, she would hand this evidence over to the Nefertari family, allowing the world government to formally intervene. If the Nefertari family's Poneglyph truly recorded the location of an ancient weapon and not the history of the Void Century, then Robin would rather die than tell Crocodile its location. Now, an unexpected butterfly had wandered onto the chessboard, giving Robin a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, after reading the Poneglyph, she could both avoid death and ensure Crocodile's plan failed. That hope was Link. Link had no idea that he was now on Robin's radar. At this moment, he was sitting on the ship's rail, fishing. He appeared to be fishing, but he was actually reviewing his upcoming plans, looking for any loopholes or areas that needed improvement. From time to time, Link would summon a virtual panel that only he could see. Host, Link. Inheritance template, Hashirama Senju. Unlock progress, 20.85% plus. Experience, 5.15%. By wiping out the Arlong Pirates and 4 other pirate crews, Link's experience had risen from 0 to 5.15%. Just by dealing with a few dozen fishmen, along with 4 pirate captains and their officers, he had gained as much as participating in a dozen kingdom wars. This gain immediately made Link dismiss the idea of adventuring on unfamiliar routes. Hunting on routes he didn't know, unless his luck was incredible, the pirate crews he encountered would likely be on the same level as the 4 from the Island of Dawn. To match the experience provided by the Arlong Pirates, he would have to wipe out an unknown number of such crews. After this comparison, Link had a clear goal. He needed to hunt the formidable characters and factions from the original story. Baroque Works was one of the major powers in the first half of the Grand Line. In the original story, their opponents were the Straw Hat Pirates, the protagonist crew. If any other supernova pirate crew had gone head-to-head with Baroque Works, they would have been annihilated. Besides Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, every senior agent in Baroque Works was a devil fruit user with strength worthy of a bounty in the tens of millions. If he killed them all, Link would definitely gain a wealth of experience. Link wanted to conduct an experiment to see if the system had a loophole. For this reason, Link didn't use his experience to unlock the template, choosing to save it instead. He needed to know if, after his stored experience exceeded 10%, enemies on the level of the Arlong Pirates would still provide him with experience. If they no longer provided it, then the only use for stored experience would be to use it to boost his spiritual and physical energy when he was exhausted, allowing his chakra to recover quickly. But if they continued to provide it, then Link had found a loophole to exploit. As long as he didn't use the experience to unlock the template, and didn't raise the Hashirama Senju template's progress to 30%, then enemies on the level of the Arlong Pirates would continue to provide experience. Link could save up 70% of the experience first, and then unlock the Hashirama Senju template to 100% all at once. By then, wouldn't he be instantly invincible? Chapter 17, The Reserved Yet Passionate Link. Link, stop fishing and come play cards with me. As Link was considering his next plans, Nami's voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw Karina and the other 2 girls, dressed in short shirts and shorts, sitting at a mahjong table made from wood style, waving their fair, jade-like arms at him. "All right." looking at the three beautiful girls, each with different hair and eye colors, but equally lovely. Link reeled in his fishing rod and leaped down from the ship's railing. At the mahjong table, the four of them began to skillfully shuffle the tiles. Several days had passed since Vivi temporarily joined them. In those few days, Karina and Nami had become good friends with Vivi. The two girls, who were very good at socializing, only needed a short time with Vivi to understand the princess's personality. This princess was one of their own kind. Vivi's willingness to go undercover in Baroque works for the sake of her country was particularly similar to Nami's experience of joining the Arlong Pirates at the age of 8 and starting to steal at 10. This similarity made Nami, who had been pulled from the abyss by Link, feel a deep sense of affection and sympathy for Vivi. Within their group of four, Nami and Vivi had the best relationship. Vivi, in turn, felt very warmly towards Nami and Karina. Having been promoted to be Mr. Nine's partner, Miss Wednesday, Vivi was no mere damsel. In terms of combat ability, at least, she was definitely stronger than Nami and Karina. Besides her strength, Vivi had also spent 2 years in a den of hyenas, learning a great deal. She had a good knack for judging people. After a few days together, she could see that Karina and Nami were both very kind-hearted girls, with at most a slight greed for money, often asking if being a bounty hunter was profitable and how much money she had saved over the years. After inquiring about her small savings, the two girls immediately lost interest, seeming to look down on her meager funds. Over these few days, Vivi had become much more relaxed and open in front of Karina and Nami. Initially, Vivi had been a bit reserved around Link, but that quickly disappeared. This was because Karina and Nami had told her a little secret. The secret was about Link's hidden personality. It turned out that this Lord Impaler, who seemed to have nothing in common with them and would silently walk away whenever they talked about the past, was actually a shy boy who disliked sentimental moments. After a few days of observation, Vivi realized Link wasn't pretending. Thus, her fondness for Link, who now had this endearing trait, grew even more. She even began to cooperate with Nami and Karina, often pulling Link into a game of mahjong to help him open up and deepen their bond as companions. Link was unaware of their intentions, otherwise he would surely have been a little moved. Link, who had been an otaku before crossing over, wasn't actually shy. He was a classic case of mensao. Online, he was a social butterfly, able to chat with anyone, and when it came to flame wars, his keyboard tapping speed could take on 10 opponents at once. But in reality, he was a man of few words. Faced with sentimental scenes, his first reaction wasn't to be moved, but to feel an awkwardness that gave him goosebumps. Coming from another world where he needed to kill to become stronger, he had even less of a desire to socialize. After all, once you get to know someone, it's inconvenient to kill them. He wasn't a simp. Although he had recruited Nami and Karina, he never made the first move. Having never been in a relationship, he had no idea how to woo girls. If he were too enthusiastic, wouldn't that make him a simp? At the same time, he was afraid that being too forward would scare the two girls and make their interactions awkward. That's why, in the eyes of Karina, Nami, and Vivi, Link appeared to be a shy boy who disliked sentimentality and was sensitive to emotional moments. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than a week had passed. After a long voyage, Link and the others finally reached Sandy Island, the home of the Alabasta Kingdom. Sandy Island was a rare, super-large island. It was less of an island and more of a continent. Common small islands, if a kingdom were built on them, would have at most one city, like the Drum Kingdom or the Dressrosa Kingdom. Medium-sized islands would have at most 2 or 3 cities, all of them small towns that couldn't compare to a city like Logtown. Even a large island like Wano Country only had 6 small cities. In contrast, Sandy Island also had 6 cities, but each one was a major city. Not only that, but these 6 major cities only occupied a small portion of Sandy Island's total area. Between these 6 cities lay an astonishingly vast expanse of desert. For an ordinary person to cross these desert areas, it would take at least a full day. This gives an idea of just how immense Sandy Island truly was. Fortunately, Sandy Island was almost entirely desert and lacked resources. Otherwise, any power would covet such a massive island. As a super kingdom built on Sandy Island, the Alabasta Kingdom's population and standing army were also incredibly large. The population of the 6 major cities combined reached the tens of millions. The number of standing troops was over 600,000. With such military might, in the first half of the Grand Line, where haki is extremely rare, almost no pirate dared to provoke the Alabasta Kingdom. Gazing at the clear silhouette of Sandy Island from a great distance, Nami exclaimed in amazement, "I've heard about it, but seeing a super large island like this for the first time, it still feels so exaggerated." Karina didn't laugh at Nami, but nodded in agreement. "That's normal. My reaction was about the same when I first entered the Grand Line." As a local, Vivi chuckled lightly. The Grand Line is called the Great Sea precisely because it's home to all sorts of incredible islands. Link nodded in agreement. "My wood clones have been to places with islands that are just as big as Sandy Island." Hearing this, Nami's face filled with longing. "Someday, I'm going to travel all over the Grand Line and draw all those incredible islands on my map of the world." "That day will come," Link said with a smile. Amid their idle chat, the sailboat finally drew near Sandy Island. Looking at the island ahead, Nami quickly asked, "Vivi, where should I dock the ship?" "Let's dock at Nanohana. It's our kingdom's port city, and outsiders usually dock their ships there," Vivi replied, then began to give Nami directions. With Vivi's help, Nami quickly found the port city of Nanohana and steered the sailboat into the harbor, which was filled with numerous docked ships. Chapter 18, Don't Worry, We Will Win. Ahem. Link wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but as soon as he stepped into the port city of Nanohana, he felt like someone was watching him. After activating his perception jutsu, however, he didn't find anyone nearby whose physical energy stood out from the crowd. It was unlike in Kakasi village, where Link's perception jutsu had revealed the Arlong Pirates, whose physical energy far surpassed that of humans. But Link's gradually sharpening senses told him that his intuition was likely correct. Someone had been watching him just now. In this situation, Link felt that his perception jutsu was becoming more and more useless. He wondered if he could learn this world's observation haki. But regardless of whether he could learn it or not, Link had to try. If he could master this world's haki, once his Hashirama Senju template reached 100% unlocked, he would truly be invincible. Haki in the world of One Piece was a panacea, a power that could trump everything else. Even if your physique isn't strong, as long as your haki is powerful enough, those monsters can't break your defense. Even the most bizarre devil fruit abilities could be resisted with haki. Conversely, your own attacks could easily break through a monster's defenses, ignoring various devil fruit-based protections. Beings like Roger, Rayleigh, and Shanks were prime examples. "Link, what's wrong?" The observant Karina seemed to notice the change in Link's expression and couldn't help but ask. Link shook his head and smiled. "It's nothing. I'll go buy some fresh water and then we'll head straight to Rain Base." "Okay." Vivi nodded forcefully, her expression suddenly turning tense. While sailing on the sea, she could temporarily relax, but now that she was on Sandy Island, Vivi carried the heavy burden of saving her country. She knew that whether they could thwart Crocodile's conspiracy and quell the conflict that had lasted for more than 2 years, all depended on Link. If Link couldn't defeat Crocodile, the Alabasta Kingdom might truly fall into the hands of a pirate. At this thought, Vivi's heart was in her throat. Seemingly sensing Vivi's unease, Link smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, we will win." The moment he said it, Link froze. "What's going on? Why does that flag feel so familiar?" "Oh well, whatever." Reassured by Link, Vivi recalled the elemental abilities Link had displayed on the ship back at Whiskey Peak. She nodded forcefully and smiled. "I'm counting on you, Link." With Vivi, a local, leading the way, Link and the others first went to buy cloaks, then fresh water and rented some camels. After getting all that done, they left the port city of Nanohana, crossed the Sandura River, and headed straight for Rainbase. The Alabasta Kingdom has a very famous river called the Sandura River. This river practically divides Sandy Island in half. There are 3 cities on the left side and 3 on the right. Rainbase, Yuba, and Alumana are on the left. The capital, Alubarna, Nanohana, and Katoria are on the right. As the 4 of them crossed the Sandura River and rode their camels towards Rainbase, a bird suddenly flew over their heads, dropped a bamboo tube, and it landed on the ground in front of them. What was that? An attack, it doesn't seem like it. Karina and the other 2 girls didn't get a clear look at the object. So it wasn't my imagination. Link, however, was now cert. Back in Nanohana, someone had indeed been watching them. To be discovered right after landing on the island, it was most likely someone from Baroque Works. Back then, to spare Igaram and the fast-running Mr. Nine's lives, and because the bounty hunters could no longer provide him with experience, Link had indeed spared the lives of the bounty hunters on Whiskey Peak. The news of his actions and his departure with Vivi would have surely reached the ears of both Crocodile and Cobra. That bird didn't look like Pell, one of the kingdom's warriors. If it were him, he wouldn't have come just to deliver something. So it was highly likely to be Baroque Works, or more accurately, Robin's doing. After all, among the top brass of Baroque Works, only Robin was a double agent. At this thought, Link couldn't help but wonder what Robin had sent him. If he saw correctly, it should be a bamboo tube. Was it intelligence? Thus, Link dismounted from his camel, instantly appeared where the object had fallen, and picked up the bamboo tube buried in the sand. Taking out the paper slip inside and opening it, Link immediately smiled. On it was clearly written, "Crocodile, user of the Logia-type sand fruit. He can absorb the moisture from anyone and anything he touches. His power is greatly enhanced when fighting in the desert. His weakness is water." Link, what is it? Intel on Crocodile, who gave this to us. By now, Karina and Nami were on either side of Link, looking at the paper slip in his hand in surprise. Karina pinched her chin and began to analyze. To know so much about Crocodile's abilities and weaknesses, it's either someone who has seen the Devil Fruit encyclopedia or someone close to Crocodile. Which one could it be? It should be someone close to Crocodile. Vivi, also beside Link, said with a complicated expression, "For the past 2 years while I was investigating Crocodile, I vaguely sensed that someone was helping me. Even my promotion to be Mr. Nine's partner was thanks to this mysterious person." Link tore the paper slip in his hand to shreds and threw it away, smiling faintly. No matter who it is, once we've dealt with Crocodile and cleaned out Baroque Works, we'll find out who that person is. After speaking, Link got back on his camel and continued forward. Meanwhile, in Rainbase, Robin had also informed Crocodile of Link and his group's arrival on Sandy Island and their journey towards Rainbase. Perfect timing. Crocodile sneered. "The officer agents are all here as well. After we deal with this guy, we can begin Operation Utopia." After speaking, Crocodile turned into sand and disappeared from his office. Looking at the spot where Crocodile had vanished, Robin also began to set her 2-pronged plan in motion. In a room that appeared to be a casino's data archive, but was actually the Baroque Works data archive, Robin took a single sheet of paper from countless folders. Relying on her astonishing memory, she quickly assembled the papers into a complete chain of evidence. Robin didn't trust Crocodile, but she wouldn't blindly trust Link either. Therefore, Robin had prepared for both outcomes. If Link, despite her warning, was defeated by Crocodile, she would proceed with her original plan. If Link defeated Crocodile, she would confess to being Vivi's mysterious helper, and then hand over the evidence of Crocodile buying dance powder and his intent to usurp the throne to Vivi, in exchange for a chance to view the poneglyph. If both plans failed, it meant she was not fated to find that poneglyph. And if she were killed by Link, it would mean her adventure had come to an end. After 20 years on the run, Robin was tired. Chapter 19. The unreasonable protagonist's halo, Link vs. Crocodile. Let's leave first, Crocodile is here. After traveling through the desert for an unknown amount of time, Link suddenly stopped the camels, a smile on his face as he said words that made Vivi's face turn pale. That note was indeed given by someone from Baroque Works. Karina was not surprised and instantly figured out Robin's method. It seems that person wants to bet on both sides. Regardless of whether Crocodile or Link wins, they hoped to get away unscathed. Nami also became rational, saying, "Since Crocodile's weakness is water, I'll go back to the Sandura River and wait for Link first." Vivi looked at Link with a guilty face and urged, "Link, be careful. If anything unexpected happens, please prioritize your own life." Although the two had an employment relationship, Link's unsolicited help and the days they had spent together made Vivi see him as a friend. Letting a friend stand in front of her, while she chose to flee, made Vivi feel very sorry. If Link were to die because of this, Vivi would definitely feel guilty for the rest of her life. To this, Link still said the same thing. "Don't worry, I will win. You can't refuse my conditions then." After speaking, Link formed hand seals, wood-style, wood-clone jutsu. As branches extended from his back, a clone that looked exactly like Link immediately appeared in front of Karina and the other two women. Looking at the sand tornado that was approaching from a distance at an incredible speed, Link said, "Go, my wood clone will protect you." "Okay." Karina and the other two women also saw the sand tornado. No longer being sentimental, they got off the camels and followed the wood clone back the way they came. Link also got off the camel's back and body flickered towards the sand tornado. Wood-style, deep forest emergence. Looking at the approaching and growing sand tornado, Link directly used the signature ninjutsu of the wood style. The blue aura formed by the materialization of chakra once again erupted from his body. Rumble. The desert trembled violently, then the earth tore apart. Countless branches surged out, rapidly growing into towering green trees, forming a group of green pythons of astonishing size, pushing forward. If there were no external force to stop this group of pythons, after they finished pushing forward, a small oasis would surely appear in the desert. Quickly, the sea of trees, which was rapidly expanding in area as it advanced, collided with the sand tornado that was rapidly growing by rolling up countless grains of sand. A scene of a natural disaster immediately appeared. Countless trees were broken by the terrifying wind, and the green sea of trees was shrouded in countless sand and dust, becoming a gray mess. The whistling of the wind and the sound of breaking trees continuously entered the ears of the running Karina and the other two women. The three women subconsciously turned their heads and saw that the originally endless desert had long since been stirred up into a sky-high cloud of dust, with giant snakes faintly churning inside. At this moment, Vivi's worldview was refreshed. Karina and Nami, who had seen deep forest emergence before, had a new understanding of top-tier Logia users. No wonder Logia was recognized as the strongest type. Compared to this kind of natural disaster ability, Mad Treasure, whose body could only extend chains, was not even qualified to hold Link and Crocodile's shoes. A dimensional difference. The sea of trees and the sand tornado fought for more than 10 minutes before the whistling of the wind, and the sound of breaking trees gradually subsided. The sand tornado was just an ordinary move of Crocodile, capable of creating a sandstorm to sweep everything away. But when this move was used in the desert, it was like the rumble fruit on Ragin Island, the magma fruit in a volcano, or the ice fruit on a snow island. It would receive an epic enhancement. After using the sand tornado in the desert, this sand tornado would roll up countless sand and dust and continue to grow, eventually reaching a terrifying natural disaster that even Crocodile couldn't control, with enough power to destroy a city. Of course, this move only had such power in a desert kingdom like the Alabasta Kingdom. On other islands, Crocodile could at most only create an ordinary sand tornado. Unless he used erosion cycle to create a large area of desert, he could not increase the power of the sand tornado. Crocodile in the desert, his strength was definitely among the strongest of the 7 warlords of the sea. If this epic enhanced sand tornado hadn't reached its final form, and if his opponent wasn't a cheater like Link, the Straw Hat Pirates would also be instantly wiped out by this sand tornado. Among the worst generation, except for Blackbeard, the user of the dark fruit, any other supernova would be wiped out by this move. Therefore, Link really couldn't understand how a newcomer could defeat a top-tier Logia user just by having a little blood on his fist. Even if this top-tier Logia user had lost or not mastered the power of Haki. He was not someone a newcomer with a bounty of only 30 million could defeat. It could only be said that the protagonist's halo was truly unreasonable. In the dust-filled, messy forest, countless grains of sand formed a tall figure, floating in the air and looking down at Link below. His posture and tone were high and mighty. "Boy, your ability is well developed. Your ability is also impressive." Looking up at Crocodile, whose lower body was a sand tornado, Link also grinned and said, "Crocodile, I've heard so much about you. I'll give you a chance to choose. Do you want to join Baroque Works?" Crocodile said in a deep voice, clearly showing his appreciation for talent. To be able to create such an astonishing sea of trees in the life-draining desert, Link's physical fitness and fruit development had both made Crocodile look at him in a new light. After all, no one knew the power of Desert Storm better than Crocodile. If not used in the desert, except for erosion cycle, none of the other moves of the sand fruit would have any effect on the sea of trees. With such strength at such a young age, Crocodile saw in Link the shadow of the once high-spirited Douglas Bullet, who had fought him to a draw. If he could get Link to work for him, and then get the ancient weapon Pluton, he could immediately form a force no weaker than that of a Yonko. Of course, Crocodile's thoughts were beautiful, but reality was very cruel. Link just sneered disdainfully, showing the arrogance of a young man. "I'll also give you a chance to choose. If you surrender without a fight, maybe I'll let you be more decent. Then go to hell." Crocodile no longer wasted words, raising his hand and turning it into a sand blade to slash down. Desert Spada. Chapter 20. The Powerful and Omnipotent would release. Desert Spada. Crocodile's arm transformed into a blade of sand, slashing down at Link like a swordsman's flying strike, carrying enough force to easily tear the ground and shatter both steel and stone. Link merely moved a finger, and a massive tree branch shot up from the ground, colliding with the descending sand blade. Although the sea of trees was in ruins from the sand tornado, Link could still freely control all the trees within it. This was because these trees were all grown by Link using his chakra, and they still contained his chakra. Like his own arms, Link could not only control them at will, but also use them to perform other wood release techniques. The massive branch that shot up was not severed by the sharp sand blade. Instead, it shattered the descending blade. However, a large gash was left on the branch. Seeing this, Crocodile's expression changed slightly. Clearly, the toughness of the branch exceeded his expectations. One must understand, this was a desert where life withered. To be able to create a sea of trees of such a stunning area already proved that Link's stamina was astounding. But now, these trees were actually so tough that even his sand blade, which could easily tear the ground and slice through buildings, couldn't cut them. It was no wonder Crocodile was startled. After all, Logia users possess a natural arrogance. Having spent several years in the Alabasta Kingdom, Crocodile, who often used sandstorms to create giant tornadoes, had come to treat this move as a common technique. He could create a city-destroying tornado with minimal stamina, forcing Link to expend a vast amount of chakra to create a sea of trees just to defend. He had assumed his other techniques could crush Link's wood just as easily. Little did he know, the reason his sandstorms were so powerful with such little cost was entirely due to the terrain advantage. The toughness of Hashirama Senju's wood release was such that even the katana of a perfect Susanoo, which could slice off several mountains in a single swing, would struggle to cut through it. Although Link's wood release couldn't compare to Hashirama Senju's, its toughness and hardness were not something Crocodile's sand blade could easily shatter. Swoosh! After one branch shattered the sand blade, another shot out, thrusting towards Crocodile. Rather than a thrust, it was more like a battering ram. The branches were simply too massive, each one as thick as what a dozen men could encircle. HMPH. Staring at the tip of the oncoming branch, Crocodile snorted coldly and once again swung the arm that wasn't a golden hook. Crescent sand blade. His arm once again transformed into a crescent-shaped sand blade, colliding with the tip of the branch. This time, the branch failed to shatter the sand blade and was instead split in two down the middle. Upon closer inspection, one would find that what split the branch was not its sharpness that could tear the earth, but a desiccating power that absorbed all moisture. That sand blade had directly drained the branch's life force, turning its core into deadwood before easily slicing it apart. Seeing this, Link's eyebrows raised slightly. Immediately, he formed hand seals. A blue aura flared up around his body, and then he made a lifting gesture with both hands. In an instant, a dozen massive branches, like a nest of vipers being released, shot towards Crocodile. Crocodile sneered, intending to use his elemental form to ignore Link's attack. But in the next second, as if he had discovered something, Crocodile's face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he expended a large amount of his power, his body spinning and transforming into a massive sand tornado. Crescent sand blade. Countless sand blades, imbued with the power of desiccation that would drain moisture on contact, shot out from the tornado like a torrential downpour, colliding with the surging swarm of wooden serpents. If one looked closely, they would see that the surfaces of these massive branches were seeping with water, as if they were in a rainforest that had just experienced a heavy storm. This was the reason for the drastic change in Crocodile's expression, and why he didn't dare to block with his elemental form. The Suna no Mi's weakness is water. To be precise, it fears any liquid that can solidify sand. Other Logia users only become powerless and tangible when their entire bodies are submerged in water. But the Suna no Mi was different. As long as an enemy's attack was wet, it could strike his real body. It was precisely because of this fatal weakness that Crocodile, who had lost or never mastered Haki and couldn't defend with armament Haki, was defeated by Luffy's blood-soaked fists. Now, Link could make the surface of the wood seep with water, which sent Crocodile into a panic. His home field advantage was gone. Not only that, but the threat level of those wooden branches had transformed from tough wood to lethal weapon. This brat, he's developed the Logia-type Mori no Mi to this extent. Little did he know, Link wasn't a Logia-type Mori no Mi user at all. Perhaps if the Mori no Mi were developed to its peak, it could connect its roots to the sea beneath the island, absorb the ocean's life source, and make the trees seep water. But that would definitely require an astonishing amount of stamina. Link's wood release didn't need to be so troublesome. Wood release is a Kekkei Genkai, formed by the fusion of water release and earth release, nature transformations. As someone who had mastered both nature transformations, as long as Link had enough chakra and was willing to spend it, he could imbue the trees with the hardness of earth release, just as he had shattered Crocodile's sand blade earlier. At the same time, Link could also enhance the water release nature transformation, causing water to seep from the tree's surfaces. This was a technique Link had mastered back in the East Blue. It was for this very reason that Link dared to fight Crocodile on his home turf. Even without using water, his wood release wouldn't be countered by Crocodile. But if he only used wood release, it would still be difficult to defeat Crocodile. Gazing at the sand tornado that was unleashing a barrage of sand blades, draining the branches' moisture and cutting them down, the corners of Link's mouth curled up slightly. Then, he secretly formed a hand seal. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju's strength, did not lie in his wood release alone. Chapter 21. 4 Violet Flames Formation, instantly defeating Crocodile. Wood release, wood clone technique. As Link finished his hand signs, from the distant sea of trees, 4 giant fallen trees each extended a branch, quickly forming a wood clone that looked exactly like Link. The 4 wood clones stood in the 4 cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, surrounding Crocodile, who had transformed into a sand tornado. The moment the 4 wood clones appeared, they tacitly formed hand signs in unison and shouted, "Ninja art, 4 violet flames formation." As their voices fell, 4 rectangular, transparent purple barriers rose to the sky. After rising to a certain height, another transparent purple barrier appeared out of thin air, completing the seal and forming a lid. Not only that, but if someone had X-ray vision, they would see that the transparent purple barrier seeped deep into the ground, sealing off all of Crocodile's escape routes. Wood release, wood clone technique. After the barrier was formed, 8 more wood clones emerged from the large trees inside the barrier. The 8 wood clones formed hand signs, their cheeks puffed out as they spat streams of water towards the ground. Water release. Great waterfall technique. After the 8 streams of water hit the ground, they shot up like fountains. The moisture in the air continuously merged with the water streams, expanding their volume. The 8 streams of water formed a massive tidal wave that slammed heavily against the transparent purple barrier, creating a sizzling sound like the collision of water and fire, generating a large amount of steam. However, the speed at which the water was being evaporated by the flame barrier was clearly not as fast as the speed at which the water was expanding. In just a few seconds, the water level had already filled half the space inside the rectangular box formed by the purple barrier. A barrier and water. Impossible, this is definitely not the forest fruit ability. Crocodile reverted from his sand, tornado formed back to his original appearance. Staring at the barrier sealing him in from all sides and the rapidly rising pool of water below, Crocodile's pupils constricted, his face contorting in shock. What devil fruit ability is this? Roar! Just as Crocodile was preparing to use his dehydration ability to dry up the pool, several roars suddenly rang out. The pool of water suddenly began to boil, and countless streams of water formed 4 enormous water dragons that shot up, attacking him from the front, back, left, and right. No! Staring at the water dragons right before his eyes, Crocodile's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, already seeing his end. His palm, imbued with the power of dehydration, did indeed absorb the water dragon roaring at him from the front. But before he could completely absorb the water dragon, the other 3 water dragons slammed into him, dragging the top-tier Logia user into the pool. He who had just begun to shine at the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, who had fought the demon heir Douglas Bullet to a draw, who had challenged Whitebeard and survived, the first to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile, was defeated in an instant. If Link had only used wood release to fight Crocodile, it would have been a very difficult task to defeat him. Although wood release's surface could seep water and absorb the target's stamina after binding them, they were in a vast, boundless desert. But Link used just 1 barrier ninjutsu and 1 water-style jutsu to instantly defeat Crocodile. The advantage of intelligence. Crocodile and the rest of the world only knew of Link's Logia-type forest fruit ability, but they didn't know about his other trump cards. Link, on the other hand, knew Crocodile's abilities and techniques like the back of his hand. With such an intelligence advantage, it was impossible for Link to lose. Just as Link had said to Vivi, meeting him was Crocodile's misfortune. Looking at the unconscious Crocodile in the water, Link formed hand signs again. The trees in the water quickly extended a large number of vines, binding Crocodile and draining all of his stamina. After doing all this, the 4 wood clones maintaining the barrier finally dispelled the ninja art. 4 violet flames formation. With a splash of turbulent water, Crocodile fell heavily to the ground. Standing next to Crocodile, Link once again formed hand signs. Sealing technique, 4 limbs heavy seal. He slapped his palm onto Crocodile's body, and a large number of tadpole-like runes immediately spread out, quickly covering Crocodile's body and seizing control of it. Hashirama Senju Numani Ninjutsu. He just used them infrequently or disdained to use them. This was a conclusion Link had drawn from the feedback he received. With a younger brother who was a ninjutsu professor and had invented countless jutsu, and a wife from the Uzumaki clan who was the most outstanding sealing master, Hashirama Senju not only mastered practical forbidden jutsu, but was also extremely skilled in barriers and sealing techniques. Within wood release, there were many powerful sealing techniques. Having his stamina drained by the vines and his body's control stripped away by the sealing jutsu, Crocodile was in a more miserable state than if he were simply wearing sea stone cuffs. Link didn't kill Crocodile. To be precise, he didn't kill him now. His plan was not just about taking out Crocodile and Baroque works. Link wanted to gain much more. Using the wood clone technique to create another clone, Link had it carry Crocodile and walk towards Karina and the other 2 women. With the help of the body flicker technique, Link and his wood clone quickly arrived at the Sandora River. At the same time, the wood clone responsible for protecting Karina and the other two women turned into a small tree on the spot. Link! Seeing Link appear before them, along with the wood clone carrying Crocodile, Karina, Nami, and Vivi's faces lit up with joy. Without a word needed, they knew who the victor of this battle was. When Link was in front of the three women, Vivi threw herself into his arms, clutching his clothes, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Link." Link's body stiffened on the spot, his hands open at his sides, a look of awkwardness on his face. It was clearly a very moving scene, but Karina and Nami couldn't help but burst out laughing. So that's how it is. Looking at Link, who had goosebumps and didn't seem to be faking it at all, Karina nodded in realization. So that's why he hates sentimental scenes and is so sensitive to emotional displays. Link clearly hadn't expected Vivi's sudden sneak attack. Being hugged by the young woman, he felt a dampness spread on his chest. He stopped his intended motion to push Vivi away and said very awkwardly, You're welcome." Chapter 22. Admiration from the three women, Robin's surprise. Link remained frozen in place for a long time. Only after Vivi had vented all her emotions did the young woman in his arms finally let go. "Thank you, Link." Vivi looked up at Link, her eyes red as she thanked him again. "You're welcome, let's head to Rain Base first." Fearing the sentimental scene would continue, Link quickly waved to Karina and Nami. "Karina, Nami, let's go." He, all right." Karina and Nami, who had been watching with schadenfreude, immediately trotted over with smiles on their faces. Karina sized up the unscathed Link, her face full of amazement. "Link, you defeated one of the 7 warlords of the sea without a single scratch." Seeing that Karina had thoughtfully changed the subject, Link immediately smiled and went along with it. "The weakness of the Logia-type sand fruit is water. My ability allows me to make the surface of trees seep with water, and I can even spit out large amounts of water from my mouth. Unless he constantly attacked me with sand tornadoes from a distance, he was bound to lose in a close-quarters fight with me. So amazing, as expected of Lord Impaler." Karina and Nami immediately put on expressions of adoration, speaking in a fawning tone. When they joined other pirate crews, they liked to flatter the pirate captains like this to satisfy the vanity of those foolish pirates. When Nami first met Link, she had done the same, but she was scolded by Link. But this time, although their actions were exaggerated, their words came from the heart. Link made it sound easy, but having witnessed that giant sand tornado and the natural disaster-like scene with their own eyes, the two women knew what a powerful enemy Crocodile was. To be able to defeat such an enemy so easily, Link's strength filled Karina and Nami's hearts with a sense of security. They had already developed a feeling of admiration for their captain. Vivi also looked at Link with a face full of admiration. As a victim who had gone undercover in Baroque works for 2 years, Vivi understood Crocodile's power and terror even more clearly than Karina and Nami. Because of this, when Vivi saw Crocodile's defeat, besides deep gratitude, she felt an even stronger sense of admiration for Link than the other two women. Looking at Link's smiling profile, Vivi suddenly remembered the payment for his services and couldn't help but ask, "Link, what is your condition?" Hearing this, Karina and Nami also looked at Link, curious about the reward. To this, Link just smiled and said, "I'll tell you after we take care of Baroque works and help you quell the civil war in the Alabasta Kingdom." "Okay." Hearing this, Vivi's attention was indeed diverted. She nodded firmly, her expression resolute. "No matter what your condition is, I will agree to it." "You said it. You won't be allowed to refuse then," Link said with a meaningful smile, making the three women even more curious. None of them thought Link would harm Vivi, which was why they were all the more curious. But they also knew Link's personality, so they didn't pester him with questions. A clash between top-tier logias, how exaggerated. As Link and the others continued towards Rainbase, a picture of the clash between the sea of trees and the giant sand tornado appeared in Robin's hands. Looking at the photo in her hand, Robin sighed with emotion, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. The clash of top-tier logias clearly reminded her of the volcanic bombs and the frozen giant at Ohara, the power of fire and ice. Akinu and Aokiji were nightmares that had woken Robin from her sleep on countless nights. Swoosh! At this moment, a sound pulled Robin back to reality. A vulture flew in through the window. On the vulture's back sat a raccoon-like creature wearing sunglasses. A camera hung around the creature's neck. When the vulture landed on the windowsill, the creature immediately took out a photo and handed it to Robin. Taking the photo, Robin smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. 13 and Miss Friday." The creature and the vulture nodded in a human-like manner, then flew away from the window again. Before the Utopia plan began, apart from Mr. 1, who was a senior agent personally recruited by Crocodile, the other senior agents had never met Crocodile, only hearing his voice through a den mushy. The person usually responsible for contacting them was Robin, the vice president. Unless Crocodile contacted them personally, they would only take orders from Robin. After watching them leave, Robin looked at the new photo in her hand. The next second, her beautiful blue-black eyes instantly constricted. A long while later, the corners of her lips finally curled up slightly as she murmured to herself, "This result is truly unexpected." In the photo was Link, to be precise, a wood clone of Link, carrying a tightly bound crocodile. In Robin's eyes, it was possible that Link would defeat Crocodile, and it was also possible that Crocodile would kill Link. But in her opinion, the possibility of Crocodile killing Link was greater. After all, she had seen the Encyclopedia of Devil Fruits and knew how much of an advantage a sand fruit user had in the desert. The desert was a land where life withered. The forest fruit's power would be greatly reduced when fighting in the desert. Normally, growing a large tree might only consume a little stamina, but in the desert, it would consume several times more. The more trees he grew, the more stamina he would consume. In contrast, the sand fruit, with a simple sandstorm that might only consume 1 minute's worth of recoverable stamina, could continuously strengthen in the desert, eventually forming a giant sand tornado capable of destroying a city. For Link and Crocodile to fight in the desert, Link was essentially giving Crocodile a handicap of half his stamina. Under such circumstances, Link actually managed to defeat Crocodile, and without a scratch. This result greatly surprised Robin. If not for her obsession with history being above all else, and a little bit of confidence that she could escape unharmed, Robin would be thinking of fleeing the Alabasta Kingdom right now. Faced with such a top-tier Logia user, all of Baroque works combined would be utterly crushed. But at the same time, Robin was in a very cheerful mood. Link had won, which meant Crocodile's plan to usurp the country had failed. This was a good outcome. If she could also obtain the historical text, that would be even better. Thus, Robin began to act, organizing the chain of evidence, preparing to wait for Link's arrival. Chapter 23, Total Annihilation of Baroque Works. To deal with Baroque works as quickly as possible, Link and the other three sped up their journey. Finally, at dusk, they successfully arrived at the City of Dreams, Rainbase. For more than 2 years, the Alabasta Kingdom, apart from Rainbase and the port cities, had fallen into civil war. Among them, Rainbase, due to Crocodile's presence, was not only unaffected by the civil war, but had become even more prosperous than before. Pirates did not dare to cause trouble here, and the drought had not affected the city. Because of this, Crocodile had a great number of supporters in the Alabasta Kingdom. If Cobra were to drive Crocodile out of the Alabasta Kingdom without any evidence, he would surely lose the support of the people of Rainbase. Once the entire Alabasta Kingdom no longer trusted the Nefertari royal family, and the local people overthrew them, the world government could only tacitly accept the change of dynasty in the Alabasta Kingdom. This was Crocodile's Operation Utopia. After arriving in Rainbase, Link used his wood style to create a box, put Crocodile inside, and had a wood clone stay behind to guard it. He then took Karina and the other 2 women towards Crocodile's main base, the casino. Wood style, wood clone technique. Passing through an empty area, Link consumed a considerable amount of chakra to create a powerful wood clone. As soon as the wood clone appeared, it instantly vanished. Seeing this, Nami couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Link, what did you send the wood clone to do?" Link didn't hide it, saying, "I sent it to take care of the Baroque Works officer agents." Eh? Nami was even more confused. "Aren't we going to deal with them now?" Link shook his head and smiled. "Of course not. I don't need to act personally for such small fry. I'm going to meet the mysterious person who helped Vivi and gave me information about Crocodile." Hearing this, the eyes of Karina and the other two women lit up. Vivi quickly asked, "Could it be that you know who that mysterious person is, Link?" Link looked at the nearby casino and said with a meaningful smile, "I don't know right now, but if that person has been watching me, I'll know who it is once I get to the casino." Link had actually long since discovered the spying vulture and tanuki. He had just pretended not to know. Link was very clear that from the moment he set foot on Sandy Island, no. To be precise, from the moment he left Whiskey Peak, he had entered Robin's line of sight. Robin secretly sending him information about Crocodile was clearly a bet on both sides, hoping he could defeat Crocodile. As long as Crocodile was defeated, Robin wouldn't need to start a massive war involving 100,000 people with him to obtain the poneglyph guarded by the Nefertari royal family for generations. She could use negotiation to make a deal with Vivi. For Robin, the poneglyph was more important than anything else. Before obtaining the poneglyph, she would absolutely not leave the Alabasta Kingdom, let alone flee. Therefore, Link was very certain that Robin was waiting for him inside the casino right now. And as expected, when Link's group of 4 arrived at the casino entrance, a man in a suit immediately walked over and said respectfully, "Lord Impaler, my boss invites you up for a meeting." Karina and the other 2 women showed surprise, while Link smiled and nodded. "Then please lead the way." "It is my honor, please follow me." The man bowed, and then led Link's group of 4 into the VIP elevator to the top floor. On the top floor, Link's group found only a single corridor with a closed door at the end. The man did not lead them to the door but stopped at the elevator entrance and gestured with his hand. "My boss is inside. You can just push the door and go in." Link nodded, then led Karina and the other 2 women towards the door. On the way, the system's notification sounds began to ring in Link's mind. "Ding, an enemy has been killed, gaining 0.58% experience. Ding, an enemy has been killed, gaining 0.42% experience. Ding, an enemy has been killed, gaining 0.4% experience. Ding, an enemy has been killed, gaining 0.77% experience." Several notifications sounded almost simultaneously, clearly indicating they were all eliminated at the same time. Each notification gave Link more experience than Arlong. Especially the last one, which was as high as 0.77% experience, was clearly from the strongest of the officer agents, Mr. 1, Daz Bonez. Sharing the intelligence from his wood clone, Link learned that there were a total of 9 Baroque Works officer agents. From Mr. 5 and his partner up to Mr. 1 and his partner. Among the officer agents, only Mr. 2 Bon Cure had no partner. The wood clone had taken out 8 of them, leaving only Mr. 2 alive. Link never left survivors, except for people he had a good impression of. In this world, the people Link had a good impression of were almost all female characters. Male characters were very few. Bon Cure was one of them. Although he was an Akama, he was one of the true men of the pirate world. Apart from Bon Cure, Link's wood clone killed all the other female partners of the officer agents, including the little girl-like Miss Goldenweek. Although she was a 16-year-old lowly, she had a bounty of 29 million buri, clearly not someone to be trifled with. She also gave Link 0.45% experience, which was higher than Arlong's. Having killed so many people, Link had long become adept at being ruthless to women. As long as it wasn't a female character he had a good impression of, Link could kill them without a change in expression, even if they were very beautiful. In the world of anime, there was no shortage of beautiful women. The personalities and souls of those female agents were not to Link's liking. The 8 officer agents gave Link a total of 3.92% experience. Summoning the virtual panel that only he could see, Link glanced at the experience bar, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. Host, Link. Inheritance template, Hashirama Senju. Unlocking progress, 20.85% plus. Experience, 9.07%. Just by taking out 8 people, his experience instantly jumped from 5.15% to 9.07%, several times more than wiping out 4 pirate crews. Changing course to hunt Baroque works was indeed the best choice. On any other unfamiliar route, it would be difficult for Link to find so many elite mobs who had eaten devil fruits. Just 0.93% more experience, and his stored experience would break through 10%. At that time, Link could find out if the system loophole truly existed. Chapter 24, Robin Joins. At the end of the corridor, Link pushed the door open and entered. As soon as they went inside, Link's group of 4 saw Robin sitting on a sofa, reading a book. Seeing that the mysterious person was Robin, Vivi's expression was one of great surprise and complexity. "You are Miss All Sunday." Robin closed her book, sized up the 4 of them, and said with a smile, "A pleasure to meet you for the first time, Princess Vivi, and you, Lord Impaler." Link feigned ignorance and asked, "Are you the mysterious person who secretly leaked information about Baroque works to Vivi, and who just sent me information about Crocodile?" "I am." Robin nodded and introduced herself with a smile. "My name is Nico Robin, codename Miss All Sunday, Vice President of Baroque Works and also Crocodile's partner." "Vice President?" Nami had a look of surprise. "Aren't you Crocodile's partner? Why would you help us?" Karina pinched her chin, muttering to herself, "From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like she's trying to usurp power either." Link also looked at Robin with feigned surprise, asking uncertainly, "Nico Robin?" "The demon child Nico Robin who received a bounty of 79 million buri at the age of 8, 20 years ago." "Hiss." Before Robin could answer, Karina and Nami gasped in shock. Vivi also looked at Robin in disbelief. A bounty of 79 million buri at 8 years old. That's almost 4 times Arlong's bounty. What kind of heinous crime did she commit? Karina and Nami were utterly shaken, as if they had just felt the vast disparity of the world. As thieves who had gone out to sea to steal at the age of 10, Karina and Nami knew all too well how weak one was at that age. Even at 13, when they were somewhat known in the East Blue, they were still just the weakest of the weak. Their strength and threat level, defined by bounties, would be in the millions at most. Compared to Robin, who had a bounty of 79 million buri at the age of 8, it was like comparing heaven and earth. "That's right, I am that Nico Robin." A trace of gloom flashed in the depths of Robin's eyes, but her face still wore a mask-like smile as she delivered her well-prepared lines. "I met Crocodile 3 years ago and was coerced into joining Baroque Works. The goal was to usurp the political power of the Alabasta Kingdom, but his real purpose was to obtain the poneglyph guarded by the Nefertari royal family for generations." Poneglyphs? To Robin's surprise, the attention of Karina and the other 2 women was not on the usurpation of the kingdom, but on the poneglyph, which few on this sea knew about. Karina and Nami looked at each other, then both turned to look at Link and Vivi. Karina analyzed, the Nefertari royal family actually has a poneglyph. Could it be that it records the erased history of the Nefertari family? The ancient text Link picked up couldn't have come from the Alabasta Kingdom, could it? Nami also speculated. I don't know either, Vivi said, completely bewildered. The erased history. Robin, however, stood up excitedly, looked at Karina and Nami, and quickly asked, "Excuse me, what is this erased history you speak of?" Robin had a premonition that the history Karina and Nami were talking about might be the true history she had been searching for. Seeing the drastic change in Robin's emotions, Karina and Nami shook their heads blankly and pointed at Link. "We don't know either, it's Link's." Robin's gaze instantly fell upon Link as she pleaded, "I have compiled all the evidence of Crocodile purchasing dance powder and his intent to usurp the country. I can give all of this evidence, including all of Crocodile's assets, to you. Please, you must tell me about that erased history." Hearing this, the eyes of Karina and the other two women lit up. Vivi because of the evidence, and Karina and Nami because of the word assets. The corner of Link's mouth curved up as he said with a playful smile, "You want to know?" "Yes." Robin nodded forcefully, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Link stated his condition. "I can tell you, but you must join my crew." Eh? Hearing this, Karina and Nami were both slightly stunned, then looked on in disbelief. Clearly, they hadn't expected Link to invite Robin to join. One must know, Link was the strongest hunter in the East Blue. After the Logtown incident, he had become a major figure in the bounty hunting world. Lord Impaler, who had always been merciless towards pirates and would eliminate them regardless of gender, was actually inviting a female pirate with a 79 million berry bounty to join his ship. I agree," Robin nodded without the slightest hesitation. Until she met companions willing to protect her, the poneglyph was more important to Robin than anything else. For the sake of the poneglyph, she was willing to work for Crocodile for 3 years. Similarly, she was willing to join Link. Of course, if Link made her feel that her life was in danger, Robin would also do everything she could to escape his control. If necessary, she would even stab Link in the back, just as she would have backstabbed Crocodile. For 20 years, Robin had survived by constantly betraying others. Before her heart could be opened, this woman trusted no one. By the same token, if someone could open her heart and gain this woman's trust and affection, then between the poneglyph and her companions, she would choose her companions without hesitation, even willing to sacrifice herself to protect them. The fact that she hadn't been corrupted after 20 years on the run, retaining this precious quality, was the reason Link had a good impression of Robin and wanted her to join. In this world, if he didn't poach the female characters he liked and change their tragic fates, wouldn't his journey be in vain? Seeing Robin nod, Link's smile grew wider. He couldn't help but say, "Rather than me telling you, why don't you go see it for yourself?" "All right." Understanding the meaning behind Link's words, Robin nodded again. Immediately, the mature woman reverted to her quiet and elegant demeanor from before, looking at Link's group with a light smile. "Follow me. I'll first hand over the evidence of Crocodile purchasing dance powder and his intent to usurp the country." After speaking, Robin turned and led Link's group of 4 towards the records room. Chapter 25, Medical Ninjutsu. With Robin's help, Vivi successfully obtained the evidence of Crocodile's crimes. Once this evidence was faxed to the world government, they would officially intervene, not only helping the Alabasta Kingdom quell the rebellion, but also stripping Crocodile of his status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Daring to usurp the government of one of the 50 member nations, and one of the 20 founding families at that, the Nefeltari royal family, Crocodile would absolutely be given a high bounty. An admiral might even be dispatched to hunt him down. However, as a transmigrator, Link already knew the outcome. The world government would certainly do everything in its power to help the Alabasta Kingdom, but they would hide the news of Crocodile's attempted coup. Before the birth of the Seraphim, the 7 warlords of the sea was an important institution used by the world government to maintain the balance of the seas. The world government would not allow the prestige of the 7 warlords of the sea to decline. If one of them was defeated, the world government would help cover up the scandal and use other means to strip them of their warlord title. If even a simple defeat couldn't be reported, a coup was completely out of the question. Once news broke of a government-sanctioned pirate usurping the regime of a member nation, the member nations would likely start frantically calling the 5 elders to demand the immediate abolition of the 7 warlord system, without even waiting for the next world conference. If even a superpower like the Alabasta Kingdom could fall victim to this, what about the smaller kingdoms? A time bomb like the warlords would absolutely not be allowed to exist. After handing all of Crocodile's criminal evidence to Vivi, Robin turned to Link and said, "A few days ago, Crocodile summoned all the senior agents of Baroque Works. They're in the underground conference hall of the casino right now. Captain, would you like to go and wipe them all out in one fell swoop?" To this, Link smiled. "No need, they're all dead." Robin's pupils constricted. Suppressing her inner shock, she chuckled, As expected of a top-tier Logia user, truly impressive. Robin had a new understanding of Link's power. Even though he knew nothing about Baroque works and had only just arrived in Rainbase, he had silently eliminated all the senior agents. Such strength was both despair-inducing and incredibly reassuring. This new patron might allow her to continue her journey to find the next piece of history. In order to build a good relationship with Link and the others, Robin then led them to the Baroque Works treasury. Inside the treasury was a single giant vault, filled with stacks of 10,000 belly notes and a large amount of gold, silver, and jewels. The glitter of the jewels, like sunlight and moonlight combined, shone upon Karina and Nami, and their eyes instantly turned into symbols, sparkling with golden and white light. So much belly. We're rich, Link, I'm rich. As they were standing on either side of Link, Karina and Nami shouted excitedly while hugging him and jumping on the spot. Feeling the contact from the two women's bodies, Link was enjoying it immensely, but he put on a helpless expression and said, "All this belly and treasure combined is at most 2 or 3 billion. I have over 1 billion hidden in my room. Is there really a need to be this excited?" "How can we not be excited? This is 2 or 3 billion, Karina and Nami shouted. Link nodded helplessly. "All right, after I take care of Vivi's situation, we'll come back for this treasure. You can lie in a pile of money then for all I care." "Okay." Hearing that it was time for serious business, Karina and Nami finally calmed down. Looking at their money-crazed expressions, Robin analyzed their personalities. They were as pure and cute as Princess Vivi, but they were also money grubbers. Knowing what they liked would make it easier to build a good relationship. After locking the vault door, Link's group left the casino and headed toward the capital, Alubarna. "Mr. Captain, what about Crocodile?" On the road, Robin asked, feigning ignorance. "Did you kill him?" "No." Link shook his head and smiled. "He's useful to me. I've only imprisoned him for now." Logia-type users can turn their bodies into their element. Other than seastone cuffs, ordinary handcuffs can't hold them, Robin reminded him. Link nodded. "I know, don't worry, he can't escape." Seeing Link's confidence, Robin smiled and said no more. He was also a top-tier Logia user. He must know how to deal with elemental transformation. However, Robin was curious as to where Link had hidden Crocodile. If she weren't afraid of being misunderstood as someone gathering intelligence to find a chance to rescue Crocodile, Robin would have asked. Although they had dealt with Crocodile and Baroque works, Link's group did not slow down. They traveled through the night, wanting to reach Alubarna as quickly as possible. This was Vivi's request, because she didn't know which battlefield was currently active. Every moment of delay could lead to the deaths of countless innocent soldiers. These were her people, and she had to be responsible for them. Link and the others did not blame Vivi. They understood her urgency very well. Nami, who was the weakest, especially didn't want Vivi to feel guilty, so she endured the soreness in her legs. As if noticing her discomfort, Link once again displayed a new skill. It was medical ninjutsu. Watching Link's palm emit a green glow as he treated Nami, Karina couldn't help but ask, "Link, is that a healing ability?" Ahem. Link nodded and smiled. "I rarely use this ability, I almost forgot about it." Nami said with an amazed expression, "It's so magical, my legs aren't sore at all anymore." Vivi reacted immediately, a guilty look on her face. "I'm sorry, Nami." "It's fine, it's just a small problem." Nami raised her hand to cut Vivi off, grinning. "Your business is more important. Once we get to the royal palace, you can just treat me to a nice bath." Ahem. Looking at Nami's sincere face, and at Karina and Link, who also wore smiles, Vivi's eyes misted over, and she nodded forcefully. Although they had only known each other for a few days, there was no doubt that Vivi regarded Link and the others as her most important companions. Seeing their expressions, a faint smile appeared on Robin's lips. It seems the crew she joined this time is a good one. At least, this was an atmosphere she hadn't seen in 20 years. She wondered if this bond of companionship could truly stand the test. Chapter 26, The Final Comfortable Growth Phase. It was past 11 o'clock at night. After several hours of travel, Link's group crossed the Sandora River and a stretch of desert, finally arriving in Alubarna. As soon as they entered the city, Vivi led Link and the others straight to the royal palace. Seeing the princess return after 2 years, Chaka the Jackal, one of the 2 guardian deities on duty at the gate during these special times, rushed to inform Pell, who was responsible for protecting Cobra. When Link's group arrived at the palace, Cobra and Pell were already waiting at the entrance. "Vivi, it's so good that you're safe." Seeing his daughter return, Cobra, who had been worried sick about Vivi's safety ever since receiving Igaram's call a few days ago, immediately broke down, tears streaming down his face as he choked out the words. To let his 16-year-old daughter go undercover in a secret criminal organization. He was such an incompetent father. If anything had happened to his daughter, he truly wouldn't have been able to face Vivi's mother in the afterlife. "Father, I'm back." Tears also welled up in Vivi's beautiful eyes as she threw herself into her father's arms. The father and daughter were finally reunited after 2 years. The scene of the father-daughter reunion should have been heartwarming and touching. However, Link couldn't help but rub his arms, and then he vanished in a flash. Seeing this, both Chaka and Pell showed expressions of shock. If Link hadn't been brought in by Vivi, they would have instinctively moved to Cobra and Vivi's side to protect the king and princess. Seemingly sensing their wariness, Karina couldn't help but laugh. "Yufufufu, don't be nervous. Our captain is just allergic to touching moments. He'll be back in a bit." "Don't worry, Link is not an enemy." Hearing Karina's words, Vivi quickly pulled away from her father's embrace, took off her cloak, and pulled out the evidence Robin had given her, saying, "Crocodile has been defeated by Link, and Baroque Works has been taken down by him too. This is all the evidence of Crocodile buying dance powder and plotting to usurp the country. That warlord of the sea was defeated." Chaka and Pell's faces changed in shock once again, and Cobra looked at the evidence in Vivi's hand with disbelief. He had thought it was a hopeless situation, and was even prepared for the Nefeltari royal family to be overthrown. But his daughter had just returned and brought him such a huge surprise. Before Cobra could ask about the details, Vivi stuffed all the evidence into his arms, urging, "Father, hurry and contact the world government. With this evidence, they can officially intervene and help us quell the rebellion." "All right." Cobra also knew the gravity of the situation. He said to Vivi, "I'll go call the 5 elders. Vivi, please be a good host to your friends." After speaking, Cobra walked quickly towards his study. Pell followed closely behind. Seeing Chaka remain in place, Vivi urged, "Chaka, you go too. I'm taking my companions to the bathhouse." "Yes, Your Highness." Chaka nodded respectfully and then followed Pell and Cobra. After the 3 of them left, Link reappeared in a flash. Looking at Link beside her, Robin had a slightly strange expression. Clearly, she had never met anyone like Link. It's impossible for a person to be born allergic to touching moments. If there were no accidents, Link must have gone through something to become like this. At this thought, Robin couldn't help but feel a trace of curiosity about Link's past. "Let's go, I'll take you to the bathhouse." With the heavy burden lifted from her shoulders, Vivi gave Link and the others a brilliant smile. Even though it was nearly dawn, Vivi's smile was as dazzling as the sun, incredibly beautiful. Soon, Link and the others were enjoying the royal bathhouse of a great kingdom. The bathhouse was astonishingly large, even bigger than Link's ship. The decorations were incredibly luxurious, showcasing the nobility of the royal family. The only unfortunate thing was that the bathhouse was separated for men and women. Sitting alone in the men's bath, Link listened to the sounds of splashing and playing from behind the wall, his mind painting a picture. Perhaps the water temperature was a bit high, as Link's own body temperature began to rise. If it weren't for maintaining his captain's dignity, and his fear that the perceptive Karina and Robin would notice, Link would have used the transformation technique and invisibility technique to go peek. Although he was allergic to touching moments, he wasn't allergic to the female form. At this moment, Link somewhat regretted transmigrating too late. It had been less than a month since he recruited Nami. This amount of time was simply not enough to cultivate feelings. If he wanted to get intimate, he feared they would have to go through many more experiences together. At this thought, Link quickly dunked his head into the water, then raised it and shook his long hair vigorously. His thoughts were starting to run wild again. After relieving his fatigue, Link got dressed and left. He didn't wait for Karina and the other girls. After all, girls take a long time to bathe. Link went directly to the palace rooftop, gazing at the starry sky, continuing to think about his next plans and see if there were any areas that needed improvement. According to the information revealed in the original story, the three brothers, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, had promised to set sail when they turned 17. Although Sabo broke the promise, both Ace and Luffy set sail at 17. Luffy's birthday is May 5th. If there are no surprises, the future sun god will set sail in May. This period of time was the only comfortable development period Link had left. Because after the sun god set sail, the countdown to the chaotic era would begin. In just a few months, the old era ruled by Whitebeard for many years would come to an end, officially ushering in the chaotic new era. Before the new era began, Link had to make sure Karina and the other girls were no longer burdens, but capable assistants who could help him. As long as his plan succeeded, Karina and the other girls would all become super powerful ability users. Link, so you were here. At that moment, a pleasant voice pulled Link's consciousness back to reality. Turning his head, a flash of amazement appeared in Link's eyes, and he praised her sincerely. Vivi, you look very beautiful in that outfit. At this moment, Vivi had removed the band that tied her hair in a high ponytail, letting her waist-length, light blue wavy hair flow freely. She was no longer wearing the long shirt and shorts suitable for combat, but an expensive white dress, finally exuding the noble aura of an heir to a great kingdom. Under the moonlight, at this moment, Vivi was breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 27, Link's Conditions, Vivi joins. Hee, thank you for the compliment. Hearing Link's words, Vivi smiled happily. She had specially changed her clothes to let Link see her true self. As Vivi walked closer, Link asked with a smile, "Has your father finished dealing with the kingdom's affairs?" Vivi shook her head and said something astonishing. "No, he's talking with the 5 elders right now." The 5 elders. Before Imu was revealed, they were the highest leaders of the world, beings who wielded supreme power. Even the fleet admiral needed to apply for an audience with the 5 elders. Yet, Cobra could speak with them at will. As long as he didn't cross a line, the 5 elders would be accommodating. Recalling Cobra's fate in the original story, Link couldn't help but say, "Your father's health seems a bit poor. After he's finished with his work, I'll treat him." Really? Vivi's expression changed, but then she remembered the scene of Link healing Nami. Her eyes instantly filled with a gentle light as she looked at him, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Link." This was the umpteenth time Vivi had thanked him. Initially, Link would feel uncomfortable, but this time, he chose to respond. Taking advantage of his significant height advantage, he raised his hand and patted Vivi's head, smiling. "There's no need to thank me. Do you remember what you promised me?" Ahem. Receiving the head pat from Link, Vivi's face flushed slightly. She nodded forcefully, her shyness barely concealed by her curiosity, and asked, "Link, what is your condition?" Link pulled back his hand and grinned. "My condition is for you to join me and go on an adventure at sea." Vivi stared blankly at Link. Then, her beautiful eyes misted over, and tears quickly formed and slid down her cheeks. Biting her lower lip, Vivi was too moved to speak. Then, under Link's astonished gaze, she suddenly threw herself into his arms, hugging his waist tightly. Link's body froze on the spot once more, his hands open, unsure of what to do. But soon, his discomfort vanished. This time, he chose to place his hands on Vivi's delicate back, embracing the young woman. Although he didn't know why Vivi was so emotional, he was certain the young woman had misunderstood something. And that was indeed the case. Vivi hadn't expected Link's condition to be this, which meant that Link had never intended to ask for a reward from the very beginning. After all, in Vivi's eyes, it was impossible for bounty hunters and mercenaries to not want a reward, to work for someone for free. Vivi had originally thought Link's reward would be the poneglyph that the royal family had guarded for generations. She was even prepared to persuade her father to let Link see it. But unexpectedly, Link's reward was her. This was clearly a perfunctory answer. Link didn't want a reward at all. This meant that Link had chosen to face a terrifying enemy like Crocodile and a dangerous criminal organization like Baroque works all for her sake. So Link's one sentence was like a straight pitch, striking right at the core of Vivi's heart. The young woman's feelings at this moment were beyond words. Her affection for Link had instantly surpassed that for Karina and Nami. Little did she know, the reward Link wanted was genuinely her. From the moment he decided to change course, Link had decided that his third crewmate would be Vivi, and his fourth would be Robin. Getting Vivi to go to sea with him was a very difficult task. In the original story, Vivi had to give up on sailing with the Straw Hat Pirates because of Cobra's poor health. So, for Link to get Vivi to sail with him, he not only needed to win her favor, but also had to resolve Cobra's health issues. The latter was not difficult for Link, but winning her favor was. Link had never actively tried to cultivate his relationship with Karina. For Karina's health, he hadn't taken her to Little Garden, heading straight for the Alabasta Kingdom after leaving Whiskey Peak. This route had fewer adventures, causing their relationship to develop slowly. From Vivi getting on the ship to defeating Crocodile, only a little over a week had passed. Link believed his relationship with Vivi was probably just that of an employer and employee. So to get Vivi to join the crew, he could only use this as his reward. Unexpectedly, Vivi misunderstood and was moved beyond words. Soon, Link understood Vivi's misunderstanding. But he didn't explain. He patted Vivi's delicate back and teased with a smile, "Vivi, you're not going to go back on your word, are you? You did say you'd agree, no matter what my condition was." Hearing this, Vivi immediately pulled away from Link's embrace. Her beautiful eyes were red as she looked at him, but her tear-stained cheeks blossomed into a beautiful smile. She extended her small hand and said, "I keep my word. Please take care of me, Mr. Captain." Link smiled and shook Vivi's small hand. "Please take care of me, Your Highness." "Oh, stop it. Don't call me Your Highness, call me Vivi. You're the one who started with Mr. Captain." Under the starry sky, a man and a woman were teasing each other. This was behavior neither had shown before. From this, it was clear that the relationship between Link and Vivi had leveled up significantly. People who are outwardly reserved can be quite proper on the surface, but once they show their true colors, they can be more playful than anyone. Link was such a person. He wasn't proactive. If the other person wasn't proactive, their relationship would remain at a standstill. But if someone took the initiative, they would find that this big boy was very easy to win over. The proactive Vivi had easily overtaken Nami and Karina, becoming the one with the best relationship with Link. After recruiting Vivi, Link became even more concerned about Cobra's health. After all, for Vivi to be able to set sail with him without worry, Cobra had to be in good health, at least not to the point of needing a wheelchair like in the original story. So, the next day, Link used medical ninjutsu to restore Cobra's body. In the original story, Cobra ended up in that state due to extreme physical and mental fatigue, as well as being seriously injured during the Utopia operation. In this life, Cobra was only suffering from physical and mental exhaustion. This small problem was nothing for Link. Link, who possessed the Hashirama Senju template, had medical ninjutsu that was in a league of its own. As the reincarnation of Asura, Hashirama Senju possessed the ultimate yang power. No matter how severe his injuries, he could heal rapidly. Even after his consciousness had perished, his body remained alive, and his cells were potent enough to destroy anything. It is precisely because it uses the ultimate yang power as its source of life that Hashirama Senju's wood style is so unstoppable. By the same token, the medical ninjutsu performed by Hashirama Senju was like an angel's holy light, seemingly able to heal anything. Under Link's treatment, Cobra quickly recovered, becoming vigorous and strong once more. After all, he was only 48 years old this year. Many people at this age were in their prime. Chapter 28, Robin's Complicated Emotions, the Heart of the Strong. 3 days after defeating Crocodile. On this day, Link was performing his daily treatment on Cobra. My body feels lighter, and that feeling of heart palpitations is gone. Feeling the changes in his body, Cobra couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. He then looked at Link before him and smiled. "Thank you so much, Link." "You're welcome." Link smiled back. "Allowing Vivi to go to sea with me and allowing me to treat you is the greatest trust you could place in me. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't allow Vivi to go to sea with them. After all, she is my only daughter, and the Alabasta Kingdom has only one princess." Cobra shook his head and said honestly, "But after hearing your plan, I feel it's a gamble worth taking. If it succeeds, I can entrust the country to Vivi with peace of mind. Our millions of citizens will also welcome the strongest queen." To this, Link smiled and guaranteed, "Don't worry. Even if the plan doesn't fully succeed, I will still make Vivi a powerful ability user. As long as I'm around, no one can harm Vivi." "I believe you." Cobra nodded, his expression serious. "I have done as you said and told the 5 elders that Crocodile escaped. I believe that in a few more days, Crocodile's bounty poster and the news of him being stripped of his warlord status will spread throughout the world. Also, the world government's people are on their way." Hearing this last sentence, Link also nodded. "In that case, I will leave the Alabasta Kingdom tomorrow." From the conversation between Link and Cobra, it was clear that the two had discussed many topics over the past few days. Link had even revealed parts of his plan, earning Cobra's trust and permission. As Link was about to leave, Cobra suddenly said with deep meaning, "Be careful of that woman who went to see the Poneglyph." "Don't worry, I'm not wrong about people. I trust her very much." Link smiled confidently. "She, like Vivi and my other 2 companions, are actually the same kind of person. She was just less fortunate than Vivi and has only just met me." After speaking, Link left the room. Neither Link nor Cobra noticed an ear growing on the wall behind a certain cabinet. Finding Karina and the other girls who were organizing Crocodile's treasure, Link told them the time of their departure. While the 3 girls were packing the treasure into oversized backpacks, Robin, who had been reading by the window, suddenly approached Link and smiled. "Mr. Captain, can we talk alone for a moment?" "Of course, let's go to the balcony," Link nodded. On the balcony, Robin leaned against the railing and asked curiously, "Mr. Captain, do you have that ancient book you picked up?" Link didn't answer, instead asking, "Did you learn about my abilities from Karina?" "Ahem." Robin nodded and smiled. "That kind of ability, it's the ninjutsu of Wano country, isn't it?" "Impressive, you even know about such an obscure thing." Link couldn't help but give a thumbs up, then sneered, "But my ninjutsu is not the ninjutsu of Wano country. The ninjutsu there is just what they call devil fruit abilities, because they lack a scientific explanation and a rich understanding of them. My ninjutsu, on the other hand, comes from a special energy I was born with, which evolves into the elemental powers of wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning, as well as the Kekkei Genkai formed by their fusion. Those ninja fear seawater, but I have no fear of the Great Sea." "I see." Robin feigned a slight realization. On the surface, she didn't show the same shock as Karina and the other 2 girls did when they first learned of Link's abilities. However, if Link had mastered observation haki, he would have discovered that Robin's emotions had been in a state of violent fluctuation ever since she walked into the room. Clearly, the mature woman was only putting on a calm facade. In fact, her mind had been in turmoil ever since she overheard his conversation with Cobra. Robin had thought that Link invited her to join the crew only because he valued her ability to read ancient texts, and that deep down, he was as wary of her as Crocodile was. Yet, even though he knew she had seen the Poneglyph, he hadn't asked what was written on it. She knew that Cobra had warned him earlier that the Poneglyph guarded by the Nefeltari royal family for generations did not record the history of the Nefeltari clan, but what Crocodile wanted. Could it be he wasn't interested in the ancient weapons? Or was he just acting? That last sentence he said, was it from the heart, or did he already know she was eavesdropping? Robin's feelings were very complicated right now, so she could only change the subject and continue to ask, "Is that ancient book related to your abilities?" "Not really." Link shook his head, lying without batting an eye. That ancient book was found by my wood clone on a ghost ship. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the relic of some scholar. Because the wood clone's energy is limited, I couldn't bring the ancient book back here, so I could only read it and then destroy it on the spot. After speaking, Link recited the lines he had prepared long ago. There wasn't much content in that ancient book. It only introduced the origin of the Nefeltari clan. Vivi's ancestor, and also the first king of the Nefeltari royal family among the 20 kings, was named Nefeltari D. Lily. For some unknown reason, after establishing the world government, Queen Lily did not stay in Mary Geoise to become a celestial dragon like the other 19 kings, but returned to her homeland to continue the Nefeltari name. A part of the history mentions that Queen Lily had a good relationship with a fellow named Joyboy. That's about all there was. Finally, Link shrugged. To avoid scaring Robin, Link did not mention the existence of Emo. Since the surname is Nefeltari D, why was the letter D hidden from the surname after 800 years? And what does this D mean? Robin did not suspect Link was lying, muttering to herself with a slight frown. Seeing this, Link smiled. If you're curious, let's go and explore it together. Actually, I'm also very curious about the blank 100 years of history that was erased. That's the reason I recruited you. Link wasn't lying. He was indeed interested in the erased history. When he transmigrated, One Piece was just entering its final saga, and Vegapunk had prophesied that the world would sink into the sea. Therefore, Link was curious as to why the world would sink into the sea. Just how advanced was the technology of the ancient kingdom? What exactly happened during that blank 100 years? Robin was the key to unlocking these mysteries. Looking at Link's sincere face, and recalling his last words to Cobra, a long-lost warmth suddenly surged in Robin's heart. Ahem. She nodded, a smile that was no longer a mask finally appearing on her face. Mr. Captain, please take care of me from now on. Just call me Link. Link smiled and extended his hand. Please take care of me, Robin. Robin shook Link's hand, staring into his large, bright eyes, and asked with a smile, Link, aren't you curious about what's recorded on the Nefeltari royal family's poneglyph? The location of an ancient weapon, right? Faced with Robin's test, Link said with disdain, only the weak rely on external objects. I only believe in my own strength. Robin, who had thought Link would feign curiosity, finally showed a look of shock on her face. So he knew. The reason he didn't ask wasn't to act, but because he genuinely wasn't interested. At this moment, Robin saw in Link a quality that Crocodile lacked, and she also understood why Crocodile, despite having the home field advantage, still lost to this newcomer. That was the heart of a true powerhouse. Karina and the other 2 girls, who were secretly eavesdropping, also looked at their captain with sparkling eyes. At this moment, Link was so handsome. Chapter 29, The Reappearing Oasis, Departure. The next morning, Link and the others packed their things and bid farewell to Cobra. As they were leaving, Vivi stroked the fast-running duck that Igaram had brought back, smiling. Karoo, remember to exercise regularly, and don't turn into a fat duck, okay? Quacked. Karoo nodded in a very human-like way, looking at Vivi with reluctance. Vivi actually wanted to take him with her, but dismissed the idea. Link also didn't let Vivi take Karoo. Karoo was no chopper. His intelligence hadn't been fully developed. Unless he ate an ancient Zoan or a mythical Zoan devil fruit, he would have no combat ability. For the sake of experience, Link would be hunting various strong enemies in the future, and Karina and the others would have to participate. Karoo would only become a burden. If Karoo were to die, Vivi would surely be heartbroken. Instead of taking him along, it was better to let him stay in the Alabasta Kingdom and enjoy a comfortable life. After leaving Alubarna, Link's group didn't head straight for the port city of Nanohana where their ship was docked. They first went to the former oasis city, Irumalu. Although the world government's people were on their way, and the 5 elders had agreed with Cobra on how to handle the crocodile affair to avoid diminishing the prestige of the 7 warlords, Cobra had not been idle these past few days. The day after his call with the 5 elders, he gave a national speech, releasing the evidence of Baroque works buying dance powder, clearing the royal family of suspicion. He also invited the world government to formally intervene in the investigation and promised to give the people an explanation. Other than Robin and Mr. One, not even the members of Baroque Works knew that their boss was Crocodile. However, Baroque Works was indeed one of the major powers in the first half of the Grand Line. Therefore, the rebel army and the people were half believing, half doubting Cobra's words. The war had temporarily stopped. Today, Cobra would continue his speech to increase the trust of the rebel army and the people. And Link was the key. When it was noon, the king's speech began in Alubarna. Link's group had also arrived at the deserted, dried-up city. It wasn't completely deserted. There were a few people there, including a very persistent old man who was constantly digging, trying to find the underground water source. Vivi grabbed Link's arm and pleaded, "Please, Link. Leave it to me." Link smiled and gave Vivi a head pat, then walked towards the ruined city. Link clapped his hands together, and a dazzling blue aura erupted from his body. After gathering power for a moment, he suddenly shouted, "Wood-style, deep forest emergence." Rumble. A violent earthquake immediately spread throughout Irumalu. The people remaining in the dried-up city were instantly thrown to the ground. An invisible yet divine-like source of life covered the entire city's land in the blink of an eye. The parched earth, amidst the violent shaking, regained its life, and countless cracks, large and small, appeared. Saplings grew from the cracks, rapidly expanding like inflated balloons, turning into towering trees dozens, even hundreds of meters tall in just a few seconds. As some of the trees grew, their branches, like human arms, coiled around the people who had fallen to the ground, preventing them from being crushed by the surging sea of trees. In just over 10 minutes, the sandy ground was revived with life. The ruined houses were mercilessly destroyed by the towering trees. When the violent tremors stopped, the dried-up city had disappeared, replaced by a dense forest. Looking down from a god's perspective, a huge oasis had suddenly appeared in the vast, boundless desert. After completely turning Irumalu into an oasis, Link let out a heavy, turbid breath, his face covered in sweat. The area of this oasis wasn't actually much larger than Whiskey Peak. For Link, who had turned half of Cactus Island into a forest, the chakra consumption shouldn't have even reached a third. But turning Irumalu into a forest had nearly depleted Link's chakra. There was no helping it, the land was different. The land of Whiskey Peak had not lost its life, so Link's use of wood-style consumed relatively little chakra. Irumalu, due to years without rain and repeated attacks by Crocodile's giant sandstorms, had its life force severely depleted, almost half desertified. If he didn't restore the life of the land here, Link would only need to consume a small amount of chakra to create a large number of trees, but those trees would quickly wither. Creating a forest was a small matter. Restoring the life of the land was the difficult part. Fortunately, 20% of Hashirama Senju's chakra was already as vast as the sea. Coupled with the fact that Irumalu's land hadn't completely desertified, Link managed to do it in one go. Otherwise, Link might have needed several attempts to completely restore the land's life. Seeing Link drenched in sweat and extremely weak for the first time, Vivi immediately ran over. Taking out a handkerchief, she wiped his sweat while saying with gratitude and heartache, "You've worked hard, Link." "It's nothing, I'll be fine after a short rest." Link took the handkerchief and looked at the equally worried Karina and Nami, smiling. "Let's go, we should leave." After speaking, Link led the way towards the port city of Nanohana. Meanwhile, Cobra, who was giving a speech in Alubarna, also revealed the theme of this speech. He had hired the world-renowned Impaler, at a high price to use his Logia-type, Woodwood fruit ability to restore the life of Irumalu's land and turn the ruined city into an oasis. Afterward, the royal family would contribute money and effort to transform that oasis back into the oasis city, Irumalu. As soon as this news was released, it immediately caused a huge sensation in various cities across the Alabasta Kingdom. When the rebel army sent people to investigate Irumalu, more and more people came to believe that Cobra was innocent. Next, they just had to wait for the world government to intervene in the investigation and completely confirm that Baroque works had used dance powder and instigated the war. Then, this internal conflict would be completely over. The 5 elders in Cobra had agreed on a way to handle it. This method was obviously disadvantageous for Cobra. But the 5 elders would definitely offer compensation, most likely a concession on the heavenly tribute for that year. Link knew nothing about these things. At this moment, Link's group had already left Sandy Island and was heading for their next stop. Chapter 30, the most beautiful scenery in the world, the princess's passion. Thump, thump, thump. On the vast, boundless sea, a small, single-masted sailboat sailed slowly. But this small sailboat was a bit unique, different from ordinary small sailboats. Below the stern of the sailboat, there was a crescent-shaped platform connected to the ship. The outer edge of the platform was surrounded by a wall made of wood. The platform was a grass-covered volleyball court, and the 4 girls, Karina and the others, were playing volleyball. Link stood at the stern, acting as the referee. Since he was in a high position, he had a clear view of the magnificent, surging scene below. This was absolutely the most beautiful scenery Link had seen since he transmigrated. Even the volleyball match between Nami and Robin in the original story was far from being as good as this one. After all, Nami and Robin's was a singles match, while this was a doubles match. Watching the 4 girls in their bikinis, jumping and hitting the ball on the grass, if not for maintaining his captain's dignity, Link would have loved to take out a camera and snap away crazily, to preserve this most beautiful scenery in the world. However, Link didn't know that even if he did take pictures, the 4 girls wouldn't mind. Or perhaps, the fact that the 4 girls were dressed like this to play ball and had Link as their referee was already a sign of their complete trust and affection for him. After spending this time together, Link thought his relationship with Vivi was the best, while his relationship with the other 3 girls was that of normal companions. In reality, in the eyes of the 4 girls, he was the best captain in the world. After all, besides Link, what other captain would choose to face a warlord of the sea like Crocodile just to recruit them? And what other captain, with the status of a bounty hunter, would so trust a pirate full of secrets who had a bounty of 79 million belly at the age of 8? It was even more unlikely that any captain would be willing to entrust billions of belly in treasure to the care of 2 assistants he had only just met. As the saying goes, treat others with sincerity and they will repay you with sincerity. Link chose to recruit Nami and the others not just for their beautiful appearances, but more so for their precious personalities and souls. Because of this, the 4 girls all felt a purity in Link's actions that was completely devoid of acting. This man was completely different from the captains they had met before. If there truly was a great treasure on the sea, in the eyes of the 4 girls, perhaps Link himself was the great treasure they were looking for. So after the events in the Alabasta Kingdom, the 4 girls had long since let down their guards and stopped testing him, truly regarding Link as their most trustworthy captain and support. Unfortunately, Link's system didn't have an affection meter function. Otherwise, he would have discovered that the 4 girls' affection for him had reached a bottleneck, and they were just one step away from taking the initiative. I see an opening, ha thump. At that moment, Karina, who was paired with Robin, leaped high. Her assets, second only to Robin's, surged for a moment as her small hand fiercely slapped the volleyball. The volleyball became a blur, landing heavily in a dead spot that Nami and Vivi couldn't react to, then bounced off the wooden wall with a loud bang. 26-24, the match is decided. As the referee, Link immediately announced the result. With a score of 3-0, the winners are Karina and Robin. Tusk lost again. Looking at the smug, sly fox across from her, Nami clicked her tongue in annoyance, then reached her 2 fingers into the 4-dimensional pocket of her cleavage, took out a gem, and threw it to Karina. Catching the flying gem, Karina said with a grin, "Yufufufu, get used to it. After all, since we've met, when have you ever won against me, little thief cat? Don't be so smug, I'll definitely win next time." Not convinced, how about another round of singles? Next time, I'm not feeling so well right now." Nami, whose stamina was no match for Karina's, instantly backed down. Unlike the bickering Karina and Nami, Vivi handed her gem to Robin with a smile. Robin accepted it without ceremony. Although the 2 to 3 billion in treasure plundered from Crocodile was all entrusted to Karina and Nami for safekeeping, it was technically Link's spoils of war. But Link wasn't stingy. Not only did he give the 4 girls a large amount of spending money, but he also let them use the treasure as they pleased. Whether playing cards or ball games, the 5 of them always played with high stakes, because they had more treasure than they could ever spend. Even the money-grubbing Karina and Nami had become numb to money. Coming up from the court, Karina wiped the fragrant sweat from her body and suddenly asked Link, "Link, can you change the court into a swimming pool?" Yeah, why don't we go for a swim?" Nami chimed in. Link smiled and nodded. "I'll just make a new one." After speaking, Link formed hand seals. In the next second, the crescent-shaped platform connected to the stern immediately detached, like a train car derailing. Then, a large number of branches extended out from under the sailboat again. This time, the branches did not form a new platform at the stern, but wrapped around the sailboat, forming a track-style circular pool. A large amount of seawater poured in through the drain holes at the bottom. Before long, the entire exterior of the sailboat had become an open-air swimming pool. Nami, who had witnessed the formation of the pool with her own eyes, couldn't help but sigh. This wood-style ability is really too convenient. Indeed, changing ships, modifying the sailboat, I don't know how much money it saved us. Karina nodded in agreement and teased, "If Link ever wants to go into business in the future, he could totally open a shipyard. He might even be able to compete for business with the holy land of shipbuilding." Vivi jumped into the pool and waved at Link. "Link, come down and play too." "All right." Link had the same intention. He vanished in a flash, and when he reappeared, his black long robe had been replaced by just a pair of swimming trunks. In addition, he had a swim ring in his hand. Looking at Robin sitting on a beach chair, Link held up the swim ring and asked, "Robin, want to come down and play?" "No, thank you, you all have fun." Robin smiled and shook her head. As long as more than half of a devil fruit user's body is submerged in water, whether it's seawater or freshwater, they will feel weak. That's why Hancock's bathtub was so shallow. Using a swim ring to go swimming wasn't enjoyment, it was torture. Link didn't insist. After tossing the swim ring into the pool, he performed a standard dive. As soon as he entered the water, Link heard Karina's voice. "Link, want to have a race? Let's see who can finish 1 lap first." "Count me in, I want a race too," Nami said enthusiastically. "I want to join too," Vivi said likewise. Seeing the atmosphere liven up, Link naturally had no objection and nodded. "Then let's have a race." "Aris." Robin, by the ship's rail, said with great interest. "Then let me be the referee this time." "Then we'll be counting on you, Sister Robin." The 3 girls spread out, their expressions serious as they looked ahead. Link also used wood style to create a wooden wall behind them, allowing the 3 girls to push off for a start while also serving as the finish line for the race. 3, 2, 1, go. As Robin's countdown finished, Karina and Nami took a deep breath, then pushed off hard, diving into the water and surging forward. Perhaps because she lived in a desert kingdom, or perhaps because she rarely swam, Vivi wasn't a good swimmer. With just the initial push, she was already left a short distance behind by Karina and Nami. However, she wasn't the worst. The one at the very back was Link. Link wasn't a great swimmer either, but that wasn't the case. With his sage body and mastery of water, style nature transformation, if Link were to cheat, his speed in the water would be no less than that of a fishman. But he had no interest in that. He chose to go easy on them and just play with the 3 girls. Compared to winning, Link appreciated their swimming forms more. So Link always stayed half a body length behind Vivi, and was quickly left far behind by Karina and Nami. When he and Vivi swam behind the stern, which was also the only part of the track Robin couldn't see, Link's face suddenly showed surprise. The leading Vivi suddenly turned her head and smiled at Link. "Link, let's swim underwater." After speaking, without waiting for Link's reply, Vivi took a deep breath and pulled Link's hand, diving into the water. Underwater, Link looked at Vivi, who was swimming ahead while still holding his hand. No matter how dense he was at this point, Link understood the signal. So Link proactively made his move. He gripped Vivi's hand tightly, pulled her back, and under Vivi's surprised and shy gaze, he pulled the princess into his arms and then kissed her. First, she was stiff, then she responded clumsily, and finally, Link enjoyed the princess's passion. Chapter 31. No Flaws Template Unlocked 30%. Time flew by, and soon it was February 15th. See calendar 1520. Before he knew it, Link had known Nami for over a month. In that month, Link's life had undergone a dramatic change. At the start of the year, he was a lone traveler. But now, he was surrounded by 4 great beauties. 3 were youthful and lively young women, and 1 was a mature, sophisticated woman. More importantly, unlike last month, Link wasn't in a situation where he could only look but not touch. After that underwater kiss, Link and Vivi's relationship broke through to a new stage. Having finally given his first kiss, Link was addicted, as if on a drug. Whenever they had a chance to be alone, he would hold Vivi to cultivate their feelings, seeing who could hold their breath longer. Vivi, who had also given her first kiss and was on the same starting line as Link, showed no weakness, battling him fiercely to the end every time. But every time, Vivi lost to Link. Because Link always cheated. Not long after they started, he would launch a surprise attack on Vivi's treasure troves, causing her to be unable to focus completely. Their sneaking around, and the intimate behaviors brought on by their changed relationship, also attracted the attention of Karina and the other 2 girls. Soon, the 3 girls discovered their secret romance. But none of them exposed it. However, in their subsequent interactions, Robin noticed that Nami no longer liked to bicker with Karina and instead preferred to stick close to Link. Karina, whether she had reached a deal with Nami or had her own little plans, also joined in, taking responsibility for holding Vivi back. This invisible palace drama made Robin realize for the first time that some things were more interesting than books. The naive Link and Vivi were completely unaware of the 2 girls' little schemes. Seeing Nami and Karina become more enthusiastic, often pulling him and Vivi to play games, Link was very happy. It meant that his relationship with the 2 girls had improved. The same was true for Vivi. Having few friends, she cherished her friendship with Karina and Nami very much. After sailing on the sea like this for about half a month, Link's group finally arrived at the next island. This island was the world-renowned holy land of shipbuilding, Water 7. That's right, after leaving the Alabasta Kingdom, Link's group used an eternal pose to head straight for Water 7. During this period, Link's group did stop at other islands for supplies, but not Jaya Island or Long Ring Long Land. In the original story, Jaya Island was not a necessary stop on the route from Whiskey Peak. The Sky Island above it was. On the way to Water 7, Nami also noticed the change in the log pose and similarly thought the needle was malfunctioning. Link didn't tell her that there really was an island in the sky. Link also had no intention of going to Sky Island for the time being. First, he didn't have the strength to take the 4 girls up into the sky. The knock-up stream would only appear in the latter half of the year, so he had about half a year's time. Second, if he went to Sky Island now, Link couldn't protect the 4 girls. Because he couldn't beat Enel right now. Even if he could fight Enel, he couldn't keep him there. The Rumble Rumble fruit, known as the strongest Logia, was also one of the most invincible abilities among the 3 types of devil fruits. Its ability to sense across 2 islands, and its teleportation that ignored all obstacles would put Link in a completely passive position. Before the 3 girls became capable assistants, Link would not fight a battle he wasn't confident in winning. Of course, although Link didn't take the 4 girls to Jaya Island, he did secretly send out a wood clone there. On Jaya Island, there was a town called Mock Town. This town was a very famous pirate town on the route where Jaya Island was located. It was a gathering place for many weak pirates who had lost their dreams. The strongest there was Bellamy, who had eaten the Paramecia-type spring fruit and had a bounty of 55 million belly and was one of Doflamingo's countless underlings. Link had his wood clone eliminate Bellamy, and while he was at it, he bloodbathed Mock Town, hunting extensively. However, a gathering place for the weak was, in the end, a gathering place for the weak. After bloodbathing Mock Town, Link only gained 0.55% experience. Besides Bellamy, only one other pirate provided him with experience. It was simply a waste of time. Then, the wood clone plundered the treasure that Bellamy was going to offer to Doflamingo and brought it back to the main body. As for the heads of Bellamy and those pirates with bounties, Link didn't bother with them. Not to mention the deposits in the bank, with billions of belly on the ship, Link's group looked down on such small change. Link didn't even take the heads of the senior agents of Baroque Works, leaving them for Cobra to exchange for money. In addition, during their voyage, Link's group also encountered a few unlucky pirate crews on the sea. Link naturally showed no mercy and wiped them all out. Perhaps due to good luck, Link gained 0.47% experience from them, and his experience reserves finally broke through 10%. At the same time, Link's guess was also confirmed. Although the system had no name and couldn't speak, it didn't leave any loopholes. After his experience reserves broke through 10%, the difficulty of gaining experience for Link increased again. In other words, the experience bar didn't have a loophole. Its existence was just an alternative item bar. If Link ran out of chakra at a critical moment, he could use the experience in the experience bar to add points, obtaining vast spiritual and physical energy, and quickly recovering and increasing his chakra reserves. As for Link's fantasy of madly hunting weaklings to max out his experience, and then unlocking the Hashirama Senju template to 100% in one go, that loophole did not exist. Link wasn't disappointed by this, because he had already anticipated it. If such a loophole really existed, then he would only need to wait a few more months to become invincible on the seas. He would just have to wait for the Summit War to break out, sneak into Impel Down, and bloodbath the pirates from the 1st to the 5th level underground to gain a massive amount of experience. Of course, even without this loophole, Link was confident that after his plan was completed, he and the girls could enter the New World, and, like the Blackbeard pirates who obtained the Paramecia-type Tremor fruit, directly dominate the seas. After realizing there were no loopholes to exploit, Link directly invested all his experience points into the template. In an instant, the progress on his Hashirama Senju template surged from 20% to 30%. The 10 consecutive infusions of feedback caused an astonishing amount of spiritual and physical energy to well up within Link. After he fused the two to form his chakra, Link's already sea-like reserves of chakra instantly became a third more powerful than before. The surge in his chakra reserves immediately triggered a chain reaction. First, Link's sage body underwent another astonishing growth. After all, physical and spiritual energy were generated from the 130 trillion cells in his body. The sudden emergence of such astonishing physical and spiritual energy in Link's body was equivalent to stimulating his body's potential. This anointment from the system was like the Grand Elder on planet Namek unlocking someone's potential in Dragon Ball, allowing Link's sage body to take a direct shortcut in its development. The strengthening of the sage body also meant the strengthening of his Yang-style power. The strengthening of Yang-style power, in turn, represented the strengthening of his wood style. It might have seemed like only his MP had increased by a third, but in reality, the power of Link's wood style, as well as its innate absorption ability, had all been greatly enhanced. Besides the surge in his chakra reserves, Link also obtained a large number of ninjutsu and unlocked a new wood-style ultimate move. The current Link felt absurdly strong. Host Link. Inheritance template Hashirama Senju. Unlock progress 30% plus. Experience 0.94%. Chapter 32, Genjutsu Dark Walk Technique. The legendary Holy Land of Shipbuilding. What a beautiful island. Gazing at Water 7, which resembled a fountain, Nami and Vivi, who were seeing it for the first time, both exclaimed in amazement. It was also the first time for Robin and Karina. The two, who didn't like reading, seemed to have some knowledge of Water 7, so their reactions weren't as strong as Nami's and Vivi's. Link formed a single hand seal, wood-style, wood-clone jutsu. Branches extended from his back, quickly forming a wood clone that looked exactly like Link. As soon as the wood clone appeared, it turned and walked towards the ship's cabin. Seeing this, Nami couldn't help but ask, "Link, are you having the wood clone guard Crocodile?" Ahem. Link nodded and smiled. "My sensory jutsu has detected quite a few strong people on this island. To avoid any accidents, it's better to be cautious." Link's words were a mix of truth and falsehood. He wasn't wary of Rob Lucci, but of Bluno, the first one to be eliminated by Gear Second in the original story. Bluno was the user of the Dordor fruit, possessing the ability to walk in a different dimension, making him the One Piece world's version of Uchiha Obaido. Not only could he see the outside world from within the other dimension, but he could also hear the sounds, making him nearly unbeatable in terms of intelligence gathering. Khalifa's powerful intelligence gathering ability came from Bluno, the only one who didn't join the Galila Company and instead opened a tavern outside. This meant that Bluno often entered the other dimension to gather intelligence on Water 7. Link had to be on guard against this, so he specially created a wood clone and had it use the transformation technique to guard Crocodile. Although the Dordor fruit was powerful, it required opening a door to enter and exit the other dimension, which had a significant wind-up animation. If Bluno happened to be here, and by chance discovered Crocodile and tried to take him away, Link guaranteed he would be on the ground the moment he appeared. Speaking of which, Link, why are you keeping Crocodile? Is he useful for something? Karina asked curiously. None of them knew Link's plan, so they were curious why Link didn't kill Crocodile or hand him over to the Marines. To this, Link only smiled meaningfully. "You'll know when the time comes. It will absolutely make your jaws drop." There you go again. Link always loves to keep people in suspense. The three girls immediately rolled their eyes at Link. But this action also showed that their relationship with Link had truly improved during this time. Before the Alabasta incident, the three perceptive girls would not have asked further if they noticed Link didn't want to say something, let alone make a gesture like rolling their eyes. But now they would complain. Only Robin, who had overheard the conversation between Link and Cobra and knew part of Link's plan, looked thoughtful. Looking at the three cute girls, the corners of Link's mouth curled up slightly. "The reason I'm not telling you now is actually for your own good." "All right then." Knowing that Link wouldn't joke around casually, the three girls could only nod helplessly. While they chatted, the sailboat arrived at Water 7. After entering the port and mooring the sailboat, Link's group first bought a local map from a small stall, then rented 2 of the local specialty Yagura bulls and headed directly to the central street of Water 7. During this time, Link did not make Robin wear a veil to hide her face. The reason CP9 was able to recognize and find Robin in the original story was because they were instructed by Aokiji. Aokiji first met the Straw Hat Pirates on an uninhabited island, then went to Anai's lobby and gave the buster call Den Den Mushi to Spandam, who then informed CP9 that Nico Robin would be going to Water 7. That was why Bluno found Robin not long after she went ashore. Link didn't know if Aokiji was aware that Robin was in Baroque works. But to avoid being found by the Marine Admiral, Link directly took an unusual route, avoiding the necessary islands and using an eternal pose to go straight to Water 7. Therefore, Robin was very safe on this island and didn't need to wear any disguise at all. After getting a suite in the most luxurious hotel on the central street, Link was immediately dragged by the three girls to go shopping, starting a massive buying spree. After sailing on the sea for half a month, Karina and Nami's desire to shop had long been pent up. Especially Nami. Just over a month ago, she was a poor girl who didn't dare to spend money recklessly. Now, able to control billions of belly, with just her spending money amounting to several hundred million, Nami went on a frantic spending spree. But the two girls' frenzy was only for a moment. Because after having money, they found that they didn't lack anything. So the two girls started a massive buying spree for Link. especially in terms of clothing. Link had always worn the same unchanging black robe. Although it was very handsome, it was too monotonous. Karina and Nami began to order custom-made robes of various colors for Link, as well as clothes of other styles for all 4 seasons. Vivi also joined in. When the 3 girls were discussing, Nami even snatched the designer's sketchbook and drew her inspiration. It wasn't until evening that Link's group returned to the hotel suite, carrying large and small bags. After eating and showering, the girls dragged Link out to wander the night market again. Water 7 at night was even more lively than during the day. The streets were full of people wearing masks. Following the local custom, the girls also put masks on themselves and Link. As they passed through a dim alley, none of the 4 girls noticed that Link's hand, hidden in his sleeve, secretly formed a seal. A piece of branch emerged from the ground in the alley and quickly transformed into a wood clone. As soon as the wood clone appeared, it quickly formed hand seals again, and its figure and appearance immediately changed into that of a middle-aged man. Even his clothes changed. Immediately after, the wood clone vanished in a flash. When the wood clone appeared again, it was in front of a tavern. Walking into the tavern, the wood clone's first glance fell on the burly Bluno, who was mixing drinks, his hair styled into 2 horns. With his hand hidden in his sleeve, the wood clone quietly formed a seal and suddenly called out, "Boss Bluno." Hearing his name, Bluno subconsciously looked towards the wood clone. The moment their eyes met, Bluno found that the world had suddenly become pitch black. The light was snatched away in an instant. This move was precisely Genjutsu, Bringer of Darkness technique. Boom! At the same time, everyone in the tavern heard a loud crash of a wall shattering. The middle-aged man, who had just entered suddenly, vanished from his spot, then appeared behind the bar and struck the tavern owner with his palm. The powerful palm strike sent the tavern owner flying, crashing through the back wall and kicking up a large cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the extremely curious people who went to look found that both the tavern owner and the middle-aged man had disappeared. By the time Rob Lucci and the others learned of this news and launched an investigation, they would only find out that a middle-aged man had abducted Bluno. Chapter 33, Fattening Up for the Kill, the Dominant Link. While strolling through the night market with the 4 girls, Link received a real-time report from his wood clone, and the corners of his mouth curled up under his mask. Link's purpose in Water 7 was simply to let the log pose set, then head to the next destination. He had no intention of making a move on Lucci. After all, the system had no loopholes, and gaining experience would only get harder. Therefore, Link needed to let his targets grow stronger. Lucci's potential hadn't been fully realized yet. In 2 years, he would become even more powerful. Harvesting him then would maximize the experience gained. However, Bluno was an exception. No matter the world, time and space abilities were always the most top-tier and most troublesome abilities. When such an ability appeared on one's own side, it was incredibly reliable. But if it was on the enemy's side, one probably wouldn't even feel safe while sleeping. Link knew how ridiculously overpowered the Door Fruits ability was, which was why he was so eager to eliminate this threat, even if Bluno wasn't as capable as he seemed. Now that this threat was gone, Link could relax and enjoy touring the City of Water with the 4 girls. They not only rode the Yagura bulls all over Water 7, but also experienced the sea train, traveling to several islands near Water 7. The girls, riding the sea train for the first time, were all filled with amazement. Perhaps in the sea of 800 years ago, technology was very advanced. But in the current sea, apart from certain islands with high technology, other places were very backward. This could be seen from the fact that it was still the age of sail. The sea train was truly an epoch-making invention. For this creation alone, Master Tom was worthy of being recorded in the annals of history, a true world-class shipwright. And so, Link's group played in Water 7 for a week. Only after the log pose was fully set did they reluctantly leave Water 7. During this time, Link's sensory jutsu also detected several people with extremely strong physical energy, secretly investigating the powerful individuals on the island. Even Link was monitored for 2 days. These people were none other than Lucci and his group. Clearly, they knew Bluno had been captured, and had begun to investigate whether the middle-aged man was a lone wolf or a member of some organization. Link was initially a suspect, but after seeing that he was only surrounded by women, Lucci's group quickly ruled him out. Before Link's abilities were fully exposed, it was obvious that no one would think the Logia-type woodwood fruit would have abilities like wood clone and wood transformation. So they had ruled out the correct answer. Link, there's an extra small tree in the brig. The day after leaving Water 7, Karina, as if having discovered a new continent, quickly ran out from the cabin. Looking at Link, who was playing mahjong with Nami and the other 2 girls, she fired off a series of questions. Who's the guy sealed in that tree? Is he the thief your wood clone caught? Ahem. Link nodded and said something that made Robin's face drain of color. That guy is the user of the Paramecia-type Dordor fruit, and also a CP9 agent. An agent? Nami's beautiful eyes widened instantly, while Robin's body trembled uncontrollably. It was a traumatic reaction. After all, the shadow Aokiji and CP9 had cast over Robin was immense. Just as Nami in the original story believed the Arlong Pirates were invincible, in Robin's eyes, Aokiji and CP9 were existences even more terrifying than Crocodile. Karina was the first to notice Robin's reaction. Seeing this quiet, elegant, and always composed older sister now showing a look of fear, she couldn't help but ask with concern, "Sister Robin, are you okay?" "Sister Robin, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Nami and Vivi also asked with concern. Link patted the back of Robin's hand and comforted her with a smile. "Don't worry, that guy wasn't after you. He was an informant responsible for gathering intelligence for some undercover agents in Water 7. His ability is troublesome, so I had my wood clone secretly capture him. Besides, even if they were really after you, you don't have to be afraid." At this, Link said with absolute authority, "Forget a CP agent. Not even a Marine Admiral can take away one of my companions." "Whoa, Link, you're so cool." The girls immediately turned into little fans, their beautiful eyes sparkling as they looked at Link. Vivi's eyes were filled with an even softer light. If the setting had been right, she would have kissed him on the spot. Among the 4 girls, only Vivi and Nami had been saved by a hero by Link. Because of this, their feelings for Link were the most special. After understanding Link's character, they knew the weight of his words even more. Robin's heart was similarly struck. Link's words, just like the condition Vivi had misunderstood, were like a straight pitch, striking right at the core of the mature woman's heart. At this moment, Saul's words suddenly echoed in Robin's mind. The doors to her heart, closed for many years, began to loosen. Even Robin herself didn't notice that the trembling from her traumatic reaction had disappeared at some point, and the paleness on her small face had been replaced by a healthy color. She once again showed a smile that was no longer a mask but came from the heart and nodded. "I understand, Link." There was no gratitude, no moved tears. But the other 3 girls felt that some kind of change had occurred in Robin. That one sentence. If Link's system had an affection meter, he would definitely see +1 +1 +1 symbols for affection constantly popping up over Robin's head. Just like Boa Hancock, Robin seemed difficult to approach, but she was actually one of the easiest female characters to win over. Robin, who hadn't turned to darkness in 20 years, only longed to find companions who were willing to protect her. When such a companion truly appeared, their status in Robin's heart would immediately surpass that of history itself. Link's conversation with Cobra had easily earned Robin's trust and affection. Now, these authoritative words made Robin feel a trace of reliance on him. When Link truly did as he said, willing to stand in front of Robin and shield her from all the storms, the mature woman's heart would instantly change into his shape. At that time, Robin, like Hancock, would be willing to make an enemy of the world for him, and even die for him. Chapter 34, The Devil's Triangle. After leaving Water 7, Link's group once again began a long voyage at sea. A long voyage at sea is dull and boring. Especially when it's one person on one ship, there's a sense of loneliness, of being abandoned by the world. Because of this, when Link was a lone traveler, he actually preferred not to make a large ship, instead creating a small boat to drift with the wind. After the 4 girls joined him, Link never felt bored again. The same was true for the girls. With Link's abilities, they were never short on entertainment. When they were bored, they would either team up for volleyball, pull Link in for a game of mahjong or stud poker, or have a swimming competition. At their most extravagant, Link even created a maze, and the 5 of them played hide-and-seek inside. After they tired of playing, they would each go about their own business. Robin and Karina liked to read, Nami liked to draw, and Vivi liked to cook. Or rather, more than cooking itself, she liked to see the look of enjoyment on Link's face when he ate her delicious food. Whenever Link praised her, Vivi would feel extremely satisfied. At the same time, Link's intimacy with her grew deeper and more bold. One day, while the other 3 girls were busy with their own tasks, a coughing sound suddenly came from the kitchen. Vivi's voice, helpless yet fond, followed immediately after. Satisfied now? Hurry up and get out. If Karina and Nami come in later and see, I'll be too embarrassed to face them. You've worked hard, Vivi, moi. After planting a firm kiss on Vivi's cheek, Link emerged from the kitchen, fully satisfied. He took a young coconut from the refrigerator, transforming into Sage Link, ready to go out to feel the sea breeze and commune with nature. However, just as he stepped out of the cabin, Link saw the sky and sea change color. The sky, which had been clear with the sun high overhead and not a cloud in sight, suddenly turned from day to night. This kind of sudden climate change was not uncommon on the Grand Line. But unlike a normal change from sunny to overcast, these dark clouds weren't rain clouds. They were a dense fog. Almost at the same moment night fell, a thick fog appeared around the sailboat. From a bird's-eye view, one would see that Link's group hadn't encountered a sudden climate change, but had entered a shockingly vast area of dense fog. What's going on? The sky suddenly went dark. Is it going to rain? That can't be right. I've had the window open this whole time, and the sea breeze hasn't changed. It should be a clear day. Karina and the other girls, having also noticed the change in the sky, came out from the drawing room and the study inside the cabin. Even Vivi trotted out, still wearing her apron. Before Link could speak, Robin, as if she already knew, said with a smile, "This probably isn't the weather. We've entered the Florian Triangle." The Florian Triangle. Karina and Nami were momentarily stunned. Then, Karina's eyes lit up in realization. Oh, that's right. That sea is indeed a required passage on this route. Nami shivered. The Florian Triangle. Just from the name, it sounds like a bad place. Karina nodded in agreement and, with a mischievous grin, tried to scare her. It is. They say hundreds of ships go missing here every year. It's a famous sea for ghost ships. Maybe we'll even see ghosts and living skeletons. Hearing this, Nami's face instantly turned pale. Link almost couldn't resist giving her a thumbs up. Karina had hit the nail on the head. All right, stop scaring Nami, Link said, comforting her with a smile. Those missing ships were actually robbed. This is the territory of a certain government-sanctioned pirate. A government-sanctioned pirate? The girls were momentarily stunned. They were all too familiar with that term. Karina quickly asked, Link, which of the 7 warlords' territory is this? Link didn't keep them in suspense. Master of Shadows Gecko Moria. So it's him, Karina said, pinching her chin. If I remember correctly, this warlord, like Crocodile, was one of the original 7 warlords. Robin nodded, providing more information. He was one of the rising stars when the Great Pirate Era began, one of the most dazzling rookies. Years ago, he was a great pirate with a bounty of 320 million belly. Hiss. Karina and Nami gasped, and Nami's voice trembled. 320 million. Doesn't that mean he's stronger than Crocodile? Don't use bounties to measure a person's strength, Link said with a dismissive smile. Crocodile wasn't weak at all, he was just unlucky enough to run into me. As for Gecko Moria, he may have been strong once, but now he's the weakest of the 7 warlords. Seeing Link speak of the warlords with such disregard, the fear on Nami's face instantly vanished. Then, as if on cue, The four girls all recalled the sight of Link's power, which was like a force of nature, and their hearts were instantly filled with a sense of security. Although the enemy was strong and had a notorious reputation, they didn't need to be afraid, because they had Link. Then, as if a light bulb went off, Karina suddenly asked, "Link, you know so much about this place and Gecko Moria. You used the Eternal Pose to get to Water 7 specifically for this, didn't you?" Link couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, praising her sincerely. "As expected of you, Karina." Just as Karina had said, Link had deliberately used the Eternal Pose to go to Water 7. Besides avoiding a potential encounter with Aokiji on one of the islands, his main purpose was to get to the Florian Triangle as quickly as possible. The Florian Triangle and Gecko Moria were both an important part of Link's plan. Chapter 35, The Range of Sensory Technique, the 6 Attributes. Seeing Link's confidence and having complete faith in his strength, Karina and the other girls no longer felt any fear or awe towards the infamous Florian Triangle or the Warlords stationed there. Nami, who was at the helm, even began to search for traces of the thriller bark. With a hint from Link, Nami quickly found the world's largest pirate ship, the thriller bark. Link, with his sensory jutsu, had located the thriller bark the moment he entered the Florian Triangle. Unlike observation haki, which sharpens the 5 senses, allows one to perceive the presence of living beings and emotional changes, and predict an enemy's next move, the sensory jutsu has only one ability: to sense the location of an enemy's chakra. In the world of One Piece, it could only sense the strength of one's physical energy. Link hadn't encountered a haki master yet, so he wasn't sure if the sensory jutsu could also sense the strength of an enemy's haki. The range of the sensory jutsu was astonishing. In the original story, Tobirama Senju's sensory jutsu could even sense the final battlefield of the 4th Great Ninja War from Konoha. By touching his finger to the ground, he could sense the life force and chakra intensity of enemies thousands of miles away, which was ridiculously overpowered. After unlocking 30% of the Hashirama Senju template, Link's sensory jutsu had also been astonishingly enhanced. As long as a being's physical energy stood out from the crowd, Link could accurately locate them even from a great distance. Although Gecko Moria was the weakest of the 7 warlords, as a modified human, his physical constitution was among the top tier of the warlords. In this sea, he was as dazzling as the sun. The thriller bark was an island ship, with a circular wall around the perimeter and a giant mouth for a front gate. On both sides of the gate, surveillance den mushi were installed. So when the sailboat approached, the zombies, or perhaps humans, in the control room immediately pressed the button to open the gate, and then notified the officer in charge of hunting outsiders. The giant mouth slowly opened. Nami, without any fear, steered the sailboat inside. After mooring the sailboat at a spiderweb-covered dock, Link's group disembarked and headed straight for the castle in the center of the island. With Link by their side, the girls were not afraid of the eerie surroundings at all, instead looking around with great interest. Roar! As they reached a ravine they had to cross, the mixed roar of a wolf and a dog immediately reached their ears. From the shadows ahead, a massive 3-headed Cerberus, covered in stitches and bandages, slowly emerged. The Cerberus stared fiercely at Link's group. Its ferocious expression and sharp fangs would have surely scared Karina, Nami, and Vivi pale if Link hadn't been there. But now, the girls were looking at the Cerberus with great interest, discussing, "Is that a real Cerberus?" "Definitely not. Look at the stitches and bandages on its body, they must have been sewn on. To have its head sewn on and not die, it's probably not just ordinary surgery. There must be a devil fruit ability involved. Could it be that the Warlord's ability is to stitch living creatures' bodies together?" Looking at the enthusiastic girls, the Cerberus showed a human-like expression of confusion. Then, as if provoked, it let out another mixed roar of a wolf and a dog and lunged at Link's group. However, in the next second, it saw the only male in the group suddenly raise his palm and shoot out an arrow-like wooden spike. The wooden spike was extremely fast, and with the Cerberus in midair, it was hit with pinpoint accuracy like a target. PSHHH. Several huge wooden spikes immediately branched out from within the Cerberus's body. Its massive body fell directly to the ground. Miraculously, the Cerberus, whose body had been destroyed both inside and out, did not die. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Link followed up with a fireball, burning the Cerberus to ashes. Hashirama Senju's chakra natures were yang, wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning, 6 in total. Before fusing or awakening his wood style, Hashirama Senju was very proficient in elemental ninjutsu. This was a conclusion Link had reached when he received the feedback. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Hashirama Senju knew so many elemental ninjutsu. Of course, it was also possible that he learned and developed them out of boredom after becoming Hokage. Seeing Link spit a fireball from his mouth, the girls were not surprised. In the Alabasta Kingdom, Link had confessed to them that the special energy in his body could be transformed into the elemental powers of wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. Not just water and fire, Link even had wind, earth, and lightning abilities. Looking at the burning Cerberus, Link seemed to be waiting for something, a hint of anticipation on his face. When a black shadow flew out from the flames, the anticipation on Link's face was instantly replaced by disappointment. He then spat out a stream of water, extinguishing the flames on the Cerberus. Immediately after, Link led the girls across the Cerberus's corpse and continued forward. As expected, killing these zombies did not grant Link any experience. Link was very certain that it wasn't because the Cerberus was too weak for the system to grant experience, but that zombies, as undead creatures, would absolutely not provide experience. Only by killing the owner of the shadow implanted in the zombie would Link gain experience. Within Link's perception, in a certain part of the island, a considerable number of living people were gathered. But their physical energy was too weak, similar to the pirates who had lost their dreams in Mock Town. Now that the difficulty of gaining experience had increased again, even if Link wiped them all out, he probably wouldn't get much experience, or even any at all. At this stage, probably only modified humans or elite monsters who had eaten a devil fruit could provide Link with experience. At this thought, Link, who had led the girls out of the ravine, suddenly raised his hand and shot out another wooden spike. The wooden spike had just flown a few meters when it stopped in midair, as if it had hit an invisible wall. Under the astonished gazes of the girls, a man with a lion's face and wearing a suit suddenly appeared in the air not far away. An arrow-like wooden spike was embedded in his chest, and several thick, branching wooden spikes grew out from his body. He looked at Link with disbelief, then fell to the ground without a sound. Link, as if he knew what he was thinking before he died, said faintly, "Too conspicuous." With his powerful sensory jutsu, he could even sense the second Tsuchikage, Mu, who was using the dustless, bewildering cover. The clear fruit, which couldn't even hide scent and sound, was simply not worth mentioning. Ding, killed an enemy, gained 0.15% experience. Hearing this prompt, Link, who had been posturing, suddenly's face darkened. Although he knew that after the difficulty of gaining experience increased by another stage, the experience provided by enemies like Arlong would also decrease, he didn't expect it to decrease by so much. Even though Absalom was weak, he was at the level of a senior agent of Baroque Works, a prisoner who would be on the 3rd level of Impel Down. Yet, he only provided Link with 0.15% experience. If the 3rd stage was nerfed like this, then after the template was half unlocked, probably none of the elite monsters in the 4 Seas and the first half of the Grand Line would provide Link with any experience. But this was a common problem with leveling up in games. Easy in the early stages, difficult in the later stages. Chapter 36, Robin's Dark Past. Where did that guy come from? Seeing Absalom appear out of thin air, Karina and the other girls were startled. Wait a minute. Then, before Link could explain, Karina, as if she already knew, said excitedly, "That guy, he's not the user of the clear fruit, is he?" Link asked curiously, "Karina, do you know about the clear fruit?" "Of course." Karina nodded repeatedly, her face full of longing. "The clear fruit. I heard that this ability not only allows the user to become invisible, but can also make objects they touch invisible. It's the ability every thief dreams of. I see. Link feigned realization and smiled. That guy is indeed the user of the clear fruit. Karina immediately looked envious. That guy is so lucky. Nami, on the other hand, shivered. The clear fruit? To think such a disgusting ability exists in this world. Vivi nodded in agreement. Robin analyzed. This person probably snuck up on us and was going to use the bazooka in his hand to ambush Link. The corner of Link's mouth twitched slightly. He suddenly realized that Robin had a cute side too. That guy was indeed ambushing them, but not me them. But he didn't say it out loud, to avoid disgusting the girls. After finishing off Absalom, Link led the girls and continued towards the castle. After entering a forest, the second obstacle quickly appeared. Negative. A childlike voice with an echo reached the girls' ears. Then, under the girls' constricted pupils and pale, horrified gazes, several ghosts slowly floated down from the sky. Seeing the three girls' bodies tremble uncontrollably, the still composed Robin quickly reminded them, "Don't be afraid. It's just the paramecia-type hollow fruit." Phew. Hearing this, Karina's mood instantly recovered. Letting out a heavy, turbid breath, Karina's voice trembled slightly as she complained, "They even have this kind of devil fruit. Don't tell me there's a vampire fruit ability too." Link. Good grief, she got it right again. These ghosts are not lethal, but if you get touched by them, your will become negative, Link first reminded them, then instructed. These ghosts can ignore all attacks. Their only weakness is the user's main body. You all play with these ghosts here for a while. I'll go catch the user, wood clone jutsu. After speaking, Link formed hand seals to create a wood clone, and then his main body vanished with a whoosh. The one who disappeared with the main body was the wood clone. This was just a wood clone, and he didn't want to be hit by a negative hollow and lose face in front of the girls. Its mission was only to protect the girls and prevent any other zombies from coming to them. As for the embarrassing scene of the girls, he unceremoniously live-streamed it to his main body. Just as he vanished from the forest and was running through the cemetery, Link suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud. The girls, without his reminder, had fallen for it so quickly. What was even funnier was that the first person to fall for it wasn't the reckless Nami, nor Karina or Vivi, but the strongest of the four, Robin. Through the real-time information sent by the wood clone, Link saw Robin kneeling on the ground, negatively saying, "I'm sorry. If there's a next life, I want to become seaweed." He instantly lost his composure. He hadn't seen the icy beauty get hit by a negative hollow in the original story, but his wish came true after he transmigrated. It was a pity the wood clone didn't have a Skypia tone dial. Otherwise, if he recorded this scene, Link could watch it 100 times without getting tired. To have Robin lose so much face in front of her younger sisters and Link. If Perona fell into the hands of the black-bellied Robin, he believed the ghost princess would definitely not have a good time. At this time, Link had also passed through the cemetery and arrived at the gate of the castle wall. He was so fast that the zombies responsible for intercepting outsiders in the cemetery couldn't react at all. Looking at the dilapidated castle, full of the traces of history, Link did not break down the door. He clapped his hands together and used his signature wood style. Wood style, deep forest emergence. A violent tremor immediately spread across all the land in front of Link. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and huge, thick branches broke through the earth. Like giant pythons, as large as sea kings, they smashed a corner of the castle with a single swipe of their tails. When countless pythons converged from inside and out, attacking the castle together, the huge castle was reduced to ruins in just a few seconds, turning into a forest full of towering trees. Under the treetops, huge white rice dumplings hung. These were the zombies and humans inside the castle. Among them were one of the mysterious three, Ghost Princess Perona and Genius Surgeon Hogback. Screech, screech, screech. The cries of bats reached Link's ears from far and near. From within the forest, a large number of black shadow bats flew out. When the swarm of bats escaped the forest, they suddenly vanished into thin air, replaced by a nearly 7-meter-tall, obese, and strangely shaped modified human. This person was none other than Gecko Moria, the Master of Shadows, who had been one of the most dazzling rising stars at the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, who had once competed with Kaido for territory and was known as the hero of the West Blue. After his defeat, his spirit was shattered, and he fled the New World in a sorry state, holing up in the Florian Triangle ever since. "Damn you, brat, you destroyed my castle." The moment Moria appeared, he shouted at Link, his defenses shattered. This loss of composure made Link look down on the current Gecko Moria even more. Also a loser, also relying on external objects. When Crocodile was searching for the ancient weapons, although his strength didn't increase, it didn't decline severely either. But after Gecko Moria left the New World, his strength had declined severely. Not only had he lost his haki, but he had also lost his slender figure. He created a large number of weak zombies that feared salt and seawater, deluding himself into thinking he could take revenge on Kaido, the world's strongest creature. Little did he know, the current him could be dealt with by the other party with a single club strike. At this, Link, unlike how he faced Crocodile, did not give the self-degrading Moria the respect a senior deserved. He formed hand seals and said, "Wood style, adamantine wood." A large number of rectangular branches immediately grew from the ground, binding towards Moria. Chapter 37, A Crushing Battle, Khan Conqueror's Haki. The speed at which the branches grew was fast, and they attacked from all directions. Moria, who hadn't fought in over a decade, couldn't react in time. His obese body, which had lost its speed, was immediately entangled at the hands and feet by the branches. A Logia type, the wood fruit, so it's you. Entangled by the branches, Moria instantly regained his composure, looking at Link in front of him with a wary expression. He didn't know when it started, but for him, who could no longer use haki, the enemies he least wanted to encounter were these guys who could turn into elements. In the next second, Moria's expression suddenly changed drastically. Looking at the branches binding his body, he said in alarm, "These branches, they can absorb my stamina." As soon as he finished speaking, Moria quickly had his shadow detach from his body, forming a shadow clone not far away. Immediately, the Moria bound by the branches turned into a shadow clone. Moria once again swapped places with his shadow. Brickbat. Moria, who had swapped places with his shadow clone, immediately had his shadow turn into a black line and return to his main body. Then Moria transformed his shadow into an extending spear and shot it towards Link. Unfortunately, before the spear could get close to Link, Link's figure vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, Link was behind Moria. Wood style, smothering binding technique. Several branches grew from Link's arm, and like pythons, they wrapped around Moria's body from behind, immediately binding him into a rice dumpling with only his head and feet exposed. Unlike the branches just now that only absorbed stamina, the moment these branches wrapped around Moria's body, Moria found that he had lost control of his body. Fortunately, his shadow had shot out as a spear, and Moria could still control that shadow. Just as the spear detached from Moria's body and was about to turn into a shadow clone again to swap places with Moria, a dozen more branches shot up from the ground. Half of them bound the shadow clone, while the other half quickly formed a cubic wooden box, encasing the shadow clone. Seeing this, Moria's face showed despair. Clearly, Link was not giving him a second chance to swap places with his shadow, not even giving the shadow a chance to turn into bats and escape the binding. Unable to swap places with his shadow, Moria immediately felt his stamina rapidly draining, and his head began to grow heavy. In a short while, his vision became extremely blurry, as if he were exhausted from fighting for days and nights on end in his prime. Soon, Moria's head drooped, and he fell into a coma. The great pirate, with a bounty of 320 million belly, was defeated just like that. Link didn't even use the advantage of the deep forest emergence scene. He just used a few moves to instantly defeat Moria. Link's current strength and the terror of wood style. For Link's wood style, the enemies he least wanted to encounter were top-tier Logia users. These users' elementalization and wide-range attacks could easily destroy and evade the entanglement of the wood-style branches. For Link to defeat these Logia users with wood-style, it would take a long time, just like the battle between Aokiji and Akinu for the position of Fleet Admiral. If his opponents were someone like Kizaru or Enel, Link would be severely countered. Because Link wouldn't dare to use deep forest emergence. Unless he turned the entire island into a forest, the moment he created a forest, Kizaru and Enel could teleport to another battlefield in the next instant. Even if he turned the island into a forest and defeated them both, Link couldn't kill them. With teleportation that ignored all obstacles and the fastest light speed movement, both Kizaru and Enel could easily escape. So when fighting these top-tier Logia users, Link's wood style didn't have much of an advantage. But if the enemy was of another type, Link's wood style was terrifying. If the opponent was a clumsy giant or a modified human, it was even better. These huge, slow-moving guys, just like Madara Uchiha's perfect Susanoo, would be sucked dry by Link's wood style. Link's wood style, besides absorbing stamina, could also seal. For those who couldn't break free from the seal, being entangled meant defeat. Gecko Moria was the best example. To fight Crocodile, Link had to use a combination of techniques like ninjutsu, 4 violet flames formation, and water style. To deal with Moria, Link didn't even need to use the wood-style ultimate move he had recently unlocked. Just one smothering binding technique and 2 ordinary wood-style moves were enough to take care of him. As Moria lost consciousness, a magnificent scene immediately appeared on the thriller bark. Countless shadows shot up into the sky, flying to all corners of the world, returning to their owners' bodies. A small portion of them landed somewhere on the thriller bark, and also on the ghost ships filling the Florian Triangle. Even from the countless rice dumplings hanging from the treetops created by the deep forest emergence, black shadows flew out. The shadows that Moria had cut with his Paramecia-type shadow fruit were all tangible entities. Moria's shadow clone was also a tangible entity. But when Moria's ability disappeared, these shadows were no longer tangible and could naturally ignore all obstacles, breaking free from Link's seal. Not just the zombies' shadows, even the shadow of Moria that Link had sealed returned to Moria's body. When all the shadows had left, it also declared that Moria's 10 years of accumulation had been reset to 0. The wood clone, on the other side, received the information immediately and quickly escorted the 4 girls through the cemetery to the main body. However, looking at the 4 girls, Link was startled. Conquerors, Haki. Link couldn't help but swallow, almost subconsciously taking a step back. There was no helping it, the scene in front of him was too terrifying. The usually gentle and elegant girls, who had never been angry with Link, let alone shown any hint of bossiness, were now emitting scorching flames from their bodies. The temperature was so high that the surrounding air was distorted. Even the Logia-type flare fruit would probably feel inferior. The 4 girls had different expressions, but they were all equally scary. Karina and Nami's eyes were blazing with fire, their faces ferocious. Robin and Vivi, on the other hand, had smiles on their faces, their eyes curved into crescents. But the flames on their bodies were tinged with a deep black, as if they were users of a dual fruit that combined the Logia-type flare fruit and the Logia-type dark fruit. The wood clone walked in front, its pace extremely fast. After escorting the 4 girls, it immediately turned into a small tree, dispelling the wood clone jutsu. Chapter 38, Link's 3 conditions. Link, you've worked hard. Robin, who usually stood by and watched, took the initiative to walk up to Link this time. She gently straightened his clothes. If she had then tied her hair back over her shoulder, she would have been the perfect wife. That is, if she wasn't emitting tangible flames and black energy. After tidying Link's clothes, Robin asked with a smile, "Did you find that hollow fruit user?" "Link, where's that hollow fruit user?" "I'm definitely going to repay that person." The other 3 girls also walked up. Unlike Robin, Karina and Nami were like 2 erupting volcanoes, looking as if they wanted to tear Perona to shreds. Even the gentle Vivi was extremely angry at this moment. If everyone had been hit, it wouldn't have mattered. But as it happened, the embarrassing scene was seen by Link's wood clone. Which meant Link had also seen their embarrassing state. That sense of shame made Vivi wish she could dig a hole and bury herself in it. Towards the hollow fruit user who had made them so embarrassed, all 4 girls' anger levels had shot up to max. Even Link didn't dare to provoke the 4 girls right now. He quickly pointed at the forest behind him and said, "I've sealed her. I'll have my wood clone bring her out now." After speaking, Link quickly formed a single hand seal. In a short while, a wood clone emerged, carrying Perona, who had been drained of her energy and was currently in a coma. Seeing Perona in the wood clone's hands, the flames on the 4 girls' bodies instantly vanished. Karina's beautiful eyes widened. It's a child. No wonder those ghost voices were so childish. The user is so young. Vivi's anger instantly disappeared. It was the same for Robin and Nami. All 4 girls were the same kind of people. No matter what they experienced, they still maintained the kindness in their hearts. Perona hadn't harmed their companions, only played a prank on them. The 4 girls had only intended to give her a good beating. But seeing that the other party was just a minor little girl, they instantly let it go. However, the corner of Link's mouth twitched slightly. Little girl. Perona was 23 years old this year, only 5 years different from the 4 girls. 5 years younger than Robin, 5 years older than the other 3. But Link didn't tell them. After wiping out the gecko pirates, Link got down to business. He gave his wood clone a look, and the latter immediately vanished in a flash. When the wood clone appeared again, it had transformed into a stranger. It then followed its senses to find the living people on the island. It didn't kill them all, but drove them all away. The living people whose shadows had returned were all moved to tears of gratitude towards the wood clone, and then they left the thriller bark. They couldn't wait to leave the Florian Triangle immediately and bask in the sunlight they hadn't seen for who knows how long. Among them was Charlotte Linlin's 23rd daughter, Charlotte Lola. It was also because of her existence that the wood clone didn't kill everyone. Link wasn't sure if Charlotte Linlin's side had Charlotte Lola's Vivre card. At this critical stage of his plan, Link did not want to provoke a new world emperor. Splash. While the wood clone was driving away the living people, Link also used wood style and water style to create a bucket of water, which he then poured on Moria and Perona. Cough coughs. Drenched like drowned rats, Moria and Perona both woke up from their comas. Ah. The moment Perona woke up, she let out a piercing scream. Her unique eyes widened, her eyeballs bulging as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. There was no helping it. The scene before her was too terrifying. Karina and Nami were burning with flames, looking at her with smiles that didn't reach their eyes, cracking their knuckles. Well, little ghost. Don't kill me. Perona was scared to tears and begged for mercy. Then, perhaps because she was too emotional, her eyes rolled back and she fainted again. Karina and Nami, who had intended to scare her, were suddenly silent. The 2 girls looked at each other, both speechless. Clearly, neither of them had expected Perona to be so timid, so easily scared. Brat, what do you want? Unlike the screaming Perona, Moria, whose body was still bound by the smothering binding technique, asked with extreme rationality. Looking at Moria, who finally had the demeanor of a great pirate, Link created a chair with wood style and sat down, asking with a smile, "Senior Moria, do you know the rules of pirates?" Hearing this, Moria couldn't help but mock, "Aren't you a bounty hunter? What, planning to change careers?" Link didn't get angry. He glanced at Robin, then nodded. "Something like that. I just haven't been officially promoted yet." Moria was silent for a moment, then repeated his earlier words. "Then, what do you want?" There was an unwritten rule in the pirate world. The victor could take everything from the loser, whether it was treasure, crew members, or even the pirate flag that represented the life of the ship. Of course, the loser could also refuse, but the result would be death. Moria didn't want to die. If he could live, he was willing to pay the price. "I want 3 things." Link held up one finger and said, "First, I want your hacky notes." After speaking, Link warned, "Don't try to fool me. I will learn hacky here and will only let you go after I've mastered it." "All right." Moria only hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. The girls were a little confused. What were hacky notes? But seeing that Link was discussing serious business, they didn't ask. Immediately after, Link pointed at the reawakened Perona and said, "Second, I want to take this crew member with me." Impossible. The surprised and angry voices sounded at the same time. The former was the bewildered Perona, the latter was the furious Moria. He glared at Link and shouted, "Kill me or cut me up as you please, but taking my companion is impossible." Master Moria. Perona looked at Moria with a moved expression. Clap, 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 as expected of the former hero of the West Blue. Link clapped his hands, not surprised by Moria's refusal. All great pirates had one trait: they cherished their companions. Moria was one of them. The reason he created zombies was because he was afraid of seeing his companions die again, because all of his companions had been killed by Kaido. Now he only had 3 companions, the mysterious 3. In the original story, for the sake of Absalom, Moria even dared to storm Hachinasu to seek revenge on Blackbeard. But Link was determined to have Perona. So Link turned his gaze to Perona beside him and asked with a smile, "Then what is your choice? Join me, or watch your captain die with your own eyes." Bastard! Seeing Link threaten Perona, Moria was about to curse. In the next second, branches climbed up like snakes and sealed Moria's mouth. Meeting Link's gaze, Perona's body trembled instinctively, her eyes filled with fear, but she summoned her courage and said, Don't kill Master Moria, I'll join." After speaking, Perona seemed to see her future. After she got on the ship, those women would definitely torture her crazily. This devil who defeated Master Moria might even put a collar on her and make her a slave. At this thought, Perona almost fainted from fear again. Even so, she chose to exchange herself for Moria's life. Because in Perona's eyes, Moria was not just her captain, but also the father who had raised her. If Moria hadn't picked her up when she was young, Perona might have died long ago, let alone enjoyed the treatment of a princess since she was a child. Now it was time to repay him. "Good, welcome aboard." Link nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at the glaring Moria and smiled. "Seeing as you're unwilling to cooperate, I'll take the third thing as you agreeing. I'll be bothering you for the next period of time." Chapter 39. Perona gets put in her place, hacky training method. After completing the transaction with Moria, Link's group settled down on the thriller bark. Since the castle had been destroyed by Link, he used wood style, 6 rooms and 1 hall jutsu, to create a house. Outside the wooden house, a small tree was planted. But this tree had a face growing on it, which was none other than Gecko Moria's. That's right, this tree was also a jutsu called wood style, tree bind eternal burial. This move could be a killing move, or a sealing jutsu, equivalent to a more advanced version of the smothering binding technique. The persons sealed inside the tree not only couldn't move their body, but the moment their stamina recovered, it would be absorbed, keeping the target in a constant state of unconsciousness. Link used this wood style move to seal Crocodile and Blueno in the brig of the sailboat. He only needed to give them a little nutrient solution every day to keep them alive. "Lord Captain, when are we leaving here?" Outside the wooden house, Perona was kneeling on the wooden floor of the pavilion, massaging Link's legs, and asking with a fawning expression. Looking at the sycophantic Perona, Link couldn't help but pat her twin-tailed head, as if stroking a pet, and smiled, "Don't be nervous. Although I'm not a good person, I'm not one to go back on my word. Since you've become my companion, I won't do anything to Moria, who has been kind to you. The reason I sealed him is only because I'm afraid you'll attack Karina. After my business is done, I will let him go and leave him a sum of money to start over." After speaking, Link pinched Perona's small face and teased, "Instead of flattering me, you should be apologizing to Karina right now. After all, you made her lose a lot of face earlier." "Hee, actually she's already forgiven me," Perona said, sighing in relief and sticking out her tongue. After a short period of getting along, Perona had a preliminary understanding of Link's group. She had thought it would be the beginning of a nightmare, but unexpectedly, after some questioning, the attitude of those 4 sisters towards her changed, and they were so easy to get along with. Perona, who had been well protected by Moria and was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, quickly accepted them. Now, she was only afraid of Link. Now that she had Link's guarantee, the innocent Perona was completely relieved. Little did she know, she had been completely handled. Robin and Karina, with their astonishing experience, had seen through the girl's innocent personality and her severe lack of love with just a little questioning and Perona's answers. Perona, who was picked up by Moria when she was young, was undoubtedly happy. But at the same time, she was also lonely. Staying on the thriller bark since she was a child, and having been in the Florian Triangle for 10 years, Perona didn't even have a single person her age to talk to. For this reason, she could only keep a zombie doll as a companion. Robin and Karina saw at a glance that Perona desperately longed for friends. So Robin and Karina took the initiative to let bygones be bygones, leading Nami and Vivi to show goodwill towards Perona. As victims of the negative hollows, they didn't need Link to explain why he wanted Perona. The ability of the Hollow fruit was simply too overpowered. If Link hadn't known about the Hollow fruit's ability, he probably would have been hit too. If he had even a little less information, it was very likely that they would have been wiped out by Perona alone. For such an ability to appear on an enemy was undoubtedly terrifying. But if it was on their side, it would be filled with a sense of security. So after discovering how innocent Perona was, Karina and Robin, who were initially wary of her and thought she was a time bomb, tacitly cooperated with Link. Link was responsible for being the bad guy, using force to intimidate Perona so that she wouldn't have any thoughts of resistance. They, on the other hand, used a candy offensive to make the innocent and love-deprived Perona quickly rely on them. At that time, they would slowly resolve Perona's fear of Link, and this girl with an overpowered ability would be theirs. Back to the main topic. After getting a guarantee from Link, Perona, who was terrified of him, immediately found an excuse to go into the wooden house. Link didn't mind, his eyes fixed on the diary in his hand. The diary was filled with writing, and the content was precisely the hacky cultivation method. While the four girls were questioning Perona, Link had secretly used the lives of Perona and Hogback to threaten Moria into giving it to him. This hacky cultivation method was very comprehensive. Apart from not having the advanced applications of the 3 types of hacky, it recorded how to awaken armament hacky and observation hacky, as well as the initial methods of using the 3 types of hacky. That's right, the 3 types of hacky. This diary even had techniques for using Conqueror's hacky. From this, it could be seen that Moria once had the qualities of a king. Thinking about it, it made sense. As the former hero of the West Blue, who could compete with Kaido, who had eaten the mythical Zoan, azure dragon form, and was rooted on Onigashima, for the territory of Wano country, if Moria didn't have Conqueror's hacky, he wouldn't have been qualified. Perhaps because he had obtained the cultivation method for the 3 types of hacky so easily, Link felt a little regretful. If only Moria had stayed in Wano country a little longer, and dug up more treasures. In that case, he might have been able to get Wano's Ryu, which was also an advanced application of armament hacky, from Moria. But being able to obtain the method for using Conqueror's hacky was an unexpected joy. Next, he just had to wait for the key figure to appear, and Link could start the next step of his plan. At this, Link slowly stood up, then formed hand seals, and his body erupted with a substantialized blue aura of chakra. Whenever this blue aura appeared, it meant that Link was consuming a huge amount of chakra. Usually, when Link consumed such an astonishing amount of chakra, he was using wood style, deep forest emergence. But this time, Link did not use deep forest emergence, but wood style wood clone jutsu. 2 sections of branches extended from Link's back, quickly forming 2 wood clones. After creating 2 wood clones with a huge amount of chakra, Link lifted his chin and said, "Go." The wood clones nodded, then both vanished in a flash. From a bird's eye view, one would see the 2 wood clones turning into afterimages, leaving the thriller bark and the Florian Triangle in opposite directions. Chapter 40, 3 months later, the 2 chosen ones of destiny. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. May 5th, see calendar 1520, was an ordinary yet special day. This day was Monkey D. Luffy's birthday, and also the final countdown to the Sun God's voyage. The villagers of Fuchsia Village, who knew Luffy was setting sail tomorrow, and Daden, who had raised Luffy and Ace and was more of a mother to them than their own, rarely took the initiative to hold a banquet, letting Luffy eat his fill of meat. The simple-minded Luffy also remembered his birthday for the first time. Because tomorrow, just like Ace, he would officially set sail as a pirate. So on this day, Luffy didn't sleep until late, full of anticipation for the morrow. Also on this day, in a certain sea in the New World, a battle between pirates took place. One side was a well-known pirate crew in the New World, and the other was the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The two crews were evenly matched at first, but with the arrival of reinforcements from the Whitebeard Pirates, the well-known pirate crew was quickly defeated. This was a Yonko's pirate crew. One division was equivalent to a new world-level pirate crew, and the Whitebeard Pirates had over a dozen such divisions. In addition to these divisions, the Whitebeard Pirates had dozens of subordinate pirate crews, each captained by a strong figure in the New World. With such combat power and forces, destroying a superpower was an easy task. Each division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates was a famous figure in the New World. But today, a division commander died. Because after defeating the well-known pirate crew, the 4th Division commander, Thatch, was searching for spoils of war when he found a devil fruit on the pirate ship. Seeing that devil fruit, Marshal D. Teach, who had been hiding his strength and keeping a low profile, and had not yet been given a bounty by the Marines, was stunned. Immediately, this big man, who was seen as honest and simple by his companions, had his clear eyes turn incomparably greedy, and his simple smile became extremely evil. At this moment, the ambition that had been dormant for many years rapidly swelled to its extreme. That night, Teach, relying on his good guy persona and years of companionship, killed the completely defenseless Thatch and stole the Logia-type dark fruit. Just as Luffy encountered the Nika fruit, Teach, who had a special bloodline, also encountered the most suitable devil fruit for him. Or perhaps they were both chosen by the devil fruits representing light and darkness. The next day, Luffy, representing light, bid farewell to the villagers and began his pirate adventure. Teach, representing darkness, also fled towards the first half of the Grand Line. On his adventure, Luffy, just like in the original story, recruited Zoro in Shell's town, Usopp in Syrup Village, and Sanji at the Barady. Then, the 4 of them, sailing the Going Merry given to them by Kaya, prepared to head for the Grand Line. Teach, who now called himself Blackbeard, while evading the lone pursuit of Portgas D. Ace, recruited several powerful companions, and finally, in June of sea calendar 1520, successfully left the New World. While the two chosen ones began their respective voyages, Link's harvest in the past 4 months was also astonishing. Observation Hacky. Watching Link, who had a cloth tied around his eyes and yet could easily dodge Perona's ghost attacks, Karina, who was doing yoga-like exercises with her sisters to improve her body's flexibility, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "It's as magical as armament Hacky. I never thought that besides special talents and devil fruits, humans could actually master such power." Nami said with an expectant look. Link said that as long as we persist in training our bodies, we can also master such power. Then let's all work hard together, Vivi said with a smile. Ever since Link obtained the Hacky cultivation method, the 5 girls had to complete a certain intensity of training every day. Especially after seeing Link use armament Hacky on the 2nd day, Karina was even more motivated. That's right, Link used armament Hacky on the 2nd day. Not only did he confirm that he could cultivate the power of the One Piece world, but he also mastered armament Hacky in just 1 day. This was not an exaggeration, because there was another person who, like Link, also mastered armament Hacky in just 1 day. And that person was only 20 years old this year. That person was Portgas D. Ace. Although there was no plot of Ace learning Hacky in the original story, in the supplementary novels written for this super-popular character, it was described in detail where Ace obtained the Logia-type Flare fruit and how he learned armament Hacky. In the original story, Ace awakened Conqueror's Haki at the age of 10. From this, it could be seen that Ace had inherited Roger's talent for Haki. If he hadn't died in the Summit War, Ace might have also mastered Conqueror's Haki infusion in 2 years. Link only took 1 day to master Armament Haki, but he only awakened Observation Haki a few days ago. Perhaps it was due to his chakra, or perhaps his sage body, but Link, who possessed astonishing physical and spiritual energy, easily mastered the 2 types of Haki. Only Conqueror's Haki he still had no clue about. Link didn't know if it was due to his destiny. But Link didn't care. After all, he couldn't rush it. After successfully mastering the 2 types of Haki, Link was even more confident in his next plan. After having Perona spar with him for a while, Link finally took off the cloth tied around his eyes. Looking at Perona, who had changed greatly compared to 4 months ago, he smiled. "You've worked hard, Perona." "You're welcome." Perona smiled and shook her head. At this moment, Perona no longer had her hair in twin tails, wore a crown, or dressed in an old-fashioned lowly style. Like Vivi, she had waist-length, pink wavy hair. The childish crown had been replaced by a black top hat, and the old-fashioned clothes with no sense of style had been replaced by a Gothic-style dress. Because the dress was off the shoulder, the assets that Perona had hidden so well had finally time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. May 5th, see calendar 1520, was an ordinary yet special day. It was the day of Monkey D. Luffy's birthday, and also the final day of the countdown to the Sun God's voyage. The villagers of Fuchsia Village, knowing that Luffy was setting sail tomorrow, and Daden, who had raised Luffy and Ace and was more of a mother to them than their own, took the rare initiative to hold a banquet, letting Luffy eat his fill of meat. The simple-minded Luffy also remembered his birthday for the first time, because tomorrow, just like Ace, he would officially set sail as a pirate. So for this one day, Luffy stayed up late, full of anticipation for the next day. On this same day, in a certain sea in the New World, a battle between pirates took place. On one side was a moderately famous pirate crew from the New World. On the other was the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. At first, the 2 crews were evenly matched, but as reinforcements from the Whitebeard Pirates arrived, the moderately famous pirate crew was immediately defeated. A 4 Emperor's pirate crew. A single one of its divisions was equivalent to a new world-level pirate crew, and the Whitebeard Pirates had over a dozen such divisions. Besides these divisions, the Whitebeard Pirates had dozens of subordinate pirate crews, each with a captain who was a powerhouse in the New World. With such combat power and forces, destroying a superpower would be an easy task. Every division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates was a renowned figure in the New World. But today, one of those division commanders died. Because after defeating that moderately famous pirate crew, while the 4th Division commander, Thatch, was collecting the spoils of war, he found a devil fruit on the pirate ship. Seeing that devil fruit, Marshal D. Teach, who had always hidden his strength, maintained a low profile, and had yet to even receive a bounty from the Marines, was momentarily stunned. Immediately, the big man, who appeared honest and good-natured in the eyes of his comrades, found his clear eyes filled with immense greed, and his simple smile turned utterly sinister. At that moment, the ambition that had been dormant for years rapidly swelled to its peak. That night, relying on his nice guy, persona, and years of camaraderie, Teach killed the completely defenseless Thatch and stole the Logia-type dark fruit. Just as Luffy encountered the Nika fruit, Teach, who possessed a special bloodline, also encountered the devil fruit most suited for him. Or perhaps they were both chosen by the devil fruits representing light and darkness. The next day, Luffy, representing light, bid farewell to the villagers and began his pirate adventure. Teach, representing darkness, also began his escape toward the first half of the Grand Line. On his adventure, Luffy, just as in the original story, successively recruited Zoro in Shell's town, Usopp in Syrup Village, and Sanji at the Bear 80. Then, the group of 4, sailing the Going Merry gifted by Kaya, prepared to head for the Grand Line. Teach, now calling himself Blackbeard, began recruiting several powerful companions while evading the lone pursuit of Portga's D. Ace. And finally, in June of C. Calendar 1520, he successfully left the New World. While the two chosen ones began their respective voyages, Link's gains over the past 4 months were also astonishing. Is that observation hacky? Watching Link, whose eyes were blindfolded yet who effortlessly dodged Perona's ghost attacks, Kaelina, who was doing yoga-like exercises with her sisters to improve her flexibility, couldn't help but exclaim, "It's as miraculous as armament hacky. I never thought that besides special talents or devil fruits, humans could actually master such power." Nami said with an expectant look. Link said that as long as I persist in training my body, I can also master that kind of power. Then let's work hard together, Vivi said with a smile. Ever since Link obtained the hacky training method, Kaelina and the other 4 girls had to complete a certain intensity of training every day. They were especially motivated after seeing Link use the power of armament hacky on the second day. That's right, Link used armament hacky on the second day. Not only did this confirm that he could cultivate the powers of the pirate world, but he also mastered armament hacky in just 1 day. This wasn't an exaggeration, because another person, just like Link, also mastered armament hacky in a single day. That person was only 20 years old this year. That person was Portgas D. Ace. Although the original story doesn't show Ace learning hacky, a supplementary story written specifically to patch things up for the popular character described in detail where Ace obtained the Logia type, Flame fruit, and learned armament hacky. In the original story, Ace awakened Conqueror's hacky at the age of 10. This shows that Ace inherited Roger's talent for hacky. If he hadn't died in the Summit War, Ace might have also mastered Conqueror's infusion 2 years later. Link only took 1 day to master armament hacky, but he only awakened observation hacky a few days ago. Perhaps it was due to his chakra, or perhaps his sage body, but Link, who possessed astonishing physical and spiritual energy, easily mastered both types of hacky. Only with Conqueror's hacky did he currently have no clue at all. Link didn't know if it was a matter of destiny, but Link didn't mind, as there was no point in rushing it. After successfully mastering 2 types of hacky, Link became even more confident in his future plans. After having Perona spar with him for a while, Link finally removed the blindfold from his eyes. Looking at Perona, who had changed dramatically compared to 4 months ago, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Perona." "You're welcome." Perona smiled and shook her head. The Perona of this moment no longer wore her hair in pigtails, wore a crown, or dressed in an old-fashioned Lolita style. Like Vivi, she now had long, wavy pink hair that reached her waist. Her childish crown had been replaced with a black top hat, and her unfashionable, old-fashioned clothes had been swapped for a Gothic-style dress. Because the dress was off the shoulder, the conscience that Perona had hidden so well was finally restored to its proper scale. If the old Perona was a Lolita in pigtails who looked underage, then the current Perona was a mature beauty who had completely shed her childishness and immaturity. This potential to be both mature and cute had astonished the 4 girls, who helped her change her style. After 4 months of getting along, Perona had also completely integrated into Link's group. A person can pretend for a short time, but not forever. Especially when living under the same roof every day, even the most naive person can tell if someone is being genuine. So after spending 4 months with Link's group, Perona found that they were all good people and not scary at all. Although she was the second oldest among the 5 girls, Perona was like a younger sister in front of Kaelina and the others. They also treated her like a little sister, allowing her to enjoy a different kind of care than what she received from Master Moria. Getting along with them, Perona felt no generation gap at all. Under the guidance of the 4 girls, Perona's taste in fashion also improved rapidly. She learned how to dress up and began to pursue style. She wasn't even afraid of Link, whom she had feared the most, because every few days, Link would play games with her to cultivate their relationship. Some were one-on-one, and some were team-based. Team games were the most frequent, as Link's group had grown to 6 people. At first, when paired with Link, Perona would feel scared, afraid that a poor performance would lead to a scolding or punishment from him. But as they teamed up more and more, Perona gradually came to understand Link's personality and discovered his shining qualities. In addition, when the girls bathed together, they would always, intentionally or unintentionally, talk about the past, each time mentioning Link's heroic rescues and his responsibility as a captain. Under this brainwashing, Perona's fear and distance from Link had long since vanished. The sixth person of the crew, now in name and in reality. Chapter 41. Blackbeard appeared and was instantly defeated. A few more days passed. One day, to relax, Link's group started playing games again. Since everyone had their own opinions, Link's group liked to use drawing lots to decide what game to play. This time, they drew maze hide-and-seek. So, Link used wood style to create a maze on the thriller bark. While Nami was it and catching people, Link, who hadn't had a chance to cultivate his relationship with Vivi for a long time, secretly used observation hacking to find Vivi's location. Then, in a certain corner with the princess, they studied the specific strokes of a certain word. While they were changing locations from time to continue their research, a piece of unfamiliar information suddenly appeared in Link's mind. The sudden information that appeared in his mind startled Link, making him shiver. Vivi's beautiful eyes widened, caught off guard. But afraid of being discovered, Vivi could only endure the choking discomfort. Link, unlike his usual self, didn't offer gentle comfort. He patted Vivi's head and said seriously, "I have something important to do and will be out for a few days. Vivi, stay with Karina and the others." Without waiting for Vivi to speak, Link vanished in a flash. When Link appeared again, he had left the thriller bark and was running and flying across the sea as if it were flat ground. The body flicker technique was extremely fast, countless times faster than the shave of the Navy's 6 powers. In Naruto Shippuden, Team 7 took only 1 day to travel from Konoha in the Land of Fire to Sunagakure in the Land of Wind, passing through dense forests and a vast, boundless desert, as well as the small countries sandwiched between the two great nations. In the past 4 months, Link would create 2 wood clones with a huge amount of chakra every month and send them to 2 places to wait for their prey. One place was the Drum Kingdom, and the other was the Sabyati Archipelago. The wood clone that went to the Sabyati Archipelago only took half a day each time to travel from the Florian Triangle to the Sabyati Archipelago. The other wood clone only took 3 days to reach the Drum Kingdom. The target the wood clones were waiting for was none other than Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach. The information that had just appeared in Link's mind was the real-time intelligence sent back by the wood clone. The unknown Blackbeard pirates had finally appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. In the Sabyati Archipelago. Taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't left the Sabyati Archipelago, Link prepared to wait for them at a place they had to pass through. The Blackbeard pirates had no intention of staying in the Sabyati Archipelago. After robbing a group of bounty hunters or human traffickers in the lawless area, they had a hearty meal. Then, without buying or robbing anything else, they boarded a huge raft and left the Sabyati Archipelago directly. "Ha, back in paradise. Captain, where are we going next?" "Zehahaha, first to the Drum Kingdom. I have a bold idea." "The Drum Kingdom? Isn't that one of the former 50-member nations?" "Captain, you're not dissatisfied with Doc Q and planning to recruit a new ship's doctor, are you?" "I strongly agree. Doc Q, a poison user, is nothing like a ship's doctor." "Zehahaha, of course not. You'll know when the time comes." On the raft, the 5 members of the Blackbeard pirates were chatting freely. Beside them was a sickly-looking white horse. However, none of them noticed that danger was quietly approaching. When the raft had completely left the Sabyati Archipelago, and the red line was no longer visible, in the sunlit sea hundreds of meters below, a figure that had been tailing the raft began to form hand seals. In an instant, the surrounding seawater boiled, and countless tons of seawater quickly formed a massive water dragon, which then roared towards the raft above. "Not good, there's something below." Teach and the others quickly sensed that something was wrong, but unfortunately, it was too late. A huge dragon's mouth swallowed the small raft, along with the 5 people and 1 horse on it. Then, a 100-meter-long water dragon shot up into the sky, swayed its body a few times in the air, and fell back into the sea. The killing power of water style was its weight and impact. The Blackbeard pirates, who were swallowed by the water dragon, although they didn't suffer any injuries, the terrifying weight and impact caused them all to roll their eyes back and spit blood. Among them, Teach, as a devil fruit user, had his eyes roll back directly, and he lost consciousness from drowning. As for the others, before they could recover, they were bound by vines that appeared out of nowhere. Their stamina was rapidly drained, and soon, they too fell into a coma like Teach. The Blackbeard pirates were instantly defeated. But getting beaten and instantly defeated was a common occurrence for the Blackbeard pirates before they became a Yonko crew. Not to mention, Link knew their information like the back of his hand and had specifically set up an ambush here. Teach was just paying the price for his arrogance. If they had just stolen a large ship to leave, they would have been able to exchange a few blows with Link. With just a small raft with little room to move, unless everyone could fly, Teach and the others couldn't escape the fate of being instantly defeated. After wiping out the Blackbeard pirates, Link appeared on the surface of the sea as if he were liquid. This move was the water body flicker. The body flicker technique had many variations, and its lower and upper limits were both extremely exaggerated. The basic body flicker technique was something even ungraduated trainee ninja could use. For example, when Naruto first appeared in the original story, he used the body flicker technique and the invisibility technique to play pranks on the Konoha ninja. A powerful body flicker technique could be fused with various ninjutsu, even genjutsu. The most representative examples were Uchiha Shisui's phantom body flicker technique and the flying thunder god technique developed by Taburama Senju. After returning to the sea surface, Link formed hand seals, and a large number of branches extended from his body, quickly forming a small boat. Tossing the Blackbeard pirates, who were bound like rice dumplings, onto the boat, Link immediately headed back towards the Florian Triangle. On the way, Link used seawater to wake Teach up. Looking at Teach, who had woken up from his coma, Link smiled and greeted him. "Hello, Teach. No, Blackbeard." Hearing his name and his yet-to-be-famous title, Teach instantly became clear-headed. When he found that he was bound like a rice dumpling, he subconsciously wanted to release his dark fruit ability. But in the next second, Teach found that he couldn't use his fruit ability at all. Not only had he lost control of his body, but it was also because he had no physical strength. The branches on his body were like magnets, constantly absorbing his monstrous physical strength. Unable to resist, Teach could only look at the owner of the voice. When Teach saw Link, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, his face instantly showed the simple and honest smile that had deceived the Whitebeard pirates for decades, and he flattered, "Zehahaha, aren't you Lord Impaler? I've long heard of your great name." Chapter 42, Let's Join Forces, Teach. "Hee, I've also heard your name for a long time." Link looked at Teach and smiled meaningfully. "Teach, you've obtained quite a good ability." "Zehahaha, just say it, Impaler. Did the Whitebeard pirates hire you at a price?" Teach had clearly misunderstood. "No, the Whitebeard pirates didn't hire me to catch you. I came looking for you on my own." Link's smile made Teach feel uneasy, and his next words made a cold sweat run down his back. "From the moment you killed the 4th Division commander, Thatch, and stole that devil fruit, I've been searching the whole world for you, Teach." Teach tried to play dumb, forcing a smile. "I don't know what you're talking about." "It seems you don't fully understand the ability of your fruit. Let me tell you about it." Link didn't expose Teach's act, smiling as he explained. "The devil fruit you ate, the Logia-type dark fruit, is also the most evil ability in the history of devil fruits. This devil fruit has only one ability, and that is the gravity of a black hole. The gravity is extremely powerful. It prevents the user from becoming elemental, because even if they do, any attack will be drawn by the gravity towards their physical body. Similarly, just by touching another ability user, the gravity can temporarily absorb their devil fruit ability. As a price, the user of the dark fruit will experience double the pain. At first glance, this ability doesn't seem to deserve the title of most evil in history, since despite its power, it also has a significant drawback. But, pausing slightly, Link looked at Teach, who had a dry mouth and was involuntarily swallowing his saliva, and continued, This ability has a little-known use. It can turn a rumor with an extremely small probability into a 100% reality. And that is Devil Fruit Rebirth. As Link's words fell, Teach's face was instantly stunned. A few seconds later, his cold sweat was gone, replaced by a look of ecstasy as he laughed loudly. Zehahaha, I really didn't expect this. I didn't think you, Impaler, would know so much about the Logia-type dark fruit. That's right, only I know just how powerful this devil fruit's ability truly is. It possesses the power to change the balance of the world. If he weren't tied up like a dumpling, Teach would definitely be spreading his arms wide, showing off wantonly right now. An extremely evil smile appeared on Teach's face again as he extended an invitation to Link. Impaler, no. Link, join my pirate crew. Teach had originally thought that Link had discovered his special lineage. But no, it was actually because of the Devil Fruit Rebirth. Teach had a similar guess, but he hadn't started to verify it. Even so, in this world, probably only he and Link knew that the dark fruit could make that rumor of the sea, one with a minuscule probability that few people knew, a reality. Therefore, Teach greatly admired Link's foresight. Coupled with the fact that the other party was also a top-tier Logia user, Teach felt an even greater desire to recruit such a talent. If Link joined, he would have a second-in-command no weaker than the right-hand man of any of the 4 emperors. Unfortunately, the fantasy was beautiful, but reality was cruel. I'm not interested in joining a loser's pirate crew, but... Link, of course, knew why Teach was ecstatic. If he wasn't afraid of scaring him, he would have revealed Teach's biggest secret long ago. If he did that, it would definitely scare the current Teach, who was not yet at full strength. Link first shook his head, then the corners of his mouth lifted. We can join forces to do something big, Teach. Something big, Teach looked at Link. Link's next words once again made a cold sweat run down Teach's back. How about we invade Impel Down? Link said with a smile. Inside Level 6's Infinite Hell, there are a few devil fruits that I have my eye on. Zehahaha, what a bold idea. Teach said with a forced laugh, but you probably don't know, Impel Down is located in the Calm Belt, one of the 3 great strongholds of the world government. They are all connected by a massive, distorted whirlpool. No matter which one is attacked, Marine headquarters can provide support at the fastest speed. If we were to invade Impel Down, the Marines would probably dispatch an admiral the moment we stepped through the door. Teach thought that killing Thatch and stealing the devil fruit was crazy enough, but he never imagined Link was the real madman. Seeing that Teach didn't seem to be lying, Link had a slight realization in his heart. It seemed he had overestimated this schemer. The Teach from the original story was able to realize his ambitions so smoothly. It was indeed largely due to luck. Just like Luffy's protagonist plot armor, the Teach of that time had fate on his side. It was hard for him to fail. So Link took the initiative to guide Teach, suddenly saying, I have 2 of the 7 warlords in my hands. Teach was slightly stunned, not understanding. Just as Link thought, the current Teach indeed hadn't thought that far ahead. The reason he was in the first half of the Grand Line was, 1, the new world was almost entirely his old man's territory, and he simply couldn't stay there. 2, he had seen the Encyclopedia of Devil Fruits and was very knowledgeable about powerful devil fruits. 2 years ago, he had unintentionally read a news article and remembered a person. That was Wapol, who had driven the doctors off his island, causing the Drum Kingdom to drop out of the top 50 nations and lose its qualification to participate in the World Conference. The other party was the user of the Paramecia-type Munch fruit. This devil fruit possessed an ability similar to his special lineage. It could devour other ability users and gain their devil fruit powers. Teach had a bold idea: to seize Wapol's devil fruit, then recruit powerful ability users, gain their abilities by devouring his comrades, and then hunt other powerful ability users to quickly accumulate capital. He had planned to do so in the original story, but unfortunately, the cowardly Wapol had abandoned his country and fled first. Having lost his target, Teach then set his sights on a position among the 7 warlords, planning to first obtain a legal pirate status and develop discreetly. At first, he planned to use Luffy as a stepping stone, but the other party, like him, had fate on his side and escaped that calamity. It wasn't until Ace came looking for him that Teach came up with an even crazier idea. So, hearing Link's words, he was very confused. Link didn't keep him in suspense any longer, saying meaningfully, "The person hunting you is the commander of your former division, Fire Fist Portgas D. Ace." Zehahaha, that's right. I had to flee the New World to avoid Captain Ace's pursuit. Teach laughed loudly, feeling no shame at all. But Link's next words made Teach's smile freeze, and then his ambitions swelled to the extreme once again. Link smiled as he told a story that was enough to shake the world. He is from the East Blue, lives in Fuchsia Village in the Goa Kingdom. His grandfather is the marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, yet his name is Portgas D. Ace. Monkey D. Garp has only one son, named Monkey D. Dragon, who is now the infamous Revolutionary. The Revolutionary Dragon has a son named Monkey D. Luffy, who is now a rookie pirate from the East Blue. Portgas D. Ace is not Monkey D. Luffy's biological brother, they are sworn brothers. What's more interesting is that, according to my investigation, many years ago in the Goa Kingdom, there was often a freckle-faced kid at the scrap heap asking villains, what would happen if the Pirate King had a son? If those people spoke ill of Roger, they would be brutally beaten by that freckle-faced kid. After finishing, Link looked at the stunned Teach and smiled. According to what I've heard back then, Roger turned himself in to Garp. With that said, as long as Teach wasn't an idiot, he could understand the meaning behind Link's words. Chapter 43, A Powerful Alliance, Link's Bait. Is this information true? Teach came back to his senses, no longer able to let out his unique laugh. He stared intently into Link's eyes, using his observation haki to sense his emotions, wanting to know if Link was lying. Of course. Link nodded and said, even if he isn't Roger's son, his importance is enough for the Marines to use him as bait. After all, everyone in the world knows that Whitebeard is the most protective of his sons. Whoever dares to harm his sons is declaring war on the Whitebeard pirates. If Fire Fist Ace falls into the hands of the Marines, it's either a public execution or imprisonment in Impel Down. So, which one do you think the Marines will choose? With this last sentence, Link tested Teach. Teach replied without hesitation, of course, a public execution. After all, Impel Down holds so many criminals. If they wanted to lure Pops there, that underwater prison might really sink to the bottom of the sea. Link spread his hands and said, that's right, I think so too. So what's the plan? Teach asked again, a look of excitement appearing on his face. Simple. Link laid out a slightly modified version of Teach's plan from the original story. From now on, deliberately leave a trail on your voyage to lure Fire Fist Ace to a specific place to fight. I will assist from the shadows to ensure he can be dealt with. After defeating him, hand him over to the Marines and the world government. By the way, reveal the information that Fire Fist Ace might be Roger's son. At that time, the all-pervasive CP organization will naturally launch an investigation. Regardless of whether it's for capturing Roger's son or the achievement of defeating the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, it will be enough to make you one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If Fire Fist Ace is the Pirate King's son, then the world government and the Marines will definitely hold a public execution to crush the pirates' morale by eliminating the most evil bloodline. Even if Fire Fist Ace isn't the son of the Pirate King, the world government and the Marines won't let go of this opportunity to potentially lure the Whitebeard pirates out of the New World. Even if the Whitebeard pirates don't show up, they will still use a public execution to damage the Whitebeard pirates' reputation, cause internal conflict, and give all the pirates in the New World a reason to target the Whitebeard pirates. At that time, to deal with the possible appearance of the Whitebeard pirates, the world government will definitely forcibly summon the 7 warlords of the sea. Then, I will take down a 2nd warlord, and we will both participate in the war as third parties. After the war starts, I will sneak away to Impel Down. We can completely catch them off guard. Listening to Link's incredibly detailed plan, Teach's eyes grew brighter and brighter. After Link finished, an irrepressible ecstasy appeared on his face. because he had thought of even more than Link. Link's plan was completely feasible. With Pop's personality, he would definitely come to save Ace. At that time, perhaps he could use the Marine's hands to heavily injure or even kill Pops. Then, he could enter the scene with the powerful subordinates recruited from Impel Down, have them hold off the Marines for a while he seized Pop's devil fruit. If he could obtain the strongest paramecia, the tremor fruit, in addition to the dark fruit which could seal abilities and allow for fruit rebirth, then regardless of personal combat power or influence, he would be at the pinnacle of the seas. At this thought, Teach trembled all over with excitement and couldn't help but laugh maniacally at Link. Zehahaha, a genius idea, a genius plan. Compared to you, Ben Beckman is practically a moron. Link, you have the greatest intellect on the seas. Nonsense, I'm a transmigrator. No matter how brilliant an intellect, they can't see the future. Link thought to himself, but on the surface he smiled. So, want to join forces and pull off a big one? Of course, it would be my honor. Teach said hurriedly, I don't want the devil fruits from infinite hell. I just want to recruit a few powerful criminals as my comrades. No problem. Link nodded, then untied the restraints on Teach and extended his hand. A pleasure working with you. A pleasure working with you. Teach gripped Link's hand firmly. While he appeared joyful on the surface, his heart was filled with apprehension and even fear. He recalled Link's words from the beginning. This guy had been targeting him from the moment he killed Thatch and defected from the Whitebeard pirates. He had just entered the first half of the Grand Line and was ambushed by Link. If he remembered correctly, Link had also just entered the first half of the Grand Line from the East Blue a few months ago. He even knew a world-shaking secret like Captain Ace possibly being the Pirate King's son, and had planned everything in advance. Such intelligence capabilities were more terrifying than the all-pervasive CP organization, enough to make one's blood run cold. What was even more terrifying was that besides his fearsome intelligence and intellect, he also possessed incomparably powerful strength. That water dragon that wiped out his crew, Teach still didn't understand how Link did it. Could the Logia-type forest fruit do that? Absolutely not. Or perhaps the other party had other comrades. At this thought, Teach didn't dare to harbor any clever ideas. Fortunately, Link didn't know his biggest secret. As long as he could endure and seize Pop's paramecia-type tremor fruit, then he would have nothing to fear. Link, naturally, didn't know he had scared Teach. But as for Teach's little schemes, Link was very clear. It all depended on who he was dealing with. The clan of D are the natural enemies of the gods. Anyone with D in their name who rises to prominence will be taken seriously and suppressed by the world government. The reason Link had his wood clone wait for Teach in the Sabiati Archipelago and Drum Kingdom for several months, and didn't enter the New World to intercept Teach's Logia-type dark fruit, was not only because the dark fruit itself might be sentient, but also to cultivate Teach and have him act as a shield. Before his own strength was unrivaled on the seas, both Luffy and Teach were Link's chess pieces, specifically used to draw out Emu from the shadows to see how many hidden cards the world government truly had, and whether they possessed interdimensional weapons and combat power like the 6 Paths level in the world of Naruto. Chapter 44, Crocodile's Experience. Zehahaha, a pity there's no wine, or I'd definitely have a drink with you. When Laffit and the others woke up, they saw their captain chatting and laughing with a young man. Captain, who is that guy? I think I fell into the water just now. Did that person save me? Such a familiar face that person seems to be. A big shot. Laffit and the others had different reactions. Among them, Burgess was boisterous, and Doc Q was too sickly to speak. Only Laffit and Van Augur reacted quickly and recognized Link. Teach slung his arm over Link's shoulder and laughed heartily at his companions. Zehahaha, let me introduce you. This is the famous, the Impaler, Link, and also my partner. Oh ho ho, a pleasure to meet you, Your Excellency, the Impaler. Seeing his captain's demeanor, Laffit understood perfectly that the two must have reached a deal. He didn't ask any further questions, simply greeting Link politely. Van Augur merely nodded at Link. Looking at the self-aware Laffit and Van Augur, Link couldn't help but smile. Teach, you have a fine group of companions. Zehahaha, of course. Laffit and the others are my confidants. Teach laughed loudly and said, when the time is right, I will help them all obtain powerful devil fruits. Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in the eyes of Laffit and the others, and they immediately elevated Link's status in their minds. The reason they were recruited by Teach, aside from his strength and audacity, was mainly because of his devil fruit ability and the grand promises he made. Teach's words either told them that Link was a true partner or served as a reminder that Link was so terrifying that Teach had to reveal this secret to save his own life, so they absolutely must not act rashly. Regardless of which it was clear that Link was an existence not to be provoked at this stage. At this, Laffit's smile widened even more. Even the boisterous Burgess dared not speak carelessly. Like the top executives of the Don Quixote family, they were now just stray dogs fleeing the new world in disgrace. Before their wings were fully grown, they had to remain low-key and forbearing. Link was also very satisfied with the founding members of the Blackbeard Pirates. These guys would all grow to become top commanders of a Yonko crew in the future. Van Augur was especially ridiculous. In the original anime, he took out one of Charlotte Cracker's biscuit soldiers with a single shot. Once they had all grown, he could harvest them, and Link would surely gain an astonishing amount of experience. 2 days later, Link brought the Blackbeard Pirates back to the Florian Triangle. Just as their ship sailed into the front gate of Thriller Bark, Link saw Karina and the other 4 women waiting on the shore. Although Karina and the others had Perona to protect them, to avoid any accidents, Link had his wood clone, possessing a massive amount of chakra and able to last for a month, returned to Thriller Bark to protect them after he had ambushed the Blackbeard Pirates. As soon as their ship entered the Florian Triangle, the wood clone informed Karina and the other 4 of the original's return. So when the ship docked and Link disembarked with the Blackbeard Pirates, Karina and the others immediately gathered around. Link, you're back. Link, who are these people? Because there were outsiders present, Karina and the others did not embarrass Link. After greeting him with gentle smiles, they turned their gazes to the Blackbeard Pirates. Looking at the Blackbeard Pirates, who were either fierce-looking or sickly, Karina and the others all frowned inwardly. This group of guys didn't look like good people at a glance. Why did Link bring them back? Although they were very curious, none of Karina's group said anything. Yes, I'm back. Link smiled and nodded, then pointed at Teach and introduced him to Karina and the others. This is my partner, the captain of these men. His name is Marshall D. Teach. D. Hearing that letter, a glint instantly flashed in Robin's eyes. After Nefertari D. Lily, Robin had become aware of the special existence of the D clan. This guy also has a D. What meaning could this D possibly hold? Zehahaha, hello, you beautiful ladies. Teach greeted Karina and the others with a simple-minded smile, then flattered Link. Beauties with a hero, truly a perfect match. Hee, you're quite the talker, big guy. Karina and the others' impression of Teach improved greatly. Vivi and Nami, in particular, were deceived by Teach's simple and honest facade. Link didn't correct them and simply said to Teach, "Next, I'll need you to do me a favor, Teach." After speaking, Link's hand, hidden in his sleeve, began to form hand seals. Immediately, the wall of the ship that Karina and the others were on automatically opened. 2 giant tree branches extended out, carrying 2 small trees. After transplanting the 2 small trees onto the ground, the branches retracted, and the ship's wall closed automatically. Following that, a few vines flew out from the ship's cabin, carrying 2 fruits. Catching the fruits, Link handed one to Teach. Zehahaha, leave it to me. Looking at Crocodile sealed inside a tree, along with another person he didn't recognize, Teach's heart shuddered slightly. The Logiotype sand fruit. Doesn't it have an ability that counters the Logiotype forest fruit? How on earth did he defeat Crocodile? These women's auras were clearly pitifully weak, yet Link introduced them without a care, not at all afraid that he might attack them. He clearly knows my fruit's ability, yet he's so confident. Just how astonishing must his hidden trump cards be? The overthinking Teach dared not harbor any ulterior motives anymore. Thus, he began to show his pledge of allegiance to Link. Under the expectant gazes of the other Blackbeard pirates and the watchful eyes of Karina and the others, Teach walked towards Crocodile, holding a fruit. At the same time, Link also formed a hand seal with one hand. The next second, the small tree-sealing Crocodile slowly spat him out. A wooden spike also quietly pierced the back of Crocodile's head, ending the life of the great pirate. Ding, an enemy has been killed. Gained 5.38% experience. A notification sound echoed in Link's mind, instantly delighting him. This experience value not only greatly increased his strength, but also gave him a vague sense of level divisions. For the third stage of experience acquisition, the top commanders and first mates of Yonko crews should be worth around 5%. With the previous two stages as a reference. In the fourth stage, the experience from a powerhouse of that level would only drop by about 1%. There were far too many powerhouses of this level in the New World. If the next plan failed, Link only needed to enter the New World and hunt frantically, and he could also quickly unlock the Senju Hashirama template to 100%. Chapter 45, The Suna Suna no Mi and the Doa Doa no Mi are in hand. Seeing Crocodile dead, Teach immediately converted his stamina into the power of darkness. A dense black mist emerged from his body. This black mist, as if with a mind of its own, didn't spread too far. It enveloped Crocodile's corpse and Teach's body, forming a spherical shroud. The color of the spherical shroud grew deeper and deeper, the mist seemingly liquefying, causing the shroud to slowly transform into a black sphere. This black mist, is it his ability? Sister Robin, do you know what it is? Watching the black sphere before them, Karina and the other women discussed in low voices, their gazes all turning to Robin, the only one among them who had read the Devil Fruit encyclopedia. Robin's brow furrowed slightly as she said softly, "If I'm not mistaken, that ability should be the most unique among Logia types, the Dark Fruit." The Dark Fruit, so he's another Logia user. The most unique Logia, why? Seeing the growing curiosity of Karina and the others, Robin explained, "Because this Devil Fruit is the only one among the Logia types that cannot become an element. If the user is injured, they will suffer double the pain. It can't turn into an element and he takes double the pain. That's awful." Nami's eyes widened. Karina, however, stroked her chin and analyzed. With such a severe drawback, it must have a corresponding advantage. This black sphere might be the source of the Dark Fruit's power. That's possible, Robin nodded in agreement. Because she noticed the expressions on Laffit and the others, and even Link's face was filled with anticipation. It was clear now. The reason Link hadn't killed Crocodile, but had kept him in a cell for months, was to wait for this man named Marshall D. Teach. For Link to act personally, it couldn't possibly be just to have someone desecrate Crocodile's corpse. At this, the women focused more intently on the black sphere before them. The black sphere did not last long. It quickly reverted from a liquid-like state back to mist, dissipating with a gust of wind. When Teach emerged from the black mist, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically, each in their own way. Hiss! The members of the Blackbeard Pirates were ecstatic, while Karina and the other women's pupils constricted, all of them gasping in shock. In that moment, their worldview was once again shattered, including that of the incredibly experienced Robin. They saw that the fruit in Teach's hand had changed dramatically. What was once an ordinary-looking fruit now closely resembled a cactus. Its skin was covered in distinctive black spiral patterns and had small thorns, just like a cactus. Although Karina and the others had not seen a devil fruit before, it didn't stop them from knowing that the fruit in Teach's hand was the legendary treasure of the sea. Robin, who had read the Devil Fruit encyclopedia, recognized it at a glance as Crocodile's Logia-type sand fruit. Just like people need to eat when they're hungry and sleep when they're tired, there were certain truths in the world. A person can only eat one devil fruit. Eating one makes you unable to swim. When a user dies, their devil fruit reappears randomly somewhere in the world. These were all common knowledge. Even people in the East Blue knew that devil fruits were the legendary treasures of the sea. Therefore, when Karina and the others witnessed Teach seizing Crocodile's devil fruit with their own eyes, they finally understood why Link had told them before. It's for your own good that I don't tell you. This scene, which broke the rules of the world, was simply too unbelievable. If word of this were to inadvertently get out, it would undoubtedly shake the entire world. Link and Teach would become the targets of everyone. Zehahaha, I didn't disappoint, my guess was correct. Teach was equally excited, laughing heartily as he handed the Logia-type sand fruit to Link. The black hole's gravity from the dark fruit could indeed take the minuscule probability of a fruit's rebirth and raise it to a 100% certainty. He now had the capital to vie for the pinnacle of the seas. Thank you for your hard work. Link took the Logia-type sand fruit and handed the other fruit to Teach, smiling. I'll leave the other one to you as well. After speaking, he controlled the small tree to spit out Bluno, and a wooden spike pierced the back of his head, ending his life. Ding, an enemy has been killed. Gained 0.68% experience. Another notification sounded, but the experience was far less than Crocodile's. However, it was second only to Daz Bonez from the second stage. Despite being a stage lower, he provided experience second only to Daz Bonez, which spoke to Bluno's strength. After all, he had mastered the 6 powers, had a Doriki of 820, was a Paramecia Devil Fruit user, and was the first victim of Gear Second. He had some substance. Watching Teach begin the extraction ritual again, Link summoned the virtual panel that only he could see. Host, Link. Inherited template, Senju Hashirama. Unlock progress, 30% plus. Experience, 7.15%. Adding to his previous reserves, after killing Crocodile and Bluno, Link's experience reserve had surged by 7.15%. He was less than 3% away from unlocking the Senju Hashirama template to 40%. The decision not to kill Lucci and the others was indeed the right one. Among the agents undercover in Water 7, only Lucci possessed the strength of a vice admiral. His experience might be high, but it was far from being maximized. As for Kaku and the others, their experience would probably be similar to Bluno's, perhaps even lower. After all, they didn't have the bonus of a devil fruit. In the original story 2 years later, Lucci and Kaku both mastered 2 types of Haki and Fruit Awakening, putting them at the level of top commanders and regular commanders in a Yonko crew. At this current stage, their experience value would probably only be 1% to 2% less than Crocodile's, maybe even less. By the time Link dismissed the virtual panel, Teach had once again completed the fruit extraction. The Paramecia-type Dordor fruit. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, Teach, who had read the devil fruit encyclopedia countless times, recognized it at a glance. He also knew what kind of ability this devil fruit possessed. Therefore, Teach's pupils constricted slightly, his heart growing heavy. If he weren't wary of Link's strength, didn't feel he was a match for him, and was unaware of his hidden plans, Teach really would have taken this devil fruit and made a run for it. Link's intelligence network was even more terrifying than the all-pervasive CP organization. Now, with the Dordor fruit that allowed travel through alternate dimensions, wouldn't he be like a tiger with wings? At that point, Link could be following him from within an alternate dimension, and he would be completely unaware. As Teach struggled internally, he suddenly noticed Link watching him with a knowing smile. He instantly snapped out of it and hurriedly put on a simple-minded grin. Zehahaha, I didn't disappoint. Here's the devil fruit you wanted. After speaking, Teach handed the Paramecia-type Dordor fruit to Link. Compared to his grand plan, this small risk was not worth mentioning. Besides, his body was special, he didn't need to sleep at all. If Link were to secretly follow him, as long as he dared to show his face, the Paramecia-type Dordor fruit would be his. A mere Paramecia-type Dordor fruit was not worth tearing his relationship with Link apart. Link accepted the Dordor fruit with satisfaction and smiled. Your attitude pleases me. As a courtesy, I'll give you a little welcoming gift as well. After speaking, Link waved to Karina and the others in the distance. Nami, Karina, come here. Coming. Nami and Karina immediately trotted over. Link whispered a few words in Nami's ear. Nami nodded immediately and then ran back to the ship. Link then handed the 2 devil fruits to Karina, turned to face the sea, and clapped his hands together. A large number of branches immediately burst from the ground around Link, converging towards the sea and rapidly forming a medium-sized 2-masted ship. Just as the ship took shape, Nami returned, carrying a large bag on her back, 2 rolls of canvas under one arm, and holding a den mushi in her other hand. Link threw the large bag and the canvas to Laffit, then handed the den mushi to Teach, saying, "This ship is a gift to you. There are 500 million berries in the bag. It's my investment. Don't ride on that dangerous raft anymore." "Zehahaha, then I'll accept it without courtesy. Thank you." Teach accepted readily, understanding that Link was issuing an order for them to leave. Thus he waved to Laffit and the others and said, "Let's go, men." Quickly, they installed the sails and steered the ship away from Thriller Bark. Chapter 46, The Desert Queen is Born. Watching the silhouette of the sailboat depart until it completely disappeared, the gazes of Karina and the other girls finally shifted to Link. Nami, unable to hold back any longer, was the first to ask, "Link, who was that guy named Teach?" "I'm curious too. Who on earth is that guy? To actually possess the ability to break the rules of the world," Karina said with a look of amazement, staring at the 2 devil fruits in her hands. "Let's talk as we walk." Link turned and walked towards the wooden house, hiding nothing as he said, "That guy is named Marshall D. Teach, a Logia-type dark fruit user, and also a traitor to the Whitebeard Pirates." "A traitor to the Whitebeard Pirates? The Whitebeard who's said to be scarier than a demon. Isn't he the world's strongest man? If you're working with him, doesn't that mean we're making an enemy of the world's strongest pirate crew?" Karina and the other girls were shocked once again. It was no wonder they reacted this way. Having been in the Florian Triangle for several months, they were completely out of touch with world events. Thatch's death was a major news story that shook the world, and newspapers had long since spread the word across the globe. Only in special sea areas like the Calm Belt and the Florian Triangle would news coups not pass through, which is why they didn't recognize Teach. "Yes," Link nodded and said, "his ability is one that can break the rules of the world. The devil fruit I had prepared for Karina was eaten by someone else, so I needed to borrow his ability." Hearing this, Karina and Nami were instantly touched. Perona's favorable impression of Link rose once again. Although Karina and the other girls had often mentioned how good Link was, only after witnessing it for herself could she feel how reliable this captain was. Robin's eyes were also filled with a soft light. Looking at Link, who was like a safe harbor, she chuckled and said, "These 2 devil fruits, Link, how do you plan to use them?" Nami came back to her senses and asked expectantly, "Are both of those devil fruits for us?" "One is the strongest type, the Logia Sansand fruit. What about the other devil fruit?" Karina sized up the 2 devil fruits in her hands, looked at Robin, and asked, "Sister Robin, do you know what it is?" Robin examined it closely, a hint of surprise suddenly appearing on her face. "This is the Paramecia Dordor fruit." "The Dordor fruit?" Karina asked, confused, "A devil fruit that lets you open doors." "What a strange devil fruit," Nami commented. "The name of this devil fruit is indeed a bit strange, but it's an extremely rare and powerful one." Robin recalled the information from the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, the surprise on her face slowly turning to joy. The user of the Dordor fruit can create doors anywhere, including in the air, on fire, and even on the human body. Behind the doors lies a legendary alternate dimension, a special space from which one can observe the real world, but the real world cannot perceive it. Hiss. Hearing this, Karina and the other girls gasped sharply. They weren't fools, they knew just how terrifying this ability was. To be able to enter an alternate dimension from which you can observe the real world, while the real world can't notice you. Isn't that an invincible sanctuary? What a powerful ability. The clear fruit is trash compared to this. Karina looked at Link excitedly and asked, "Link, how are you going to distribute these 2 devil fruits?" As if seeing through Karina's thoughts, Link rarely reached out and patted her on the head, smiling. The devil fruits for you and Nami are already prepared. We're just waiting for the right time. The Logia Sansand fruit is for Vivi to eat. As for the Dordor fruit, I plan to use it to recruit a new member. Karina, who is rarely so intimate with Link, blushed slightly. Seeing that Link wasn't going to give her the Dordor fruit, Karina wasn't angry at all. Instead, she asked expectantly, "You're even saving such a precious ability for a newcomer. Does that mean the devil fruits for me and Nami are even better than the Dordor fruit?" As expected of you, your mind is always so sharp. Link couldn't resist pinching Karina's cheek and nodded with a smile. That's right, the devil fruits for you and Nami are both top tier. Once you eat them, you'll soar to the heavens, becoming invincible in the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Hearing this, Karina and Nami's faces were filled with longing. Taking the Logia Sansand fruit from Karina's hands, Link handed it to Vivi, who had been watching with a smile, and said, "Vivi, eat this." Vivi, who was only one final step away from being with Link, didn't coyly refuse. Because she knew that only by becoming stronger could she avoid being a burden to Link and truly be of help to him. After taking the Logia Sansand fruit, Vivi first tore off the thorny peel and then opened her mouth to bite off a piece of the flesh. Watching this scene, the sly Robin and Perona beside her both showed strange smiles on their faces. As Vivi chewed the fruit's flesh, her face instantly turned a shade of purple-green, and she subconsciously wanted to spit it out. Link quickly reminded her, "Don't spit it out. You only need to eat 1 bite of a devil fruit." Hearing this, Vivi suppressed the nauseating feeling and quickly swallowed the pulp in her mouth. Despite only eating 1 bite, Vivi felt as if she had spent several hours practicing enunciation with Link. She panted heavily, looking at the remaining fruit in her hand in disbelief. What on earth is this stuff? How can it have such a unique taste? Karina and Nami, snapping out of their daze, couldn't help but ask, "Is it that bad?" "It's indescribable. I feel like my taste buds just exploded." Vivi looked at Link and asked, "Is it really okay to just eat 1 bite?" "Yes, the ability is only granted to the first person to take a bite. The rest of it is just a foul-tasting fruit," Link said with a smile. "Your body should be changing now. You can feel it carefully." Hearing this, Vivi immediately closed her eyes to feel the changes in her body. As she focused her mind, the ability derived from the recombination of her lineage factor immediately responded to its host. In the next second, Karina and the other girls witnessed a magical scene. They saw the remaining fruit in Vivi's hand wither at a visible rate, then slowly turn into a handful of sand and scatter in the wind. The future queen of the desert was born. Chapter 47, The 7th Member, Bold Nami. "Wow, so cool," Karina and Nami exclaimed, then each hugged one of Vivi's arms, grinning. "Vivi, we'll be counting on you to protect us from now on." "Not at all, I'm just 1 step ahead of you," Vivi said with an embarrassed smile. "Your devil fruits might be even more powerful than mine." "Really, Link?" Karina and Nami looked at Link with anticipation. "Guess," Link raised an eyebrow. "So annoying, Link is being mysterious again." "Yeah, let's get him." Karina and Nami immediately rolled their eyes, then let go of Vivi's arms and lunged at Link. Link dodged and ran towards the wooden house. Karina and Nami chased after him. Vivi, Robin, and Perona watched the scene with smiles. Over the past few months, the relationship within Link's crew had reached a very special level. Within them, one could see all sorts of relationships. There was the bond between a captain and his crew, the dynamic of older and younger siblings, the ambiguity of almost lovers, and the warmth of a family. The awkwardness and distance from when he recruited 4 members in 1 month was long gone. After their playful chase back to the wooden house, Link said to the girls, "Pack up. It's time for us to leave this place." "We're finally leaving." "That's great, I haven't seen the sun in months." Karina and Nami's eyes lit up, and they bounced into the wooden house. Link said to Perona, "Perona, go get a pen and paper. I'll leave a letter and a transponder snail for Moria. After he has fully come to terms with things, I'll bring you back to visit him in the future." "Okay." Perona nodded immediately, not wanting to see Master Moria argue with Link. After Perona went into the wooden house, Link formed hand seals, and his entire body erupted in a tangible blue aura of chakra. 3 branches extended from his back, quickly transforming into 3 wood clones. The moment the wood clones appeared, they vanished in a flash. Robin and Vivi were already used to this scene. After all, they had long known that Link's intelligence-gathering capabilities all came from his wood clones. Every so often, Link would send out a batch of wood clones, undoubtedly to gather intelligence from all over the world. This batch of wood clones was clearly no exception. Link didn't explain to Robin and the others, as there was no need to say anything and risk creating an accident that would lead to disappointment. Once he reaped the fruits of his labor, he would naturally tell Karina and the girls. No, the clever girls like Karina would figure it out on their own by then. For example, after witnessing Teach seize a devil fruit, they understood why Link had spared Crocodile's life instead of handing him over to the Marines or the world government. Robin also finally understood why Cobra had so readily agreed to let Vivi go to sea with Link. The grand promise Link had made to her, indeed, had a high probability of getting Vivi the Logia Sansand fruit. As the sole heir to the Alabasta Kingdom, no devil fruit was more suitable for Vivi than the Logia Sansand fruit. With this ability, once Vivi inherited the throne, she would be the strongest queen in the history of the Alabasta Kingdom. A short while later, Perona came out with a pen and paper. Link and Perona each left a letter for Moria. Subsequently, Link released the tree-binding eternal burial that was sealing Moria, and then used medical ninjutsu to heal him. This act once again earned him Perona's goodwill. Over the past few months, after Karina and the girls completed their daily high-intensity training, Link would use medical ninjutsu to help them recover. Perona had long been aware of the secret that Link was not a Logia forest fruit user, but possessed a special talent. Link was, just as Karina and the girls had said, a kind and gentle man. This was only because Perona hadn't seen Link's ruthless side with women. Otherwise, while she would have been scared, her affection for him would certainly have grown even stronger. Because she would discover that Link's kindness was special, not something he showed to every beautiful woman. This uniqueness, in a sense, was a huge plus. After Link finished healing Moria, Karina and Nami had also finished packing. Using a transponder snail to hold down the 2 letters, Link created another wood clone to retrieve the 1 billion berries from the sailboat. He then had the wood clone use an invisibility technique to hide, waiting for Moria to wake up before dispelling itself. With that, he left Thriller Bark with Karina and the girls. As she turned the ship's helm, Nami asked, "Link, is our next stop the Sabyeti archipelago?" "No, we're going back to the East Blue." Link's answer greatly surprised Karina and the others. Nami asked, confused, "What are we going back to the East Blue for?" Link sat on a wooden chair, crossing his legs elegantly, and smiled. "Nami, you have a sister, right?" "Ahem." Nami nodded repeatedly. "Her name is Najiko, she and I." Link caught the vine-wrapped Dordor fruit and tossed it in the air. "The Dordor fruit is incredibly significant to me. It's not just an invincible sanctuary, it can also let me pass directly through the red line to enter the New World or the Four Seas. This is a strategic-level devil fruit. I don't feel comfortable entrusting it to a stranger, so I plan to recruit Nami's sister. It'll be up to you to persuade her." "Really?" Nami's face lit up with joy. After securing the helm, she ran to Link and said excitedly, "Can I bring Najiko out to sea with us?" "Of course." Link patted Nami on the head, pinched her cheek, and asked with a smile, "Are you confident you can persuade her?" "Ahem." Nami nodded repeatedly, patting her sizable chest confidently. "Leave it to me. I'll definitely get Najiko to come out to sea with us." This decision from Link made Nami extremely happy. All this time, Nami had felt that she had let Najiko down. Nami at least had a dream. Najiko only had Nami. To comfort Nami, she had even gotten a tattoo. To let Nami set sail without worry, she chose to stay behind and take care of the Tangerine Grove, not having any thoughts of going to sea herself. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she couldn't become a burden to Nami. Because after growing up, she no longer had the ability to protect Nami. Nami had always felt incredibly guilty towards this sister, who was closer than a blood relative. If possible, Nami also wanted Nijiko to come out to sea with her and see the wonders of the world together. Now that choice had appeared. The Dordor fruit, an invincible sanctuary. As long as Nijiko became the user of the Dordor fruit, she could set sail without any worries. At this, Nami could no longer hold back. She cupped Link's head with both hands and gave his forehead a firm peck, her beautiful eyes slightly moist as she smiled. "Thank you, Link. You're the hero in my heart." That last sentence resounded in Nami's heart. If she didn't know that Link was sensitive to displays of emotion, Nami really would have said those cheesy words out loud. "Wow, quite bold little cat burglar." Watching this scene, Karina secretly glanced at Vivi not far away. Seeing that Vivi didn't look upset, but was watching Link and Nami with a smile, Karina's beautiful eyes shifted slightly, and the corners of her lips slowly curved upwards. Her extremely sharp mind was already scheming something. The ambushed Link was slightly stunned. After meeting Nami's soft, beautiful gaze, a gentle smile appeared on his face. "You're welcome. You are my navigator, after all." Reaching out to pat Nami's head again, and seeing that she didn't resist at all, but rather seemed to be enjoying it, Link's heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. After several months of effort, another one's affection level has finally broken through. The days ahead were going to be happier and happier. Chapter 48, The Straw Hat Pirates Navigator Picking Up Enel. 2 weeks later. After several months, Link and Nami once again returned to Reverse Mountain. Unlike last time, when there were only 2 of them, this time they were accompanied by 4 companions. This time, Link still didn't see Laboon. However, at the Twin Capes, he sensed an aura. That aura belonged to the Roger Pirates' doctor, Crocus. But under the sea, Link didn't sense Laboon's presence. Apparently, Laboon was no longer here. Link wasn't surprised. Because Brook had gotten his shadow back 4 months ago, he should have returned to the Twin Capes to reunite with Laboon and Crocus. They were now either somewhere on the Grand Line, or had returned to the homeland of the Rumbar Pirates and Laboon. If it was the latter, he wondered if Luffy's protagonist halo would still be enough to recruit Brook. Link didn't go to greet Crocus. After mooring the sailboat, Link flew onto the side wall of the waterway, defied gravity to climb to the top of Reverse Mountain, then entered the channel connecting to the East Blue, quickly returning from the first half of the Grand Line to the East Blue. Appearing in a flash outside the special ocean current, Link formed hand seals, and numerous branches extended from his body, quickly forming a small, single-masted sailboat without a canvas. Pulling the sailboat beneath the red line, Link once again formed hand seals, and a branch immediately extended from the wall, tying up the sailboat like a rope. After doing all this, Link flashed back into the waterway and quickly returned to the first half of the Grand Line. Next, Link transported Karina and the other 5 girls, along with an oversized backpack full of supplies, onto the new boat. "If you run into trouble, remember to call me." Link stood on the surface of the sea, made a calling gesture to Karina and the girls, and said, "When I'm done with my business, I'll come find you." "Be safe, Link. Remember not to overdo it, be careful." "Goodbye." Karina and the girls waved goodbye to Link. Link also waved back, then without watching them leave, he flashed into the waterway. Link didn't go with Karina and the girls to Kakasi Village because he had important things to do. With Perona's Devil Fruit ability and Vivi's Logia Sand Fruit, unless they encountered a super strong opponent, it was impossible for anyone to be their match, whether in the 4 Seas or the first half of the Grand Line. Link was very confident in letting them act alone, so much so that he didn't even leave a wood clone behind to protect them silently. This was also a test for them. After returning to the Grand Line, Link exchanged a glance with Crocus from a distance and sailed away. Watching the sailboat's departing silhouette, Crocus, who was reading a newspaper, couldn't help but sigh, "This year's rookies are truly incredible. Perhaps the era you were waiting for is about to arrive, Roger." On the deck, Link sat under a sun umbrella, seemingly enjoying the sea breeze, but in reality, he was sharing the intelligence from his 3 wood clones. The 3 wood clones, possessing immense amounts of chakra, were scattered across the first and second halves of the Grand Line. 2 were in the first half, and 1 was in the second, carrying out the tasks Link had assigned. Of the 2 wood clones in the first half of the Grand Line, 1 was tracking the Blackbeard pirates, using a sensory technique to lock onto Teach's position from hundreds of nautical miles away. The other wood clone was monitoring the Straw Hat pirates. With a transmigrator like Link interfering, Luffy's brilliance was far less dazzling than in the original story. In the original story, after the East Blue Saga, Luffy's first bounty reached 30 million berries, 10 million higher than Arlong, the ruler of the East Blue. Now, Luffy's bounty was only 23 million berries. Aside from Kuro, who was executed according to Marine records, the Marine investigation only credited Luffy with 3 achievements: defeating Axe-Hand Morgan, defeating Buggy the Clown, and defeating Krieg, who had fled back from the Grand Line. Among them, Krieg had the highest bounty at 18 million berries. If Arlong hadn't died, Luffy's bounty definitely wouldn't have exceeded 20 million berries, unless he proved it by defeating Arlong. But Arlong had long been taken care of by Link, and turned in at the Logtown Marine base for the bounty. Therefore, the East Blue no longer had a pirate overlord. Luffy, having defeated 2 pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, naturally became the new ruler of the East Blue, and his bounty surpassed the original Arlong's. Even now, Luffy's bounty hadn't changed. Because of the Logtown incident, the Straw Hat Pirates entered the Grand Line completely unprepared. Fortunately, Luffy's straw hat was recognized by Crocus, who gave them a log pose. Whether it was because the log pose had once been set to Whiskey Peak, the Pull of Destiny, or the protagonist's halo, the Straw Hat Pirates' route was the same as in the original story, only with fewer of the original challenges. However, quite a few butterfly effects had appeared. In the original story, the Straw Hat Pirates went to Drum Kingdom because Nami was bitten by a poisonous insect. Now it was because the Straw Hat Pirates, while exploring Whiskey Peak, half of which had turned into a forest, found a box containing several eternal poses. One of those eternal poses pointed to Drum Kingdom. Sanji knew a little about this country and mentioned it was once a great medical nation. Luffy, having just left Little Garden, decided to head to Drum Kingdom with the goal of recruiting a doctor. Then in Drum Kingdom, they encountered Ace, who was hunting Teach, and the brothers reunited. Teach, just like in the original story, scared off Wapol and then headed to the Alabasta Kingdom to investigate how Link had defeated Crocodile in the desert. So, Luffy followed Ace to the Alabasta Kingdom. There, Luffy finally recruited a navigator. This navigator was, surprisingly, Bon Clay. This Akama, who had earned Link's goodwill due to his performance in the original story, and was thus lucky enough to survive, fell in love at first sight with Luffy, just like in the original. With all his companions dead, and after having buried them, Bon Clay chose to join the Straw Hat Pirates. As the Wood Clone watched this scene, Link suddenly felt a sense of a dream being fulfilled. In the original story, Bon Clay was definitely the one who sacrificed the most for Luffy, a presence more like a companion than any companion. If he had left Impel down with Luffy and hadn't become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, the author would have definitely been beaten to death by the readers. After recruiting Bon Clay, Luffy still parted ways with Ace in the Alabasta Kingdom and received Ace's Vivre card. Now they had arrived at Jaya Island. Luffy, representing light, also encountered Teach, representing darkness on Jaya Island. With just one look, they knew they wouldn't get along. Coupled with Luffy's low bounty and Teach now having Ace as his target, the forces of light and dark went their separate ways. Teach continued to leave a trail, stopping at each next island for a while to see when Ace would catch up. Luffy, on the other hand, with the help of the descendant of Mont Blanc Noland, rode the knock-up stream to Skypiea. However, Luffy didn't notice that a figure had snuck into the cabin of the Going Merry, used a transformation technique to turn into a piece of furniture, and went with them to the Sky Island. This figure was the Wood Clone. The Rumble fruit counters would style, making it difficult for Link to defeat Enel, who could teleport. Since that's the case, then he wouldn't make a move himself. He would let the protagonist defeat Enel, and then he would just pick up the spoils. Chapter 49, Goro Goro no Mi acquired, teaches regret. Ring it, Straw Hat Boy, light the fire of Shandora. Golden rifle, let the sound of the bell be heard. 10,000 meters high in the white sea, on the other half of Jaya Island that was sent up by the knock-up stream centuries ago, now known as God's Island, Upper Yard, a duel between gods came to a close above the giant jack. Above the clouds, a wood clone sat on the giant jack, personally witnessing the moment Luffy struck the bell, sending both himself and it ringing. The beautiful sound of the bell spread throughout Upper Yard and Angel Island, and also reached Jaya Island 10,000 meters below. Luffy's leaping figure was also projected into the sky above Jaya Island, bringing tears to the eyes of Nolan's descendants. As the Battle of Gods ended, Luffy, Enel, and the Golden Bell all plummeted towards the ground below. The wood clone ignored Luffy, who was immune to any physical attack other than sharp weapons, and formed hand seals. Its arms transformed into a seemingly infinitely extending tree branch, catching the falling Enel and wrapping him up like a dumpling. The moment the branches coiled around him, they instantly drained all of Enel's remaining stamina, causing him to fall completely unconscious. Then, the wood clone used a body flicker to appear in midair, grabbing a handle specially made with wood style, and vanished with Enel in tow. A few days later, Link arrived at Jaya Island in his sailboat, and received the sealed Enel from the wood clone that had been waiting for him. After handing Enel over to Link, the wood clone immediately jumped into the sea, using its water-style nature transformation to quickly dive into the depths. Immediately, the wood clone transformed into a giant, towering tree. Unlike a shadow clone which turns into a puff of smoke, or other clones that revert to their element, a wood clone turns into a tree upon being dispelled. The more chakra a wood clone has, the larger the tree it becomes when dispelled. For a towering tree to suddenly appear on Jaya Island, anyone with a bit of knowledge would recognize it as the ability of the woods fruit. Link couldn't risk exposing his position at such a critical time. One of the 3 wood clones was dispelled, leaving the remaining 2 distributed in the first and second halves of the Grand Line. After throwing Enel into a cell and sealing him with the deep forest emergence, Link sailed his ship to rendezvous with the wood clone that was monitoring the Blackbeard pirates. Another 2 weeks passed. The Straw Hat Pirates, having descended from Skypia, experienced a few more fast-paced adventures before finally arriving at Water 7 from Long Ring Long Land. The NI's lobby incident officially began. Only this time, the main character wasn't Robin, but Frankie, who had become acquainted with the Straw Hat Pirates through a fight. Usopp also didn't leave the crew, and the Going Merry was not damaged. In the original story, the reason the Going Merry couldn't be repaired was that Bellamy had split the ship in 2, causing irreparable damage to its keel. Now, Bellamy had long been taken care of by Link's wood clone, so the Going Merry did not suffer irreparable damage at Jaya Island. Naturally, the Straw Hat Pirates didn't need to change ships. However, after exchanging their gold for Buri, the Straw Hat Pirates were robbed by the Frankie family, only for the robbers to be soundly beat. Frankie, seeking revenge for his subordinates, fought with Luffy, and in the end, they somehow started talking about their dreams. Hearing that Frankie wanted to buy the treasure tree atom, a type of wood impervious to blades and bullets, Luffy, who was originally going to the Galila Company to repair his ship, impulsively gave all the money to Frankie. He asked him to buy the treasure tree atom to realize his dream, and in return, Frankie would use the treasure tree atom to help modify the Going Merry. Frankie was immediately moved by Luffy's generosity, and the two shook hands and made peace. Afterward, during the iceberg incident, CP9 discovered Frankie's true identity and, certain that the Pluton blueprints were with him, captured Frankie. The entire Frankie family mobilized, preparing to storm NI's lobby to rescue their boss. Luffy, seeing the injustice, suddenly decided to join in, using the excuse that he wanted to recruit Frankie as his shipwright. Link, who hadn't sent a wood clone to monitor the Straw Hat Pirates, was of course completely unaware of all this. If he had known, he would surely have been dumbfounded. It seemed that unless a transmigrator intervened, it was difficult for anyone related to the protagonist to escape their destiny. I wonder if Brooke will be able to escape his. While the NI's lobby incident was unfolding, on a certain uninhabited island in the Grand Line, Teach was finally waiting for Ace. Without much small talk, Ace attacked Teach, the traitor who had murdered a crewmate. An orange-red flame shot into the sky. Link, carrying Enel and walking towards the battlefield, witnessed this scene firsthand. The flame was not dancing alone. Soon, a thick black mist also shot into the sky. On the battlefield, Link watched a one-sided fight. As a top-tier Logia user, Ace possessed the arrogance and carelessness common to all Logia users. The power of elementalization and preemptive elementalization was so great that in the New World, only those skilled in Haki could accurately locate their real bodies. Ace, who had barely been injured in 3 years, had long been immersed in the power of his Logia fruit, severely neglecting the Haki talent he inherited from the Pirate King. Yamato, who had also awakened Conqueror's Haki at a young age, should have mastered its advanced application by now, yet Ace never asked Whitebeard for guidance. Teach, on the other hand, although he also had the arrogance of a Logia user after eating the dark fruit, was 38 years old and had hidden his true strength for decades. After following Whitebeard on so many campaigns for so many years, Teach had not a single scar on his body. He had the feat of leaving 3 scars on Shanks's face. Possessing a special lineage and a mutated human physique, Teach not only had astonishing stamina, but also powerful physical techniques and Haki. With just one surprise attack using dark water, Teach severely injured Ace's fragile body, and the outcome was almost decided. Although Ace managed to hit Teach a few times with his fruit's ability during the fight, causing Teach to suffer double the pain. However, as long as the damage did not exceed Teach's endurance limit, it couldn't truly harm him, because the gravitational pull of the dark fruit's black hole could absorb the damage. His abilities couldn't truly harm Teach, while every one of Teach's attacks could injure him. Soon, Ace reached his limit. But he still didn't choose to flee. He converted his remaining stamina into flames, forming a supermassive fireball, and launched a final attack at Teach. Teach also chose to counter head-on, releasing a large amount of black mist to form a giant black sphere that collided with the fireball. The collision of the sun and darkness created a massive, 2-colored energy sphere in the sky above the uninhabited island. One half was orange-red, the other black. The clash of top-tier elements forced Laffit and the others to flee far away to watch, completely unqualified to participate. Link, however, witnessed this scene up close. The giant energy sphere lasted for several minutes before it slowly shrank and disappeared. When both colored elements had completely dissipated, the ground was left scorched black, radiating an astonishingly high temperature. On the ground there were 2 figures, one large and one small, one standing and one lying down. Zehahaha, it seems that in the clash between the sun and darkness, darkness was victorious. Looking at the unconscious Ace on the ground, the unscathed Teach let out his unique laugh. Afterward, Teach turned his head to a certain direction and said, "I've kept you waiting, Link." "You truly didn't disappoint me, Teach." As Teach's words fell, Link appeared with a body flicker, carrying Enel. At the same time, Laffit and the others ran back from a distance. Teach looked at Link and asked, "Link, since Commander Ace is Monkey D. Garp's grandson, should I hand him over to the Marines or to the world government?" "It's best to hand him over to the world government. After all, the 7 Warlords of the Sea is an organization under the world government, nominally on the same level as the Marine headquarters." Link suggested, "You can send someone bold to enter the Holy Land, marry GOIs, and secretly reveal Ace's identity. I believe that when the 5 elders find out, they will be happy to accept this deal." "Zehahaha, a good idea, that's what I was thinking too." Teach laughed heartily and nodded, then looked at Enel in Link's hands and asked, "Is that your new prey?" "Yes." Link nodded. "I'll have to trouble you again this time, Teach." Almost as soon as Link's words fell, 4 figures of different appearances and heights appeared out of thin air at the north, south, east and west positions of the Blackbeard Pirates, shouting in unison, "Ninja art, 4 violet flames formation." 4 transparent purple barriers rose up, quickly forming a rectangular prism barrier that enveloped Link and the others. At the same time, branches grew from the ground, binding the members of the Blackbeard Pirates and rapidly draining their stamina. This scene happened so suddenly that the Blackbeard Pirates had no time to react. Teach struggled, his face filled with terror. "Link, what are you doing?" "Don't struggle. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it last time." Link said, "Teach, it's not that I don't trust you, but this time's prey is rather special. I must take safety precautions." Hearing this, Teach, sensing with his observation Hacky that Link was not lying, stopped struggling and allowed the branches to drain his stamina. At the same time, he was secretly sizing up the 4 people in the distance. The barrier fruit. No, a barrier maintained by 4 people shouldn't be a devil fruit. A special talent. Is this one of Link's trump cards? To deploy 4 people at once, what kind of fruit ability does that guy in his hands possess? Looking at Enel in Link's hands, Teach's mind was filled with questions. Soon, Teach's stamina was nearly depleted. So, Link released the branches from Teach's body and walked over, carrying Enel. After taking out a fruit and handing it to the weakened Teach, Link shot a wooden spike from his palm, which directly entered Enel's head. The god of Skypia was killed instantly. Ding, an enemy has been killed, gaining 5.97% experience. As the notification sounded, Link's stored experience instantly broke through 10%, and the difficulty of future acquisition would enter the 4th stage. When Link removed the branches from Enel's body, Teach, realizing how much Link valued this devil fruit, wisely said nothing. He held the fruit and released a large amount of black mist, beginning the extraction process with practiced ease. After a short while, the black mist dissipated. When Teach reappeared, the ordinary fruit in his hand had transformed into a devil fruit that was entirely golden, its skin covered with special spiral patterns and some lightning bolt symbols. Gulp! Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, Teach and the well-traveled Laffit and his companions couldn't help but swallow hard. At this moment, they finally understood why Link had done what he did. Forget allies, even comrades might have thoughts of seizing such a treasure. Because the devil fruit in Teach's hand was worth it. Even Teach was filled with regret. Why couldn't his fruit's ability tell him what power a devil fruit held when he was extracting it? If he had known, he would have taken this ability for himself. If he had this ability, that barrier wouldn't have been able to stop him at all. If he had this ability, sacrificing Laffit and the others would have been worth it. If he had this ability, he wouldn't need to risk infiltrating Impel Down. He would have the power to quickly accumulate capital, build one of the most powerful forces on the sea, and then challenge his old man. Teach never imagined that the devil fruit from this prey was one that hadn't appeared for several eras, one that had become a legend. The Logia-type Rumble fruit. Good work, Teach. As Teach was filled with regret and his heart ached, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, and a magical power instantly stole control of his body. Another hand took the Logia-type Rumble fruit from Teach's grasp. After taking the Rumble fruit, Link released the 4 limbs heavy sealing jutsu, returning control of his body to Teach. At the same time, the 4 wood clones using the wood transformation also dispelled the 4 violet flames formation and vanished with a body flicker. Zehahaha, it was nothing. Teach snapped back to his senses and immediately let out a hearty laugh. But no matter how hearty he appeared on the surface, Teach's heart was in agony. Link had him extract 3 of the most top-tier devil fruits. If he weren't unable to beat Link, Teach would have torn him to shreds. If those 3 devil fruits were his, even if he didn't eat them himself, he could cultivate 3 super powerful subordinates. Not only would his crew's strength soar, but he would also have an invincible sanctuary. Now they all belonged to Link. With these 3 devil fruits, the foundation of Link's crew would surely experience an astonishing surge. Even if his plan succeeded, and he obtained the Paramecia-type Tremor fruit, he might still not be a threat to Link. Thinking this, he knew he couldn't afford to have a falling out with Link. Therefore, Teach could only endure the heartache and feign hardiness. Chapter 50. Template at 40%, the natural enemy of Logia, the unstoppable team. I look forward to the news of your name spreading across the seas, Teach. Zehahaha, just you wait, my name will soon be on the front page of the World Economic Journal. After obtaining the Logia-type Rumble fruit, Link took Enel's body and bid farewell to the Blackbeard pirates. Teach waved enthusiastically at Link. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were the best of friends. Sailing away from the uninhabited island, Link drew a tube of Enel's blood, created a platform with wood style, and spat out a fireball to incinerate Enel's corpse. With the Logia-type Rumble fruit in hand, Link dispelled 2 of the 3 wood clones he had sent out, leaving only the one heading for the second half of the Grand Line. Sharing the intelligence from the last remaining wood clone, Link summoned the virtual panel that only he could see. Host, Link. Inheritance template, Hashirama Senju. Unlock progress, 30% plus. Experience, 13.13%. Looking at the stored experience on the panel, Link, toying with the Rumble fruit, felt even more pleased. He reached out and tapped the plus sign on the progress bar, increasing the unlock progress to 40%. In an instant, like Gohan and Krillin having their potential unlocked by Grand Elder Guru in Dragon Ball, the hundreds of trillions of cells in Link's sage body filled with vitality, producing an astonishing amount of physical and spiritual energy. At the same time, a large amount of unfamiliar information flooded Link's mind. This information was all about how to use new jutsu, not how to train them. After the system's infusion ended, Link put away the Rumble fruit, sat cross-legged on the deck, and began to merge the physical and spiritual energy surging within his body to form his own chakra. Before long, Link's chakra reserves had surged, becoming a quarter stronger than before. In just over 5 months since entering the Grand Line, Link's chakra had doubled. It had been less than a year since he obtained the Sage body, and he had already developed 1/3 of its potential. Once the remaining 2/3 were developed, Link's Sage body would reach its peak, and his Yang release power would also become the ultimate Yang power. At that time, even if Link's consciousness died, his body would not. If anyone dared to use his cells to make a gene serum or directly implant his cells, they would most likely explode and die, with only a very small chance of their strength greatly increasing. After converting all the physical and spiritual energy into chakra, Link digested the jutsu in his mind. In this 10th feedback, there were elemental jutsu, sealing jutsu, and wood-style jutsu as well. Link had unlocked another powerful wood-style technique. Unfortunately, Link still had not obtained Sage Mode. If he had Sage Mode, Link's physical abilities and the power of all his jutsu would increase astonishingly. If he could then fuse Sage Art Chakra with Haki, Link would be the bane of Logia users, no longer fearing those whose elements countered his wood style. 3 days later, a piece of news shocked the entire world, but it wasn't about the capture of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division commander, nor was it about Teach becoming a new warlord of the sea. It was the news of the destruction of Anai's lobby. Just like in the original story, Spandam had accidentally activated a buster call, and Anai's lobby was turned into a sea of fire under the bombardment of 10 warships. To cover up the scandal, the world government pinned the blame on the Straw Hat Pirates. The Straw Hat Pirates, whose captain had only a bounty of 23 millionbury, immediately became famous across the seas, becoming the most brilliant and dazzling supernova pirate crew of their generation. The bounties for the entire Straw Hat crew were also included in the newspapers and distributed throughout the world. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, bounty of 355 millionbury, dead or alive. Pirate Hunter Rorinoa Zaro, bounty of 123 millionbury, dead or alive. Blackleg Sanji, bounty of 80 millionbury, dead or alive. Pet Chopper, bounty of 50 bury, dead or alive. King of Snipers Usopp, bounty of 50 millionbury, dead or alive. Akama Bon Clay, bounty of 60 millionbury, dead or alive. Cyborg Frankie, bounty of 58 millionbury, dead or alive. 6 people and 1 pet, Yet their total bounty reached a staggering sum of over 600 million. The Straw Hat Pirates perfectly exemplified what it meant to become famous overnight and soar to the heavens. Other pirate crews had their bounties increase gradually, with the captain and crew members getting bounties one after another, from low to high. But the Straw Hat Pirates had their entire crew get bounties at once, with 2 supernovas emerging at the same time. On this day, the whole world remembered Straw Hat and the Straw Hat Pirates. Also hailing from the East Blue, Link's fame as the Impaler was completely overshadowed by the Straw Hat Pirates. After all, the Impaler hadn't been seen for several months. No one knew if he was dead, had left the first half of the Grand Line, or had entered the New World. While the Straw Hat Pirates were making a name for themselves, Link, traveling at full speed, rendezvoused with Karina and the other girls in the Kingdom of Alabasta. That's right, they met in the Kingdom of Alabasta, not in the East Blue or at Reverse Mountain. It had been about 3 weeks since Link had separated from Karina and the girls. During this time, Nami had already convinced Nijiko to go to sea with her. Nijiko, who had eaten the Paramecia-type door fruit, had also used her ability to open a door, allowing their sailboat to bypass the Red Line and jump directly into the Grand Line. While Link was busy, Karina and the girls took Nijiko through their route again. In the end, because Vivi wanted to see her father and Karoo, the girls waited for Link in a Lubarna. Link used a body flicker to enter the royal palace and followed his senses to find Karina and the girls. Seeing Link return, Karina and the girls, who were playing cards in Vivi's room, were pleasantly surprised. "Link, you're back." Vivi and Nami both walked up, holding Link's arms from the left and right. "Yes, I've kept you waiting." Link smiled and nodded, then looked at Nijiko standing next to Karina and asked knowingly, "Is this Nijiko?" "Hem." Nami nodded repeatedly, smiling. "You left in such a hurry last time, the villagers and Nijiko didn't get to thank you in person." Almost as soon as Nami finished speaking, Nijiko walked up to Link and bowed. "Captain, thank you for saving Kakasi Village and for taking care of Nami during this time." "You're welcome. Nami is my navigator, so it's only natural that I take care of her." Link gave Nami a head pat and smiled at Nijiko. "From now on, we're all crewmates. You don't have to call me Captain. Just call me Link like Nami does." "Okay." Nijiko straightened up, nodded forcefully, and a brilliant smile appeared on her face. "Link, it's a pleasure to be with you." "The pleasure is all mine." Link looked at the blue tattoos on Nijiko's collarbone and arm and asked, "Nami told me about the tattoos. Do you want me to help you remove them?" "Eh?" Nami was slightly stunned, then her face lit up with pleasant surprise. "Link, can your medical ninjutsu even remove tattoos?" "Yes." Link smiled and assured her, "Not a single trace will be left." "Then I'll have to trouble you." Without needing Nami's persuasion, Nijiko said politely, "Just help me remove the tattoo on my collarbone. I want to keep the one on my right arm." "All right." Link, of course, knew why Nijiko didn't want to remove the tattoo on her arm. Because Nami had a tattoo on her left arm. The Arlong Pirates symbol, now modified into a pinwheel and a tangerine, held a deep meaning that Nami was unwilling to remove. Nijiko also didn't want to remove all her tattoos. She wanted to keep a part of that past memory. This sisterly bond was enviable and moving. "Please, Link." Nami also said, holding Link's arm. "Leave it to me." Without further ado, Link proceeded to remove Nijiko's tattoo on the spot. Using the chakra scalpel. It was one of the jutsu Link had obtained in the 3rd stage. This jutsu was both an offensive and an auxiliary technique. Anyone touched by the chakra scalpel would have their muscles and meridians severed. It could even easily cut open a person's abdomen for organ transplants. Link only needed a light touch to scrape off the layer of Nijiko's skin with the tattoo, then infused it with Yang release chakra full of life force, which immediately repaired the dead cells, making Nijiko's scar disappear completely. "Wow, there's not a single trace. I feel like Link has gotten stronger again." Karina marveled slightly. The intelligent young woman had guessed the truth. "Thank you, Link." Looking at her fair and smooth collarbone, Nijiko was also very happy and thanked Link sincerely. "You're welcome." Link repeated his usual phrase and smiled. "I'll be counting on you to protect Nami from now on, Nijiko." "Yes, it's my responsibility." Nijiko nodded forcefully, her eyes filled with determination. This was the reason she chose to give up guarding the Tangerine Grove and go to sea with Nami. More important than the Tangerine Grove was protecting her younger sister. She believed that if Belmere knew, she would also support her choice. Nijiko was filled with gratitude for Link, who had given her this power. Even before they met, Nijiko had a favorable impression of Link. Now, that impression was even higher. After removing Nijiko's tattoo, Link took out the Logia-type Rumble fruit and handed it to Nami, who was smiling beside him as if she were the happiest girl in the world. "Nami, this is the devil fruit I prepared for you." "Eh?" Nami was stunned again, not expecting another happy surprise today. Before Nami could take the Rumble fruit and ask about it, Robin, who had been watching with a smile, suddenly looked shocked. Could it be the Logia-type Rumble fruit? The Rumble fruit. The girls were slightly taken aback. Then Karina said with envy, "Another Logia? Little cat burglar, your luck is too good." "Is it a Logia like Vivi's?" Nami happily played with the Rumble fruit and said subconsciously, "The Rumble fruit, can this devil fruit let me turn into lightning?" "Yes." Robin calmed her emotions and explained, "The Logia-type Rumble fruit is known as the strongest Logia, and it's one of the invincible abilities even among all 3 types of devil fruits." "Hiss." Karina and the other girls couldn't help but gasp, their voices trembling. The strongest Logia. An invincible ability. Nami's beautiful eyes also sparkled. She looked at the smiling Link and couldn't help but throw herself into his arms, rubbing her face vigorously against his chest and cheering, "I love you to death, Link." Link stroked Nami's head and smiled. "All right, hurry up and eat the devil fruit. Be careful not to drop it and break it." Hem. Nami nodded forcefully, then carefully held the Rumble fruit. Without even peeling it, she opened her mouth and took a bite. As the fruit pulp was chewed in her mouth, Nami's face immediately wrinkled. Fortunately, with Vivi as an example, Nami endured the disgusting taste that felt like an explosion on her taste buds and quickly swallowed the pulp. Immediately after, as if she had just touched the most disgusting thing in the world, Nami quickly threw away the rest of the fruit. Before Karina could ask, Nami closed her beautiful eyes and began to feel the changes in her body. The moment she swallowed the pulp, Nami's lineage factor was restructured, giving rise to an ability that felt like a natural talent. Crackle! Arcs of electricity appeared out of thin air, swirling around Nami's delicate body. Nami opened her eyes and raised her small hand. With a piercing sound of electric current, Nami's fair, jade-like hand immediately turned into a blue-white current. Karina and the other girls were affected by the electric current and quickly took a few steps back, creating distance from Nami. Just like the dryness when Vivi used her ability, Nami's hand also radiated the characteristic of the Rumble fruit: destruction. At this moment, another powerful helper was added to Link's side. 2 top-tier Logias, 2 top-tier Paramecias. Except for the super-powerful individuals who had reached the pinnacle of mind, technique, and body. Not even Yonko commanders or their top executives would be a match for the 4 girls combined. To be precise, Perona's real body was hidden in another dimension. Her negative hollows in the outside world, apart from those with extremely strong haki and a negative mindset, would instantly defeat anyone they hit. Without the ability to enter another dimension, one couldn't find Perona's real body, let alone deal with her hollow fruit. With the support of Perona's negative hollows, no matter who fought against Nami and Vivi, they wouldn't be able to fight at full strength. Vivi and Nami's fruit abilities happened to cover the ground and the sky, respectively. The 2 of them together meant they dominated both the land and the sky. A team like this was almost unbeatable. Once Karina obtained the devil fruit prepared for her, this team would become even more unbeatable. Chapter 51, No, you came at just the right time. Rumble. The The sound of thunder echoed continuously above the Alubarna royal palace, causing pedestrians outside to constantly look up at the sky. The sun was scorching, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky, so why was there the sound of thunder? If anyone listened carefully, they would discover the thunder wasn't coming from the sky, but from within the royal palace. Crackle! In the open area behind the palace, the sound of electric currents, like the chirping of 1,000 birds, rang out continuously. A blue-white figure could be seen, as if teleporting, constantly appearing in various places in the open area. With each change in position, blue-white electric light would burst out from her body. Sometimes the electric light was like a laser, drawing a straight line in the air. Other times, it would take the shape of animals like leopards, dragons, and birds, blasting all the targets set up in the open area to dust, leaving behind craters like those from cannonballs and scorched marks of various sizes on the ground. Not only does it have instantaneous movement, but it also has incredibly powerful and fast long-range attacks. It truly lives up to its name as the strongest Logia ability. On the balcony of a room in the palace, Karina leaned on the railing, propping her chin with one hand, watching Nami below as she familiarized herself with her fruits abilities and developed various techniques, sighing in admiration. Link sat on the balcony sofa, reading a book as he said, "The Rumble fruit is called the strongest not just because of its powerful attacks, but because of its versatility. Besides speed and destructive power, the Rumble fruit has an ability involving electric waves, which will give Nami astonishing sensory perception, allowing her to easily eavesdrop on all sounds within the range of 2 small islands. If Nami awakens her observation haki, she can merge her haki with the electric waves to form a god's eye view that can peer over 2 islands. The lightning of the Rumble fruit can be destructive high-voltage electricity, but it can also be used for electrotherapy to heal the body and develop its potential. With this ability, no matter how she trains her body in the future, she won't be left with any hidden injuries. Electrotherapy can improve her digestive ability, allowing her body to absorb more energy. It won't be too much for her, and more importantly, she won't have to worry about getting fat. Hearing the last sentence, Karina's beautiful eyes lit up. Really? I can eat whatever I want and not get fat. Of course. Link nodded with great certainty. Tusk, now I'm even more envious. Watching Nami below, who was playing with her powers like a child with a beloved new toy, Karina couldn't help but click her tongue. She suddenly asked Link, "Link, is my devil fruit a Logia type too?" As if sensing Karina's complex emotions, Link finally put down his book, looked up at her, and beckoned. "You want to know? Come here." Karina walked over curiously. Before she could even squat down next to him, Link suddenly grabbed her small hand and pulled her into his lap. Sitting in Link's lap for the first time, Karina's face turned red at a visible rate. The usually bold girl suddenly lowered her head, her delicate body stiffening. But soon, Karina's body relaxed. Just as he did with Vivi and Nami, Link placed a hand on Karina's head, stroking it gently as he said softly, "I gave the Rumble fruit to Nami because that devil fruit has the highest compatibility with her." Nami's body only needs to feel the sea breeze to know the climate changes hundreds of nautical miles away. With such a talent, once she becomes a Rumble fruit user, she can easily rule the skies. After speaking, Link leaned close to Karina's ear and whispered, "The devil fruit I've prepared for you is actually a rarer ability than a Logia." As Link's voice and the warmth of his breath reached her ear, Karina's ears instantly turned red. Her body felt a tingling numbness, as if she had come into close contact with Nami's electricity. Hearing Link's words, Karina whispered, "I'm not jealous, just a little envious." After she spoke, Karina looked up at Link with an expectant expression. "Really? My devil fruit is rarer than a Logia." Ahem. Link smiled and nodded, teasing, "If you don't want it, I can prepare a Logia fruit for you instead." "No, I want the one you prepared for me. I believe it must be the devil fruit with the highest compatibility for me." Karina immediately shook her head. Then, looking at Link's handsome face, she suddenly, like Nami, mustered her courage and gave him a firm kiss before turning to flee the scene. Receiving the girl's affection, the corners of Link's mouth turned up slightly, feeling extremely pleased with himself. After nearly half a year of watering, it was finally time for the harvest. Dealing with these traditional 2D girls, being kind is indeed the best choice. No wonder the vast majority of protagonists in those harem anime are the kind and gentle type. They aren't simps, they never make the first move, yet they are always surrounded by a crowd of beauties. The gentle approach is the GOAT. Nami played below for a long time, only teleporting back when her stamina was nearly depleted. By this time it was dusk. Vivi and the other girls, who had taken Nijiko out shopping, also returned from outside. In the evening, Link's group attended a banquet prepared for them by Cobra. After dinner, Link went with Cobra to soak in the royal family's private bathhouse, chatting casually for a while. At night, Link stood on his room's balcony, admiring the brilliant starry sky that was hard to see in his original world, while simultaneously receiving intelligence from his wood clone. After a long while, Link returned to his room and lay down on the soft bed. SHHH. Just as Link was about to close his eyes to rest, a blue-white light suddenly illuminated the dimly lit room. The light appeared directly above Link's bed. The light condensed, quickly transforming into a young woman in pajamas who landed on top of Link. Looking at Nami, who had her hands planted on either side of his head and whose beautiful eyes were filled with a soft light, Link teased with a smile. Coming into a boy's room so late at night can be a dangerous thing, you know. Oh, how dangerous? Nami asked with a grin, leaning her head close to Link's until their foreheads and noses were almost touching, their eyes the only thing in each other's vision. Link didn't waste words and went straight for it. Then their positions were reversed. Am I interrupting? Just as the flames of war were about to escalate, a voice suddenly reached Link and Nami's ears. Looking in the direction of the voice, on the moonlit balcony, stood a beautiful silhouette formed from sand. Vivi was watching them, her face flushed red. Nami was so embarrassed she was about to teleport away, but Link's next words stopped her in her tracks, leaving her stunned and wide-eyed. Link sat up and extended a hand towards Vivi, saying, "No, you're just in time." His arm transformed into extending branches, like a large hand reaching out from the darkness, and pulled her in. The recently extinguished flames of war were reignited once more. Chapter 52, The Happy Life of Three People, a World Sensation. The next morning, in the palace dining hall, Link sat at the long dining table, eating breakfast made by Igaram's wife. Karina looked at Vivi and Nami's empty seats and said, "Strange, are Vivi and Nami not training today? They're even skipping breakfast." "Vivi is probably busy. After all, she is the sole heir to the kingdom," Robin said with a smile. "As for Nami, she probably played too hard yesterday and accidentally overexerted herself." Ahem. Link nodded in agreement. Indeed, her stamina was depleted, but it wasn't from overusing her fruit's abilities. They ran wildly up the steps to adulthood, running all night before seeing the end, experiencing a scenery only gods can witness. And with her was Vivi. Facing Link, who possessed a sage body, the ordinary human constitutions of Vivi and Nami were simply no match. Under the bombardment of 21 years of accumulated cannonballs, they soon melted into a puddle. Link, who had easily won a one-on-two battle, was almost not fully satisfied. He had to get them the Rokushiki training method as soon as possible and train them into superhumans. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several more days had passed. During these few days, Link lived the life of a winner. After ascending the steps to adulthood together with Link, Vivi and Nami no longer hid their feelings for him. Their already intimate behavior became even sweeter. Except for the pure and innocent Perona, Robin and the other girls could all see that Vivi and Nami had taken the final step with Link. This sight made Karina grit her teeth. She was clearly second in line, but Vivi had snuck ahead. But there was nothing Karina could do. Who could blame Vivi for being rescued by her hero? At that time, she had only just let down her guard and reservations about Link, while Vivi was already ahead of both her and Nami. But Nami catching up at the same time, as Vivi made Karina feel sour. Because Nami had been proactive, with her instigation and assistance. When she first discovered the relationship between Link and Vivi, Nami had consulted the extremely clever Karina. Karina had told Nami to be bolder, while she would be responsible for holding Vivi back for Nami. As a result, after a few months, Karina developed strong feelings for Link herself. As an orphan, she had unknowingly become immersed in Link's gentleness and doting. By the time she realized her feelings for Link had undergone a qualitative change and finally mustered the courage to convey her heart to him, Vivi and Nami had quietly reached the finish line. At that moment, Karina finally understood how Nami must have felt a few years ago. The feeling of being backstabbed. It hurt so much. Link, Nami, and Vivi were completely unaware of Karina's thoughts. For these few days, they seemed to have forgotten everyone around them, immersed in their blissful life as a trio, inseparable in everything they did. Whether eating, drinking, playing, bathing, or sleeping, they were stuck together as if glued, a sight that left even Robin feeling a little speechless. It was a good thing they were in the royal palace and not on a smaller sailboat. Otherwise, the other girls would have definitely snapped from hearing their sweet nothings around the clock. This honeymoon period only ended when a piece of news spread throughout the world. The headline was striking. 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Portgas D. Ace, captured, the new warlord of the sea Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. As the World Economic Journal spread this news across the globe, it quickly caused a massive uproar. From the most powerful sea, the New World, down to the relatively isolated East Blue, there was a sense of oppressive calm before a storm. Whitebeard is more terrifying than a demon. This children's rhyme was more famous than the story of Nolan the Liar, and even kids could sing it. If you were talking about the strongest in a one-on-one fight, it had to be Kaido. But the world's strongest man was, without a doubt, that man who had dominated the great pirate era for 22 years, turning the era started by the Pirate King into the era of the uncrowned king, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. As the crew of the world's strongest man, the Whitebeard Pirates were also recognized as the world's strongest pirate crew. They had 16 divisions, each with the combat power of a major New World pirate crew, totaling over 1,600 members. Under their command were 43 subordinate pirate crews, each captain a powerhouse in the New World, with a total of 50,000 members. These 51,000-plus people were a force that no pirate crew, allied nation, or even the Marines in the New World dared to provoke. After all, everyone knew that anyone who dared to bully one of Whitebeard's sons would have to face the wrath of the entire Whitebeard Pirates. Therefore, the news of Thatch's murder had shaken the entire world. Now, the news of Ace's capture once again shook the world. Everyone had a premonition that a paramount war that would change the world's balance of power was likely about to begin. Even if this paramount war didn't happen, the balance of power in the New World was bound to change. After all, if Whitebeard were to back down, it would be a signal to the whole world that the old lion was truly old. Those sons of his, whether they truly admired him or were only seeking his protection, would begin to doubt their old man or no longer feel secure, leading to internal conflicts. At that time, the flames of war to subjugate a Yonko would ignite in the New World. Thus, the eyes of the world were all focused on the Whitebeard Pirates. Major powers sent out their spies to gather information on the Whitebeard Pirates' movements. However, for a period of time, the Whitebeard Pirates seemed to have vanished into thin air. All marine surveillance ships were sunk, and specially trained birds and beasts would die mysteriously if they flew over a certain sea area. The world only knew that the Whitebeard Pirates had gathered their 43 subordinate crews from all over the world, and then they had all disappeared. At the same time, Marine headquarters announced that in half a month, they would hold a public execution for Fire Fist Portgas D. Ace on the island of Marineford, and had summoned tens of thousands of elite soldiers from marine branches all over the world. The various vice admirals also went out on behalf of the world government to summon the 7 warlords of the sea. The actions of the Whitebeard Pirates and Marine headquarters made the possibility of this paramount war breaking out even greater. Fearing they would be caught in the crossfire, the major powers of the New World whether pirate crews or kingdoms, consciously halted their wars for territory and expansion. This place, which was constantly a scene of the big eating the small and the small swallowing the large, the world's largest crucible, became unusually quiet. Chapter 53. A Call with the Five Elders. Link becomes a warlord of the sea. Blackbeard, isn't that Teach? Karina and the other girls had also seen the news of Ace's capture. But their focus was different from the rest of the world. Their eyes fell on the other half of the headline. Looking at the photo on the front page, Karina couldn't help but turn to Link, who was sitting on the sofa, and instantly guessed the truth. Link, you didn't go to Aussie village with me. It wasn't to help Teach capture Fire Fist Ace, was it? That was part of the reason. Link wrapped his arm around Nami's waist, opening his mouth to enjoy a treat fed to him by Vivi, who was sitting on the armrest. He smiled and said, "But I didn't make a move myself. I let Teach and Fire Fist Ace wear each other out. Then, after Teach won, while he was at his weakest, I had him help me seize the Rumble fruit. Otherwise, that guy might have coveted the Rumble fruit and turned on me directly." Looking at Link's incredibly handsome smiling face, Nami's expression filled with love. "Link, thank you." After speaking, Nami couldn't resist wrapping her arms around Link's neck to show Karina and the other girls just how long a French kiss could last. Hey, that's enough, don't push your luck. Train to Fleur, clutch. Seeing the two kissing, Karina and the other girls had different reactions. Karina's composure broke. Perona covered her blushing face with her hands, but secretly peeked through her fingers. Nijiko's mouth fell slightly agape, shocked by her younger sister's boldness. Robin was the most direct. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and used her fruit's ability to sprout a large number of arms on Nami's body, gripping Nami's jaw and forcefully twisting her head away. In an instant, Nami's body turned into blue-white electric currents. When the currents reformed into Nami's body, she said angrily, "Robin, were you trying to kill me?" "Ah, a pity I didn't succeed." Robin nodded and said with a dark smile, "When we leave the Alabasta Kingdom, I'll have to take a pair of sea-stone handcuffs with us. That way, I should succeed next time." "I agree." Karina immediately raised her hand. I was wrong." Seeing that she had truly angered everyone, Nami quickly stuck out her tongue and obediently admitted defeat. "You all chat, I'm going to make a phone call." Link didn't get involved. He returned to his room to get down to business. Link took out a den mushy and dialed what was, on the surface, the most prestigious phone number in the world. Puru. The blank-faced den mushy continuously made its unique ringing sound. With a catcha, the den mushy's expression suddenly changed from blank to haughty and indifferent. "Who is this? Where did you get this number?" Link smiled. "Esteemed members of the Five Elders, hello." "An unfamiliar voice. Since you know who you are speaking with, state your purpose." The den mushy's appearance changed again, still just as haughty. "I hope you are not wasting my time." As expected of the world's highest leaders, what a terrifying aura. Link teased with a smile, then introduced himself. "My name is Link. The world knows me as the Impaler." "Ah, the Logia-type forest fruit user." The one who disrupted the situation with the affiliated nations in the East Blue last year, helped Cobra defeat Crocodile, and turned the desertified Irumalu back into the city of Oasis. As a mercenary and bounty hunter, did you get this den mushy number from Cobra? Hearing Link's name and title, the den mushy's expressions switched rapidly, relaying the conversation among the Five Elders. "Yes, I got this number from King Cobra. It was the reward I requested." "Then what is your purpose?" A slight smile touched Link's lips. "I want the position of a warlord of the sea." "Not surprising. Unfortunately, you've called too late. If it were a few months ago, we would have unanimously agreed to let you fill the vacant seat, but the 7 warlords are now at full capacity." Link smiled meaningfully. "No, it's not too late." "Oh." The Five Elders instantly understood Link's meaning, and their tone changed. "Which of the warlords have you made a move on?" "Gecko Moria." Link said, "For the past few months, I've been hunting down Crocodile. I only recently completed King Cobra's commission. During the pursuit, I passed through the Florian Triangle and paid a visit to Gecko Moria. He was happy to give up his seat to me. This was the third thing Link hadn't revealed before. The letter he left for Gecko Moria, specifically warning him that he would take his warlord seat. During this time, Perona had also called Gecko Moria a few times. Having lost a decade's worth of accumulation overnight, Gecko Moria had also accepted reality. Very well, we approve of you replacing Gecko Moria. You will see the news you want tomorrow. The 5 elders didn't send anyone to verify it. They agreed to Link's request without hesitation. Desperate times call for desperate measures. All they needed was a reason. Even if Link hadn't defeated Gecko Moria, they would have stripped someone of their title to make Link a new warlord of the sea. Compared to a top-tier Logia user, Gecko Moria, a defeated dog who had been hiding in the Florian Triangle for 10 years, was simply not worth mentioning. The probability of the Summit War breaking out was now approaching 100%. With a top-tier Logia user like Link on their side, the pressure on the Marines would certainly be lessened. After all, top-tier Logia users were synonymous with natural disasters. Their large-scale attacks could easily wipe out vast numbers of fodder. As expected of the world's highest leaders, truly magnanimous, Link complimented. You must have seen today's news as well. Since you are to become a warlord, you must accept the mandatory summons. Hearing this, Link grinned. Of course, no problem. I chose to join the warlords at this time precisely because I don't want to miss a great war that will change the landscape of the world. HMPH, what an audacious brat. Come to marry Geowise as soon as possible. After that, the 5 elders hung up. The next day, another piece of news captured the world's attention. The headline read, Bounty Hunter becomes a legal pirate. New member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, the man who slew Crocodile and replaced the Master of Shadows, the Impaler, Link. In January of the year 1520 of the Sea Calendar, the Impaler, Link, had made a name for himself and attracted considerable attention by using his top-tier Logia abilities to annihilate 4 pirate crews in just over 10 minutes. After disappearing for several months, his fame had gradually been overshadowed by the new supernovas, but now he had finally reappeared before the world. The achievements he brought with his powerful return also shook the seas. Because this Impaler had stepped over one former warlord and replaced another to forcefully become a member of one of the 3 great powers that maintain order on the seas. For a time, Link had stolen a great deal of the spotlight. Chapter 54. Gathering at Mary Geowise, Luffy is no longer just a theater king. Zehahaha, as expected of Link, you move fast. Looking at today's news, Teach let out his unique laugh. In his heart, he was filled with even more anticipation for the upcoming public execution. He wished time would jump forward half a month. If his grand gamble succeeded, he would possess the power to stand at the pinnacle of the world. With the strength to intimidate all, he could fearlessly reveal the secret of the dark fruit, attract ambitious and powerful individuals, and quickly form a force that feared neither the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, the Marine headquarters, nor even the world government. A hegemonic power to compete for the throne of the Pirate King. This Impaler planned everything just to enter Impel Down's infinite hell. Whose devil fruit does he intend to take? Laffit spun the cane sword in his hand and analyzed. In the last 22 years, the only legendary pirates captured and sent to Impel Down were Golden Lion and the Red Count. Of them, only Golden Lion was a devil fruit user, and he soon became the first pirate in history to successfully escape from Impel Down. Besides those 2 legendary pirates, the most famous is the demon heir Douglas Bullet. To deal with him, the world government launched a buster call, dispatching then-Admiral Sengoku the Buddha, the hero of the Marines, and the current 3 admirals to subjugate the great pirate. He seems to be the user of the Paramecia-type Clank fruit. Could it be that the devil fruit he wants to take is the Paramecia-type Clank fruit? Hearing this, Teach's smile froze slightly. Evidently, Laffit's words reminded him of those 3 devil fruits. The Logia-type Sand fruit, the Paramecia-type Dordor fruit, and the Logia-type Rumble fruit were all top-tier devil fruits, with the Rumble fruit being hailed as the strongest Logia. Teach was also very tempted by that devil fruit. Having thoroughly studied the Encyclopedia of Devil Fruits, Teach understood the abilities of the rumble fruit very well. Instantaneous movement that ignores all obstacles, ultra-wide-range electric waves, electrotherapy for healing and developing potential, and all-destroying electric heat. These 4 abilities could be combined to form even more powerful and unbeatable powers. With his monstrous physique, Teach was very confident that if he obtained the rumble fruit, his combat power would immediately be on par with the 3 Marine admirals. Instantaneous movement that ignores all obstacles, combined with his dark water that required physical contact to seal devil fruit abilities. What a terrifying combination that would be. He would become the strongest Logia user in history. Unfortunately, Teach's fantasy was shattered. He could only watch as Link snatched the rumble fruit from his grasp, not daring to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. With those 3 devil fruits as examples, Teach knew without a doubt that the devil fruit Link was going to impel down to retrieve was definitely another top-tier one. But even knowing this, there was nothing Teach could do. So he could only console himself with a loud laugh. Zehahaha, it doesn't matter. As long as my plan succeeds, he will no longer be a threat to me. Let's go, my men, set sail for Merry Geoise. At the same time, the warlords of the sea located in both the first and second halves of the Grand Line also began to make their way to the Holy Land, Merry Geoise. The fastest among them was naturally the completely modified Bartholomew Kuma, now designated PX0. The butterfly effect had appeared again. Hatchin had been killed by Link, Gecko Moria's 10 years of accumulation were wiped out, Brook had gotten his shadow back, and the Straw Hat Pirates had spent a lot of time modifying the Going Merry. Therefore, after leaving Water 7, they did not encounter Brook or the Thriller Bark in the Florian Triangle, and Zaro did not obtain the Black Blade, Shusui. After leaving the Florian Triangle, without Nami, they also did not encounter the Golden Lion. That old lion was probably preparing his plan for the destruction of the East Blue. If Ace hadn't been arrested ahead of schedule, the Golden Lion might have already started his move. As it was, he was likely observing the high possibility of the Summit War breaking out, waiting to see the choice and outcome of his former crewmate and rival, Newgate. Without encountering the Golden Lion, Luffy's protagonist aura lost one of its most brilliant characteristics. That characteristic was being the theater king. In Link's original world, there was a very famous meme about One Piece. That was, no matter how awesome you are, let's see you face him in a movie. A supernova could topple a legendary pirate. A man who was knocked out by a single blow from Kaido could defeat Douglas Bullet, whose strength was only less than Kaido's by the lack of Conqueror's Haki infusion. In games, he even defeated one of the legendary pirates, the Red Count, with the power of his words. These exaggerated achievements led many readers to joke that even if the Pirate King were resurrected, he would lose to Luffy if he appeared in a movie. Because of this, Luffy earned the title of Theater King. Because Hatchin was killed, the Straw Hat Pirates did not meet Kami on their way to the Sabyati Archipelago, so naturally, the incident of a celestial dragon being punched never happened. But after arriving at the Sabyati Archipelago, Rayleigh took the initiative to find them. This was right around the time the news of Ace's capture spread throughout the world. Seeing his sworn brother captured, Luffy was frantically jumping up and down, asking Rayleigh where the Marines would imprison Ace. After learning he would be held in Impel Down, Luffy was immediately desperate to go there. Rayleigh felt quite helpless in the face of Luffy's passion, and could only explain Impel Down's location and level of danger. But Luffy's next plea left Rayleigh stunned. "Rayleigh, can you help me? You were the vice-captain of the Pirate King, right? Ace's father is Roger. Weren't you and Ace's father companions? Please help me, I'm begging you." Roger had a descendant. Luffy's words shocked Rayleigh, shocked Shaki, and shocked the Straw Hat Pirates even more. Thus, Rayleigh and Shaki began to take action. In the original story, when Ace's identity was revealed, the Summit War was about to begin, and Rayleigh had no time to prepare. Now, Rayleigh would not stand by and watch his captain's only bloodline be killed. Link was completely unaware of all this. However, he had sent a wood clone to see if the incident with the celestial dragon would happen, preparing to sever the connection between Luffy and Hancock. Hancock and Amazon Lily were both part of Link's plan. He would not let Luffy have the world's most beautiful woman. Time passed quickly, and soon only 3 days remained until Ace's public execution. On this day, Link, who had set out from the Alabasta Kingdom, finally arrived at the Holy Land, Mary Geowise. Of course, he was alone. Karina and the other girls had gone to carry out the missions he had assigned them. Chapter 55, The Innately Evil Doflamingo, I'm Going Too. No wonder you have to abandon your ship to pass through Mary Geowise to get between the first and second halves of the Grand Line. Sitting in a cabin on the back of a snail, Link looked outside through the window, finally understanding how people from above Mary Geowise descend and people from below ascend. The mode of transportation was giant snails, just like in the Germa Kingdom. All sorts of things could be installed on the backs of these snails. There could be cabins like those on a Ferris wheel, or even houses and small ships. The Germa Kingdom's territory is composed of a large number of giant snails. Together, they form a mobile kingdom. Separated, they become a super fleet of ships carrying mercenaries and assassins. Arriving at the port of Mary Geowise via a giant snail, Link had just disembarked when he saw a middle-aged man in a justice cloak with the rank of Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral approaching. "Your Excellency, the Impaler, please follow me." The Rear Admiral spoke. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the 7 warlords are restricted to designated areas. "Fine, lead the way," Link said nonchalantly. Led by the Rear Admiral, Link entered a luxurious building. Walking down an extravagantly decorated corridor, he soon arrived before a huge door. "Please enter." The Rear Admiral stopped before the door and gestured for Link to go in. Sensing several powerful presences inside, Link's lips curled into a slight smile, and he pushed the door open directly. Like stepping out of an air-conditioned room in the summer, Link entered a completely different atmosphere. The Rear Admiral outside didn't dare to linger for a moment. He glanced inside, swallowed nervously, and quickly departed. Behind the door was a meeting hall, where a massive round table occupied half the space. Seated at the round table were several figures, both men and women, each with different builds, auras, and even postures. Every single one of these figures was a famous presence on the high seas. Zehahaha, has the last newcomer arrived as well? The unique laughter reached his ears. Link looked at Teach, who was eating a cherry pie, and instantly understood the meaning of his words. Clearly, Teach didn't want to acknowledge Link, hoping to pretend they didn't know each other. So Link sneered, "Only small fry arrive early. Do I have a habit of being early?" These arrogant and provocative words immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Mihawk, who was resting with his eyes closed, feet on the table, and hands behind his head, and Hancock, who wasn't sitting on a chair but on her pet Salome, both opened their eyes and shot sharp gazes at Link. Mihawk sized Link up, his hawk-like eyes filled with the sharpness of a swordsman. Seeing that Link was not a swordsman, he paid no mind to his provocation and closed his eyes again. Hancock's gaze, however, was filled with ill intent. If this weren't the place of her nightmares, the imperious Empress would have already erupted, turning every man present to stone and shattering them. But afraid of drawing attention and accidentally revealing the hoof of the celestial dragon on her back, Hancock could only endure Link's provocation and close her beautiful eyes again. At the same time, she comforted herself inwardly. "I am only here to repay a debt. After the summit war is over, I will never set foot in this place again." As for Bartholomew Kuma, he completely ignored Link, as he was currently in standby mode. Needless to say, the same went for Teach. No one knew Link's power and terror better than him. The Sea Knight, Jinb, was not present. He must have been imprisoned in Impel Down's infinite hell for opposing the war with the Whitebeard pirates, just as in the original story. So only Doflamingo, who was perched on his chair, spoke up. "Fafafafu." Doflamingo looked at the spirited Link and let out his unique, wicked laugh. "The Impaler, Link, I've heard so much about you. There's a score to settle between us." Link sat down next to Hancock, once again drawing the woman's hostile gaze. Looking at Doflamingo across the table, Link asked doubtfully, "Do you owe me money?" Doflamingo's smile froze, a vein popping on his forehead. He laughed lowly, "Fuffafufu, how forgetful the great can be. You killed my subordinate on Jaya Island and stole the tribute meant for me. Have you forgotten?" "Sorry, I forgot," Link shrugged. "After all, I've cleaned up too much trash. How could I remember every little character and their protector?" "Fuffafufu, what an arrogant answer." Hearing the sideways insult, Doflamingo finally laughed in fury. "I couldn't care less about that little bit of money, but this brat's attitude is really pissing me off. Wanna go around?" Link's gaze was profound as he stared at Doflamingo, and a blue aura flared up. A wave of pressure immediately roared out from his body, instantly filling the entire meeting hall. K-chak. Wherever the invisible wave of pressure passed, all objects, as if struck, immediately developed cracks, large and small. Mihawk and Hancock opened their eyes again to look at Link. This time, even the fully modified Bartholomew Kuma opened his eyes and scanned Link. "Conqueror's Haki." "No, that's not Conqueror's. It's not a demonic aura either. This guy's presence, and that blue aura, what is it?" Teach paused mid-bite of his cherry pie, a hint of shock and wariness flashing in his spectating expression. In that moment, his observation Haki sensed a vast, ocean-like energy contained within Link's body. Could it be the photosynthetic energy of the Logia-type woods fruit? Under his sunglasses, Doflamingo's pupils constricted. Before he could respond, Link, who was exuding a blue aura, raised his index and middle fingers and said, "You, who are innately evil, I." Bang! Just then, the door to the meeting hall was forcefully pushed open. A voice full of authority followed, reaching the ears of Link and the others. "That's enough, you scum of the sea." Sengoku the Buddha, his long chin beard braided and a seagull perched on his cap, walked in holding a document, interrupting the imminent battle. He carefully sized up this Link fellow. Just as Vice Admiral Tsuru had said, Sengoku didn't sense any killing intent or demonic aura from him. And yet, this brat's true nature was that of a madman, just like a celestial dragon, treating murder as a game. If he hadn't stepped in, Link really would have attacked Doflamingo. At this, the threat level of Link in Sengoku's mind rose once again. Without wasting any words on Link and the others, Sengoku directly informed them of the battle deployment, stating that on the day of the public execution, they would be given the key to unlock Fire Fist Ace's Seastone handcuffs. A small gesture of respect on the surface. The Royal Seven Warlords of the Sea, after all, are an organization under the world government on the same level as Marine headquarters. Just as the Marines cannot engage a four-Emperor's crew without permission. An admiral also cannot move against a warlord without permission, or without evidence that the warlord has broken the rules. Only the fleet admiral himself, showing up in person, could make these villains, who, if they united, would put immense pressure even on a four-Emperor's crew, listen to commands and arrangements. Chapter 56. Nami's first battle, Trafalgar Law gets instantly defeated. Sengoku came quickly and left just as quickly. It was as if spending another moment with this scum of the sea would make him vomit. After the meeting ended, the seven warlords didn't linger either. Link stood up, looked at Doflamingo across the table, and sneered, "You were lucky. You won't be so fortunate next time." A vein popped on Doflamingo's forehead, and he grinned menacingly, his voice low. "You've got a lot of nerve, you little brat. If you're not happy about it, we can have a go after the war." Link's smile was playful. "I hope you have the courage to talk to me like that then." With that, Link left the meeting hall. Doflamingo didn't make a move. He had also sensed the energy within Link's body. To be able to rise by stepping on Crocodile and Gecko Moria, two individuals from the same era as him, who had become famous earlier and had only left the New World after failing to challenge the current four emperors. Link indeed possessed the strength of a royal warlord. Doflamingo wasn't confident he could take Link down, nor had he gathered any intelligence on him. As such, starting a fight with Link in Merry GOIs would be disadvantageous, and could make him a laughingstock for those celestial dragons. Doflamingo wasn't afraid of losing, but he wouldn't let those guys who refused to return see him as a joke. However, from this day on, Doflamingo and Link were officially enemies. After the war, Doflamingo would definitely find an opportunity to repay Link. Of course, that was just Doflamingo's current thought. While Link was arriving in Merry Jeetwise, Calipha and the girls also began their operation. On a certain island in the lawless zone of the Sabyati archipelago, the Heart Pirates, who were waiting for their submarine's coding to be completed, slowly emerged from a tavern, preparing to stroll around other areas and relax. But just as they passed an open area, they saw 3 beautiful young women walking towards them. The 3 young women appeared to be of similar age, but their hair and eye colors were all different. So beautiful. So cute, the blue-haired one is my type. I like the one with the short orange hair. Looking at the 3 beautiful young women ahead, the members of the Heart Pirates all had hearts in their eyes. Only Trafalgar Law, carrying his Kikoku sword, frowned and quickly scolded them. Fools, snap out of it. Those 3 women are not to be trifled with. Hearing this, the members of the Heart Pirates snapped back to their senses, as if they had just realized something. Shachai pointed ahead and said, "Captain, why is that pink-haired woman flying? Could it be that Golden Lion is dead and the Paramecia-type float fruit has been eaten?" "I don't know, maybe not." Trafalgar Law's face was grim as he warned, "In any case, don't look at them with disrespectful eyes. In this situation, it's better to avoid trouble." Unfortunately, the thing Trafalgar Law least wanted to happen happened. "You're the Heart Pirates, right?" "That person is the Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law." Nami exchanged a few words with Vivi, then took out a bounty poster from her pocket. After comparing it, she grinned. "That's right, he's the person Link is looking for, the Paramecia type. Pop fruit user." Hearing this, Trafalgar Law didn't hesitate for a moment, directly raising his hand to create a hemispherical dome of light. Room. The dome instantly expanded, turning a space of several hundred meters in radius into a domain exclusive to the Pop fruit. Swish. As soon as the surgical domain was formed, Trafalgar Law drew his Kikoku and, ignoring hardness, mass, and distance, sliced Nami's and Vivi's bodies in half at the waist. The sneak attack was successful, yet Trafalgar Law's expression changed. Before he could use his scalpel to scramble Nami's and Vivi's bodies, he saw the 2 women's bodies turn into lightning and sand, then reassemble. As for Perona, who was beside them, she was completely unaffected. Logia-type rumble fruit, Logia-type sand fruit. Large beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on Trafalgar Law's face. He had lost his earlier composure and quickly shouted, "Everyone, split up and run. Don't look back." After speaking, Trafalgar Law increased his stamina output, expanding the surgical domain's space more than tenfold, covering a range of several thousand meters. Immediately, all members of the Heart Pirates vanished into thin air. No wonder Link values this devil fruit so much. It turns out to have spatial abilities like Nijiko's. Nami said with a smile, "That slash was very impressive, but unfortunately you ran into me." As her voice fell, Nami transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. Vivi also turned to sand and scattered with the wind. Only Perona, with her soul leaving her body, chose to fly into an air door that appeared out of nowhere. 50 million volt discharge. Just as Trafalgar Law appeared several thousand meters away, he saw the orange-haired girl appear in the air in front of him. Half of her body crackling with blue-white electricity, Nami unleashed a massive number of lightning snakes towards Trafalgar Law. Just as the lightning snakes were about to engulf Trafalgar Law, his figure vanished into thin air again. Nami teleported in pursuit as well. But the next second, Nami's face was stunned for a few seconds. She had teleported behind Trafalgar Law, preparing to ambush him, but suddenly found herself in an empty, deserted area. "I see, so you teleported me." Nami immediately understood and teleported in pursuit again. Thus, Nami and Trafalgar Law began a game of cat and mouse. Soon, Trafalgar Law's stamina was running low. Each time he teleported to the edge of the surgical domain, he had to create a new hemispherical dome, which consumed a great deal of stamina. Teleporting a powerful person within the surgical domain also consumed a significant amount of stamina. Trafalgar Law, who only had the constitution of an ordinary person, simply couldn't withstand such consumption. Entering a weakened state, he was quickly caught by Nami, who had adapted to the teleportation and found a flaw. Nami teleported continuously, not giving Trafalgar Law a chance to lock onto her for teleportation. Judgment of God. After disrupting Trafalgar Law's spatial perception, Nami suddenly appeared a few meters in front of him. Her slender arm transformed into a giant blue-white pillar of light, and at a speed of 1/1000th of a second, it engulfed Trafalgar Law, who had been using his spatial perception to find Nami and had forgotten to look ahead with his own eyes. Struck by the giant pillar of lightning, Trafalgar Law's body convulsed within the sea of thunder, unable to even scream. As the pillar of lightning passed through him, it blasted and broke a small mangrove tree several hundred meters away. His body covered in electrical burns and emitting wisps of white smoke, Trafalgar Law's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Struck by just one move, Trafalgar Law was instantly defeated. The power of the Logia-type rumble-rumble fruit against those without hacky defense was like a dimensional takedown. If it weren't for the Paramecia-type Op-Hop fruit being the ultimate fruit with spatial abilities, and Nami not having mastered Haki to resist the teleportation of the surgical domain, Trafalgar Law would have been defeated by that first discharge. Chapter 57. The Empress's Unusual Behavior, the Perfect Opportunity. The 3-day countdown passed in a flash. Link, who had been squatting in a Mary GOI's cell for 3 days, finally awaited the day of the public execution. On this day, the world government and the Marines quickly notified Link and the other warlords of the sea. The former handed over Fire Fist Ace's sea-stone handcuffs to Link and the others, while the latter informed them to head to the island of Marineford. "Zahahaha, I won't be on the same ship," Teach stated his demand. "No problem, I will arrange a warship for each of you." The Marine Vice Admiral responsible for the notification immediately passed down the order. Right now, Marineford was short on everything but warships. Dozens of warships that had transported the 100,000 elite soldiers were now moored in Marineford's Crescent Bay and around the island's periphery. It only took 10 minutes to get from the Gates of Justice to the Sabyati archipelago. Dispatching 6 warships for pickup was a trivial matter. Seeing the Marines agree to his request so readily, Teach's smile widened. He then secretly exchanged a glance with Link, completing a silent communication. Descending from Mary GOI's on a giant snail, Mihawk and the others boarded their warships one by one, heading for Marineford. Link and Teach did the same. However, after the Gates of Justice closed, only 5 warships arrived at Marineford Island. The people who disembarked were only Mihawk, Hancock, Doflamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, and Link. What about that guy who calls himself Blackbeard? Did he desert at the last minute? That bastard of all times. Vice Admiral Doberman, who was there to greet Link's group, said with a furious expression, "Pirates truly cannot be trusted." Fuffo. It's not surprising. After all, he is the murderer of the 4th Division Commander, Thatch, and the likely fuse for the great war that might break out, Doflamingo said with a wicked smile. If the Whitebeard pirates really show up, he'll be the first one to be targeted. Mihawk, carrying the black blade Yoru on his back, said indifferently, "How you deal with him is your and the world government's business. Now, hurry up and lead the way." "HMPH, follow me." Doberman snorted coldly and turned to lead Link's group to the position where the warlords of the sea were to be stationed. This position was at the top of the fortress wall in the Crescent Bay, belonging to the front line of the front lines. If a powerful enemy were to enter the plaza from the Crescent Bay, they would have to break through the first line of defense formed by the warlords of the sea. In the plaza, 100,000 elites were in position. Standing at the top of the wall, Link's group could see the dense crowd of figures. Behind the 100,000 elites were the Marine admirals from headquarters and the various branches. Among them, the most eye-catching was the giant squad, each member as large as a small mountain. Behind the admirals was the execution platform. Below the execution platform, 4 chairs were placed. 3 were for the 3 admirals, representing the Navy's highest combat power, and 1 was the exclusive seat for the hero of the Marines, a symbol of the Navy's justice. Fuffufufuffu, what a spectacular sight. Looking at the Marine lineup, Doflamingo couldn't help but spread his arms, a wicked smile on his face. Whether the Marines win or the Whitebeard Pirates win, I will witness a new era. Link, however, secretly glanced at Hancock beside him. If he wasn't mistaken just now, the woman seemed to have secretly thrown the key she had been clutching into her pet Salome's mouth, and her mood had changed slightly. It was like a sense of relief, before she immediately returned to her condescending and disdainful arrogance. As if a great weight had been lifted, she was back to her old self. But Link didn't pay it much mind, because this was just a wood clone. Within the special ocean currents connecting the 3 gates of justice, a warship was currently sailing at high speed towards the comm belt, towards Impel Down. Creak! On the deck stood several figures of varying heights. At that moment, the sound of a door opening suddenly echoed in the air. Link, the person you wanted. Nami, holding Trafalgar Law in one hand and a bag of fruit in the other, slowly walked out of a different dimension. Taking the fruit from Nami's hand, Link raised his hand and patted her head, smiling. You've worked hard, Nami. Hee, then I won't disturb your important business. Moi tilde. Nami, having received praise, flashed a brilliant smile. Then she stood on her tiptoes, kissed Link firmly on the lips, and waved as she returned to the other dimension. After the door in the air closed, Link's gaze shifted to Teach, and he smiled. I'll have to trouble you again, Teach. Teach, who had been peeking into the other dimension, wanting to know who the user of the door fruit was, immediately let out a hearty laugh. Zehahaha, it's a small matter. At this critical moment, Teach dared not fall out with Link. Otherwise, he feared that in the next second, a water dragon would soar into the sky and sink him, along with his ship, into the sea. Thus, Teach obediently took the fruit Link handed him and prepared to begin the extraction ritual. From Link's hand, a wood spike shot out like an arrow, taking the life of one of the 3 captains who, in the original story, would have brought down 2 pirate emperors. Link, who was willing to spare Lucci and the others to fatten them up before killing them, had no intention of fattening up Trafalgar Law. This was because the Paramecia-type Opop fruit was a strategic-level ultimate devil fruit, one that he had to seize. If he didn't seize the Opop fruit at this time, once Teach obtained the power of the Paramecia-type Tremor fruit, Link would either need to possess a combat power strong enough to cross dimensions or offer a bargaining chip that would make Teach willing to give up the Opop fruit. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get the Opop fruit from Teach's hands. Now was the best opportunity. Ding, killed an enemy, gained 2.09% experience. Following Trafalgar Law's death, a notification sound immediately rang in Link's mind, giving him a clearer division of experience. For the 4th stage of experience acquisition, a supernova's experience should be around 2%. As one of the 3 strongest captains, Trafalgar Law provided just over 2% experience, which meant that other supernovas should be between 1.5% and 2%. The strength of a supernova was comparable to a Marine headquarters rear admiral, and they could even fight against a headquarters vice admiral who had not mastered Haki. They were the strongest pirates in the first half of the Grand Line and dazzling rookies even in the New World. Good prospects that even the 4 Emperor's pirate crews would be very interested in. This meant that the experience value of a headquarters vice admiral, who was also just cannon fodder in front of super powerful individuals, was now around 5%. If nothing unexpected happened, the experience from a warlord-level character had also dropped to around 4%. As expected, it had been nerfed by about 1%. According to this rate of reduction, by the time the template unlocked to 80%, during the final 2 stages, only true pirate captains of great pirate crews, or bosses, and high-level elite monsters second only to bosses, would be able to provide Link with experience. While Link was pondering this, Teach had also completed the fruit extraction. Chapter 58, Teach's heart aches again, the Whitebeard pirates arrive. As the black mist dissipated, Teach looked at the heart fruit in his hand, his palm trembling slightly. He almost couldn't resist crushing the devil fruit on the spot. Although he had the previous 3 devil fruits as examples, and Teach knew that the devil fruit Link had him seize was definitely a top-tier ability among the 3 types of devil fruits. But he never imagined that Link's target this time would be the user of the Paramecia-type Opop fruit. Teach, who was well-versed in the devil fruit encyclopedia and knew many more secrets, was no stranger to this devil fruit at all. On the black market, there was still a bounty of 5 billion berries from the world government for it. The reason the world government was so desperate to obtain the Paramecia-type Opop fruit was for the fruit's ultimate power, the immortality operation. No matter if they were powerful individuals or people in high positions, they all fantasized about obtaining eternal life. Teach was no exception. Now, the devil fruit that could potentially grant him eternal life was in his hands. But soon, he would have to hand this devil fruit over to someone else. At this moment, Teach's heart began to ache. You bastard, isn't it just because your intelligence-gathering ability is strong? Isn't it just because you can continuously capture top-tier ability users? If you have the guts, wait until I've seized Pop's devil fruit, then bring these preys before me. See if I don't catch them all in one fell swoop. While Teach was roaring internally, he could only put on a simple and honest smile on his face as he handed the Opop fruit to Link, saying, "Zahahaha, as expected of you, Link. Congratulations on obtaining another top-tier devil fruit." Looking at Teach, who had a hearty smile but was actually experiencing emotional turmoil, Link didn't expose him. He took the Opop fruit and smiled. "You've worked hard, Teach." "Zahahaha, you're welcome." Watching their captain scratching his head with a naive smile, Lafitte and the others were speechless. "He's too good at enduring, Captain. Even I feel aggrieved for him." Despite this, Lafitte and the others dared not say more. At this moment, they all felt insignificant, and their longing for the grand vision Teach had painted for them grew even stronger. As long as their captain's gamble succeeded, he would rise at the fastest speed possible. At that time, they would no longer suffer such grievances. While Link was obtaining the Opop fruit, the live broadcast from Marineford had also begun. Video transponder snails all over the world, as if receiving a signal, woke up from their slumber one by one, raised their heads, and shot a beam of light from their eyes onto the screens in front of them. As the white static flickered slightly, the island of Marineford immediately appeared on the screen. The first thing that entered the world's eyes was the tallest building with the 2 words, "Justice," carved on it, representing the marine headquarters that maintained order on the seas, the sharpest spear of justice in the hands of the world government. Then the screen began to switch to a split view, projecting the lineup of 100,000 elites, marine admirals, the giant squad, and the warlords of the sea. Finally, the 3 marine admirals, dressed in different colored suits and wearing justice capes, made their appearance, sitting on a sofa and striking different poses. Even from thousands of miles away, the world could feel a suffocating aura from these few images. The more knowledgeable people were, the more they broke out in a cold sweat, their eyes trembling. After all, this lineup was simply too terrifying. They couldn't help but wonder, was it necessary to deploy this strongest lineup just to execute the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? Could it be that they were really sure the Whitebeard Pirates would come? Were the Whitebeard Pirates really that powerful? These questions would soon be answered. On the screen, the Fleet Admiral of the Marines and the Hero of the Marines, who represented the flag of naval justice, also appeared below the execution platform. The former went up, the latter went down. At the same time, the one who caused the Marines to deploy this strongest lineup, and also one of the likely triggers for the Summit War, Fire Fist Portgas D. Ace, wearing seastone handcuffs, was also escorted onto the execution platform. Sengoku swept his gaze over the 100,000 elites below, and also over the video transponder snails, as if he were looking at the entire world. Then he took out a megaphone transponder snail from his person, glanced at Ace kneeling beside him, and asked faintly, "Ace, who is your father?" Ace was slightly taken aback, then said without hesitation, "My father is Whitebeard." Wrong. I'm not wrong, my father is Whitebeard. Your mother's name is Portgas de Rouge. Sengoku suddenly spat out this name, causing Ace's pupils to constrict. He had already realized something. A year and 3 months after your father's death, the child who inherited the world's most evil bloodline was born. That's you. Sengoku tilted his head and looked down at Ace, who had his head lowered, his pupils trembling and his breathing becoming rapid, and said faintly, "Your father is the Pirate King, Gall D. Roger." In this world, few people knew Roger's true name. They all called him Gold Roger. So when this name was transmitted throughout the world through the megaphone transponder snail and the video transponder snails, the 100,000 elites in the plaza below, and the people all over the world watching the live broadcast, all had their eyes and mouths wide open in a dumbfounded manner. The entire world seemed to have fallen into silence. Even those big shots showed shock on their faces, looking at Ace on the screen in disbelief. The Pirate King has a bloodline. The Pirate King's son became the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. This is unbelievable. No wonder the Marines would deploy this strongest lineup. It turns out it's not just to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates, but also to eliminate the world's most evil bloodline and a response to the disbanded Roger Pirates. Will the people from the Oro Jackson appear? Will the Pirate King's right-hand man, Silver's Rayleigh, and his third-in-command, Scopper Gabbin, the 2 great figures of silver and copper, appear? While the world was discussing these things, Sengoku also slowly recounted the intelligence that the CP organization and the Marines had investigated. 3 years ago, when you used your mother's surname as the captain of the Spade Pirates and rose rapidly on this sea with your outstanding strength and speed, I noticed that Roger's bloodline had not yet been severed. But by the time I investigated, you had already received the protection of the world's strongest man. This discovery made me feel terrified, because I couldn't imagine at what speed you would grow under Whitebeard's protection and nurturing. With the support of the world's strongest pirate crew, would you become the next Pirate King? Fortunately, evil will never triumph over justice. Your capture and the beheading today hold great significance for this world. Even if doing so means an all-out war with the Whitebeard Pirates, I will not hesitate. The last few words, Sengoku shouted out loudly. The morale of the entire field was immediately greatly boosted. The Marines, who were originally wondering why headquarters had to gather all its elites, and why they were so certain the Whitebeard Pirates would really come out in full force for a 2nd Division commander, all found a reason and goal for the battle. This was not just the execution of one of the highest-ranking officers of a 4 Emperors pirate crew, but also the elimination of the world's most evil bloodline, a counterattack against the Pirate King who had played the Marines for a fool 22 years ago. This battle must be won. They're here. As the Marine officers and soldiers were shouting and cheering, the eyes of the powerful individuals on the field who were proficient in observation, hacky, all flashed with a red light. The wood clone, which possessed the art of perception, sensed an astonishing amount of physical energy in the sea, as well as a definite hacky energy. As a large number of bubbles appeared on the surface of the Crescent Bay, the seawater churned, and 3 coated sailing ships emerged as if leaping out of the water. The universally acknowledged world's strongest pirate crew, representing the No. 1 of the pirate world, the Whitebeard Pirates, made their grand entrance. Chapter 59, The Paramount War Erupts. The Moby Dick, flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates, arrived flanked by 2 smaller ships. And far beyond them, black shapes swelled across the sea, dozens upon dozens of vessels, each a different size and make, flying the banners of the Whitebeard Pirates' 43 subordinate crews. Damn, they coded their ships to slip in. Sengoku ground his teeth as he watched the Moby Dick sail into Crescent Bay. So those missing days were spent getting their ships coded. Under the world's gaze, the remaining 14 division commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates took their places along the prow and sides of the flagship. The sheer force of their presence made the gathered 100,000 Marines and soldiers go utterly silent, as if the entire world had stopped breathing. Even the sound of a weapon's hilt striking the deck rang like a gunshot in the stillness. Then a massive figure stepped forward, towering 6.6 meters, yet not a giant by race. A human, albeit a monstrous one. One of the 4 legendary pirates of the previous era. Before Roger ever became Pirate King, he was already the world's strongest man, holding that throne unchallenged for decades. The uncrowned king of the great pirate era, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. Gulp. Those closest to him, whether marine or pirate, couldn't help but swallow hard. Some trembled outright. If his gaze lingered on you too long, you might just faint where you stood. As one New World pirate once said, no matter your bounty, even in the billions, you wouldn't withstand a single glance from Whitebeard. Even veterans of countless battles, in the face of a man at the absolute pinnacle, were nothing but gnats. Gyururara, it's been decades, hasn't it, Sengoku? Whitebeard's signature laugh rumbled over the bay. My beloved son, he's been in your care. I trust you've looked after him well. His eyes shifted to Ace on the execution platform, eyes wide with shock and guilt. Whitebeard's smile softened, full of paternal warmth. Ace, wait, I'm bringing you home. He planted one of the supreme grade swords, the Bicento Murakumajiri, into the deck, crossed his fists over his chest, and Wummum, a white, translucent halo of power spread over his fists. Boom, crack, crack, crack. He swung into the empty air beside him, and the atmosphere itself shattered, spiderwebbing with cracks like a broken mirror. Rumble. The world shook. Marijoa's island of Marineford and the surrounding seas quaked. Crescent Bay's waters surged skyward, wave after wave climbing higher, until the sea's surface loomed above the very walls where the 7 warlords stood. Yet the water did not crash down. The surging sea calmed in moments, as if nothing had happened. And then gasps echoed worldwide. From both sides of Marineford, towering walls of water rose, tsunami waves so huge they dwarfed Marine HQ's main building. One crash would drown half the island. Oi oi, that's insane. Doflamingo grinned, awe in his tone. The strongest power in the world, the mightiest of the Paramecia. To those who couldn't fly, it was hopeless. If not for a certain admiral, this greeting alone would have annihilated Marineford's forces. Swoosh. From his seat below the platform, Admiral Aokiji vanished. Ice Age. In midair, his hands fired lances of ice. Compared to the colossal waves, they were toothpicks on a lake, insignificant, until the sea froze solid in seconds, turning both tsunamis into gleaming white mountains. Aokiji then hurled 2 massive ice spears down at Whitebeard. VMM, crack. Whitebeard met them with a quake-wreathed punch, shattering both ice and air itself. Yet Aokiji was untouched. Logia users could evade even Haki-infused blows by reading the attack with observation Haki and partially elementalizing themselves. Only advanced armament, projected outward, could fully negate that. Conqueror's Haki projected at range worked the same way. Ordinary armament merely qualified you to touch a top-tier Logia. Advanced Haki made them feel true fear. Shattered into ice chunks, Aokiji dropped into the bay, freezing the sea solid as he fell. In moments, Crescent Bay and the waters where the 43 Allied crews were charging became a white ice field. Boom, booms, boom. Aokiji's move was the signal. Cannons roared, and the Marines surged forward, 10,000 elite soldiers, generals, and officers leaping from the plaza into the fray. From the Moby Dick and its 2 escorts, the division commanders led over 1,000 pirates toward the square. Behind them, tens of thousands of black-clad figures advanced, running or steering ships across the ice. Over 100,000 warriors, countless strong fighters. Whether justice or evil prevailed, this would be the war to end an era. The Paramount War had begun. Ahem. The clone, waiting to hunt once the Allied crews reached the bay, arched a brow. Beside him, the pirate Empress leapt from the fortress wall, first into the fight. That single move shocked not just the clone, but Doflamingo and others. She jumped in first. Did the world government cut a deal with her, threaten her, since when does she fight this hard? But a second later, they dismissed the thought, because Hancock's attack hit everyone. Marine or pirate, anyone in her path was turned to stone and shattered, irreversibly maimed or dead once the petrification was undone. The terrifying thing about the love-love fruit wasn't just turning foes to stone forever, it was the instant kill. A single kick was enough. Watching her rampage, the clone's suspicion deepened. Hancock's hatred for the world government made such enthusiasm impossible. In this timeline, Luffy had no bond with her, no incident with the celestial dragons, no rescue at Amazon Lily, no flag to win her aid. Which meant Hancock's actions weren't for Luffy at all. A glint flashed in the clone's eyes. Unless... Chapter 60, Where's Luffy? To confirm his suspicions, the wooden clone kept his gaze fixed on Hancock. Before long, her attack slowed. There was no one left brave enough to approach her. Captains and officers were ordering their subordinates to skirt around her position. Because Boa Hancock was terrifying. Not just in strength, her very presence was lethal. No matter how furious an opponent was, one look at that face and their rage dissolved, replaced by the eager submission of someone willing to be killed by her own hand. The love fruit's other, impossible to counter ability. Unless you were immune to women's charms, endured through sheer pain, or had honed your mind, body, and spirit to the absolute peak, it didn't matter your gender or age, you'd lose your senses before her and become a heart-eyed thrall. Like Perona's negative hollows, but worse. Perona's ghosts had to hit you to work. Hancock only needed to flick her hair, smile, or look fragile and pitiful, and the effect would be lethal. Add to that the fact that Amazon Lily was as famed as Wano for its haki, perhaps even more so for its completeness, and every Empress of the Kyujo was a master of all three colors. Every one of them among the strongest female pirates of their era. It was why, in the original timeline, Hancock had been granted permission to enter Impel Down to meet one of the Paramount War's triggers. Her power demanded that respect. As Hancock eased off, the Den Mushy broadcasting her image finally tore its attention away, just in time to swing toward another figure who should not have moved so soon. Dracul Mihawk. Across the world, swordsmen, whether they could cut steel or wield haki or not, locked eyes on their screens. The world's greatest swordsman, the peak of his craft. In a world where, outside devil fruit users, few trained their bodies and fewer still took up niche weapons, the title of the greatest swordsman on the seas was beyond priceless. The strongest and most honored of the 7 warlords. Crocodile and Moria had lost to emperors. Doflamingo feared Kaido. Only Mihawk had crossed blades evenly with Shanks, with Whitebeard himself likening their clashes to legendary duels. Though Shanks had since lost an arm and become an emperor, the Marines still judged his swordplay below Mihawk's. So when Mihawk drew the supreme-grade Black Blade Yoru and sent a slash taller than the Moby Dick itself toward Whitebeard, the battlefield froze to watch. The result was both surprising and expected. Whitebeard didn't move. Instead, a massive figure intercepted, the 3rd Division commander, Diamond Jazu. His impenetrable defense caught the world's greatest slash head-on and tossed it skyward, where it burst into a teal firework. Seeing he couldn't force Whitebeard's hand, Mihawk didn't press the attack. He leapt down lightly to fulfill his duties as a warlord. On the wall, only the wooden clone, Doflamingo, and Bartholomew Kuma remained. Then, the ever-lazy Kizaru stepped forward, vanishing in a flare of golden light. He reappeared high above the Moby Dick, hands poised in his trademark orchid fingers. Yasukani no Megatama. Golden light rained down in a bullet storm. Whitebeard didn't move. Instead, 1st Division Commander Marco burst upward in his phoenix form, blazing wings shielding the ship before he drop-kicked Kizaru straight into the battlefield. The war had barely begun, and already 2 admirals and 2 warlords had joined in. On the frozen bay, tens of thousands of pirates were arriving. The 100,000-strong melee grew bloodier by the second, bullets and blades clashing in every corner. Blood splashed every moment, injury and death were constant. Scattered Den Mushy swiveled to capture the most spectacular clashes, projecting them to the world. Soon, another singular figure claimed the spotlight, like Hancock, Mihawk, and the admirals before. A mountain of a man strode across the ice, bigger than the giant soldiers themselves. Captain of the Oars Pirates, one of Whitebeard's allied crews, descendant of the Demon Oars. Bounty, 550 million berries, Little Oars Jr. Nearly 40 meters tall, he carved a path through marine ranks like a living siege engine. Giants fell before him. If he reached the plaza, the execution platform would be only steps away. But first, he had to break the Warlords' first defensive line. Facing him, Kuma finally moved. He slowly peeled off his gloves, revealing paw pads on his palms. With his paw fruit, he compressed the very air into a massive, translucent bear paw. The paw shrank until it fit in his hand. Then Kuma pushed it forward, sinking it into Or's massive frame as if aiming at a target board. Efwum! Blinding white light erupted from Or's body, unleashing a gale that blasted Marines and pirates alike off their feet. And in that moment, the wooden clone caught sight of a petite figure darting unseen past Hancock, snatching the key from Salome's mouth. The clone's suspicion was confirmed. Hancock's early, aggressive entry wasn't for the Marines. It was for Rayleigh and Shaki. Only those two benefactors could sway her. That small figure had to be Shaki, which meant Rayleigh was involved. Then, where was Luffy? While the clone pondered, he clapped his hands, his form igniting with blue energy, drawing Doflamingo's eye. What was that, not Haki? Could it be some new form of energy from the forest fruit, a power no predecessor had unlocked? After gathering power, the clone spread his hands and loosed a storm of wooden spikes at the fallen, barely breathing Or's JR. The spikes riddled his body, and a heartbeat later, the world saw horror. Giant wooden stakes erupted from within, branching through him, ending his life in an instant. His corpse stood impaled, transformed into a grotesque porcupine, an end as tragic as it was brutal. Chapter 61, The EXP Pool, Stage 5. Oars! From the execution platform where Ace stood, to the Whitebeard pirates scattered across the battlefield, countless eyes went blood-red as they roared in fury at the sight of little Or's JR's mangled corpse. The wood clone finished the job with a neat strike, and in doing so, stole the spotlight of the entire world. All across the East Blue, people stared at the image of the youngest warlord of the sea and pictured how Link had earned the title Piercing Duke. In the other seas, onlookers recalled the headline about him slaughtering hundreds of pirates in 15 minutes, and the way he stepped over Crocodile and Gecko Moria to take a Shichibukai seat. A warlord and a top-tier Logia user, no less. Those who knew about the forest fruit, a true nature type, felt a chill crawl up their spines. The Piercing Duke had clearly pushed the forest fruit to a terrifying realm. Just a sliver of wood, yet once it pierced a body, it rooted and surged from within, killing an enemy from the inside out. A completely different kind of dread from Hancock's petrifying charm. For a moment, the wood clone dazzled the stage. Bartholomew Kuma also raised his palms, announcing he too had joined the fray. Then, side by side, the wood clone and Kuma leapt down from the ramparts to fulfill their duties as warlords of the sea. Only Doflamingo remained on the wall. He didn't keep spectating for long. With a jaunty pose and a crooked grin, he hopped down as well. His fighting style was as flamboyant as ever. Strange poses, razor-fine threads too thin for the naked eye, forcing pirates without haki to slaughter one another, or slicing bodies and limbs apart like paper dolls. Even so, he didn't go on a mindless rampage. He had no interest in drawing the combined fire of Whitebeard's division commanders and top officers. He was here to witness a new era being born. The messier the seas grew, the closer his dream came, to yank the celestial dragons off their pedestal and throw the world order into chaos. And that made Don Quixote Doflamingo very, very happy. Ding, you defeated an enemy. Gained 2.93% EXP. As the wood clone plunged into battle at Marineford, the prompt chimed in Link's mind aboard a Navy warship, slipping through the gate of justice toward Impel Down, thanks to Najiko's help. His EXP stockpile ticked up as well, another 8.15%. Only 1.85% remained to reach Stage 5. No wonder this was hailed as one of the best EXP pools in the world, packed with elite mobs. If he could wipe out the 43 subordinate captains allied to Whitebeard, a dozen division commanders, and even the old man himself, the Senju Hashirama template would unlock at a frightening pace. While the wood clone hunted at the Summit War, Link's real body headed for Impel Down, the prison that held countless criminals. As the underwater fortress loomed closer, a spark of anticipation flashed in Link's eyes. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, piercing sirens wailed across the sea, reaching Link and his crew. A flood of prison guards poured out at Impel Down's gate. At their head strode a man who looked like a devil and a pharaoh had fused into a single, mutated human, the deputy warden Hannibal. He grabbed a loudspeaker, den mushy, and bellowed, "Warship ahead, stop immediately or we open fire." Why are Warlords Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard, and Link the Piercing Duke appearing here of all places? Zehahaha, as expected of the iron-walled Impel Down. Fast on the draw, Teach laughed, then glanced at Link. Still, why aren't we using the door fruit to slip in quietly? Link smiled. Aren't you recruiting, sneaking in his dull, smashing our way through presence? Zehahaha, you've got a point. Teach nodded and grinned. Then I'll leave it to you, Link. On it. Link clapped his hands. The warship groaned, and an ocean of branches erupted from its hull, surging toward Impel Down like a nest of giant serpents. Open fire. At Hannibal's order, the deck guns on the first tier thundered, vomiting a storm of shells. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs blossomed one after another. When the smoke cleared, Hannibal and the guards went wide-eyed. Every shell had been swallowed by the living rampart of branches. Those blasted directly had only their bark scorched. Even Lafitte and the others narrowed their eyes. This defense was monstrous. In this world, only the legendary treasure tree atom was said to shrug off cannon fire. Yet the trees born of Link's devil fruit were doing the same. Had he pushed the forest fruit to a tier just shy of the treasure tree atom? So this was Link's true power. None of the Blackbeard pirates had witnessed Link unleash himself before. Facing a man whose power and mind both felt unfathomable, their respect and dread deepened. Teach's caution spiked as well. Until he laid hands on the tremor fruit, picking a fight with this guy was a straight path to a grisly death. The flood of branches lashed onto the fortress and wove themselves into a colossal wooden bridge. Move double time. Link took point. The Blackbeard pirates raced after him. Wood release, cutting technique. Black hole. Countless wooden spikes screamed from Link's hands, swelling into an arrow rain that drowned a swath of prison guards. Some raised shields in time, only for the ground beneath their boots to blacken like ink. Gravity seized them like an invisible giant hand and dragged them down into a bottomless void. Hannibal blanched and bolted back into the prison to alert Magellan, who was, unfortunately, mid-bout of stomach trouble. In his panic, Hannibal forgot to order the elevators shut down. And so Link's party rode the lift straight toward level 6. As they passed levels 3, 4, and 5, Link lifted his sleeve. Hidden in the folds, his fingers flashed through hand seals. In a camera-blind spot on level 3, where dozens of millionsberry felons and the odd 100-million-berry monster were caged. A branch sprouted from the stone and bulged into the shape of a middle-aged man. Wood transformation, wood clone. 3 clones appeared in the blind zones and, ignoring the watching den mushy, fanned out, using sensory arts to hunt for the strongest auras. B-Boss, let me out. Open my cell, you'll never make it out alone. Let me help. Sir, no, my lord, please. I'll be your man, your dog. The level erupted. Prisoners who'd been half dead from torture suddenly grabbed their bars like men reborn, either pleading or howling at the clones. A clone frowned. With no time to pick the perfect test subject, he formed new seals and spat out a dragon of flame at a certain cell. The fire dragon smashed into the bars and burst into a tidal wave of heat, swallowing the entire cell. Inside, the inmates turned into human torches, their screams cut off in seconds. Ding, you defeated an enemy. Gain 0.03% EXP. Ding, you defeated an enemy. Gain 0.01% EXP. As the level 3 clone began its culling, prompts chimed one after another in Link's mind. The numbers, however, were pitifully small, just as he'd expected. Back in Stage 3, even Absalom, who was about level 3 material, had only been worth 0.15% EXP. Absalom's body had been modified to beast-like strength and augmented by a devil fruit. He was top tier among level 3 inmates. Now that Link was in stage 4, getting any EXP at all from level 3 prisoners was already decent. Before long, the level 3 clone slipped back into the blind zone and, thanks to Najiko, stepped into a pocket space to dispel on the spot. Reason? There was nothing left on level 3 that could feed him EXP. By then, his EXP stock hit the 10% threshold, and the system cleanly flipped the difficulty over into Stage 5. Chapter 62, Stage 6, Mythical Zoan, Nine-Tailed Fox Acquired. Ding, you've slain an enemy, plus 0.3% EXP. Ding, you've slain an enemy, plus 0.1% EXP. Ding, you've slain an enemy, plus 0.6% EXP. Ding, you've slain an enemy, plus 0.71% EXP. Ding, you've slain an enemy, plus 0.45% EXP. Ding, you've slain an enemy, plus 0.55% EXP. Even after hitting the 10% mark, the EXP stockpile didn't stop. It kept climbing. So fast, in fact, that it almost hit 20% in a flash, pushing the difficulty into Stage 6. From Stage 4 to 5, then 5 to 6, only a few dozen seconds passed. The elevator hadn't even reached level 6 yet. The reason was simple. The wood clones on levels 4 and 5 had started their own slaughter. At Stage 5 difficulty, level 4 inmates yielded about what level 3 had just given, peanuts. Level 5 inmates averaged around 0.5% per kill. Everyone on level 5 had a bounty of at least 100 million. Pirates who, in the first half of the Grand Line, would count as baseline supernova tier. Which meant even members of the 16 supernovas, like Trafalgar Law and Eustace Kid, would only be worth around 1% now. A Warlord of the Sea level opponent, roughly 3%, and that's still only at Stage 5. Once Stage 6 kicked in, the grind spiked again. EXP from level 5 inmates immediately dropped by about 0.05% per kill, which implied that by Stage 7, your average 100 million berry pirate wouldn't give Link any EXP at all. In the 4 Seas or the first half of the Grand Line, only true standouts like Luffy, Kid, and Law supernova caliber fighters would still be worth something. By Stage 8, only several hundred million up to billion-berry elite mobs would register. By Stage 9, probably boss-class targets only. Just like late-game levels in an RPG, Link was closing in on endgame. The level 5 inmates were lambs to the slaughter. Even if the returns were meager, the wood clones followed the no scrap left behind rule and reaped them all. By the time the elevator reached level 6, Link's EXP stockpile had climbed to a stunning 28%. Just 2% more to enter Stage 7. Above, the upper floors were a total mess. Magellan's arrogance had a price. If he hadn't decided to take a bathroom break, there's no way Link's group would have gotten in this easily. Zehahaha, Titans who once ruled the seas, legends erased by time, perfect. As the elevator doors slid open, Teach strode out to put on a show, laughing wickedly. I am Marshal D. Teach, the man who saves saviors. I need a few strong hands. Who's coming out of here with me? At his words, the eternal night of infinite hell lit up with countless crimson gleams. They were eyes of monsters. I'm in, make me your man, Captain, let me out. Marshal D. Teach, free me, and every treasure I've buried is yours. Ha ha ha, finally our jailbreak. Kid, open this cell and I'll carve a path through impel down with you. Infinite hell erupted. The prisoners closest to Link's party shouted the loudest. They didn't realize that the moment they opened their mouths, they were already disqualified. Even infinite hell has dilution. Not every 100 million berry pirate here was stronger than those on level 5. Many were placed by crime type and body count, not pure combat power. Those small fry would be worth about the same EXP as level 5 chaff. Teach's smile widened at the madness. He was just about to incite them into killing each other and pick the strongest survivors as his crew. When Link stepped up beside him and said, calm as ever, let me finish my business first. Then you can take your time choosing. It's fine. Teach's grin hitched, then he nodded. Before he seized the devil fruit he wanted, he knew Link wouldn't let him recruit freely. At such a critical moment, he definitely wasn't going to turn on Link. Besides, after recruiting, he'd still need Link's ability. So Teach fell in behind Link, ignoring the pleading and the curses echoing from the cells. With sensory arts and observation hacky, Link quickly found his target. He stopped before a cell, formed a one-handed seal, and a surge of branches erupted inside, binding a frail, shackled prisoner and draining his strength in an instant. The forest fruit. This brat's a top-tier logia. Those with sharp observation, hacky recognized the power at once. Creak! A door made of air unfolded beside Link, and a short blue-haired girl stepped out. Nijiko used her fruit ability to open the cell. Link didn't step inside, he walked into the pocket dimension instead. His arm stretched into a branch, snared the trussed-up bundle from the cell, and yanked him through. Teach's eyes lit up at the sight, and he followed. The air door closed. No one outside knew what would happen within. Harina, bring the devil fruit we prepared. Inside the pocket space, Link took a devil fruit from Teach and handed it to Karina with a smile. Rarer than most logias, an animal-type mythical zoan, dog fruit model, nine-tailed fox. Mythical zoan. Karina blinked, there's a category like that. The nine-tailed fox is a legendary beast, Robin explained softly. Once eaten, a mythical zoan lets you become a being from myths or legends, vampires, azure dragons, great Buddhas, eight-headed serpents, and wield the powers those legends speak of. So strong, Karina's eyes sparkled. Zehahaha, mythical zoans are the rarest of all, Teach laughed. They're devil fruits that can change your fate. Kaido of the Four Emperors, the Azure Dragon. Marco, the Phoenix. The Navy's former fleet admiral, Great Buddha. Become a mythical zoan user, and you gain supernatural abilities and a monstrous physique. Your hacky training flies after that. Karina's smile turned playful. Yufufufu, then I won't be shy. She sank her teeth into the nine-tailed fox fruit. Link didn't wait for her to acclimate. He had Nijiko open another air door, stepped out with Teach, and continued the hunt for their second target. Chapter 63. Karina's Transformation, Reaching the World's Highest State. Emerging from the pocket dimension, Link and Teach found themselves before another prison cell. This cell was unique. Inside, a single prisoner was held in a state of suspended animation, frozen solid in a massive block of ice. At the sight of this prisoner, Teach's pupils constricted slightly, his wariness of Link's intelligence growing even deeper. Laffit had once theorized that Link's target might be Douglas Bullet, or perhaps the devil fruit of some legendary pirate lost to history. But the reality was far more shocking. Link not only knew about the mythical zoan, nine-tailed fox fruit, but he also knew that this man before them was still alive. Bindy World, the World Destroyer, user of the Paramecia type Mormor fruit. Though his bounty was a mere 200 million berry, he was a legend from 30 years ago, a man so dangerous that the world government had been forced to ally with pirates just to capture him. If not for the dead weight of his own crew holding him back, he was a walking strategic weapon, a force of nature that could be called a mini-Pluton. And the Mormor fruit was, without a doubt, one of the most top-tier abilities within the Paramecia class. 30 years had passed, but the World Destroyer hadn't died. Then again, that made sense. Neither the Marines nor the world government would ever allow a man like him to simply die. Freezing him was the perfect way to delay the inevitable. After all, if Bindy World died, the Mormor fruit would be reborn somewhere in the world. Who knew what kind of monster would get their hands on it next? This devil fruit was also a perfect match for Teach. To be precise, much like the Opop fruit, the Mormor fruit's power scaled directly with the user's physical stamina. Bindy World possessed an abnormal physiology, and so did Teach. This was the second devil fruit that had truly tempted Teach. Unfortunately, just like the Logia-type Rumble fruit, he could only look, not touch. With Nami's assistance, Link and Teach once again stepped into the pocket dimension, taking the frozen prisoner with them. The remaining inmates of Infinite Hell had watched them take Katarina Devon, who never returned. Now, they watched them take another legendary figure. A chilling, ominous premonition began to creep into their hearts. The frenzied, chaotic atmosphere of infinite hell suddenly fell silent. Observing this from a distance, Laffit and the others on the outside revealed satisfied smiles. Worthy of the monsters of infinite hell, they thought, they catch on quick. A few moments later, the shimmering portal reappeared, and Link and Teach stepped back out. Sensing the tense air of the prison level, Link smiled. Teach, Magellan is blocking the entrance up there now. Allow me to sift out the strongest candidates in these cells for you. Before Teach could even respond, Link clapped his hands together. Boom! A torrent of blue energy erupted from his body, and a terrifying shockwave swept through the entirety of infinite hell. Every powerhouse capable of using observation, Haki felt a vast, ocean-like energy radiating from Link. They were certain of one thing: this was absolutely not Haki. What in the world is this power? Rumbled. Just as those prisoners were experiencing the same awe and confusion Doflamingo once had, the entire level of infinite hell began to shake violently. The intense tremors traveled all the way to the upper floors, causing Magellan, who had just ordered the elevator shut down and the entrance sealed, to feel a deep sense of unease. He wasn't the only one. The remaining prisoners and the Blackbeard pirates felt it too. Suddenly, countless wooden branches erupted from the stone floor, smashing through cell after cell. They coiled around the physically drained prisoners like massive pythons, siphoning away what little energy they had left. However, a select few prisoners remained untouched by the branches. Each one of them was a former Titan who had once ruled the seas, a legendary figure whose name had been lost to history. After binding the vast majority of the inmates, Link raised his palm, his fingers spread open. Then he clenched his hand into a tight fist. In that instant, within the senses of Teach and the other masters of observation Haki, more than half of the life signatures in infinite hell simply vanished. Ding! A storm of system notifications exploded in Link's mind. Lowering his hand, Link used his wood style to create a key, handing it to the stunned Teach. He chuckled softly. Teach, our cooperation ends here. I wish you good luck. Watching Link's back as he walked towards the portal, Teach felt a strange sensation. It was as if Link had changed once again, becoming even more profound, even more unfathomable than before. Clutching the key, Teach didn't ask Link to help him escape. He understood Link's unspoken message. A stealthy infiltration could never compare to the sheer charisma and power of fighting your way out. Although he didn't know why Impel Down's response had been so slow, allowing him to reach level 6 so smoothly, Teach knew he hadn't yet demonstrated his own overwhelming strength to these legendary convicts. Now was his chance. He would recruit those willing to follow him, reveal his grand gamble and his deepest secrets, and paint them a picture of a glorious future. He would convince them to help him seize the ultimate prize, Old Man Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Deep in his heart, Teach refused to be indebted to Link. Otherwise, even if he attained power at the pinnacle of the world, he would forever lose the upper hand in their future encounters, always standing one step below Link. That was not what Teach wanted. Life is a grand gamble. The worst that can happen is death. At that moment, the aura of a true conqueror once again emanated from Teach. After returning to his pocket dimension, Link turned to a figure who had undergone a massive transformation. So, Karina, he smiled, are you satisfied with your new power? Yes, Karina nodded enthusiastically, her voice filled with excitement. This ability is absolutely incredible. The moment I ate the fruit, I felt like I could take on an army all by myself. The Karina standing before him now looked nothing like her former self. Her waist-length purple hair had become a cascade of silvery white. Unlike human hair, it had the texture of fine, divine fur, much like Yamato's mythical Zoan form. Her already beautiful face had become even more exquisite, her features perfectly refined. Her blue eyes had transformed into striking golden, slitted pupils, with elegant red markings gracing the corners like eyeshadow. It gave her an aura that was both pure and dangerously alluring. If charm could be quantified, and women like Robin were already near a perfect score, Karina's current allure had somehow surpassed them. Her hands and feet had shifted into delicate yet sharp fox claws, and 9 majestic golden tails swayed gently behind her. This wasn't her normal state, but her human beast form. Yet, unlike most Zoan transformations, her face hadn't become animalistic, it had only grown more beautiful. This devil fruit, the mythical Zoan, model, 9-tailed fox, truly had an exceptionally high compatibility with Karina. It suited her far more than the Opop fruit or the More fruit ever could. Link reached out and gently patted her head. Then, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, he looked towards Nami and the other girls and smiled. "Let's go, I've obtained everything I planned for. Now, it's time for you to follow me," as we ascend to the world's grandest stage. Chapter 64, Template 80%, No Seal Healing and Sage Mode. While Link's crew departed from Impel Down, the summit war at Marineford had reached its boiling point. Just as in the original tale, the simple-minded squard was deceived by Akinu, plunging his sword into Whitebeard in an act of shocking betrayal. But Whitebeard didn't blame his foolish son. After explaining the deception, he leaped from the prow of the Moby Dick and entered the fray himself, his very presence reigniting the morale of his forces. The moment the world's strongest man joined the battle, the preliminary skirmishes were over. The clash of titans had begun. Aokiji and Kizaru took turns attacking Whitebeard, only to be intercepted and held back by Marco and Jazu. This left Akinu, having returned from the rear of the battlefield, to confront Whitebeard directly. The clash of their powers, the Tremor fruit and the Magma fruit, both capable of annihilating lesser foes with a single blow, was cataclysmic. Their fists shattered the frozen sea, shockwaves tore through the air, and searing magma vaporized everything in its path. For a time, not even a vice admiral dared to approach the maelstrom of their battle. At that moment, a certain wood clone, which had been laying low in a corner of the battlefield, suddenly received new information. Its eyes flashed with purpose. The hunt had begun. The clone vanished in a flicker of movement. When it reappeared, it was standing before a hulking man nearly 3 meters tall, dressed in royal attire with a small lion perched on his head. He was a member of the variant human race, wielding 2 sickle-shaped swords. This was Squall B. Brody, captain of the Brody Pirates, one of the 43 crews allied with Whitebeard. Illusionary arts, bringer of darkness. The instant the clone appeared, it plunged Brody's world into absolute blackness. Then, channeling both wood-style chakra and haki into its palm, it struck. Thump squelch. Brody's massive frame was sent flying. As his body sailed through the air, a series of sickening, tearing sounds echoed from within him. Countless forked wooden spikes erupted from his flesh, turning him into a human pincushion. Brody, a renowned powerhouse in the New World, was dead, just like that. Much like how Hashirama Senju could dispatch a veteran cage-level shinobi like Kakuzu with a single wood clone, Link's were no different. Possessing a massive amount of chakra, a wood clone's only true limitation was its stamina compared to the original. Its combat power was nearly identical. Against a combination like the Bringer of Darkness and the Impalement Jutsu, anyone who wasn't constantly maintaining observation haki or cloaked in full-body armament haki was doomed. A single touch from the clone, empowered by the instant kill potential of the jutsu, meant death. It was just like facing Boa Hancock. It had nothing to do with raw strength. If you didn't have a direct counter, a single touch was fatal. Ding, you have killed an enemy. Experience gained, 0.13%. As Brody fell, a notification chimed in Link's mind. The amount of experience was well within his expectations. Inside a pocket dimension, a perfect replica of the real world, but painted in shades of vibrant green, a colossal fox strode through the air. Its body was pure gold, save for the silvery white fur on its head, and 9 magnificent golden tails swayed behind it. With every step the 9-tailed fox took, a small flame cloud bloomed beneath its paw, allowing it to walk on the very air as if treading on clouds. This giant 9-tailed fox was Karina. Like the Azure Dragon, the 9-tailed fox possessed control over 4 elements: wind, fire, lightning, and clouds. In Link's original world, Myths and legends of the nine-tailed fox existed in both his home country and Japan. In Japan, it stood alongside Shutendoji and Uringu as one of the three great yokai, and was often considered the most famous of them all. In modern pop culture, it appeared in countless works, each with similar or different abilities. Given that the world of One Piece already had mythical zoans like the Yamata no Arachi and the Okuchi no Makami, it was logical that this nine-tailed fox fruit would lean towards its Japanese mythological roots. As a legendary yokai, its abilities were vast. First, charm. Much like Hancock's Love fruit, it not only amplified Karina's natural charisma, but also ensured her human beast form was not grotesque like other Zoans. In fact, she was even more beautiful in this state. This charm was more than just an aura. It also granted her a transformation ability similar to the clone fruit, allowing her to take on the appearance of others. Second, beyond her charm, the nine-tailed fox of legend could command the four elements, unleash sonic waves that could shatter anything, cause earthquakes and summon meteors, and even conjure floods or spread poison and plague. Its power was said to be both overwhelming and all-encompassing. Link wasn't sure if Karina had access to all of those latter abilities yet, but right after eating the fruit, she had already mastered charm and basic elemental control. Furthermore, Karina now had a unique passive ability and a critical weakness. She had 9 lives. Each of her tails represented 1 life. If she were to die, she would be resurrected, but at the cost of 1 tail and 1 of her abilities, a permanent weakening. At this moment, Nami and the other girls were seated comfortably on Karina's massive back. Link alone sat cross-legged on her head, deep in meditation. He was fusing the staggering physical and spiritual energies within him, forging them into his own chakra. The process was taking an incredibly long time due to the sheer volume of energy. He wasn't even halfway done. If he were to summon his virtual panel, he would see the progress of his Hashirama Senju template, 80% unlocked. The experience required to progress had steepened dramatically after the 7th stage. However, by annihilating nearly every prisoner on levels 5 and 6 of Impel Down, Link had gathered enough experience to break through to the 8th stage. While the difficulty of gaining experience now was immense, it wasn't as impossible as he had feared. Link felt no frustration, only a sense of calm accomplishment. According to his original plan, just reaching 70% in Impel Down would have been a massive victory. After all, the prisoners there were in a severely weakened state. Who knew if the system would judge their value based on their current condition? Thankfully, the system had counted them at their full worth. Now, in the 8th stage, the 43 allied captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were still providing him with experience. This meant that any pirate captain of a major crew in the New World was a viable target. The New World was teeming with crews like that. The greatest pool of experience was never Marine HQ or Impel Down, nor was it the Yonko crews themselves. It was the entirety of the New World. Powerhouses on the level of Yonko commanders and top officers were numerous there. There were countless hidden masters, with strength rivaling the admirals. Once Link entered that sea of the strongest, he was confident he could quickly unlock the Hashirama template to 100% and achieve a combat power at the absolute pinnacle of a Yonko. Even now, he possessed the strength to dominate the seas. His single trip into and out of Impel Down had doubled his chakra reserves. At this point, even half of the Ninetails' chakra probably couldn't compare to his. The 40 feedback loops from his template had unlocked a vast arsenal of jutsu and powerful new ultimate techniques. Among them were 2 abilities he had dreamed of obtaining. The first was a healing technique that required no hand seals. As long as his head wasn't severed, he was effectively immortal. Sealless healing. It was the passive ability of the sage body in its later stages of growth. Madara Uchiha himself once claimed that on the battlefield, no one could kill Hashirama. The second was a state-based technique that amplified all of his abilities across the board. Sage Mode. Chapter 65. The Massacring Wood Clone Gold Medal Support, Bon Clay. Captain Kachaki. Captain Agsali. Damn you, Impaler. As Link fused his physical and spiritual energies to form his own chakra, On the Crescent Bay battlefield, the wood clone began a massacre. With a body flicker technique more refined than the Rokishiki's Saru, the wood clone moved as fast as a phantom. The battlefield was already a chaotic melee of over 100,000 people. The captains of the subordinate pirate crews, who were vastly outnumbered and lacked the presence of major figures like the Warlords, had opted for sneak attacks instead of confronting the division commanders. In an instant, several pirate captains had already been assassinated by the wood clone's combination of the Bringer of Darkness genjutsu and the wood style cutting technique. This scene caused the crewmen of those subordinate pirate groups to roar in fury, drawing the attention of many powerful individuals. Regardless of whether they were Marines, Royal Warlords, or even members of the Whitebeard Pirates, everyone stared at the wood clone with expressions of astonishment and disbelief. Fufu, this guy, what benefits did he receive from the world government? Doflamingo couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that he truly despises pirates so much that he hasn't spared a single one since his debut? Like Doflamingo, others who had some knowledge of the impaler were thinking the same thing. The wood clone's actions were simply too baffling. Those who didn't know better would have thought Link was a Marine. Although the 7 Warlords are an organization under the world government, often called the government's dogs by those with sour grapes, they are, in reality, just a group of mercenaries. Whether it was Hawkeye, Hancock, or even the fully modified Bartholomew Kuma, they were all quietly slacking off. They were merciless against the weak, but when faced with someone of considerable strength, they would choose to let them go, coordinating with them to feign combat. So for the wood clone to suddenly start a massacre was not only stealing the show, but also drawing the hatred of the world's strongest pirate crew. Who could guarantee that the Marines could truly eliminate the entire Whitebeard Pirates today? Even if they couldn't, and Whitebeard and some of his commanders and allied captains died in battle, the remaining members could still return to the New World and remain a first-rate power. If another super-powerful individual were to emerge among them, they could immediately return to their status as a dominant force. Faced with such a power, even Doflamingo wouldn't dare to offend them head-on. After all, he wasn't a Yonko. His kingdom of Dressrosa and his numerous businesses were all located there. If he were targeted by that group, even with Kaido's protection and his strong connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world, he would still suffer heavy losses. If they came at him with the intent to kill, even Doflamingo, a royal warlord, would have no choice but to flee for his life. Therefore, the best choice was to slack off. This way, he wouldn't be held accountable by the world government, nor would he be completely hated by the Whitebeard Pirates. Hence, the wood clone's actions were incomprehensible to clever people like Doflamingo. Either he was filled with hatred for pirates, or he had a deep-seated blood feud with the Whitebeard Pirates. Little did they know, Link was only doing it for himself. After all, who would have thought that in this world, there existed someone who could become stronger by killing? Nevertheless, the wood clone's massacre did indeed shift the advantage to the Marine side. The already dire situation for the Whitebeard Pirates became even worse. In the original story, there were at least the impel-down prisoners as a third party. Now, the executioners were ascending the platform, and no one even knew where Luffy was. Up until now, of the Whitebeard Pirates who had appeared in Crescent Bay, only a few elites had managed to reach the plaza. There was still a long way to the execution platform. They not only had to break through the line of veteran vice admirals, but also the line held by the Marine hero. Not long ago, Marco had attempted to destroy the execution platform, but was punched to the ground by Garp. Faced with pirates, this old man, bound by the shackles of justice, could not choose to go easy on them. Only someone who was family to both Whitebeard and Garp could break through that defensive line. But Whitebeard was held back by Akinu, a magma fist having blown a hole in his chest, severely damaging his strength. With Whitebeard tied down, and without the interference of Crocodile and Luffy from the original story, the two executioners flanked Ace and began the execution ceremony. At that moment, the unexpected happened. Just as the executioners raised their long-bladed polearms to cross them, one of them suddenly stabbed the other, killing him. The scene was so sudden that it stunned not only the entire world, but also made Sengoku's eyes widen as he roared. "You bastard, what are you doing?" "I am no executioner." The executioner suddenly touched his face, instantly transforming into the appearance of Bon Clay. After a triumphant declaration, he took a shell from his person, slammed it on the ground, and smiled at Ace, who was also staring with wide, disbelieving eyes. "Ace-chan, Luffy-chan and I are here to save you." Crack boom! Bon Clay forcefully pressed the button on the shell, and a terrifyingly powerful shockwave instantly obliterated the execution platform below, creating a huge mushroom cloud. Who would have thought that a small shell could possess power more astonishing than a cannonball? Only a few people knew that this shell was an impact dial from the Sky Island. From the executioner's murder to the explosion of the platform, everything happened in just a few short seconds. Even the fleet admiral standing next to Ace didn't have time to react, let alone the powerful fighters on the battlefield or the people around the world watching the broadcast. So that's how it is. Gazing at the flames emerging from the dust cloud, the wood clone had a moment of realization, instantly understanding Rayleigh and Shaki's plan. Instead of a frontal assault like the Whitebeard pirates, they had somehow investigated the privileges of the Warlords, called in a favor to ask Hancock to go to Mary Geoise, and helped get the key to the Seastone handcuffs. Then they infiltrated from behind, having Bon Clay use his clone fruit to replace one of the executioners, catching Sengoku completely off guard. First, use the impact dial to destroy the execution platform, then use the key to unlock Ace's handcuffs. Sengoku clearly hadn't anticipated that an executioner would have the key to the Seastone handcuffs. Thus, Ace was rescued in a completely unexpected manner. Flames formed the symbol of the Whitebeard pirates' flag in the dust cloud, and then a pillar of fire shot out. Ace, transformed into fire, held up Bon Clay, who was smoking all over with his eyes rolled back from the impact dial's recoil, and said with a grateful expression, "Thank you, Bon-chan." "Ace." At the same time, Luffy's shout also reached Ace's ears, echoing across the entire battlefield and even the whole world. Chapter 66. In the new era, there is no ship that can carry me. "Ace." What is that?" "A ship, a flying ship." As Luffy's voice echoed throughout the world, people quickly located his position by following the sound. Shockingly, Luffy was not anywhere on the battlefield, but high above it. A meteor seemed to streak across the sky, and then a small, single-masted sailboat plummeted like a meteorite, crashing down towards the ice-covered battlefield below. The sailboat's landing spot, by sheer coincidence, was the massive lake formed after Jazu had shattered the ice and lifted a large iceberg. Even so, for an ordinary sailboat to fall from such a height, it should have been shattered to pieces, its keel broken. But after this sailboat landed, it did not sink into the sea. It merely shuddered, sending out a huge circle of waves, and came to a steady stop on the lake's surface. From this, one could see just how astonishingly durable this 850 sailboat was. This sailboat was the one that had fulfilled Frankie's dream, the Going Merry, fully remodeled with atom wood. Luffy. Seeing the figure wearing a straw hat on the ship's bow, Garp, whose heart was filled with joy, couldn't help but clutch his head in worry. But in the next second, as if he had noticed something else, his eyes widened again. That is. Like him, many others with sharp eyesight noticed it as well. The Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. The Pirate King's first mate, he really appeared. Beside Luffy stood an old man with a full head of white hair and a white beard, wearing glasses. Although his hair was different from the blonde hair on his bounty poster, anyone with a bit of knowledge recognized him at a glance. It was the strongest first mate of the previous era, the Silver of the Roger Pirates' Gold, Silver, and Bronze trio, the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, whose title was the same as one of the 3 ancient weapons. Luffy, that guy. Watching his younger brother appear in a way no one could have expected, Ace's eyes widened before a helpless smile appeared on his face. What a worrisome little brother. Pheasant beak. At that moment, a giant ice bird flew towards Ace, who had just landed. Mirror flame. Ace protected the unconscious Bon Clay with one hand while unleashing a massive wall of flames with the other, clashing with the iceberg like a tidal wave, ending in a stalemate. Taking this opportunity, Ace quickly left the plaza to rendezvous with the Whitebeard pirates. Ace, is that the kid's younger brother? Was the one who saved him a crewmate of his brother? That was amazing, he tricked everyone, as expected of Commander Ace's brother. The various division commanders and elite members quickly surrounded him, protecting Ace while laughing heartily. Although they weren't the ones who rescued Ace, they were overjoyed as long as he was saved. Now, as long as they could successfully leave Marineford Island, it would be the Whitebeard pirates' victory. Little did they know, Ace's rescue also meant the final countdown for their pops had begun. Watching his son run towards him, Whitebeard, who had been filled with anxiety, suddenly burst out laughing. "Gururara, my sons, all hands, set sail for the new world." After speaking, Whitebeard did not turn back towards the undamaged Moby Dick. Instead, he channeled the power of the Tremor fruit into his Murakumajiri, forcing Akinu back with a single slash. He simultaneously tore the earth apart, sending out a staggering shockwave that blew away numerous marines before charging towards Ace and the others. Behind Ace's group, Sengoku was glowing with golden light, entering his great Buddha form, preparing to join the battle personally. Whitebeard intended to stop him, buying time for his sons. How frightening, to think I was outsmarted by a rookie, but I can't let the world's most evil bloodline just leave like this. At this moment, Kizaru, who had been slacking off, suddenly transformed into a flash of golden light and appeared above Ace and the others. With his fingers forming a delicate pose shining with golden light, he prepared to unleash his signature Yasakani, no Magatama. Swish! In the next second, a dark red slash, different from the typical blue-green ones, flew swiftly towards Kizaru. In terms of size, this slash couldn't compare to Hawkeye's world's strongest slash. But this single slash forced Kizaru to halt his attack on Ace's group and teleport away. Only a true powerhouse could understand that this slash represented a different dimension of power, Conqueror's Haki infusion. The one who had unleashed this slash was Rayleigh. Woo'em, crackle. While Rayleigh bought them time, Whitebeard leaped high, flying over the heads of Ace and the others. With no more of his sons in front of him, the world's strongest man no longer had any restraints. Thus, Whitebeard planted his Murakumajiri into the ground. Just as he did upon his arrival, he crossed his arms before his chest, clenching his fists to gather a transparent white shockwave, and unleashed the most powerful punch since his appearance. The strongest of the Paramecia, the world's strongest power of earthquakes, was unleashed without restraint. In an instant, the entire island of Marineford, including the ice field behind it, began to shake violently. Watching this through the screens, people all over the world had the illusion that the entire world was shaking violently. Amidst this unprecedented earthquake, the plaza of Marineford did not shatter into pieces. Instead, a bottomless chasm appeared, separating Whitebeard from Ace and the others behind him. Then, the terrifying earthquake's power, with unstoppable momentum, directly destroyed the marine headquarters in front of Whitebeard, causing the hundreds of meters tall main building to crack and become the world's most precarious structure. At the same time, the ice field behind them, except for the ice in Crescent Bay, completely shattered and returned to being the sea. Not only that, but the sea that re-emerged from the ice was split into massive, heaving chunks, as if heaven and earth were being overturned. The fractured sea mercilessly swallowed the warships moored around Marineford, crippling the Marines' ability to pursue. Having done all this, Whitebeard once again held his Murakumajiri, his colossal figure standing firm on the other side of the chasm. Gazing at Buddha Sengoku and the 3 Marine admirals before him, he took a deep breath and roared. "Listen up, you brats. I'm now giving you my final captain's order. All 1.9 of you are to return to the New World safely." Hearing this, Ace and the others on the other side of the chasm all shuddered. They turned to look at their Pops, who was holding back all of the Marines' top forces, and shouted desperately, "Pops. Final captain's order. Pops, you have to come with us. Pops, don't leave us behind. We'll fight together and return to the new world together. Gururara, my sons, there's no need for sorrow. I am just a remnant of the old era. Hearing the shouts from behind him, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh loudly. He then clenched his fist again, gathering the transparent white shockwave, and launched another earth-shattering punch towards the 3 Marine admirals and Buddhist Sengoku, shouting at the top of his lungs. The new era has no ship that can carry me. Crackle. The very atmosphere shattered once more. Chapter 67. Clone exposed, Link and Teach appear. A hurricane-like blast of air surged out from the crack in the atmosphere once more, carrying a force that could shatter everything as it spread forward. If this blast were allowed to spread unchecked, the terrifying earthquake would undoubtedly cause the battered island of Marineford to sink into the sea. Thus, the 3 Navy admirals did not give Whitebeard another chance. They joined forces, using an advanced application of armament haki to form an invisible barrier, blocking the roaring, spreading power of the tremor. Even so, a portion of the tremor's force once again struck the crack-covered headquarters building, causing a part of it to collapse completely. A section fell away, drawing the attention of the entire battlefield and the world. What is that? So big, is it a giant? Hey, isn't that size a bit too exaggerated? Behind the collapsed corner of the headquarters building, an enormous face appeared. One must know that the Navy headquarters Justice Tower was at least 200 meters tall. Even Little Oars Jr., at 38 meters, was nothing before this building. But the owner of this giant face was extremely close to the height of the headquarters building, estimated to be at least 180 meters tall. Such a height was far beyond that of not just giants, but even Oars the continent puller, who was several times larger than an ordinary giant. "Ah, Captain, have I been discovered?" Seeing that everyone on the battlefield had stopped and was looking his way, San Juan Wolf was slightly stunned. He then looked down to his right, his voice echoing across the world. "Zehahaha, it can't be helped. Who told you to be so enormous?" The unique laughter resounded. That familiar voice caused the members of the Whitebeard Pirates to show expressions of rage. From below the headquarters building, several figures slowly walked out. Leading them were Teach and Laffit. Beside them were the corrupt king and others, dressed in prison uniforms. Even San Juan Wolf behind them was wearing a prison uniform. Clearly, these few were all prisoners. The corrupt king, Avalo Pizarro, and the heavy drinker, Vasco Shot, aren't those 2 great pirates who were arrested? And that other person, that giant, who is he? Many people recognized the corrupt king and Vasco Shot, realizing they were once infamous great pirates who had long since been imprisoned in Impel Down. As for San Juan Wolf, he had long been erased from history. Sengoku, however, recognized another prisoner who hadn't had time to change out of his uniform, and he questioned loudly, "Shiryu, why are you here? What happened at Impel Down? Where is Magellan?" "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, it's been a while." Shiryu lit a cigar and grinned menacingly. "Since I'm here wearing this, you should understand my choice. As for Magellan, that depends on whether his luck is good or not." Swish. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared not far to the right of the Blackbeard Pirates. Upon seeing this figure, the once arrogant Shiryu and the others all showed looks of apprehension. Teach, who had just been about to greet his old man, also had the smile on his face freeze slightly. The wood clone glanced at Teach and smiled. "Teach, you're quite fast." "Zehahaha, it's all thanks to your help, Link." Teach laughed, speaking in words only they understood. "You were here. I thought you had left long ago." "I've been here the whole time, from the beginning until now." The wood clone smiled meaningfully, "But now, my mission is over." Creak. As the wood clone's words fell, a huge door of air suddenly appeared behind him. As the door opened, a 9-tailed fox over 10 meters tall slowly walked out. Those with good eyesight recognized at a glance that this 9-tailed fox was not a wild beast, but a mythical Zoan-type ability user in their full beast form. But more than the sudden appearance of the mythical Zoan user, everyone's attention was drawn to the figure on the 9-tailed fox's head. Link the Impaler. Why are there 2 impalers? The clone fruit? No, wasn't the executioner's ability just now the clone-clone fruit? Could there be two paramecia-type clone-clone fruits in this world? Could they be twins? Many on the battlefield let out voices of disbelief. A clone, with that level of energy, it's just a clone. When did he switch with the clone? Or was it just a clone from the very beginning? Reacting differently from the others was Doflamingo, who also possessed a clone-like ability. At this moment, Doflamingo's heart was in turmoil, even fearful. No matter which possibility was true, it meant Link's strength was far from what it appeared on the surface. After all, if a mere clone could easily take down a captain of a subordinate crew of the Whitebeard pirates, just how ridiculously strong was the main body? Of course, that wasn't the crucial point. The crucial point was that he had offended Link at Mary Geoise. The other party's words, "I hope you have the courage to speak to me like that then," was this what he meant? Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out on Doflamingo's forehead. At this time, Link also jumped down from Karina's head and placed a hand on the wood clone's shoulder. Immediately, the wood clone turned into branches that flowed toward Link's palm, seemingly seeping into his body, but in reality, turning into a single white seed in his palm. At the same time, Nami and the other women also got down from Karina's back. The latter exited her beast form, maintaining a hybrid human form, and stood with Nami and the others to Link's left and right. Looking at the battlefield below, Nami sighed with emotion. What a spectacular scene. It looks like the battle was very intense. Did the Navy win, or did the Whitebeard pirates win? Fire Fist Ace isn't dead, but Whitebeard has a huge hole in his chest. From the looks of it, he seems to be covering the retreat. It should be a case of mutual destruction. Nami and the other women discussed among themselves, as if they were just chatting. On one side, the ferocious Blackbeard pirates, on the other, Link's group of handsome men and beautiful women. These two crews were not only the most eye-catching sights on the battlefield right now, but also the focus of the world. Once their deeds are exposed, it is believed that both Link and Teach will become members of the Worst Generation, making the caliber of the Worst Generation far exceed that of the original story. Chapter 68, Conqueror's Haki Awakens, Sage Art, Wood Release, Wood Human Technique. Finally, I no longer have to be so secretive. This feeling is truly great. After retracting the wood clone, Link also looked down at the battlefield below. His gaze swept over Buddha Sengoku, Hero Garp, the three Navy admirals, a heavily injured Whitebeard, Rayleigh protecting Luffy, and the other remaining 7 warlords of the sea. These individuals were all existences at the world's pinnacle, or possessed first-rate combat power on the seas. Just a few months ago, Link had to plan everything meticulously, not even daring to reveal his wood clone. When he had no choice but to let the wood clone appear, he had to have it use wood transformation. Because as a transmigrator, Link's understanding of the world surpassed everyone else's. He knew secrets of the world, and there were also secrets he did not yet know. Sometimes, knowing too much was not a good thing. Especially when one knew so many secrets, but lacked the strength to protect oneself and those around them. That was, in fact, a bad thing. Therefore, even though Link had only unlocked 2% of the Hashirama Senju template and possessed strength unrivaled in the Four Blues, he still didn't enter the Grand Line. Because compared to these super-powerful individuals, he was just a weakling. Furthermore, having transmigrated to the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar, this world simply didn't give Link time to develop slowly. So, from the moment he gained the power to protect himself, Link began to formulate a plan. Once the plan was realized, he would possess the power to reign at the pinnacle of the seas, he would have a group of powerful companions by his side, and he would have a super faction that not even a Yonko crew, the Navy headquarters, or the world government would dare to offend easily. Now, Link's plan was mostly complete. His combat power had reached the world's pinnacle, and Karina, Nami, as well as Vivi and Najiko had also become top-tier ability users. The only thing missing was the final super faction. As long as Link entered the new world, he could immediately become one of the new world's key players. Thinking of this, Link's heart filled with a sense of accomplishment, and as if he had broken free from shackles, his heart suddenly felt incredibly light. Boom! At this moment, an invisible wave of air suddenly erupted from Link's body. The wave of air, like a hurricane, swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. Only those who had mastered Haki could see a transparent blue dome expanding from the direction of the headquarters building, enveloping the entire battlefield at an unbelievable speed. Thump, 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 thump. As the wave of air brushed past them, the Marines and pirates within the transparent blue dome suddenly felt as if they had been struck on the back of the head with a club. Their eyes rolled back as they collapsed to the ground. Many others felt the same blow, but did not lose consciousness. They fought through the dizziness and discomfort, swaying as they remained standing. Looking at the figure who, due to this first awakening, couldn't control the release of his Haki, resulting in an astonishingly large area of effect, those who barely remained conscious or were unaffected by the Haki all widened their eyes. Khan conquerors Haki. The same kingly disposition as the old man and Ace. Damn Warlord, releasing his Haki so wantonly. Link also didn't expect to awaken his conqueror's Haki in this way. He had thought he didn't have the disposition for conqueror's Haki. Having received this unexpected surprise, Link's mood became even more joyful. He suddenly glanced at Teach not far away and chose to lay his cards on the table. Teach, do you want to soar to the heavens and become an existence that shatters the world's rules? Hearing this, Teach's pupils instantly constricted, his heart leaping into his throat. You know. I've known from the very beginning. I just didn't say it for fear of scaring you. Link continued his cryptic conversation with Teach, smiling. I'll help you kill Whitebeard and let you obtain the strongest Paramecia ability. In the future, you help me 10 times. How about it? Zahahaha, deal. Teach immediately agreed with a loud laugh, but inside, his heart was in turmoil. A natural-born observation Haki user. With this possibility in mind, Teach immediately cleared his thoughts, not allowing any superfluous ideas to surface in his mind. He wasn't sure if Link was a natural-born observation Haki user like the Red Count, or if Link had been monitoring him from another dimension when he was making grand promises to the corrupt king and the others. But no matter which possibility it was, he had to agree to Link's terms. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to seize his old man's Paramecia-type Tremor fruit. He would agree first. Once he obtained World Pinnacle combat power, he would have the qualifications to turn on him. Link naturally didn't know that his words had once again frightened Teach. After seeing Teach agree, his gaze locked onto Whitebeard, who was raising his fist and gathering a transparent white light wave, preparing to attack in their direction. Link suddenly clapped his hands together. Sage mode. The planet's unique natural energy, as if drawn by a magnet, surged into Link's body. In the next second, Link's face underwent a slight change. Red markings appeared at the corners of his eyes. A red, target-like symbol appeared on his forehead, and his black pupils turned golden. The chakra in his body also fused with the natural energy, becoming Sage Chakra. KCH. As Link entered Sage mode, Whitebeard had also finished charging his power and threw a punch that shattered the very atmosphere towards Link and Teach. The terrifying tremor force tore the earth apart, howling like a hurricane. It was so fast, and its range so vast that Teach had no time to absorb it with his fruit's ability. He could only stare wide-eyed with the other members of the Blackbeard Pirates, his face filled with horror as the blast wave was about to engulf them. Their faces paled, as did Robin's and the other women's, since they were also within the attack's range. At that moment, Link let out a soft cry. Sage Art, would release, would Golem Jutsu. The intensity of the earthquake rose again, and the ground continued to crack. An incomparably huge wooden hand suddenly shot out from the fissure-covered ground. Like an indestructible fortress, it blocked the blast wave that could shatter the headquarters building and destroy a city. What was even more terrifying was that after blocking Whitebeard's punch head-on, the wooden hand didn't even have a single finger broken. Its palm was merely covered in cracks. But in the next second, these cracks rapidly healed, as if it had never been injured, and it slammed down onto the ground. Then the earth continued to split, and countless crushed stones jutted out from the fissures, only to slide off the green wood. Under the watchful eyes of the entire battlefield and the world, a wooden Arhat over 200 meters tall, larger than both San Juan Wolf and the headquarters building, stood tall upon the battlefield as if it had climbed out from the abyss. Chapter 69. The unsolvable combination of the wooden man and wooden dragon, one strike to kill Whitebeard. So big. That size is just too exaggerated. A top-tier logia. Can the forest fruit really do something to this extent? Gazing at the wood golem that had become the most dazzling figure on the field, the Marines on the plaza were almost scared into collapsing on the ground. Even the Whitebeard pirates and their allied crews, who were fighting and retreating on the ice field, stopped in their tracks. Gazing at the mountain-like wood golem, they all felt the dimensional gap in power. This was also the first reaction of people in the world of Naruto, when they saw Uchiha Madara's perfect Susanoo. The perfect Susanoo was called the power of a god, a symbol of destruction. It was said of it, to see it once is to inevitably die. However, the stronger Uchiha Madara's perfect Susanoo was, the more it highlighted Senju Hashirama's strength. This was because Uchiha Madara's perfect Susanoo had never defeated Senju Hashirama's wood golem. Even when aided by the captured Nine Tails, he still couldn't win against Senju Hashirama. Because the wood golem also had a helper. Link, standing on the golem's head, shouted again, "Sage art, wood style, wood dragon jutsu." Roar! A deafening roar spread across the entire battlefield and the world. From the abyss in the earth, 100-meter-long wood dragon flew out. After circling in the air a few times, it suddenly coiled around the body of the wood golem. With the wood dragon wrapped around it, the wood golem began to move. It raised a massive hand that blotted out the sun, formed a fist, and smashed down toward Whitebeard below. The fist fell like a meteor, its friction with the atmosphere generating flames. The terrifying pressure was such that even Garp and Sengoku chose to retreat. It wasn't that they couldn't block the punch, but a direct confrontation would consume unnecessary stamina and haki. Marineford was already in ruins. There was no need to continue defending it. Link's target was Whitebeard, so there was even less reason for them to get involved. Not only did Sengoku and Garp choose to retreat, but the three admirals did as well. Akinu, having successfully and gravely wounded Whitebeard and confirmed his inevitable death, directly pursued Ace, who was being pulled away by Marco and the others on the other side of the chasm. As long as he killed the Pirate King's son, it would be a complete victory for the Marines. Voom, crackle. Watching the descending fist, Whitebeard's brow furrowed. He gripped his Murakumajiri with both hands, condensing a transparent white wave of light onto the blade, and swung a blow that shattered the very atmosphere at the fist above. A terrifying shockwave surged skyward. However, the expected scene of the fist shattering did not occur. The shockwave crashed against the fist, but because it couldn't penetrate inside, it only managed to crack the entire wooden hand. The shockwave could only form a hemispherical, transparent white shield to resist the giant fist's descent. Unfortunately, the struggle didn't last long. The transparent white shield shattered, turning into endless wind blades that left marks of varying sizes on the wooden hand. These cracks quickly healed on their own, and the meteor-like giant fist continued to fall. A look of determination flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. He clenched his fist again, condensing the transparent white wave of light, but this time, dark red lightning crackled around his fist. Voom, crackle. He punched toward the sky, and the atmosphere shattered once more. The terrifying shockwave again formed a hemispherical, transparent white shield. However, this time, the giant fist did not touch the transparent white shield. It froze in midair. It was as if an invisible substance between the giant fist and the transparent shield was holding it back. Seizing this opportunity, the tremor force continuously slammed into the giant fist, penetrating deeper and deeper into the wooden hand, finally blasting the pillar-like arm to smithereens. One must know, the wood golem's defensive power was such that it could catch the blade of a perfect Susanoo, a blade that could slice through several mountains with a single swing, barehanded. It was an existence that could easily catch a tailed beast bomb. From this, one could see just how astonishing the power of Whitebeard's punch was. But a punch infused with Conqueror's haki from the strongest mythical Zoan user. It would be strange if it didn't have such a showing. Unfortunately, the wooden arm that Whitebeard had expended almost all his energy to destroy quickly grew back. Link lacked many things now, but chakra was not one of them. After the wooden hand grew back, it immediately slapped down toward Whitebeard. The flames generated by friction with the atmosphere once again wreathed the golem's palm, looking just like the sky itself was falling. Roar! This time, the wood dragon coiled around the wood golem also roared. It stared down at Whitebeard from the air, ready to dive down and swallow him if it saw him escape the palm's attack range, rapidly draining his energy. Gazing at the hand that blotted out the sun, Whitebeard, having thrown his strongest punch in his current state, had white steam rising from his entire body. His stamina and the haki that had become increasingly difficult to use over the years were both at their limit. The massive hole in his chest was also rapidly draining his life force. This man, the strongest in the world, no longer had the ability to throw a second punch. And so, this man, who had dominated the seas for decades, who had lived through the era of rocks, the Golden Age, and the Great Age of Pirates, a major figure in all three eras, even becoming the uncrowned king of the Great Age of Pirates, chose to stand and await his death. He did not look back at his sons, for fear that he would become attached and endanger his beloved, foolish children. Unfortunately, the wooden hand fell too quickly. The world's strongest man only had time to recall his past rivals and friends. He didn't have the chance, as in the original story, to utter the final words that would usher in a new era. Boom! The golem's hand, wreathed in flames, slammed heavily onto the ground. A deafening roar echoed throughout the world. A hurricane-like shockwave sent everyone on the plaza flying. Whether they were Marines or the pirates fleeing toward the ice field, their feet left the ground as they were thrown into the air. Even the powerful had to raise their hands to shield their eyes or use haki to withstand the outrageous shockwave. The entire Marineford Plaza was almost instantly turned to rubble. Even the main building, already covered in cracks, collapsed in an instant. A thick cloud of dust formed a giant mushroom cloud and rose into the sky. Whitebeard, who had taken the palm head-on, should have been turned into a pile of meat paste. But when the mushroom cloud dissipated and the wood golem retracted its giant hand, it was discovered that Whitebeard had not been turned into a pile of meat paste. He was only lying at the bottom of the handprint crater, which was still emitting steam, completely lifeless. This was even more terrifying. The ultimate destruction, yet able to kill a person while perfectly controlling the force, not smashing the body into paste. This was the power of Senju Hashirama, who pacified the chaotic world and won people over with virtue. Letting you know just how strong I am, while being able to control my power so as not to casually crush you while I'm redrawing the map. Chapter 70, Don't Move, Kizaru, I'm here to end this war. Pops. Sensing their father's presence disappear with their observation haki, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, who were carrying out their captain's final order and fleeing towards the Moby Dick, all stopped in their tracks. They turned to look at the shattered plaza and let out cries of utter grief. Is Whitebeard dead? He should be. I can't sense his presence anymore, Tilda. Taking that hit head-on, even the world's strongest man would be turned into meat paste, right? The Marines also stood frozen in place, feeling a sense of bewilderment. After all, the one who killed Whitebeard was not justice, but a legal pirate. Like them, the people of the world who were watching through the monitor Den Mushi had indeed seen Whitebeard's death. If the one who killed Whitebeard had been the Marines, the world would surely be cheering right now. Ordinary people would be celebrating the death of the strongest pirate. But the one who killed Whitebeard was also a pirate. That meant one Whitebeard had died, but another person capable of killing Whitebeard had appeared. The pirates' morale, far from being crushed, felt like a new wave pushing the old, a feeling of a new era. This sea would likely become even more chaotic. Zehahaha, as expected of Link, such power is truly magnificent. the Blackbeard pirates emerged from the collapsed main building. Teach looked up at the over 200-meter-tall wood golem, feeling both ecstatic and wary. But on the surface, he was complimenting Link. Because he knew that, whether he could reach the pinnacle of the world now, depended on Link. "Go ahead, Teach. Remember our agreement," Link said with a smile, not stopping Teach. "Zehahaha, no problem. If you need anything in the future, just come find me." Teach's face lit up with joy as he responded, then led his men toward the crater left by the palm print. Due to the presence of the wood golem, and with the plaza now covered in cracks, the Marines didn't dare to get close, not even Sengoku and Garp. However, the conversation between Link and Teach had caught the attention of all the powerful figures present. Seeing the Blackbeard pirates heading for Whitebeard's body, they were all very curious about Teach's actions. Could it be that Whitebeard wasn't dead? Impossible. The ability of observation Hacky to sense presence would never be wrong. Then, what did he want to do to Whitebeard's body? Could he be planning to desecrate the corpse? Bastard, what is that guy Teach going to do to Pop's body? The Whitebeard pirates, who saw this scene, wished they could tear the traitor Teach to pieces. But now that their father was dead, they couldn't stay here any longer. They had to carry on their father's will and return to the new world. And so, the Whitebeard pirates endured their grief, fighting as they retreated. Akinu, meanwhile, led the pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates, shouting to boost morale. The purpose of the public execution was to eliminate the world's most evil bloodline. Whitebeard is dead now, but the son of the Pirate King is not. "Everyone fight with me, don't let them escape." Hearing this, the dazed Marines were jolted awake. They refocused on their goal and, wielding various weapons, chased after the Whitebeard pirates. Having lost their captain, the Whitebeard pirates were immediately at a severe disadvantage. "I'm going to get Pop's body back." Ace, having brought Bon Clay to Luffy, was about to turn back. At that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder. Rayleigh said calmly, "If you go back now, you'll make Whitebeard's and everyone else's sacrifice for nothing." That one sentence weighed on Ace's shoulders like a mountain, preventing him from taking that step. Rayleigh continued, "You've paid the price for your arrogance. Now it's time to pay your debts." With Whitebeard dead, the islands under his flag will become ownerless cakes, including Whitebeard's hometown. If you want to repay Whitebeard, then go protect his hometown and lead the Whitebeard pirates back to their peak. Ace bit his lip and said with a trembling voice, "What should I do?" "With Whitebeard dead, you are the Marine's primary target." Rayleigh said slowly, "As long as you leave here immediately, this public execution will be a failure for the Marines. Their morale will drop to freezing point, and fewer of your comrades will die." "That's right, Ace, leave with me." Luffy, who had been on the sidelines the whole time, quickly said, "The Mary can fly, we can leave right away." "No, I can't abandon my comrades." Ace shook his head and refused without hesitation, his expression firm. "If I die, I'll die with them." Being rescued by the Whitebeard pirates, and their 43 allied crews already made Ace feel incredibly guilty. If he abandoned his comrades and left alone, Ace would truly have no face to see them again. His kingly disposition would be lost forever. Rayleigh seemed to understand this and smiled faintly. "Then escort your comrades away. Reinforcements will be here soon." After speaking, Rayleigh charged toward the surging magma with his sword and intercepted Akinu. "Go." Perhaps having found a reason to live, or perhaps because Akinu didn't have time to taunt him, Ace chose to follow Rayleigh's advice. He took the Straw Hat Pirates to rendezvous with Marco and the others to escort their comrades away from Marineford. "I can't just let you leave like that." A golden flash appeared in the air. Kizaru once again formed his signature hand sign, preparing to unleash his signature light beam attack. At that moment, a voice reached Kizaru's ears. "Don't move, Kizaru." On the mast of a nearby sailboat, a figure was sitting, having appeared there at some unknown time, pointing a pistol at Kizaru. Looking at the figure, Kizaru couldn't help but lower his hands and pout. "How scary. When did a big shot like you get here? Ben Beckman." At the same time, Aokiji, who was also pursuing the Whitebeard pirates, suddenly had a figure appear in front of him, forcing him to stop. His expression turned grave. "Red-haired Shanks, why are you here?" "Am I late?" Shanks looked toward the plaza where the wood golem stood and muttered to himself. Then, looking at Aokiji in front of him, he said with a serious and commanding tone, "I have come to end this war." Chapter 71. Whitebeard's Experience, The Summit War Comes to an End. Ding, an enemy has been killed. 5.46% experience gained. Link paid, no mind, to the changing situation on the ice battlefield. At this moment, he only cared about the notification sound ringing in his mind. Ever since the acquisition difficulty entered the 7th stage, Link had not heard a notification for more than 1% experience. The experience provided by the prisoners of the infinite hell on the 5th underground level was not even 1%, not even reaching 0.2%. Now, Whitebeard had provided Link with 5.46% experience. One must understand, this was 5.46% of the 8th stage, which directly shortened the final 20% of Link's progress by a quarter. But on second thought, it made sense. After all, this was the experience of the world's strongest man. This experience also gave Link a vague sense of level division. The 4 emperors, no. The experience from those super powerful individuals should be around 5%, just like the 7 warlords were in the 3rd stage. That is to say, in the 3rd stage, the experience from each super powerful individual was likely around 10%, perhaps even higher. After all, Whitebeard was 72 years old this year. His physical functions had severely declined, and his dulled consciousness would also affect the capacity and quality of his haki. In terms of both combat power and endurance, he was far from his peak. Although he still occupied the throne of the strongest, he was no longer truly the strongest in the world. Kaido and Shanks, who were in their prime, and Akinu, might even provide more experience than Whitebeard. The dividing line between the superpowerful and the powerful was the difference between heaven and earth. A warlord like Doflamingo couldn't even defeat a Yonko commander. Luffy, having mastered the 2 forms of Gear 4th, still needed his opponent to hold back to defeat Charlotte Katakuri. But Gear 4th Luffy, in front of Kaido, was just mob-level fodder that could be dealt with in a single blow. In the presence of the superpowerful, there are only 2 types of people. One is a super-powerful individual of equal standing, and the other is a mob. It doesn't matter if that mob is a rookie or a warlord. It was precisely because he knew how powerful the super-powerful were that Doflamingo was so afraid of Kaido. After all, if the other party wanted to eliminate him, they wouldn't even need to come personally. Just sending King of the Wildfire would be enough. Zehahaha, it's done. Dad, have you been feeling it all this time? This power, it's truly magnificent. Just as Link was preparing to summon his virtual panel, Teach's unique laughter suddenly reached his ears. From under the massive handprint, Teach crawled out from the black cloth covering Whitebeard's corpse, laughing excitedly. Link appeared in a flash on the palm of the wood golem, looking at Teach and jesting. "Teach, congratulations on becoming an existence that has broken the world's rules." "Zehahaha, I have to thank you, Link." Teach looked up at the smiling Link, spread his arms, and laughed heartily. "Without your help, I don't know how long it would have taken me to stand on this stage." "Then what are you waiting for?" Link smiled playfully. "Aren't you going to announce it to the world?" "Zehahaha, of course, enjoy the performance that will shake the world." Teach, now inflated to the extreme, immediately turned to face the ice battlefield, raised his hands high, and shouted, "My name is Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. The whole world will remember the name Blackbeard. I will replace Whitebeard and become the world's strongest man." This voice spread throughout the entire battlefield and was also broadcast across the world via the video transponder snails. For a moment, everyone and every video transponder snail subconsciously turned to look at Teach. In the next second, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, the just-arrived Red Hair Pirates, and many powerful individuals with good memories all had their pupils shrink, their faces showing expressions of shock. After releasing decades of pent-up emotions, Teach suddenly took a stance as if charging a punch. This stance was not at all unfamiliar to the Whitebeard Pirates. In fact, they were extremely familiar with it. Could it be? Some people also reacted, recognizing the stance they had seen many times before, and an unbelievable guess formed in their minds. before they could deny this outrageous guess themselves. In the next second, Teach proved their guess correct. Voom! A transparent white halo appeared, enveloping Teach's fist. Zehahaha, feel the power of the strongest in the world. Teach laughed as he threw the punch. Crack, crackle, track. The sound and sight of the atmosphere shattering immediately appeared. Rumble! The dilapidated Marineford and the ice battlefield immediately began to shake violently. The plaza, which had been smashed by the wood golem's palm, and the ice of the Crescent Bay were instantly shattered and completely swallowed by the surging seawater. The island of Marineford tilted, and the sea cracked into pieces, rising and falling. The scene of heaven and earth being overturned appeared once more. Compared to Whitebeard, who had to charge his power with both hands, Teach's single punch was far too easy. In Link's eyes, if Teach's previous experience value was less than 1%, it was now very close to 5%. He was just short of the advanced application of Haki to break into the 5% ranks. Truly worthy of having the potential of a final boss, the child of destiny representing darkness. Once he and Luffy grow to their peak, Emu will surely be drawn out as well. As long as he knows the full extent of the world government's power, Link can begin the harvest. Zehahaha, the power of earthquakes that destroys all, and the power of darkness that swallows all. Standing on a rock being battered by the waves, Teach raised his hands, which contained both abilities, and laughed wantonly. From now on, this is my era. To dare say such a thing at the feet of the wood golem showed just how inflated Teach's ego had become. But Link didn't say much. He just smiled slightly, looked at the ice field being refrozen by Aokiji, glanced at the arriving Shanks, and then flashed back to Karina and the other girls, smiling, "Let's go, it's time for us to leave." Link's purpose in returning to the Summit War was to harvest Whitebeard's experience, help Teach obtain the Paramecia-type Gura no Mi, and show off his skills to the world as a prelude to the remaining parts of his plan. Now that these things were all accomplished, Link had no intention of staying to watch the rest of the show. Okay. Karina and the other girls nodded obediently, and Nijiko reached out to open the air door. After Link's group entered the different dimension, the Summit War fell into a stalemate due to the intervention of the Red Hair Pirates and the rise of Teach. In the end, Sengoku chose to take all the responsibility upon himself and declared the war over. Rayleigh, Shanks, Ben Beckman, and the Blackbeard Pirates, the enemy side alone had 4 super powerful individuals. Although his own side also had 5 super powerful individuals, if they truly tried to kill Ace at all costs, Garp might really cause problems. If the hero of the Marines, the banner of naval justice, were to turn traitor, then the Marines would have truly lost this time. For the sake of the Marines' banner, the feelings of his old friend, and the lives of so many innocent soldiers, Sengoku felt that the fight could not go on. Chapter 72. Link and Teach, famous across the seas, tied as #1 of the worst generation. Although the Summit War had ended and the live broadcast screens had gone dark, the people of the world remained in a state of shock for a long time. The conclusion was simply too unexpected. At first, it was thought that this paramount battle might not even break out. After all, for a mere 2nd Division commander, it didn't seem necessary to risk the entire Whitebeard Pirates. But as it turned out, not only did the Whitebeard Pirates arrive, but it was also revealed that Fire Fist Ace was the son of the Pirate King, making this not just a simple confrontation between good and evil. Just when it seemed one side was bound to be defeated, ushering in a new chapter for the great pirate era that had been quiet for 22 years. Piercer Duke Link revealed his true strength, decisively killing Whitebeard with a single punch and a single palm strike. Although Whitebeard was heavily wounded at the time, the wood golem Arhat, taller than the Marine headquarters building, and the wood dragon, a product of the Logia-type Mori no Mi that could float in the air defying gravity through unknown principles and abilities, were all deeply etched into the minds of the world. Everyone understood that while Whitebeard was severely injured, Piercer Duke Link had not used his full strength either. This youngest of the 7 warlords possessed power on par with the very pinnacle of the seas. Finally, the rise of Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, who seized the power of the paramecia-type Gura Nomi in front of the entire world, and became a dual devil fruit user, breaking the world's rules, left the whole world's jaws on the floor. After the Summit War concluded, Morgans, the president of the World Economic Journal, who was never one to let a big story die down, spread his findings and investigations across the globe through newspapers. The headline was full of sensationalism, infuriating the world government and the Marines. The impenetrable fortress of Impel Down has been breached. Great figures who roamed the seas and monsters lost to history have returned. Morgan's surprise attack caught the world government off guard, making the 5 elders wish they could pluck his feathers out. But they also knew that even if Morgans hadn't done it, the news of Impel Down's breach would have quickly spread throughout the world anyway. It was a scandal that was impossible to cover up. After all, with the rise of the Blackbeard Pirates, the identities of those members in prison uniforms would surely be investigated. Thus, the 5 elders tacitly approved of Morgan's actions and even gave him a copy of Impel Down's surveillance footage, allowing him to report truthfully. After watching the footage, Morgans was ecstatic. For the next few days, the headlines of the World Economic Journal were dominated by Link and Teach. Massacring countless criminals in Impel Down, just how much does Piercer Duke Link hate pirates to be so merciless? The secret of the Logia-type Yami Nomi. A power that breaks the world's rules by turning a highly improbable rumor into a 100% reality, stealing devil fruits. Piercer Duke and Blackbeard teamed up. Besides the mythical Zoan, 9-tailed fox model, and the paramecia-type More fruit, how many other devil fruits did they seize? The 2 main culprits behind the Impel Down breach, both stripped of their warlord titles, ranked no one of the worst generation. Bounties issued for all members of the Piercer Duke Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates, a record-breaking first bounty. The death of Whitebeard, the survival of the Pirate King's son, the intervention of the Red Hair Pirates, the return of the Dark King Rayleigh, the relationship between Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace, Monkey D. Luffy's connections to the Marine hero and the Revolutionary Dragon. All of this news appeared in the World Economic Journal, but it was all relegated to the second page. News that would normally be headline-worthy was all reduced to mere footnotes in the face of Link and Teach. For several days, the spotlight was focused entirely on Link and Teach. Their performances in the Summit War were simply too shocking. The former was powerful to the extreme, while the latter was an existence that broke the very rules of the world. Even the world government was worried about their relationship. If they continued to work together, the seas would undoubtedly descend into complete chaos. Therefore, bounties for Link and Teach, as well as their pirate crews, were immediately distributed worldwide. The initial bounties for Link and Teach broke all previous records. Their crew members were also all investigated by the CP organization and had bounties issued. Piercer Duke Pirates. Piercer Duke Link bounty, 1,046,000,000 Buri, dead or alive. Cat Burglar Nami bounty, 50 million Buri, dead or alive. Devil Child Nico Robin bounty, 120 million Buri, dead or alive. 9-tailed Fox Karina bounty, 250 million Buri, dead or alive. Void Walker Najiko bounty, 150 million Buri, dead or alive. Ghost Princess Perona bounty, 118 million Buri, dead or alive. Vivi bounty, 200 million Buri, only alive. Among these bounties, besides Nami, whose identity was the only thing discovered, the identities and devil fruit abilities of all the others were found out. Only Vivi had no title or full name, and her poster was marked with only alive. Evidently, it wasn't Cobra who acted, but the world government that discovered Vivi's identity and was caught in a dilemma between issuing a wanted poster and not. In the end, they chose to issue a bounty for Vivi. After all, it wasn't the first time a celestial dragon had been issued a bounty. However, to avoid severing the royal lineage of the Alabasta Kingdom and causing Cobra to withdraw from the Council of Affiliated Nations, the world government chose to hide Vivi's surname and marked her poster with only alive. Until the Piercer Duke Pirates completely crossed the world government's bottom line and had to be eliminated, the world government was willing to give Cobra this face. As for the Blackbeard pirates, Teach's first bounty also reached an exaggerated 1,038,000,000 buri, only a few million less than Link's. Although in terms of threat, Teach was far above Link. But after reviewing the events, both the Marines and the world government felt that Link was more dangerous. Because from beginning to end, Link was the one in the dominant position. He clearly knew that Blackbeard had the ability to steal fruits and the constitution to become a dual fruit user. Yet he still helped the weaker Blackbeard kill Whitebeard and handed over the Paramecia type Gura no Mi. How confident must one be to do such a thing? Coupled with Link's development of the Logia type Mori no Mi and his feat of killing Whitebeard, there was ample reason to believe that he had no fear of Blackbeard at all. The mysterious figure who massacred the prisoners on the 3rd and 5th levels of Impel Down also suggested that Link might have a hidden force or subordinates behind him. Therefore, until the threat level of the Blackbeard pirates surpassed that of the Piercer Duke pirates, Teach's bounty would not exceed Link's. Due to this special period, both were also added to the list of the worst generation, ranked as No. 1. Chapter 73, Intercepted on the Road, Hancock Gets One-Shotted. Link and Teach dominating the headlines of the World Economic Journal for days, ranking as joint number 1 of the worst generation, were all matters for a later time. The time returns to a few days ago, just when the Summit War had ended. Seeing the appearance of the red-haired pirates, Mihawk left the scene early. When Sengoku announced the end of the war, Bartholomew Kuma also teleported away immediately, his destination unknown. Only Doflamingo and Hancock remained on the battlefield. The former stayed behind, perhaps to watch the show, not yet having recovered from his shock and worry. It was no wonder Doflamingo's feelings were so complicated. That guy Link was too good at hiding things. Who would have known that a young brat was hiding such strength? With that kind of power, why stay in the weakest sea in paradise, instead of competing for supremacy in the New World? If I had known he had such strength, how would I have dared to speak to him like that? Forget Bellamy and the tribute. If Link were willing to be friends and act as his protector, Doflamingo would feel that 10 billion, even 100 billion, would be worth it. Now, having offended a guy who seemed to have an immense hatred for pirates and showed no mercy, Doflamingo might not sleep soundly for a long time to come. No, I must go find Kaido. The protection of the Beast's pirates is a must. Otherwise, if I get killed, not only will the supply of artificial devil fruits be cut off, but there will be no one to help the Beast's pirates sell weapons and seastone. With that, Doflamingo used his sky road to fly away from Marineford Island. As for Hancock, while the three forces were cleaning up the battlefield, she used her charm to captivate a group of Marines, had them commandeer a warship that hadn't been swallowed by the sea, and left Marineford Island directly. As the warship sailed a good distance past the gates of justice, heading towards the calm belt, a Marine soldier on lookout duty suddenly spotted a figure standing on the sea ahead. Empress Sama, someone has been spotted ahead. They have no ship or crew, they're standing on the sea. Before the soldier could finish his report, the figure on the sea vanished. Immediately after, a black-haired young man in a white robe appeared before him. Thank you for your hard work. I've been waiting for a long time. Link patted the soldier's shoulder, and an invisible wave of pressure immediately erupted from his body, enveloping the entire warship in the blink of an eye. The soldiers inside and outside the warship immediately fainted, their eyes rolling back. Bang! The wooden door of the cabin suddenly shattered, and a delicate shout came from within. Slave arrow! Hundreds of pink arrowheads, with rainbow-like special effects, flew out from the cabin. These arrowheads were very cute, full of a girly style, like arrows shot by Cupid. But such cute arrows were incredibly deadly. Regardless of whether the target was living or non-living, and whether they were attracted to Hancock or not, anyone hit by these arrows would be instantly petrified. Besides Hancock, even the next user of the Paramecia type Miro no Mi would be unable to undo the petrification. Hancock didn't confront Link directly, but launched a sneak attack. Unfortunately for her, Link was already on guard against her fruit's ability. Facing the rain of arrows, Link vanished with an instantaneous movement. Immediately, a giant whirlpool appeared in the sea where the warship was located. The current spun the warship around. The unconscious soldiers and all the items in the cabin tilted with the ship's rotation, and the sound of crashing and falling echoed instantly. The sudden rotation caught even Hancock off guard, causing her to lose her balance. The next second, her Kenbenshoku haki seemed to predict or foresee something. Her beautiful face finally changed in shock, and her deep blue eyes widened. Impossible. Boom! Hancock's following words never had a chance to be spoken, as a huge explosion reached her ears. And then, Hancock lost consciousness. Outside, the whirlpool, after spinning and gathering force, suddenly shot out a massive pillar of water, just like the knock-up stream of Jaya Island. However, this water pillar didn't push the warship into the sky like the knock-up stream. It directly shattered the warship from below, carrying the broken vessel and everyone on board into the sky, transforming into a giant water dragon. Warships are generally large vessels, but the water dragon easily swallowed it, showing the sheer scale of its size. The water dragon swayed in the air, circled a few times, and then plunged into the sea below. Boom! Another massive pillar of water shot into the sky. When the pillar of water disappeared, the sea was littered with the wreckage of the warship and numerous floating bodies. The name of the technique, water style, water dragon biting explosion. Using water style attacks against a devil fruit user on the open sea was even more unfair than using sea stone weapons. Neither Teach nor Hancock could escape the fate of being defeated in an instant. Against a non-user, Link would only need to add a sneak attack with wood style to instantly capture the enemy in the water and rapidly drain their stamina. This was the reason why Link, despite having captured so many devil fruits, had no intention of becoming a user himself. Becoming a user would mean losing his greatest advantage. Appearing in a flash next to a floating body, Link crouched down, reached out, and grabbed the back of Hancock's Cheongsam, tearing an opening to reveal the hoof of the celestial dragon underneath. Immediately, Link formed a hand seal with one hand. Numerous branches extended from his arm, quickly forming a small boat on the sea. Lifting Hancock, Link flickered onto the boat. While using water style to control the boat's rapid departure, he simultaneously used medical ninjutsu to treat her. During this time, Link also used a chakra scalpel to scrape off the skin of the hoof of the celestial dragon, using yang release to repair the necrotic cells. Hancock's delicate back quickly returned to being as smooth as jade, fair and flawless. Before long, Hancock also regained consciousness. As she opened her hazy eyes, a demonic whisper suddenly reached her ears, awakening the most terrifying memories in her mind. "You are not the famous pirate Empress, nor the world's most beautiful woman. You are a slave of the celestial dragons." That one sentence was more effective than adrenaline. It instantly cleared Hancock's mind. She stared at Link before her, about to use her ability to attack and eliminate the man who knew her secret. But in the next second, Hancock found that she couldn't use her fruit's ability. Not only was her stamina depleted, but she had also lost control of her body. Before Hancock could struggle desperately or put on a pitiful expression to try and captivate Link, her face suddenly became dazed. She stared blankly at the object in Link's hand, her voice trembling as she asked, "What is that in your hand?" Chapter 74. The Empress Submits, the World's #1 bootlicker. "Is in your hand?" As Hancock asked with a trembling voice, her eyes quivered as well. In truth, she knew what it was. She just couldn't believe it, afraid it was a hallucination. Link's next words told Hancock that it was no hallucination, causing the woman who hadn't shed a tear in years, who had always hidden behind the mask of a tyrant to conceal her inner self-loathing, to have a line of tears slide down her face. Link waved the piece of skin in his hand and teased, "Don't you recognize it? It's the hoof of the celestial dragon from your back." The mark on my back, is it? Gone?" Hancock asked excitedly, tears streaming down her face. If she hadn't lost control of her body, Hancock would probably be touching her back with her hands right now. Her deep blue eyes stared intently at Link, afraid he would say something like, "I'm lying," or "I'm joking with you." Link said nothing more and released the seal on Hancock's limbs. With control of her body suddenly returned, Hancock quickly sat up and reached for her back with both hands. Through the torn cheongsam, Hancock felt smooth skin, no longer the dead, branded flesh she had never dared to touch, not even daring to look at in a mirror. Feeling the sensation on her palms, Hancock suddenly bit her lower lip hard, tears falling freely. Before long, the tears soaked her cheongsam, making Hancock's assets, which surpassed Robin's and completely outshone Khalifa's, Vivi's, and Nami's, even more defined. This faintly visible scenery, amplified by the passive effect of the Miro no Mi, even affected Link, making his blood rush and almost causing him to make a fool of himself. Fortunately, Hancock was silently venting her emotions and didn't notice Link's embarrassing moment. Hancock wept silently for a long time until all her emotions were released, and only then did she come back to her senses. Then her face no longer held its previous arrogance, but was filled with a heart-stirring vulnerability. She looked at Link and asked, "What do you want me to do?" There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Hancock, who had recently repaid her debt to Rayleigh and Shaki, understood this principle well. Link had discovered her secret, but instead of using it to threaten her, he had helped her remove the mark. He must have a purpose. This purpose was likely the reason he had intercepted her halfway. Link's next words, however, greatly shocked Hancock. Link extended his hand to Hancock and said, "Become my subordinate, Hancock." Hancock's beautiful eyes widened. There was no anger on her face, only disbelief as she looked at Link. Suppressing some emotion, she asked in a trembling voice, "Since you know my secret, don't you? Look down on me." At the same time, Hancock locked onto Link with her Kenbenshoku haki, wanting to see if he was lying. Little did she know, she had fallen right into Link's trap. "Why would I look down on you?" Link threw a straight ball, breaking open the heart that Hancock had sealed for years, striking it directly. "You're so beautiful and so strong. Anyone who could win you over must have saved the world in a past life." This sentence from Link came entirely from the heart, without a trace of falsehood. Hancock, with her tyrant mask on, was undoubtedly detestable. Arrogant, spoiled, cold, and unreasonable. Even the usually easygoing Luffy in the original story showed a menacing look because of Hancock's personality. But if someone were to remove Hancock's mask, they would discover a treasure of a girl. A treasure of a girl exclusively for them. If the person who removed Hancock's mask was a man with a strong sense of masculinity, he might have obtained the world's One Piece. Just like how Hinata in the world of Naruto surpassed the female lead, Sakura Haruno in popularity. When a stunningly beautiful woman with a personality like a Yamato Neidshiko has eyes only for one person, scorns all other men, would blindly follow him even against the world, and is even willing to die for him. Any man with a normal sexual orientation would be unable to dislike such a woman. Hinata in the world of Naruto and Hancock in the world of One Piece are such women. They are difficult to win over, but once you do, their loyalty is maxed out, and they are eternally faithful. If you don't like them, they will become the world's #1 sycophant, exclusively for you. From the moment he realized he had been transported to the world of One Piece, Link had his sights set on Hancock. No one was more suitable to be his second in command, not even Nami or Khalifa. Of course, Hancock didn't know Link's thoughts. After hearing Link's words, Hancock, who had been using her Kenbenshoku haki to sense if he was lying, looked into his sincere and unwavering eyes, and her heart suddenly began to beat uncontrollably faster. A beautiful crimson blush, like a sunset, appeared on her stunning face, making her even more breathtakingly beautiful. Hancock, who was usually filled with disgust for men, who was accustomed to leaning back and tilting her chin up high no matter who she faced, suddenly and involuntarily lowered her head, not daring to meet Link's gaze. It was as if there was electricity in Link's eyes. Yet Hancock raised her small hand and took Link's, responding in a small voice, I accept." And just like that, Hancock surrendered. If this scene were broadcast live, it would surely make jaws drop all over the world. No one would have thought that the world's most beautiful woman could be won over so easily. But in this world, it was not so strange. Slaves in this world are at the bottom of society, animals without human rights. Like the fishmen, slaves are also discriminated against, especially slaves of the celestial dragons. Hancock, who had once been a slave, even looked down on herself. So when someone helped her remove the slave mark and didn't mind her past, it was a critical hit. Especially since Hancock, after removing her mask, was an incredibly innocent woman. It was a critical hit among critical hits. In the original story, Hancock absurdly fell into the late stages of lovesickness in just one night. This shows just how innocent Hancock truly was. From the original story, it's clear that she was completely ignorant of love between men and women. Getting so excited, she nearly fainted just from her beloved calling her name, and her most embarrassing fantasy being marriage. It can be seen that Hancock was still pure and untouched. And now, this world's most beautiful woman, the Kuja Empress, as pure as a blank sheet of paper, was Link's possession. Chapter 75, Azure Dragon Form Acquired, the Most Suitable Host. This is our new crewmate. I'm sure you're all familiar with her. After recruiting Hancock, Link immediately took her to meet up with Karina and the other girls and introduced her to them. Nami and the others' mouths dropped open, staring dumbfounded at Hancock. Boa Hancock. The world's most beautiful woman, the Pirate Empress, is our new crewmate. Karina and the others thought Link had just left suddenly to take care of something. They never expected him to go recruit a new member, one of the Warlords of the Sea, the publicly acknowledged most beautiful woman in the world. Looking at Hancock, who stood 1.91 meters tall and was close to 2 meters in her high heels, making her slightly taller than Link, even Nami and the others, whose beauty and figures were also top tier, including the fully mature Robin, felt a sense of inadequacy. It wasn't because Hancock was taller, nor because her chest was larger, and certainly not because she was stronger. In terms of aura, Hancock completely dominated them. Only Karina in her human beast form was slightly inferior to Hancock. Others have 1 or 2 types of aura, which need to be switched and amplified with matching outfits. But Hancock possessed multiple auras. Without needing any specific clothing, just a single gesture or a glance could be amplified to the extreme by the Paramecia type, Love Fruit. A great beauty with a stunning face and a fiery figure, coupled with a multifaceted aura, she was simply a perfect goddess blessed with all of heaven's favor. Never mind men, even women would be moved by her, falling for Hancock's charm. I am Boa Hancock, you may call me Hancock. Hancock also took the initiative to greet Karina and the girls, but her tone was extremely cold and stiff. Although Link had easily blasted open the doors to her heart, causing her to surrender instantly. But in front of others, Hancock was still the high and mighty Pirate Empress. If she hadn't been ignorant of the matters between men and women, and hadn't recognized her own heart, Hancock would likely have been full of hostility towards Karina and the others. Even now, Hancock subconsciously felt a sense of exclusion towards them. Fortunately, that sense of exclusion did not last. As one of the hardest yet easiest female characters to win over, Hancock was not only clueless about love, but like Robin and Perona, she was also a woman who was very starved for affection. Kidnapped as a slave in her childhood, she became an empress after growing up, and even her 2 younger sisters treated her with reverence and fear. From childhood to adulthood, Hancock never had any so-called friends. On Amazon Lily, no one would dare to befriend Hancock. So, when the sociable Robin and Karina led Nami and the others in showing goodwill towards Hancock, this Ice Queen, experiencing interaction with peers for the first time, quickly melted and rapidly transformed into a goofy goddess. In just 5 days, Hancock had become one of the girls, replacing Robin as the big sister of the group. Karina and the others, who had figured out Hancock's personality and character in no time, felt not the slightest dissatisfaction or aversion to this big sister, who had dropped in from the sky. Because, just like the Kuja warriors of Amazon Lily, they too were captivated by Hancock's charm and simply couldn't get angry at this older sister. Karina and Nami were self-aware. Hancock, who also possessed all 3 forms of Haki and was incredibly strong, was more suited to be Link's second-in-command than them. From then on, the position of vice captain of the Impaler Prince Pirates was filled. The time came on the day that the bounties for all members of the Impaler Prince Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates were issued, spreading across the world. Link, you have a bounty. Wow, so many zeros. Your and Teach's bounties have both broken records. I have a bounty too, but my title is Cat Burglar, while Karina's is Nine-Tailed Fox. My bounty is only 50 million Bury, but that vixen has 250 million Bury. That's a whole 200 million more than me. Damn it, when that vixen gets back, she's definitely going to mock me mercilessly. The ship sailed on the vast, boundless sea. Link was swimming in the open-air pool. Hancock wanted to look but didn't dare to do so openly, only stealing glances from time to time, looking incredibly cute with her contradictory shyness. Meanwhile, Nami was holding today's World Economic Journal, which contained the bounty posters tucked inside. She first reported the good news to Link, then went into a frenzy. Robin, sitting under a sun umbrella and flipping through a book, smiled without looking up and said, "It's probably because your rumble fruit hasn't been exposed." After all, Karina's and Nijiko's devil fruits were displayed in front of the whole world. That must be it. Nami nodded forcefully, saying, "If my rumble fruit powers were exposed, that vixen's bounty would definitely not compare to mine." Kriek, whose bounty can't compare? Just then, a door of air appeared out of nowhere. Karina, changing from her beast form back to her human beast form, walked out and asked curiously. Behind her was a smiling Nijiko. At this moment, Nijiko was holding a devil fruit in her hands. Fearing Karina would mock her, Nami quickly walked over to Nijiko and changed the subject, asking, "Is that devil fruit the artificial one your wood clone found in the New World?" Robin also finally put down her book, walked over, and looked at the devil fruit in Nijiko's hands, remarking, "To think it can be artificially created without being a treasure of the sea. The person who made this devil fruit must be a truly great scientist." Watching Link get out of the open-air pool and take a towel from Hancock to dry himself, Karina couldn't help but ask, "Link, do you know the ability of this artificial devil fruit?" Link, wearing only a pair of swimming trunks, tied the towel around his waist, then took the devil fruit from Nijiko and said with a smile, not hiding anything, "This is an artificial mythical zoan. It's the artificial fish fruit, mythical zoan, model, azure dragon, created by the scientist Vegapunk by extracting the lineage factor of the Emperor Kaido." Hiss. Hearing this, Karina and the other girls instantly sucked in a cold breath. They never imagined that an artificial devil fruit could have such an astonishing ability and origin. Link didn't give them a chance to comment, issuing a captain's order. "The most crucial devil fruit is finally in our hands. Now, we should go recruit its most suitable host." Chapter 76. From now on, Fishman Island is my territory. When he sent off the Blackbeard Pirates at Thriller Bark, Link had created 3 wood clones with a massive amount of chakra. The 3 wood clones divided the work, with 2 in the first half of the Grand Line and 1 in the second half. The 2 wood clones in the first half were responsible for monitoring the 2 children of Destiny, Luffy and Teach, allowing Link to successfully obtain the Logia-type rumble fruit. The wood clone in the second half went to find Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard, the island of ice and fire in the original story, was also once Vegapunk's research base. 2 years ago, Caesar Clown developed a poison gas monster called Land of the Dead, turning Punk Hazard into an island of death and blowing up 2 of its 3 research institutes. This act led to Caesar's arrest by the Marines, but he successfully escaped from a prison ship using the abilities of the Logia-type gas fruit, and his bounty was immediately set at 300 million Bury. Last year, Caesar returned to the poison gas-covered Punk Hazard, purified the toxic materials there, and began producing artificial devil fruits and researching gigantification, as well as large-scale development of the Land of the Dead. After obtaining the Paramecia-type Dordor fruit from Teach, Link immediately had his wood clone enter the New World, find the island, and infiltrate the room Caesar used specifically for storing failed artificial devil fruits, obtaining the artificial mythical zoan, model, azure dragon, which was stored in a glass tank. After recruiting Hancock, Link had Karina take Nijiko to the New World to retrieve the artificial mythical Zoan model, Azure Dragon from the Wood Clone. The artificial mythical Zoan model, Azure Dragon, was the world's first artificial devil fruit. It took Vegapunk over a decade to research, and it was considered a failure. The reason it was deemed a failure was quite comical. The one who ate the devil fruit turned into a dragon, but it wasn't an azure dragon. For such a comical reason, Vegapunk left the devil fruit in his research lab. He neither gave it to the world government nor took it to Future Island, which ended up benefiting the time-traveling Kazuki Momonosuke. Having read the original story, Link knew very well that Vegapunk had not failed. He had truly replicated a mythical Zoan devil fruit, which was even rarer than a Logia type. Whatever abilities the mythical Zoan model, Azure Dragon had, the artificial version also had. This artificial mythical Zoan could change one's fate as miraculously as other mythical Zoans. If the person who ate this devil fruit was a mutated human like Teach, or a member of another race with a powerful physique, they could also immediately enter their full form, just like the grown-up Kazuki Momonosuke. Link was now going to recruit such a person. In his opinion, no one was more suitable to be the host of the artificial mythical Zoan model, Azure Dragon, than that person. 10,000 meters below the Sabyati archipelago, Fishman Island was currently in a state of chaos. Just as chaotic were the islands in the New World that flew the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates. As the world's strongest pirate crew, the Whitebeard Pirates occupied the largest piece of the pie in the New World. Now that Whitebeard was dead, this pie had lost its owner and was naturally being frantically fought over by the great pirate crews of the New World. It wasn't just the great pirate crews, even the four emperors had entered the fray. Fishman Island, which had always been peaceful under the protection of Whitebeard's flag, had now lost its protector. Thinking of the prices that mermaids fetched on the black market, the pirates who coated their ships and entered Fishman Island couldn't help but be overcome with greed. So, for the past few days, pirates had been burning, killing, and looting all over Fishman Island. Fortunately, the Fishman Island guards were no pushovers, and those pirates had not succeeded. But battles result in casualties. In just a few days, many civilians on Fishman Island had been affected, and the guard force had also suffered numerous casualties, which greatly worried Neptune. Although Jinbe, Knight of the Sea, was not killed by Link, he was the only pirate who did not break out of prison. He hadn't met Luffy and was unwilling to accept help from the traitor Teach, so he hadn't left Impel down. Because of his status as a warlord of the sea, his Ryugu kingdom being a member nation, and for the sake of racial balance, the world government would surely not do anything to Jinbe. Not only would he be released, but his warlord title would also be preserved. But it would certainly take a considerable amount of time for Jinbe to return. During this period, the Ryugu kingdom could only hold on. Even now, the three Neptune brothers were leading the Neptune army in battle against the pirates. Kriek, a giant door of air, suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The fighting Neptune army and the various pirate crews subconsciously stopped their actions and turned their gazes towards it. Many who had watched the live broadcast of the Summit War found the door of air somewhat familiar, but they couldn't quite place it at the moment. But in the next second, the expressions of everyone on the field changed drastically. After the giant door opened, a 10-meter-tall nine-tailed fox slowly walked out from the green, otherworldly space. Atop the nine-tailed fox's head sat a young man. No one was unfamiliar with this young man. He was one of the two most dazzling protagonists of the Summit War, with a bounty even higher than that of the world-rule-breaking Marshal D. Teach, the Impaler Prince, Link. Link glanced over the battlefield, then released his perception technique. Immediately, he clapped his hands together. Wood-style, silent-killing binding technique. In an instant, on the battlefield below and in various places across Fishman Island, a large number of branches suddenly grew out of the ground. Like ropes, they bound everyone whose body energy reached a certain threatening level. These branches appeared very suddenly, as if they had a will of their own. Those who didn't react or who reacted but were caught by the pursuing branches, were all tied up tightly. The moment they were entangled by the branches, everyone's energy was rapidly drained, and they lost their ability to fight in the blink of an eye. Link, having taken out the entire field in a single move, slowly stood up. He looked down at the fishmen and pirates who had lost their ability to fight but were still conscious, and said calmly, "From now on, Fishman Island is my territory." Ziza. Almost at the instant Link's words fell, Nami's wrist transformed into electricity, and she disappeared. A bolt of lightning struck down, blasting the Whitebeard pirate's flag, which no one had yet dared to take down, into ashes. Chapter 77. The True Strongest Creature of Sea, Land, and Air. Lord Link, thank you for your help. In the reception hall of the Ryugu Kingdom, Link and Neptune were speaking alone. The 12-meter-tall Neptune bowed to the 1-meter-90 Link, his expression grateful. Looking at the bowing Neptune, Link smiled playfully. "I heard you shared sake with Whitebeard. I thought you would resist with all your might." "If I were not a king, I would certainly resist with all my might. But I am the king of Fishman Island, and that position does not allow me to do so," Neptune said honestly. "Not bad, you're quite sensible." Link nodded in satisfaction. "From now on, you can use my flag freely. If anyone dares to disregard it, you can call me. I will teach them a lesson." "Thank you very much." Neptune bowed again and then asked, "I wonder, what price must I pay?" "I don't need money, I only want one person." Link didn't beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. "I want your daughter, the famous Princess Shirahoshi, to become my 19th crewmate." "Shirahoshi?" Neptune's expression changed, and he immediately shook his head. "No, I cannot let you take Shirahoshi. King Neptune, you need to understand one thing." With Karina and the other girls not around, Link didn't show his gentle side and said forcefully, "I am informing you, not negotiating with you." Neptune's face stiffened. He struggled, "No, I am not willing. For certain reasons, Shirahoshi cannot leave the hardshell tower. Even I, her father, and her brothers can hardly see her." "Oh?" Link asked, feigning ignorance, the reason. Neptune answered truthfully, "There is a fishman who ate the paramecia target fruit. He has been threatening me to make Shirahoshi marry him, or he will kill her. I don't know when, but he left a mark on Shirahoshi. With his fruit's ability, he can throw a weapon from anywhere, and it will fly towards Shirahoshi. Because we could never find his location, I have kept Shirahoshi in that shelter all these years. So Shirahoshi cannot go out. Otherwise, if that person finds out, he will stop at nothing to kill her. So that's how it is." Link pretended to understand. But the next second he sneered, "I know about the target fruit. That ability is indeed unsolvable in some ways, but if it's just ordinary weapons, it's impossible for them to fly from the surface to Fishman Island, 10,000 meters below. This means that Fishman isn't on the sea 10,000 meters above. He should be in the dark deep sea zone, perhaps not even far from Fishman Island." Neptune gave a bitter smile. "I also analyzed that. I've gone out to search for him more than once, but the deep sea zone is too vast. Finding one person in the dark deep sea is simply too difficult." "A small problem." Link smiled confidently. "Do you have his photo? I'll go and take care of him for you. That way, you can rest assured and let Princess Shirahoshi go to sea with me." "All right." Neptune hesitated for only a few seconds before nodding. He didn't know if Link could find Vanderdecken IX. But he knew that if Link wanted to take Shirahoshi, he was completely powerless to stop him. Rather than resisting and having her taken away, possibly turning Shirahoshi from a crewmate into a slave, it was better to let her leave with Link as a crewmate and a companion. Compared to staying in the hardshell tower forever, letting Shirahoshi go out and see the world might be a good thing. As long as Shirahoshi's secret is not exposed, she won't be in danger, and no one can snatch her from Link's hands. "All right, that guy's corpse will soon appear before you." After getting a photo of Vanderdecken IX from Neptune, Link immediately created a wood clone and sent it to find and eliminate Vanderdecken IX. Then he said to Neptune, "Where is Princess Shirahoshi? Let me see her." After speaking, Link added, Don't worry, I won't take Princess Shirahoshi out of here before I've dealt with that guy. If I fail to deal with him, I won't take Princess Shirahoshi, and you can use my flag for free. Seeing Link go this far, Neptune naturally had no reason to refuse. Shirahoshi is in the hardshell tower. I'll have someone take you there. Led by a guard, Link soon arrived in front of the hardshell tower. The two doors, over 10 meters high, were covered in marks left by cold weapons, a clear sign that Vanderdecken IX threw a weapon at it every so often. But that guy would soon have no more chances to throw weapons. Finding a person in the dark deep-sea zone was like finding a needle in a haystack. The Paramecia Glare Fruit's clairvoyance has a range of 4,000 kilometers, but if there's no light source near Vanderdecken IX, it would still be difficult to lock onto his position. Even Nami's unique level of observation Haki would be helpless. With one exception, Link. That being said, although the sensing technique wasn't as versatile or had as many functions as observation Haki, its sensory range completely crushed observation Haki. With the Hashirama Senju template unlocked to 80%, the range Link sensing technique could now cover was incredibly vast. In the original story, Tabarama Senju could sense the chakra and life force of enemies thousands of miles away just by touching the ground with his index and middle fingers. Link's wood clone similarly only needed to touch the seawater to sense the physical energy and Haki intensity of beings within a radius of thousands of kilometers. Although there were countless creatures in the deep sea, as long as it compared Vanderdecken IX's physical energy with that of the fishmen on Fishman Island, the wood clone could quickly lock onto his position. From the moment the wood clone began to act, the countdown to Vanderdecken IX's life began. Entering the hardshell tower through the crack in the doors, Link quickly saw Shirahoshi, who was only 14 this year and also the most suitable host for the artificial mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form. That's right, the host Link had chosen for the artificial mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form, was Shirahoshi. The 16-year-old Shirahoshi would be 11.87 meters tall, possessing a physique comparable to that of an average giant. As a giant whiting mermaid, both her hair color and the color of her fishtail were a perfect match for the pink color of the artificial mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form. As long as Shirahoshi ate the artificial mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form, she would be like the legend of the fish leaping over the dragon gate, directly transforming from a fish into a dragon. A complete dragon. Once she awakened the power of the Sea King Poseidon, she would be the true strongest creature in the world. Therefore, no one was more suitable for this pink artificial mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form, than Shirahoshi. Chapter 78, The Three Great Beauties Shirahoshi Secured. Who are you? Shirahoshi was not sleeping at this time. So, the sound of the door opening quickly caught the mermaid princess's attention. Looking at Link walking in from the outside, Shirahoshi asked timidly. However, judging by her appearance, she didn't seem to be afraid of Link. Besides being one of the three ancient weapons, Poseidon, Shirahoshi was a 1 in 100 million chosen one, possessing a natural observation Haki rarer than even Conqueror's Haki. Like Patrick Redfield and Queen Ottoheim, Shirahoshi could hear the voices of others' hearts and could tell if someone was good or bad at a glance. For the pure-hearted Shirahoshi, the way to distinguish a good person from a bad one was simple. It was whether the other person was full of goodwill or malice toward her. Because Vanderdecken IX was full of malice and greed toward Shirahoshi, she had rejected his marriage proposal and was terrified of him. Link, on the other hand, was filled with goodwill toward Shirahoshi. Therefore, in Shirahoshi's eyes, Link was like the sun, radiating a warm glow. Even though it was their first meeting, Shirahoshi wasn't afraid. Perhaps out of habit, Shirahoshi pulled the blanket up, revealing only the top half of her head, her beautiful blue eyes curiously sizing up Link. "Hello, Princess Shirahoshi." Link instantly appeared on the desk beside the bed, waving to Shirahoshi. "My name is Link. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, I'm Shirahoshi." The polite Shirahoshi responded subconsciously. Then, looking at Link's legs, Shirahoshi's eyes suddenly lit up. She asked with a slightly excited expression, Lord Link, are you a human? Link nodded and smiled. Yes, I'm from the land 10,000 meters above. Really? Shirahoshi immediately emerged from her blanket, gripping the edge of the bed with both hands and moving her head closer to Link. She asked excitedly, Then, Lord Link, have you seen the real sun and flowers and animals? Of course, everyone on the surface has seen them. Link slowly recounted, There are all sorts of incredible islands on the surface, like a city of water that's like a fountain, a winter island that's covered in snow all year round, an island that looks like a cactus, a primeval island where many ancient animals live, and even a sky island 10,000 meters in the air. I've seen them all. I'm so envious. Shirahoshi's eyes shone as she said with a look of longing. Possessing natural observation haki, she knew clearly that Link was not lying, that such islands truly existed on the surface. Shirahoshi, who already yearned for the surface world, wanted to see it even more. But the next second, Shirahoshi's eyes dimmed. Without resolving the problem of Vanderdecken IX, she couldn't leave the hardshell tower. She couldn't even attend her own mother's funeral back then. Don't you want to go out and see? Link suddenly asked. I do. Shirahoshi first nodded, then shook her head. I can't go out, or father and my brothers will worry about me. Don't worry, you'll be able to go out soon. Link smiled. I've sent someone to find Vanderdecken IX. I believe there will be results soon. Really? Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. She looked at Link with anticipation and said, Then, can I leave the hardshell tower and go to the sea forest to pay my respects to Mother? Not only can you go to the sea forest, you can also go to the surface with me. Link extended his hand to Shirahoshi and smiled. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Link, the new protector of Fishman Island, and also your captain. Really, Lord Link, you'll take me to the surface? Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes shone even brighter. The innocent mermaid princess had no idea, nor did she care, about the meaning of the last part of Link's sentence. She only judged based on her natural observation haki, knowing that this Lord Link was a good person, was currently helping her get rid of the trouble that was Vanderdecken IX, and was going to fulfill her dream of taking her to the surface. Therefore, Shirahoshi's affection for Link was soaring. Link nodded and said, Of course, from now on we are companions and friends. Friends? Shirahoshi was slightly taken aback, then she asked excitedly, Lord Link, you want to be Shirahoshi's friend? What, does Shirahoshi not want to be friends with me? Link asked teasingly. No. Shirahoshi shook her head repeatedly, her voice stuttering. Looking at Link's smiling face and his incredibly sincere emotions, Shirahoshi's eyes suddenly became moist. She reached out a finger to touch Link's palm, her voice choked with emotion. I'm willing. For those who didn't know, this scene might have looked like a marriage proposal. Who would have thought that Shirahoshi was crying with joy just from making a friend? Among the officially named three great beauties, Hancock and Shirahoshi were the easiest to recruit. To recruit Hancock, one must have a certain level of strength. Otherwise, you might be turned to stone before you even speak. Besides strength, one must also be qualified. This qualification required not fearing the celestial dragons or helping her remove the hoof of the soaring dragon brand and not looking down on her for once being a slave. Without a certain level of strength and qualification, Hancock was the most difficult to recruit. Among the three great beauties, only Shirahoshi was the easiest. Because Shirahoshi had been in the hardshell tower since she was 6, her mental state hadn't grown much. She was a kind and lovely child. It's just that this child possessed a special ability to see the good and evil in a person. To win over Shirahoshi, one only needed to be sincere. This was something Link was best at. Towards the female characters he liked, Link was always sincere. Because he didn't just want to win their person, he wanted to win their heart. So, in Shirahoshi's eyes, Link was now a good person radiating a golden light, a hero who descended from the heavens to pull her out of the darkness, and her very first friend. And just like that, the mermaid princess whose beauty was renowned throughout the world despite being confined to the hardshell tower, praised by all, and said to be a match for the world's most beautiful woman, was secured. The difficulty of recruiting her was as simple as Hancock's. And just like with Hancock, her affection was maxed out right from the start, unlike with Karina, where there was a barrier that needed time to be broken down. Chapter 79, Green Tea Link, Simp Empress. While Link easily recruited Shirahoshi, the wood clone on the other side also easily took care of Vanderdecken IX. By the time the wood clone brought Vanderdecken IX's body before Neptune, Link also came out of the hardshell tower with Shirahoshi. Looking at Vanderdecken IX's body on the ground, Neptune fell silent. Was this the gap between the strong and the supremely strong? For 8 years, the Ryugu Kingdom had been searching for Vanderdecken IX relentlessly. Even the warlord Jinb had entered the dark deep-sea regions multiple times, only to return empty-handed. Link had been on Fishman Island for less than 2 hours, and had already solved a problem they couldn't handle in 8 years. This speed was both astonishing, and it completely put Neptune's mind at ease. With Shirahoshi following such a powerful individual to the surface world, he no longer had to worry about his daughter's safety. After coming out of the hardshell tower, Shirahoshi first reunited with her father and brothers, then couldn't wait to go to the sea forest to pay respects to her mother. Neptune was just about to have the 3 princes take Shirahoshi when Link spoke up. "My companions are also going there to see the Poneglyph. It's fine if I take Shirahoshi." "Then I'll have to trouble you, Lord Link." Neptune immediately nodded. Shirahoshi, meanwhile, asked with a look of anticipation, "Lord Link, do you have other companions?" "Ahem." Link smiled. "They are all good people. Shirahoshi, you must get along well with them." "Hem." Shirahoshi nodded repeatedly, her anticipation growing. "Where are they now?" "They were fiddling with my flag earlier. They should be shopping now." Link suddenly looked up and said, "Did you hear that, Nami? My new crew member wants to meet you." "Hee, right away." Nami, who was shopping with Hancock and the other girls amidst petrified statues everywhere, immediately replied with a giggle. Before long, Nami and the other girls appeared before Link and Shirahoshi, holding a large handful of strings, with numerous balloons filled with goods floating above their heads. "Is this the legendary mermaid princess? So cute. So beautiful, truly a peerless beauty whose rumored looks don't lose to Sister Hancock." "Hello, Princess Shirahoshi." Without needing an introduction from Link, Nami, Kalina, and the other girls proactively showed their goodwill towards Shirahoshi. Just as they couldn't get angry at Hancock, they couldn't feel any ill will or rejection towards the cute mermaid princess before them. If it weren't for the fact that the 14-year-old Shirahoshi was nearly 10 meters tall, they probably would have pulled her into a hug and squeezed her relentlessly, just like a human child of the same age. "Hello, I am Shirahoshi." Looking at the 6 girls, Kalina and the others, who were all radiating a dazzling golden light except for Hancock, Shirahoshi greeted them timidly. Her beautiful eyes, however, sparkled with a brilliant light, her heart already blooming with joy. Just like Lord Link, his companions were all good people too. Even that beautiful and aloof older sister, although the light from her was not as dazzling as the others, was also emitting a light of goodwill. Thinking about getting along with this group of good people in the future and heading to the surface world, Shirahoshi's heart was filled with longing and anticipation. Looking at the beautiful sight of 1 big and 7 small beauties, Link smiled, a trace of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Once Shirahoshi eats the artificial mythical Zoan, model, Azure Dragon, and completes the final part of the plan, his subordinates will only increase. It will be time to get a bigger ship. Previously, with 7 women and 1 man on a small single-masted sloop, it was already getting very crowded. Now with the addition of Shirahoshi, who was nearly 10 meters tall, they had to change ships before leaving Fishman Island. The pirate empress Boa Hancock. Neptune, who was discreetly observing Link's crew from behind, also recognized Hancock. Seeing that one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate empress, was also Link's subordinate, Neptune was even more convinced of what the newspapers said. Behind the impaler, there is a mysterious force. Or perhaps, besides these beautiful crew members, Impaler Link had other affiliated pirate crews. If the pirate empress was truly Link's subordinate, That meant Amazon Lily, the Kuja Kingdom, was one of his subordinate powers. Now, Fishman Island and the Ryugu Kingdom will also become one of Link's subordinate powers. It seems this figure, one of the two main protagonists of the Summit War, is about to rule the seas and compete for the vacant Emperor's throne. After the round of self-introductions ended, Link's group flew directly towards the sea forest. That's right, flew. Not using a bubble coating, but flying towards the sea forest on a flame cloud carrying their ship. Kalina entered her human-beast form, using her cloud power to lift the ship, which was full of people on deck, and controlled the flame cloud to fly in the direction Nami pointed. The Dordor fruit plus cloud flight was the reason Link's group could easily navigate Fishman Island without needing a coating. After arriving at the sea forest, Link's group split up. Kalina and the other girls accompanied Shirahoshi to pay respects to Queen Ottoheim. Meanwhile, Link took Robin and Hancock to the location of the poneglyph. While Robin was engrossed in the ancient text, Link and Hancock chatted not far away. "Hancock, are you willing to have the Kuja Kingdom of Amazon, Lily, become my subordinate power?" Link's words confirmed Neptune's guess. "Of course, since this one is your subordinate, then everything this one has is yours." Hancock, whose affection and loyalty were at their maximum, nodded without hesitation. If she hadn't yet recognized her own heart and realized her affection for Link was love, Hancock would have long since revealed her simp-like behavior. Even so, Hancock's face was now flushed, her body emitting a soft, special effect-like glow, and her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Link. This appearance was an extreme contrast to the arrogance and coldness she showed others, and even the dignified big sister image she maintained in front of Nami and the girls. One had to admit, this kind of exclusive privilege and benefit, especially from the world's most beautiful woman, truly made one's heart flutter. Link, who was at his core also a common man who would be instantly defeated by a negative hollow or Miro mellow, was thoroughly enjoying this moment in his heart. On the surface, however, he spoke with feigned innocence, deciding on your own to make your country a subordinate power of mine. Won't the high-ranking officials of your country object? Won't they be unhappy? They won't because... Hancock shook her head, habitually flipping her hair back, and said domineeringly, "No matter what this one does, they will forgive this one." Her charm, magnified to the extreme by the Miro Nomi, made the special effects around Hancock even more exaggerated. An intangible force of rules made Link's mind go blank for a moment, and his blood rushed. If it weren't for the fact that their relationship wasn't official yet, Link was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold back and would want to study the profound and intricate specifics of writing with Hancock right now. Chapter 80, Another Fruit Has Ripened, What You Shout Is What You Get. Sorry to keep you waiting. Just as Link was about to get flirty with Hancock and tease the pure-hearted Empress, Robin's voice suddenly reached his ears. Looking at the smiling Robin, Link asked, feigning ignorance, "So, did you find out about the history of the Void Century?" "Yes and no." Robin shook her head. The content of this poneglyph is actually a letter of apology to the mermaid princess. The protagonist is the Joy Boy you mentioned, Link. Joy Boy again? It seems that this great figure from centuries ago left a considerable shadow on the world government, so much so that his name was erased from history. After sighing, Link brought Robin some good news. "My wood clone found a sky island, and there's a poneglyph there too. After we're done with our business here, I'll take you to see it." "Okay." Robin smiled and nodded, her gaze towards Link filled with gentleness. He was so reliable. As one of the earliest crew members to follow Link, Robin was also one of the people who understood him best. If you were to ask who in the crew had the biggest barrier towards Link at the beginning, it definitely wouldn't be the extremely clever Kalina, but a more advanced version of Kalina, Robin. 20 years of a fugitive life had made Robin develop a suspicious nature. When Link's conversation with Cobra was overheard, Robin was shaken, but she was still wary and guarded against Link. After all, the perception of the strong was something she couldn't understand too clearly. Why was it that Link's words were so coincidentally overheard? Looking at it from a negative perspective, Link might have done it on purpose. After spending some time together and going through the incident where Bruno was captured, Robin's closed heart opened a little, and she developed a considerable amount of affection for Link. But the barrier was still there, just a little. It was only during the months they spent together in the Florian Triangle, with Link's strict demands on her, that Robin's defenses were completely broken down. Having witnessed firsthand how Link captured Kalina's heart and gained the admiration of Perona and the other girls, and how he was always planning for her hacky training and a top-tier devil fruit, Robin's affection for Link slowly rose to an incredibly high level. Sincerity is a kind of ultimate move. Link's actions and efforts along the way were a sincerity that couldn't be faked. He was the companion Saul had spoken of, the one who would protect her, the one Robin had longed for since she was a child. So, without realizing it, Robin's pursuit of history was no longer as fervent. Compared to history, she preferred this big family and wanted to sail together with Link, Nami, and the others. The current Robin no longer lived for her mother's wish. She was living out a life named Nico Robin. Link didn't know all this, otherwise he would have been very happy and filled with a sense of accomplishment. Finally, another fruit has ripened. All that was missing was the right atmosphere to pick it. Time flew by, and 5 days passed. Although he had recruited Shura Hoshi, Link didn't immediately take her away from Fishman Island. He gave her a few days to spend with Neptune and her 3 brothers. At the same time, Link's group also stayed as guests in the Ryugu Kingdom. During the day, they went shopping with Kalina and the other girls, buying some local specialties unique to Fishman Island. When Kalina and the girls discovered that the jewelry on Fishman Island was very cheap, they went on a crazy shopping spree. At night, Link's group would discuss the design of their new ship. When they heard Link wanted to change ships, Kalina and the girls all raised their hands in approval. Although the small ship had a cozy atmosphere and felt like a home, a small ship was still a small ship, and the number of rooms was limited. When there were only 4 or 5 people at the beginning, it was barely enough. After the number of people increased to 7, it became very crowded, requiring 2 people to share a room. Especially with the 3 lovebirds, Link, Vivi, and Nami, who would sometimes get too carried away and couldn't control their voices, disturbing the peace at several o'clock in the morning. The soundproofing was average, and the girls like Robin who had to share a room not only couldn't sleep, but were also too embarrassed to move, resulting in faint dark circles under their eyes every morning. Although the 3 of them had grown thicker-skinned over time, from being too ashamed to go out at first, to giving awkward, apologetic smiles, and finally to not caring at all, becoming immune to the glares from Robin and the other girls. But if the ship were a bit bigger, it wouldn't affect the lives of Robin and the others. Nami was in charge of the drawings, while Kalina and the other girls gave their opinions, and they quickly finalized the design for the new ship. One day, Link stood in an open space. He clapped his hands together and shouted, "Wood-style, shipbuilding jutsu." A large number of branches grew out, quickly forming a large 3-masted ship. The ship was 100 meters long, dozens of meters wide, and the main mast was also 100 meters high. However, since it was formed from branches, it had no internal structure and needed to be renovated by a shipwright. Fishman Island also had a shipyard, run by the brother of the master shipwright Tom. In the following days, Nami and the girls hired a renovation team to carry out a major transformation of the new ship. First, they painted the ship white, then they hung sails on the 3 masts, laid turf on the deck, turning the cabin's rooftop into a small garden, and so on. After installing drainage and water purification systems inside the cabin, Kalina and the girls went on another major shopping spree, decorating the interior of the cabin luxuriously. The girls, who were not short of money, chose to buy the most expensive furniture and decorations. Even after giving a total of 1.5 billion berries to Teach and Gecko Moria, Link's group was still very wealthy because Link's bank deposits were also in the 10-digit range. After leaving Fishman Island, Link also planned to go to the Sky Island to claim all the gold on Jaya. Once he had the city of gold in his hands, money would just be a cold set of numbers to him. Another week passed. Finally, having transformed the ship into their new home, Link's group, along with Shirahoshi, bid farewell to Neptune and the three princes. They flew directly into a different dimension using a flame cloud, returning from Fishman Island to the first half of the Grand Line. To fulfill Shirahoshi's wish, Link's group retraced their original route, letting Shirahoshi see the fog-shrouded Florian Triangle, the fountain-like water 7 long land where the residents' speech and animals were all elongated, and Sandy Island, a rare super-large island. After more than a month, Link brought Vivi back to visit Cobra again. Chapter 81, Karina turned into Nami, Can I see your human beast form? That night, the familiar room, the familiar balcony, the familiar starry sky. Wearing a bathrobe, Link stood on the balcony, looking up at the sky while pondering the future. Turning Amazon Lily into a subordinate force was the final part of Link's plan. As long as he could get the Amazon Lily Kingdom and move the island to the New World, Link would immediately become a strong contender for the title of Yonko. Once Karina and the other girls grew stronger, even Teach would have a hard time competing with Link. This was because the Blackbeard pirates followed a mass production strategy. Although their officers were powerful, they were not united. The Impaler Duke pirates, on the other hand, followed an elite strategy. The combined abilities of Perona and the other girls were an unsolvable problem for anyone below the level of a top-tier powerhouse. As long as the officers of the Blackbeard pirates had not reached the level of top-tier powerhouses like Ben Beckman and Rayleigh, no matter how strong they were, to Hancock, Najiko, and Perona, they were beings who would be defeated instantly. The most typical example was in the original story, where several of their officers were taken out by Hancock in an instant. Besides Karina and the other officers, every Kuja warrior was a product of genius. To be able to join the Kuja pirates and go on expeditions with the Empress, the basic requirement was to master 2 types of haki. Those who had mastered only one type of haki could only stay on the island as kingdom guards. In the original story, Marguerite could skillfully use armament haki at the age of 16. Amazon Lily was full of young warriors like her. When all crew members were powerhouses with 2 types of haki, such a pirate crew would undoubtedly be one of the great pirate crews in the New World. As long as he gained the allegiance of the Kuja pirates, the Impaler Duke pirates would not lack high-end and mid-tier combat power. As for low-tier combat power, they were disposable. When 2 forces went to war, clearing the field with Conqueror's haki was a basic move. Almost no low-tier combatants could withstand Conqueror's haki, so recruiting such weaklings was just a waste of food. Knock, knock, knock. As Link was pondering the future, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Hearing this sound, Link's eyes first flashed, and then a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. When Link opened the door, a familiar figure immediately threw herself into his arms, hooked the door shut with her foot, and wrapped her arms around his neck to kiss him. This series of moves was very skilled, but Link dodged the kiss. Looking at the Nami in his arms, he smiled and said, Karina. Link, how did you know? Nami looked at Link with surprise, then, with a poof, she was enveloped in a cloud of golden mist, changing back into Karina. Although your imitation of Nami's enthusiasm was spot on, there's one thing you couldn't imitate. Link wrapped his arms around Karina's slender waist and teased, that is, Nami never uses the front door. She teleports directly. So that's how it is. Karina had a slight realization. Instead of running away in shame after being exposed, she gave Link a seductive wink and said boldly, Shall I continue then? Link lifted Karina's chin, bringing his face close to hers until their foreheads and noses were almost touching, their breaths mingling. No need to imitate others. I like you just the way you are. After speaking, their lips met, and the two challenged the world record for French kissing right there at the door. When they finished their challenge, the room's lights were turned off, leaving only a single bedside lamp on. In the quiet room, Link's voice suddenly sounded. Karina, can you let me see your human beast form? He, Link, I didn't know you had such a fetish. Despite her words, the shadow cast on the wall by the lamplight grew 9 tails and a pair of fox ears. For one night, Nami and Vivi, as if they had noticed something, did not launch a sneak attack. However, the next morning, Karina only missed training, not breakfast. At the long dining table, a physically weakened Karina looked down on everyone, making no secret of her disdain for Nami and Vivi, which made Nami grit her teeth in anger. Even the usually good-tempered Vivi, who was gentle to everyone, had a cross-popping vein on her forehead. So what if she's a mythical Zoan user? Look at her, isn't she just putting on a brave front? Despite this, neither of the two girls dared to say a harsh word. Otherwise, they would surely be mocked by Karina. After all, they couldn't even win in a 2-on-1 fight, while Karina had managed to draw in a 1-on-1. She had won by a landslide. The three girls' gazes clashed, leaving the innocent Perona, Hancock, and Shirahoshi completely bewildered. Hancock even began to self-reflect. As the big sister, she hadn't noticed her younger sisters were fighting. She had truly failed the expectations that came with the vice-captain position Link had given her. She decided she had to have a private talk with them after breakfast. Link was completely unaware of the rivalry and hidden thoughts among his wings. It was his first time with a fox, and he was still savoring the memory. He had to admit, the passionate girl was bold. Having just stepped onto the threshold of adulthood, she dared to spar with Link in all sorts of ways. The key point was, as a mythical Zoan user, Karina was very durable. Having witnessed the vitality and recovery speed of a mythical Zoan user, Link finally understood why the later stages of the journey would be the mythical Zoan version. They were truly too strong. For the next few days, Link was like King Joe bewitched by Sudaji, feeling uncomfortable every night if he wasn't sleeping with the fox in his arms. Nami and Vivi, having been neglected for several days, could no longer bear it. They finally rushed over one night, determined to compete with Karina. After staying in the Alabasta Kingdom for a few more days, Link reluctantly took Karina and the other girls to continue their voyage to the next destination. The next stop was Skypia. With the Dordor fruit and flame clouds, whether it was traveling to the sky or the sea, it was an easy matter for Link's group. Karina and the other girls, visiting a sky island for the first time, were amazed by the pure white islands and sea, and they cheered, wanting to sightsee everywhere. But this plan was quickly cancelled, because when they appeared in a crowd, Hancock and Shirahoshi caused a sensation on Angel Island. If it were just Hancock, she could wear a mask to hide her peerless beauty. But Shirahoshi was simply too large to hide. Looking at the frenzied crowd, Hancock simply turned them to stone. Unable to go shopping, the girls had to split into two groups. One group went to buy local specialties, while the other went to explore Upper Yard, taking the City of Gold along the way. Most of the gold from the city had been used by Enel to build the Ark Maxim. This flying ship required the Rumble fruit as its power source. After Enel's disappearance, the ship was left in an open space in the palace. Link only needed to clear the area with a burst of Conqueror's Haki to take the Ark Maxim. The small remaining portion of gold was scattered among the ruins of Upper Yard, with some of it having been eaten by the giant snake the Sky People called the Nola. Link didn't immediately go to take the Ark Maxim. He first took Robin to the Golden Bell to read the poneglyph. When Robin read the history on the base of the Golden Bell, her beautiful eyes narrowed. She then glanced at Shirahoshi, who, unable to go shopping, could only sit on a flame cloud and follow Link to Upper Yard, now looking around with curiosity at the ruins. Shirahoshi, one of the three ancient weapons, Poseidon. Chapter 82. A strategic weapon second only to the ancient weapons, Dragon Rider Link. So, is this the history you were looking for? After Robin finished reading, Link asked, already knowing the answer. No, this poneglyph, just like the one in the Alabasta Kingdom, records the location of one of the three ancient weapons. Robin shook her head and looked at Link with a smile. Do you know which ancient weapon it is and where it's located? No need to tell me. As I've said, I'm not interested in that kind of external power, Link said, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the corners of Robin's lips couldn't help but curve slightly upward. Perhaps it was precisely because he wasn't interested that Lady Luck favored him, allowing his gentle and kind nature to win over the most special of the ancient weapons. However, Robin didn't tell Link that Shirahoshi was, in fact, one of the three ancient weapons. After all, family are not weapons. She didn't want Karina and the other girls to look at Shirahoshi differently. It was also a good thing that Shirahoshi could control her innate observation haki and didn't automatically read people's minds. Otherwise, she would surely be looking at Robin with a touched expression. After they finished with the poneglyph, Link led Robin and the other girls to the god's shrine. After clearing the area with a burst of Conqueror's haki, Link took possession of the Arc Maxim. However, he didn't dismantle the Arc Maxim, intending for Nami to pilot it. With a Rumble fruit user on their side, the Arc was a strategic-level asset. With the Arc Maxim, Nami could unlock the powerful attack, Reigo. Otherwise, Nami would have to wait for a heavily overcast day to use Reigo. Of course, once Shirahoshi also became a Devil Fruit user, she and Karina could create thunderclouds together, which would also allow Nami to unlock Reigo. But with the Arc Maxim, Nami could not only unlock Reigo, but also easily use the powerful attack Mammaragan. Furthermore, Link had the strategic-level Paramecia type More fruit. As long as he found someone sufficiently loyal and physically strong to eat the More fruit, they could instantly use the Arc Maxim to create a massive thundercloud, allowing Nami to use Reigo and Mammaragan without needing to charge up. Both of these powerful attacks were island-destroying, scene-clearing ultimate moves. Therefore, for Link's group, the Arc Maxim was a strategic weapon second only to the ancient weapons. After having Nijiko store the Arc Maxim in her alternate dimension, Link took Robin to collect the gold. He made sure to get his hands on the golden pillar that the Straw Hat Pirates had left behind in the original story, which was eventually taken by Bellamy and given to Doflamingo. That pillar alone was worth tens of billions of berries. Soon, Link finished his business and went to rendezvous with Nami and the others. For the next few days, Link's crew took a vacation on Angel Island. During this time, the beauty of Hancock and Shirahoshi continued to cause a considerable stir, resulting in a large number of petrified statues appearing in various places. Only after their vacation ended did Hancock release these people from their petrification. Roar. 7 days later, a roar that could intimidate all living things suddenly echoed through the sky over a vast expanse of sea. A pink dragon, over 200 meters long, was soaring under the cloudless sky. Its massive shadow cast below, combined with the roar that suppressed all bloodlines, caused the birds in the sky and the fish and sea beasts that surfaced from the ocean to fall or sink in fright. Some even rolled their eyes and fainted in a very human-like manner. Hey, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Eshe's huge. Compared to Shirahoshi, I feel like I'm in my infancy. Looking at the giant dragon in the sky, Nami and the other girls were all dumbfounded. Karina, in particular, who was also a mythical Zoan user and whose beast form was over 10 meters tall, felt her pride instantly vanish. Compared to Shirahoshi, her 9-tailed fox form was simply too small. Watching Link sitting cross-legged on Shirahoshi's dragon head, enjoying the thrill of being a dragon rider, Robin could only smile wryly. Only Link would be capable of turning one of the 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon, into a devil fruit user. An ancient weapon of the sea who can't swim, is she still the ancient weapon of the sea? In fact, Link had also considered this problem. When making his plans, he had once hesitated about whether to let Shirahoshi become a user of the artificial mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form. In the end, Link decided to let Shirahoshi become a devil fruit user. As Link had told Robin, he wasn't particularly concerned about the ancient weapons. If he had them, fine. If he didn't, that was also fine. In any case, once he unlocked 100% of the Hashirama Senju template, he would possess the ultimate combat power of a super cage level. If a 6 paths level existence did not exist in this world, Link would become the new ceiling of power. At that time, the ancient weapons would be, to him, an existence even more terrifying than the ancient weapons themselves. With him around, it no longer mattered whether Shirahoshi awakened her powers as Poseidon or not. The power of Poseidon was essentially a summoner's ability, allowing her to command the Sea Kings. It didn't grant Shirahoshi great personal strength. Compared to the power of Poseidon, Shirahoshi's safety was more important in Link's eyes. Link didn't know how many bizarre, rule-based abilities existed in this world, or how many abilities could deceive his perception. Shirahoshi was too weak and her body was too large. If someone tried to assassinate her, she would be a giant target. As long as Shirahoshi became a mythical Zoan user, Link wouldn't have to worry about her safety. The artificial mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form, would grant Shirahoshi astonishing vitality and defense. In her normal state, Shirahoshi would have skin impervious to blades and bullets. As long as her heart didn't explode and her head wasn't gone, she wouldn't die on the spot even from severe internal injuries. As a mermaid, if Shirahoshi fell into the sea, she would only be unable to swim. She wouldn't drown. If the Sea Kings sensed that their king was in trouble, they might help, causing Shirahoshi's Poseidon powers to awaken ahead of schedule. If she carried a coral bubble with her, Shirahoshi could still be the #1 swimmer in the sea. After all, the toughness of a coral bubble could withstand even the water pressure of the deep sea. Therefore, in Link's view, the benefits of letting Shirahoshi become a user of the artificial mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form, far outweighed the disadvantages. The only drawback was that Shirahoshi was too kind. So kind that even though she knew who had assassinated her mother, she never revealed the person's name. Whether she awakened her Poseidon powers or became a devil fruit user, getting Shirahoshi to actively harm someone would be an extremely difficult task. Link entrusted the task of brainwashing her to Karina and the other girls. It would be best if Shirahoshi could change, but if she couldn't, Link wouldn't force her. She could just be a pet on the ship and Link's mount. Chapter 83, Moving Amazon Lily, the Shock and Fury of the Sea Kings. With Shirahoshi now an ability user of the artificial mythical Zoan, model, Azure Dragon, the only part of Link's plan remaining was to move Amazon Lily. This final step was very simple. Just as Hancock had said, no matter what she did, her subjects would forgive her. Except for Elder Nyan Gloriosa, the people of the Amazon Lily Kingdom were very simple-minded. They all possessed the hearts of innocent children, which was one of the reasons they could master Haki at a young age. They believed that strength is beauty and held a blind adoration and loyalty for their Empress. Whether it was the Kuja Pirates or the Kingdom's guards, they were all completely devoted to Hancock. Therefore, winning over Hancock was equivalent to winning over the Kuja Pirates and the Amazon Lily Kingdom. As for Gloriosa, she was no trouble at all. Decades ago, Gloriosa, as a member of the Rocks Pirates, might have been able to cause Link some minor trouble. After all, she was one of the strongest female pirates on the sea and might have even mastered the highest levels of the 3 types of Haki. But now, Gloriosa's strength was not even worth mentioning. Link wasn't even concerned about her seeking help from Rayleigh and Shaki. 3 remnants of the old era posed no threat to him. So, after waiting for Shirahoshi to familiarize herself with the artificial mythical Zoan, model, Azure Dragon ability, and become proficient in using the flame clouds, Link's group set off for the Calm Belt, piloting their new ship and the Ark Maxim. After more than half a month at sea, Hancock finally returned to Amazon Lily. 2 flying ships appeared in the sky above the Amazon Lily Kingdom, immediately causing a commotion. Just as the warriors were preparing to shoot arrows to bring the ships down, Hancock's voice suddenly echoed from the sky. "My subjects, stand down. I have returned. Lady Snake Princess. The Empress has returned. This is wonderful. Are those 2 flying ships the spoils from the Empress's latest expedition?" Hearing Hancock's voice, the Kuja warriors, who had been on high alert, began to cheer excitedly. Even Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, who had been unable to contact Hancock for some time and were deeply worried about their older sister, breathed a sigh of relief. Only Gloriosa, who lived in the city, stared intently at the pirate flags on the 2 flying ships. The symbol on the flag was very distinctive, a combination of a wooden dragon's head and a skull. During the Summit War, the wood golem Arhat had powerfully killed the world's strongest man with a single punch and palm, shocking the entire world. This also led to the wood golem Arhat, with its unknown wood dragon ability, replacing the impaling thicket technique as the new symbol of the impaler Link. If not for the fleet admiral's title being the Great Buddha, the Marines might have even given Link a new epithet. Although Gloriosa had not watched the live broadcast of the Summit War, she had left the comm belt some time ago to contact Shaki and had seen the newspapers after the war ended. Naturally, she was no stranger to this pirate flag. Wasn't that the symbol of one of the two main figures of the Summit War, the one who killed Whitebeard, the impaler, Link's pirate crew? Why would the number one of the worst generation appear here? Why was the Snake Princess on that ship? Could it be that during the half-month she was missing, the Snake Princess was with the impaler Link? What exactly had the Snake Princess experienced during this time, and what had happened between her and Link? From the looks of it, it didn't seem like she had been captured and forced to bring him here. All sorts of thoughts surfaced in her mind. As Gloriosa watched the two ships land behind the royal palace, she suddenly had an ominous premonition. The premonition was quickly realized. News spread from the palace. Amazon Lily would be relocated from the comm belt, and the Kuja Pirates would become a subordinate force of the Impaler's pirate crew. This news immediately caused a huge uproar in the Amazon Lily kingdom. However, the warriors' focus was not on becoming a subordinate crew. After all, the Empress's decision was absolute and always correct. They only needed to follow Lady Snake Princess. What they cared about was that Amazon Lily could be moved out of the comm belt. This news immediately excited the residents and warriors of Amazon Lily. They had long been curious about the outside world. The reason they trained so hard was to be able to join the Kuja Pirates, to see the outside world while accompanying Lady Snake Princess on her expeditions. Now, Lady Snake Princess had announced that Amazon Lily would be leaving the comm belt, and everyone would be able to go to the outside world. This was absolutely fantastic news. Only Gloriosa was in a state of shock. She immediately headed to the palace to find Hancock and ask what was going on. However, when she arrived at the palace, she fell silent. She instantly understood why Hancock would be willing to lead the Kuja Pirates to become Link's subordinate force. At that moment, Link was helping Sandersonia and Marigold remove the hoof of the celestial dragon from their backs, causing the two women to weep with emotion. The hoof of the celestial dragon was a shackle placed on every slave. Even changing it to the Sun Pirate symbol could not break this shackle. Only by removing the hoof of the celestial dragon could they truly be free. Link's action was giving the Boa sisters a new life. For Hancock, who had been freed from her shackles, it was only natural to develop feelings for Link. Gloriosa understood that she could not, and should not, stop Hancock's decision. Having once been afflicted with lovesickness herself, she knew all too well what the look in Hancock's eyes when she gazed at Link truly meant. The alternatives were to have Hancock abdicate her throne and leave alone with Link, or to let Hancock be consumed by lovesickness and waste away. Either outcome would cause Amazon Lily to lose a powerful Empress and the protection afforded by her Warlord of the Sea status. Whether she could even depose Hancock was another question. If she angered Link, she might very well be killed on the spot. Amazon Lily leaving the comm belt and the Kuja Pirates becoming Link's subordinate force was now a foregone conclusion. Thus, Gloriosa swallowed the words that had risen to her throat and silently turned to leave. The great pirate era had entered a new chapter. The Marines now possessed the technology to traverse the comm belt. The Snake Princess's choice was perhaps not a bad thing after all. With the only obstacle having yielded, Amazon Lily officially became Link's second subordinate force. The next day, Shirahoshi used flame clouds to lift the small island of Amazon Lily and began flying towards the New World. After Amazon Lily had departed, a large number of sea kings suddenly surfaced from the water. They stared in the direction Shirahoshi and the island had flown, their eyes filled with a human-like shock and fury. Clearly, they were shocked and angered by Shirahoshi's transformation. Their king had received the curse of the sea. Whoever had brought this curse upon their king was simply unforgivable. Chapter 84, Ruling the Seas, Link shocks the world once more. During the half-month or so that Link was finalizing his plans, the new world, now without its uncrowned king, descended into unprecedented chaos and activity. This strongest sea was suddenly filled with unclaimed territories. Everyone, from pirate crews barely surviving at the bottom to the Yonko crews at the top, began to madly scramble for them. The arrival of the worst generation in the New World, led by the Blackbeard pirates, added more fuel to the fire, with the flames of war engulfing nearly half of the New World. The islands once under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, once so peaceful, were now facing great hardship. Although the Whitebeard pirates, led by Marco and Ace, quickly returned to the New World after laying Whitebeard to rest to protect their territories. But without the superpower House Whitebeard, the Whitebeard pirates were no longer the world's strongest pirate crew, at best just another major pirate crew. And there was no shortage of such major pirate crews in the New World. Despite the Whitebeard pirates' desperate efforts to defend them, many of their territories were snatched away by various jackals. Among them, Fishman Island was taken over by the Impaler Link, who had killed Whitebeard. This news was spread throughout the world by the World Economic Journal. Since the Summit War had just occurred, no one dared to provoke the man who had killed the world's strongest man. Of course, time would eventually blur people's memories. After a while, if Link failed to produce another world-shaking piece of news and lacked a sufficiently powerful force to act as a deterrent, those greedy individuals, thinking the mountains are high and the Emperor is far away, would resume capturing the mermaids and fishmen who fetched high prices on the black market. But for now, Fishman Island was very peaceful. Besides Fishman Island, Charlotte Linlin also occupied several islands that were skilled in making sweets. Some other islands were also carved up by other major pirate crews. Only the islands that the Whitebeard pirates defended to the death remained untouched, as no power was willing to take them by force, knowing the losses would be too great. That portion of islands was now being targeted by the monster, who had broken the world's rules. After the worst generation entered the New World, Kid and the others were engaged in minor skirmishes, familiarizing themselves with the new sea. They were unlikely to make any major moves until they had mastered Haki. Only the Blackbeard pirates, who were on a different level, immediately showed their ambition to rule the seas upon entering the New World. They began to madly seize territory, either forcibly recruiting or using grand promises to attract pirates from all walks of life, rapidly expanding their crew, which had started with only a few people. The secret of the Logia-type dark fruit had already been published by the World Economic Journal. The ability to steal devil fruit powers was, for the weak, a treasure greater than the One Piece itself. By following and pleasing Teach, one might get a chance to defy fate and change their life. Even if they couldn't, by sticking with Teach, they would sooner or later enjoy the life of a Yonko crew member, receiving the best treatment. Therefore, when the news of Teach expanding his crew spread, countless pirates who could barely survive in the New World flocked to join him without him even needing to actively recruit. In just over half a month, the Blackbeard pirates grew from a small crew of a few people to a major pirate crew of several thousand. Although the vast majority of these thousands were fodder, Teach accepted them all. This cannon fodder was necessary as pawns to bog down the Whitebeard pirates and their subordinate crews. After expanding his crew, Teach was immediately eager to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates and snatch all their remaining territories. At this moment, a piece of news spread throughout the New World and across the globe, causing a massive sensation. The headline read, "A giant dragon similar to the Yonko Kaido, the pirate Empress becomes the Impaler's subordinate. The legendary Amazon Lily enters the New World." The three hot topics in the headline caused the sales of the World Economic Journal to skyrocket for the day. Below the headline were two photographs. The first was of a pink dragon over 200 meters long. Sitting on its head was a figure, none other than the Impaler Link. The second photo showed a small island with the characters for Kuja written on it, flying two flags. One was the Kuja flag, hung in the lower position. The other, hung above it, was the pirate flag of the Impaler's pirate crew. This method of hanging flags represents one power becoming a subordinate of another. Although Amazon Lily was located in the Calm Belt, it was extremely famous throughout the world, known as a holy land for men and a dream island. Now, this dream island had appeared in the New World, and it had a male master. In an instant, men all over the world were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred for Link. In contrast, the major powers of the New World, including Marine headquarters and the world government, wore solemn expressions. Unlike the common people, the major powers could discern the strength and level of the Impaler's pirate crew from just one headline and 2 photos. If that pink dragon was of the same species as Kaido, it meant that Link had another powerful top commander under his command. Including the 9-tailed fox Karina, the Impaler's pirate crew now had 2 mythical Zoan ability users. Now, even one of the warlords of the sea, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, had become Link's subordinate. The Impaler's pirate crew now has the essential foundation of every major pirate crew, the 3 giants. A captain and 3 giants are the standard configuration for every major pirate crew. The more such giants a crew has, the stronger its foundation. Besides the 3 giants, Link also had the Amazon Lily Kingdom and the Kuja Pirates under his command, a world-renowned nation of haki masters. It was no secret that every member of the Kuja Pirates could use 2 types of haki, thanks to the leadership of generations of Kuja Empresses. This meant that Link would have an astonishing number of haki masters under his command, and a military base that can continuously supply him with haki masters. After disappearing for just over half a month, Link reappeared with both high-end and mid-tier combat power fully assembled. His momentum to rule the seas instantly made Link the most powerful contender for the 4th Emperor of the Sea. The other most powerful contender was Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. For a time, the 2 main figures who had stolen the show at the Summit War, the twin stars ranked number 1 in the worst generation, once again became the focus of the world. Everyone was extremely curious. Would these 2 former allies, who had conspired together, end up in a bloody fight for the Emperor's throne? And in the end, who would replace Whitebeard and become the new Emperor of the Sea? Chapter 85, Reactions from All Sides, the Mythical Zoan, Vampire Model is Obtained. Zehahaha, to take down the pirate Empress and Amazon Lily without a word, that's Link for you. Looking at today's newspaper, the now high-spirited Teach couldn't help but let out his distinctive laugh. Just over half a month ago, Teach would have been full of apprehension. Although he is still wary of Link, Teach is not afraid of him. Laffit spun the cane in his hand and remarked, "That pink dragon, having the pirate Empress and Amazon Lily, plus those 4 mysterious people who created barriers and water dragons. Who knows how many hidden cards this impaler has? From the moment he sought me out, he was planning everything. Even helping the captain obtain the Paramecia Tremor fruit was part of his plan. The world despises pirates, yet he released those big shots from Impel Down and allowed me to grow. It's clear his public image is just a persona, a facade deliberately created to confuse everyone. His strength and intelligence are both terrifying. I truly don't know what his ultimate goal is." Hearing this, the smile on Teach's face faltered for a moment, then he continued to laugh heartily. "Zehahaha, it doesn't matter. No one can win forever. As long as you're strong enough, all schemes and plots will fall apart on their own. If you're scared, then just get stronger. After all, there's only one throne." Kingdom of Dressrosa, Royal Plateau. Doflamingo looked at the newspaper, his face covered in a cold sweat. That devil fruit, isn't that the failed artificial mythical Zoan? As Caesar's partner, Doflamingo of course knew about the pink dragon. He never imagined that the artificial mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon model, defined as a failure by Vegapunk, wasn't a failure at all. When he learns the reason for its failure from Vegapunk through his spies in the world government and the Marines, he will surely spit blood. Who would have thought that Vegapunk defined the devil fruit as a failure simply because its color was wrong? As long as the ability is the same, what does it matter if the color is off? If Doflamingo had known this, he would have taken that devil fruit long ago. After all, that artificial mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon model, had always been stored in the room Caesar used for failed products. Doflamingo, who had sent Monet to Punk Hazard to assist and monitor Caesar, had known about it from the beginning. Before a wave of deep regret could wash over him, Doflamingo's heart filled with fear. He never thought that Hancock, that extremely troublesome woman, was one of Link's subordinates. Back in Merry Geoise, the two of them didn't seem to get along at all. Because Link was sitting nearby, Hancock had cast many hostile glances his way. It turned out to be an act. With such good acting skills, why be a pirate? She should just debut as an actress. If I had known he was hiding so much, how would I have dared to be so arrogant? With two mythical Zoan users, one warlord of the sea, and a group of experts proficient in two forms of haki under Link's command, Doflamingo felt extremely uneasy. Thus, Doflamingo quickly sent for Violet, asking her to use her Glare Fruit's clairvoyance to find and monitor the Impaler Pirates. He, in turn, contacted the Beast's pirates again. It didn't matter if he was mocked by Kaido and the three calamities. Compared to his life, what was a little bit of face? Besides the Blackbeard pirates and the Donquixote family, various powers in the New World were also paying close attention to and discussing the Impaler Pirates, including the other four Emperor's crews. Before Link entered the New World, no matter how glorious his achievements were, in the New World, it was just gossip. After all, no matter how strong Link was, he wouldn't infringe upon their interests. But now, things were different. Not only had Link entered the New World, but the Impaler Pirates had also transformed from an unknown crew into a major pirate crew with a large number of haki experts. If Link's goal was the vacant Emperor's seat, he would definitely expand his territory. At that time, any of them could become Link's target, so they had to be on guard. At this moment, the protagonist of the New World's discussions had finally arrived at his chosen sea region, having Shurahoshi place Amazon Lily down. This sea region was very remote and had a very special environment. Apart from a merchant ship that would risk passing through once a month, few sailing ships ever entered here. Not far from Amazon Lily, there was an island. On this island, there was a very old town called Sleepy Town. Due to the special environment, the residents of the town also found it difficult to enter or leave this sea region. Thus, they could only make a living by raising bats, collecting their droppings, and trading the culled, unqualified bats with the merchant ships that ventured in. In addition, the island had a large number of medicinal herbs. This was a neighbor Link had specially chosen for Amazon Lily. His wood clones had spent a long time finding this island. Sleepy Town did not appear in the original story, but it did appear in a One Piece game. One of the four legendary pirates of the previous era, Patrick Redfield, the Red Count, who, like Shurahoshi, possessed innate observation haki, found the Zoan Bat fruit, mythical model, vampire here. This special sea region could prevent the world government's mother flame from locking onto their position. The soil of Sleepy Town was suitable for growing medicinal herbs, which could accelerate the growth of Karina, the other women, and the Kyuja warriors. And there was that mythical Zoan vampire model hidden somewhere. Choosing this sea region as a base was simply too perfect. After having Shurahoshi set down Amazon Lily, Link immediately had Nami and Najiko accompany Robin to Sleepy Town to find the mythical Zoan vampire model. In less than an hour, the three women returned with a devil fruit. It was indeed the mythical Zoan vampire model. Looking at the mythical Zoan vampire model in Robin's hand, Karina was not surprised. Karina and the other women were already used to Link's intelligence-gathering capabilities. After all, they had witnessed Link use the multiple wood clone technique more than once. Being able to create so many wood clones, which could then use wood transformation to turn into other people, who knew how many people on the sea were actually Link's clones. The whole world was his eyes. Karina wouldn't be surprised if Link found the location of Laughtail. Taking the mythical Zoan vampire model from Robin's hand, Link then took out the Paramecia Mormor fruit and the Paramecia Opop fruit. He asked Hancock to call a few people over, preparing to distribute these three top-tier devil fruits. Chapter 86, Distributing the Devil Fruits, the Spirit Transformation Technique. Link, why are you looking for these few people? Hancock didn't immediately carry out the order. Looking at Link, who had taken out the Paramecia Opop fruit and the Paramecia Mormor fruit, she asked, "Could it be you intend to bestow these devil fruits upon them?" "That's right, provided they are qualified," Link nodded. "If that is the case, then I can summon the Kyuja pirates. They are all experts who have mastered 2 forms of haki. Hancock immediately said, "The people you are looking for are just kingdom guards who have never left Amazon Lily and only know 1 form of haki. I want those with a pure heart and loyalty to me." Link said with a smile, "Be obedient and go bring those people here." "I understand." Hancock, who simply doesn't know how to refuse Link, immediately notified her younger sister, Sandersonia, and had her find a few kingdom guards based on the descriptions Link had given. These few kingdom guards were the same trio from the original story who were turned to stone by Hancock because of Luffy, Marguerite, Sweetbea, and Ephelindra. Lady Snake Princess. As soon as the trio arrived, they immediately knelt on one knee before Hancock, saluting her with faces full of adoration. However, the Empress was now standing beside a man. She said to them, "Greet the master. His name is Link." "Lord Link." The gazes of Marguerite and the others shifted to Link, and they bowed their heads in salute once more. "Raise your heads." Link glanced at the trio, then suddenly pointed at Sweetbea and said to Hancock, "Have this one leave. The other 2 will stay." Hancock nodded, then gestured with her chin towards her sister, Sandersonia. Sandersonia immediately said, "Sweetbea, you may leave. Marguerite and Ephelindra, the 2 of you stay." "Yes." Although Sweetbea was filled with questions, she respectfully withdrew. After Sweetbea left, Link asked, feigning ignorance, "Which of you is Marguerite and which is Ephelindra?" "I am Marguerite." "I am Ephelindra." The 2 women quickly replied. Link said with satisfaction, "Good. Both of you, stand up and come a little closer so I can have a look." Of the several people, Link's targets were actually only these 2. After all, Link was quite the connoisseur of appearances. If not for considering the feelings between the 2 women and Sweetbea, Link would have just called for the 2 of them directly. "Yes." Marguerite and Ephelindra quickly stood up and walked to within 3 meters of Link, allowing this master to size them up. Although their faces showed some apprehension, there was not the slightest bit of shyness, even though they were only wearing animal hides for underwear, exuding a primitive, wild beauty. Karina and the other women, who had already ascended the ladder of adulthood with Link, did not feel jealous. They either stood or sat not far away, curiously watching Link test the 2 women. "I'm going to inspect your aptitude. No matter what happens next, do not be afraid and do not resist." After sizing up the 2 women for a moment, Link suddenly gave this instruction, then formed hand seals and softly shouted, "Spirit transformation technique." In the next second, a blue light emanated from Link's body. Immediately, a spiritual body identical to Link flew out from the top of his head and went towards the shocked Ephelindra. Karina and the other women also showed looks of surprise. His soul is leaving his body. Link actually has an ability like this. This is the first time I've seen it. I'm so curious about what other incredible things the special energy inside Link's body can do. While Karina and the other women marveled, Link had taken control of Ephelindra's body. Ephelindra was very tall. The 1.78-meter Marguerite barely reached her thigh. She was either a mutated human or possessed the lineage factor of the giant tribe. Regardless of which it was, it gave Ephelindra a physical constitution far superior to that of an ordinary human. More importantly, her figure was very slender, and she carried a large sword on her back, making her an agility-type warrior. Not bad. Link, having possessed Ephelindra, gave his assessment. Immediately, his soul flew out of Ephelindra's body and entered Marguerite's. Compared to Ephelindra, Marguerite's constitution was undoubtedly weaker, but it was still far stronger than that of an ordinary person. Being able to skillfully use armament haki at the age of 16 was not only due to the bonus of having a pure heart, but also largely because of Amazon Lily's geographical environment. Living in the Calm Belt, apart from the supplies plundered during the Empress's expeditions, they primarily survived by hunting sea kings. Growing up eating the flesh and blood of sea kings, there were many mutated humans on Amazon Lily. Even those who weren't mutated had physical qualities that made them monsters among ordinary humans. After his soul returned to his own body from Marguerite's, Link made his decision. Link took out the heart-shaped paramecia opop fruit and, looking at Ephelindra, said, "From now on, you are my personal guard and my ship's doctor. I bestow this devil fruit upon you." Ephelindra, not yet recovered from her daze, stood there at a loss. Hancock couldn't help but frown slightly and chided, "Aren't you going to thank your master?" "Thank you, Lord Link, thank you, master." Ephelindra, who was very timid and kind-hearted, quickly knelt on one knee. "Go on, eat it." Link reminded her, "This fruit tastes a bit bad. Remember not to spit it out." "Yes." Ephelindra obediently replied, respectfully accepted the paramecia opop fruit, and ate it in one bite. In the hands of the over 4-meter-tall Ephelindra, the heart-shaped fruit looked as small as a grape. But after chewing the paramecia opop fruit, Ephelindra's face turned a shade of purple-green. At this time, Link's gaze shifted to Marguerite. Looking at Marguerite, who was also sizing him up with curiosity and not a hint of fear, Link hesitated for a few seconds, then dismissed the idea of giving her the mythical Zoan vampire model. Marguerite's constitution was already strong enough. Compared to a mythical Zoan, another devil fruit had a higher compatibility with her and was more suitable for the crew's future development. Link took out the paramecia more fruit and handed it to Marguerite, saying, "From now on, you are my personal guard and the crew's sniper. I bestow this devil fruit upon you." "Thank you, Lord Link, thank you, master." Marguerite also knelt on one knee, respectfully accepted the paramecia more fruit, and then ate it. Like Ephelindra, as soon as Marguerite chewed the fruit's flesh, her face turned purple-green. But as the two swallowed the fruit, Link gained 2 more top-tier ability users under his command, both of whom were strategic assets. With Ephelindra, Link would no longer need to completely eliminate those useless individuals who couldn't provide experience points just to prevent future trouble. As long as he had Ephelindra take their hearts, those people would have no choice but to work for Link for the rest of their lives. With Marguerite, the speed at which the Arc Maxim could create storm clouds could be increased by up to 100 times. It didn't matter even without the Arc Maxim. Karina and Shirahoshi could also create storm clouds, and Marguerite could then multiply them. This would allow Nami to easily unlock her ultimate moves, Reigo and Mamoragan. Just like the unbeatable combination of Hancock, Perona, and Nijiko. Karina, Shirahoshi, Nami, and Marguerite formed a second unbeatable team. With these 2 teams combined, even before Karina and the others had fully matured, they would be able to make a significant impact in the new world. Link had a plan. To quickly master Haki, there was nothing more suitable than battle.